Come on, you little bitch. What is this shit? This is athleticism. Look at this move.
Whoever extends the hand in the Lashon of Hashem for this, punch with the hand. Whoever extends their hand.
This is athleticism. Look at this move.
The same exact hand. Whoever extends the hand in the Lashon of Hashem for this, punch with the hand. Whoever extends their hand to the Ribbon Shalom, no sin. Today, every other day, here, every other day here, so I extend my hands up to the Baruch Hu. I have to earn that extension. So I have to come up with something. It's important is the same way if another Jew asks me for something, no questions, I give. So today, when I extend my hand, when I extend my hand, Hashem goes on and says something so beautiful. This is alluded to in the Megillah itself. What do we say? Actually say in Shoshanas Yaakov. What do we say in Shoshanas Yaakov? The Gam Charvona Zotov. Even if someone is Charvona. So what's Charvona? Charvona is from the Shorish of Charav, of destroy. Even if someone is broken, even if someone is tzidrakah, even if someone is spiritually compromised, the Gam Charvona Zotov. Today is the day of Kala Pushing Gam Nosson. Where if we extend our hands up to the Shmarah, there is no telling there is no telling how we can go. I know it sounds strange because we often don't think of Purim as a day of Aliyah. We don't have ultimately a day of spiritual growth. There's so much simcha in the cut itself is a little bit like a little holocaust. Sometimes it's a little bit of silliness, which is amplified, exaggerated stuff, and we're running around and models and all beautiful. So it doesn't really seem like a day of issue. There wasn't a list, but it's so we have to make sure to cut out the day, to just give our country the hands, to just give our hands up and trust and punish it over. I know I'm not always here, I'm not always connected. I know I'm not right, I'm a human being. I have good days, I have my bad days, I have my days, I have my valleys. Today's Purim, today's Purim, I'm going to I want to bring my tefillos. Today, from the davening for others. Today, I'm going to daven for myself. Today, ultimately, I'm going to try to figure out how to re-energize, how to reconnect with that Kodesh Baruch Hu. And the greatest promise we have is called Yad. All we need to do is extend the hand to Kodesh Baruch Hu, and if we do so, no circle. Zilch Hamet Hashem to make it a sina, to make it a day. Zilch to make it a day of giving to others who are needing from my house. Zilch to make it a day of giving. We should make it a day of being ultimately to ourselves by taking the time. Hopefully, we should not work as quickly as we go all the little bit more time to gather, a little bit more time a little bit of time just to focus on our Avodas Hashem, to give to ourselves a little bit. And our ruchiness, most of all, hopefully, we have discussed to be able to give to our Kodesh Baruch Hu, to give of ourselves to our Kodesh Baruch Hu, to give of our time of our Kodesh Baruch Hu, to give of our Shabbos to our Kodesh Baruch Hu, and it is a course of all of that. That Kodesh Baruch Hu is super food. It is be a beautiful day of bracha, beautiful day of hatzlacha. May we all shower on us, all the showers we bring and shemit us and sustain us. The beautiful night ahead of us today. So let's begin. Then hey, Gary. We're not going to begin by quoting the Rebbe, we'll just begin by quoting the Mishnah. Let's begin. So, remember, We're speaking still in the context of Avodah Zarah, specifically again as what could be rendered Avodah Zarah. Nothing often as hard. So if you have nothing Gentiles who worship that's Hakvos or the hills. Hey Mutarin Umay Alei and so it says we're going to learn inanimate objects. Inanimate objects. Well, actually, we'll define this. But far this is right now, both the mountains, nor do I should say neither the mountains nor the hills can be made. So that which is on the mountain, which is on the hill, can be traveled to Zara, but the mountain itself cannot, it says. The Pasuk says, you shall not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead and covet. It means you shall not go ahead and worship the Kesef and Zahav, the gold and the silver which is upon them. So you see over here that it's only that which is upon, only that which is upon the mountain or the hill, not the mountain or the hill itself, which is problematic, which could become a whole Zara. So the Gemara says, Elohim al Haharim. So we'll say, the Yossi quotes this. It's the same pasuk, just a different way. The pasuk says, "Abeid ka'kalam b'kamosa sha'abu shamabayim sha'ad yosham osam es Elohim al haharim." Go ahead and destroy their gods on the mountains. So the Gemara that Yosef read that is Elohim al haharim, v'lo haharim Elohim. That it's only their gods on the mountains, but the mountains themselves cannot become the gods. Elohim al vos. You're not allowed to worship gods which are on the hills. Vos Elohim, but the hills themselves cannot become the gods. The most at first glance, it appears that this is really saying the same exact thing the Tanakh. Like there's no difference between the two. The nice they're both saying the same thing, which is that the mountains, the hills cannot become a Zara. That which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills cannot, but the mountains and hills themselves cannot. You just see you dancing with some different phrases. The Tanakh says, the Sachmo Kesach is Zahar al-Leihan. Ultimately, the Tanakh says, do not covet gold and silver that is on them. It's indicating to us that it's not the mountains or the hills that become on them, but rather only that which is upon them. And Rabbi Yosef really says, Elohim al-Harim, and again, that's in the Harim. But ultimately, the bottom line is that it's only that which is on the mountain which becomes up to the Zara, not the mountain itself. I asked him about that, and the thing about Ashera, was he said, I want about Ashera. What about Ashera? This poses an existential difficulty for us. Right? What is Shera? So the Shera was, remember again, this is something that by definition is on the midst of the landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yes, again, we see it is in both the soil. So we'll say, using what we just learned before of Losat either Aleihem or Elohim Alaharim Elohim, why would I share that the answer? Well, so here we go. It may sheyesh, but Isas Yad. Because the most I translated, it has Isas Yad on the living like yesterday we were saying, it has man's fingerprints on it. The idea that this item has man's involvement, Rashi says it's man's involvement. Sha'adam not a person planted it. So because a person planted it, this is considered to be something created by man. Because it's something created by man, therefore, by definition, it is subject ultimately to being transformed from all results. So, anything that is naturally formed in this world, by definition, cannot be to a function for the object of even if it is worship. So, therefore, even if I worship mountain doesn't I using that logic and that Shela as the logic people worship shouldn't sorry either. Elamai is she was planted by man. She was planted by man. This is what the Mishnah calls something that she was but Isas and the person was involved in this idea transformed into an object of our desire. Because she is but Isas the Adam also. That was whatever ultimately has Isas the Adam whatever was created by man, obviously Totality is not created by man, consciousness grows on its own, but the nicest origin of that truth is something that is done by man, therefore by definition it can be transformed into level of zero. How many of you people? So you keep us in a slab. And you open the auto of the bottom. So you keep the space and bring the dash and that's the level of the open the auto. And polish the auto of the bottom. So the community how to dance is must stop. How you dance must stop. The mother was the answer mostly how the boy you on the saw the Israel. God Sham Abolos. So say that you people understand the words. In fact, it's that more. For our fact going ahead and giving us the markers to really find about the soil. Also, what it says, I believe have given all the promotion of the Shabbat. Destroyed all of the places the Gentiles went ahead and worshipped idolatry. So I think you're sure some people have been as Elohim al Harim Agag. The gods on the throne now. The Allah calls us. The Kachas call each other. Every person. Every so that when Shiva comes along, you should describe what we are. I would know that. It's simple. The other Torah goes is just coming from the describe what are the laws, then what? Then what? And so the Torah could have just said, describe what is up. Why do you have to get into the mountains on the hills or the But why do you need that? And he even said the Torah is actually giving us geographic markers. So it's giving us like a whole other GPS. Telling you that by the way you get into Canaan and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah, how to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is off of the green trees. So therefore, again, that the keeper understands, so that the keeper is not that disagree that one, it could be very well agreed. Because then this is kind of camera that you see. I believe you are not actually seeing and seeing it also. It's a beautiful thing for this mission. Mishnah without Machot. Mishnah without Machot doesn't get better. This is not like spiritual jackass. Doesn't get better. Mishnah without Machot is not a way of happiness. All that the keeper is saying is the issue to be halachic ramifications that you kind of tell them, you'll say, we run out of us. There's another piece of clarification identifying for us where to find it out, where to find it in order to so bottom line, what the definition is, leaving aside that we have good pleasure, what the definition is as follows. There are a lot of elements that one worships a mountain or a hill, so one does not transform that object into an entity of Apple. There's only this one worships that highlights as an inspiration. So there's only one worships that which is on the mountain, that which is on the hill, those objects become what we call Ashira is different, Ashira is the exception. Why? Remember this phrase, it was used to such a good argument. It's a person that was involved in the company. Therefore, by definition, a person has to look from the identity of into a sense of opportunity what's down the hall, sure, right? It's not necessarily but sure, usually the law says, especially the times historically, that one people not happen because of anti-Semitic persecution is allowed to do that. But in fact, the law is the base Hashem is always supposed to be the highest point of the borrow this concept from us. God says to Gemara, that Yosef really had to kind of come out, so Gemara asks, that Yosef really kind of come out, are saying the same thing. And Yosef, thank you, I'm saying, you worship without the mountain level but what? You can go ahead and add that which is on the mountain level Zara. They're both saying, no, we usually get around the mountain rock a couple of times. So we know already that if then what? There is something, there is a only about something. Because there is no reason for kind of come and back for saying the same thing. You say we can make our Sipoi harka harka was the difference between the two, and the focus between the two is what happens if the mountain is covered in gold. Sipoi harka harka. Let's say the mountain itself is covered in gold. So the Shiva is, let's say that one worships the mountain. So what's the Shiva? What's the Shiva? Good. Excellent. So I did Shiva is what's the status of the cover? Right, the most that used to cover you could be part of the mountain or not. Remember again, why I'm covering? Because I'm covering is different than let's say a statue sitting on top of it. A statue sitting on top of the mountain is it's separate and distinct entity. However, again, the coating mountain itself, the Shiva isn't part of the mountain, or can't be transformed into Avodah, or is a separate and distinct entity which can be transformed into Avodah. Tanakama Saba, Tanakama holds, Sipoi Har Eno Kihar. Tanakama holds that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, Ummissa. And therefore, if you worship it, it mamish becomes Avodah Zarah. That Yosef really suffered, Sipoi Har Hare Kihar. Yosef holds that no, covering of the mountain is mamish like what? Mamish like the mountain itself, and therefore, even if you worship it, the covering does not become possible. Well, actually, just a moment. Tanakama Saba Sipoi Har Eno Kihar said, Sib Losachmot Kesef Hale. Kosher, so also the Tanakama started this. The pasuk says, Losachmot Kesef Zahav Aleim. The Tanakama understands that pasuk is covered in this case. Even if Kesef Zahav is Aleim, even if Kesef still nevertheless it is not considered it is simply like part of the mountain, and therefore again, I'm sorry, not considered part of the mountain, and therefore becomes possible. Lucy at Rashi, the Lucy, Sipoi Harkar, and Lucy beholds that's the covering of the mountain itself. But what got it hard? Seals at the covering is bottled to the mountain itself. Even the high level of the scope of the mountain can't be turned into a form of idolatry. Sipoi Yami Lomisa. Therefore, the covering also comes. The Aleim Sivid Elohim Kedush. That was the Rapi Aleim. Last weekend is not referring to covering. The Aleim is referring to what? Is referring to idolatry on top of that. Therefore, the Gemara suggests the same thing. The fact of the Makotis is Sipoi. Mountain is covered in gold. That is of the gold. Makama holds that it's not like the mountain, therefore it's usher. And Yosef says it's to the mountain, like the mountain, and therefore. Shishi Summer, Shishi says no. The Kuri Hamad, Shishi Shishi's whole in reality, everyone sees that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain. And also, ultimately, remember, Darshkin like this kind of camel, that Aleihem, that's that the Zahab Aleihem constitutes not just a separate and distinct idol situated on top of the mountain, but rather what? But even a covering, a gold covering on top of the mountain as well. What's the matter? The Halcha was the Emery. The Halcha is actually very interesting. The Elon Shenatu with the Basol of the let's say watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna give you my thoughts on it because what are the other factors? Yes, the Halcha the Elon Shenatu with the Basol of the issue is as follows. If you planted a tree, and only began to worship it at some later point. This is actually just I planted a tree, somebody else wouldn't planted a tree, not for the sake of Avodah Zarah, not for the sake of Avodah Zarah. You will myself up you, and ultimately you're going to only begin to worship it later on. Because remember, the time you can be on a tree is the tree planted by Avodah Zarah, this is the concept of the beginning. In this case, over here, I'm going ahead and I'm planting the tree and ultimately only begin to worship it later on. And the Gemara says, Tanakama Saba, so the Tanakama holds that's one of the actually before we get to that. Yuvan Shinafu, Kabashi, Mek A on the page 45b, first line. Yuvan Shinafu, Yuvan Shinafu, let me myself off. Somebody Tanakama, a horrible boat. The Tanakama says, the mountain can go. Who has been called Yoshiba, Barak, although high school, that's not that one. The 8 also says, therefore, again, the Tanakama will say that it's planted not for the sake of Zara mission. It's common to us, and the Rabbi comes up with Zara. She is the not just like a mountain. As much as trees are now, the mountain is there, not travel is Zara is just there, and then subsequently worship. The Tanakama holds that a tree is planted initially for regular purposes, true purposes, and then only later on worship is treated like a mountain. Therefore, again, there is so according to Tanakama, what is the Asherah which is Asher? So Shenatu Nikila Lekach, Utisas Yad Adam Enocho, Ela Intin Kilish Evaris Bochabi. About not to Darin Sholishim Asherah into Tisas Adam, Oil that you shake a lot of Evaris Bochabi. Aya Umemad Ilan Nikachas Kovish Daran Velo Itzas. So say Tanakama is a beautiful. The mice of the trees planted in the trees is for statue purposes, and later on worship as Avodah. So that tree cannot be transformed into a Kefir of Avodah. Why? Because that tree is like what? Is like a mountain or what about tree size Yal Adam? What about the fact that a person was involved? Planted to take Avodah. But if it was planted correctly, you know, you just stand tree purposes. Other arboreal intentions. Got it. And that one, right? So, right, right. Yeah, so then again, the nice stuff does not the Adam both. And then on the other hand, you see Rashi and it gives us as well. So we don't see tomorrow. Rashi listen to me, right? And you can really comes along to say, even should not to carry a few Shorishim Ashira, will have self argue, Master. Dummy the heart. So say ultimately the risk says no. Even if you factor in the tree for just some reasons, and then only later on you go ahead and watch, you worship it. That is not right. That is not like the mountain or the hill. Why not? So you use what Jesus is the other than Israel. Because also recently we said that you can't physically do this. Because the person is ultimately is going to have the ability to transform the trouble. Once worship. So also it turns out that according to this approach, actually that's the other side. No, this is a church. So Shesha says, what they argue about property, that's not for myself, argue for it. This is second line of damages. And I saw that you don't not for myself, argue. What's her kind of hold? If she is trying to put just standing tension, not about the Zara, just trying to stand. And then only worship afterwards, it is mutter. Why? Because you're going to kind of come and that type of tree. Like what? Like a mountain or like a hill? What about trees actually being up on both? Trees actually being up on both kind of comments that is only a principle applies when the initial planting was done by Avodah purposes. And you said, you said, no, you learn to not from us, how to answer. And you said, you said, no, the tree, even if the tree was actually planted, just stand without any specific intention and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be us. And we'll say, again, and you said, you planted because the old trees actually they are the all person planted this. Even though everything is here with going back to Pandora, simply in 10,000 level, these other countries are on. Therefore, how often might say you can from the identity of the tree, and it is not like the mountain or the mountain. You might be doing that. Maybe 26 up, which may not actually the Asura. Let's remember again, what did the Shema say? Why even Asura? Why is the Asura tree out there? It can be used by trees out to the other. Because also the Asura was planted by a person. The Hoshiyush both trees out to the other person. And anything that is ultimately has human involvement in its creation, how it seems that anything that has human involvement has the ability to evolve into a nafsa of Avodah, as the ability to transform ultimately into the concept of Avodah. Hoshiyush both Isas Adam, the Asiyah, as well as what is the Mishnah says, anything that has Isas the Adam. What does that come to? My love, Na'astin Ilan Shenatu Ulrasova. Also, does that not come to include this particular case of a tree that initially was planted for just stem tree purposes and later on ultimately was worshipped? To tell you that such a tree does have the ability to in fact become Esther. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda summer, Ilush nothing of ourselves also again, even Rabbi Yossi Yehuda holds that if a tree was planted initially again it wasn't for stem purposes and only worshipped later on. And then how do you go? Come on, so this time up, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda hold that we talk, so Rabbi Yossi Yehuda says as follows. We talk Shema Eman. Elohim al Bahari. Harlan Ellis. There's no event that is important to keep in mind. The first itself only covers the first phrase. The second phrase is Russia. The first phrase is coming from Israel, wipe out Israel, like what? Elohim out of our heart, like your God on the mountains. Russia, the model is the Hakarat Elohim. The mountains cannot become and transformed into mountains, which reflects the Al-Kabul Israel. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim Arad the God on the way. What is the action? Below the coast, Elohim. Also, the hills cannot become their gods. So it says, Shomei Tachas Koitzlan Elohim, Below Ra'anan Elohim. Tachas Koitzlan. I would have said that which is that is our below Ra'an Elohim. He himself cannot become above Israel. And the reminder for the Pasuk says, Bashleim is the king of fire. The Pasuk says, and the Shilas, you shall destroy them in the fire. Once you seal the other one, Torah goes explicitly says that cities are to be destroyed. Ela Tachas Koitzlan Elohim. Once that's the case, then why do I need that phrase? Hachnar was it? You understand what's happening over here. The phrase itself is confusing. I understand Es Elohim ala Horib ala Kibos. So it explicitly says, destroy their gods which are on the mountains and on the hills. So that gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to describe what is that which is on the hill, but not the hill itself. Even if the hill itself, even if the mountain itself is yet when it comes to Asherah, what does it say? Tachas kol itzra'ana. Why is that not Tachas means what? Underneath, I would have thought that what is the Torah telling me? The tree itself should not come up over the daughter. But the idols of the trees but what section itself says, that's the Torah itself says that we have to destroy the Asherah. Which tells me what? That the Asherahs can become. The Asherahs can become Abel Yizar. What's going on? So that's the one that the Asherahs can become Abel Yizar. So then why use what's the Asas called La'anan? Aru is a very people. And that's completely different than the people saying. That's a Aru different than the people. I mean, it's holding for other than that. When the Muslims came to this, and we were super team along with the same come back from Santa Montana, the bar, we give them a song. We did it in church, there's a lesson is coming up, we come back again, and we just find a high mountain or a high hill, that is ran or that's the travel is no public. There are both here. What? No, if you're not holding that, it's not so much. As you have left, the holding only was 89, but probably some left in the factory. That's good when you get. That's what we say. See an announcement? It's what we start. See a no? It's what we start. See a news? It's what we start. Not what we start. But I bought on, I action, it's my action. So what you should have done with the phrase, the action, like what you do with this phrase, you must use. One way, you do not show nothing in the was a very understood, as you be a reference to, a true initially planned for about the Florida, travel to California. So it was a no see that you did not be by the law. But this is the also that constitution was like that's very difficult that it's teaching, but it's a true that you have all these other purposes. Is what? Mais against Asher, which is whatever. You might say, the reason you did not know, how can I? There was right, but you need to see, okay? The fact that subsequently grows is going to be Asher. Working that is like that. And then, even cannot do over the soul of was a better first place of the and then what? And then ultimately again we use the pond to travel these guys. We'll say, hey guys, let's look at this one more time. And you'll say we you understand the phrase assurance is like in here. So we'll say we'll keep switching by assurance. One tells you assurance is switching by burning the assurance. The other part says assurance is like they cut down the assurance. Now, why do I mean both cut down and burn? If you totally burn it, what's the burn? It's liquid. I burn it, you touch that multiple ways, right? You destroy it. Why don't we go cut it down? If you see a user session in class, you should be told to some of that fluid, burned down. Which is that case? That's a case of an Ashura tree which is planted for staff purposes, subsequently worship. So we'll say what becomes usher. Now here again, this is happening tomorrow's daf, we're going to see more. But what happens over here in a case like that is it appears that only that which grows after the avodah designation, that becomes usher as avodah. So if a person worships he was planted a person worships it, only that which grows after the point of avodah that ultimately becomes avodah. That's why the Pasuk says, Hashem Tigadim. In that kind of case, you have to destroy the tree? No. What do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the avodah designation. I'll show you what you measure that somewhere. So also, therefore, it's two cases, referring to two different cases. And then there's a section here, the Kuraya, that even if she initially planted for doing purposes, and subsequently worship as avodah will in fact be awesome. So the Gemara says, so will also be covered. Only even special so we'll say what is ultimately the dead of the tree, with the primary part is mutter. That which is cut off, or that which grows after the mutter. So he says, the Omer Elon I Hashem says from the Ish Kanasa, Tamuda, to which we went for a second, but we're talking about but the Gemara is bringing the pasuk. The Gemara is bringing the pasuk. Hashem disciplined by Ish. That's right for us. Hashem from the Ish Kanasa. But we also have the Tamuda on the way. Well, the Mason even special myself up to. So the Gemara is for us. Even though Namas wants to do this, but yet the Gemara is bringing the pasuk of Hashem disciplined by Ish, not the pasuk of Hashem disciplined by Ish, which was even though Namas. What's the reason to about? Even that analysis of Ish had the pasuk not said you have to burn the Asherah. How you see Omer Hashem Tigadeon, I would have said you have to cut down the Asherah. What is that talking about? The Elon Shenatu Mikila Lakah. I would have assumed that would see had the Torah not said Hashem Tigadeon Ish, and all it would have said is Hashem Tigadeon. I would assume that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for avodah. Lekach was Hashem Tigadeon Ish. Was in Adam Sukkim Hashem Tigadeon Ish brushing Tigadeon. Therefore, I will say that's what Hashem Tigadeon Ish. Was in English possible. That's the simple thing. Therefore, then it has to be destroyed. So now we have the extra concept of Hashem Tigadeon, or I can tell you, Hashem Tigadeon, Mikila Shenato, Onobasov. Also, when it comes to teaching about a tree, which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequent Gemara says, "My Abdullah, I'm sorry, Ravana, Hi Hashem Tigadeon, my Abdullah, who initially for London purposes, and then subsequently worship. That's when tree becomes asura. So the learning that way is that Hashem Tigadeon, we're going to touch it. What about according to the Ravana, we hold that also that the tree initially for regular purposes, and then what? And then worship that the tree remains in the the tree does not transcend its avodah. But they do the face Hashem Tigadeon, what's it? This is amazing. Hashem Tigadeon, my Abdullah. What's it? This is amazing. They use it for the Joshua Shomelech. What's it? Shomelech. So from Shomelech, he created Avodas Kochaben, originally was Eretz. So he called them the bigger Avodas Kochaben. What's it? This is amazing. So the Shomelech holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, there were three steps in the destruction of Avodah. The first step was to take down the Avodah. Like literally, cutting down the items, and then, the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back to destroy the Avodah. So those are amazingly so. So once again, so the knocking down of the cutting down of Avodah, that preceded the conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, ultimately they have to cut down, knock over whatever they can. But they spend the time destroying it. Because right now, again, it has to be kibush. So however kibush, you saw coding the deal. And we'll say the conquering of the land, ultimately, and the destruction of all this gold cover. Take a look at that in just a moment. You do it over this column called the Kibbutz says, When you enter into the land, you're obligated to go ahead and what? Obligated to go ahead and cut down the apple. And after you cut back and you uproot. So it looks like there's an incredible thing in the world of accomplishment. That a person has to see. Sometimes you're going to a person has time to finish one goal at a time, and sometimes a person has to go ahead and pursue lessons with a number of different life issues, recognizing that right now all of that is 70%. I have about 70%, but I need to traction to keep going forward, and I'll find the time ultimately as well. It's not a right how it's going. It depends on what's happening. So again, you go starts to be knocked out of finish. You come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal of the do is keep it. The goal of the do is to conquer the land. Destroying level results, especially this volume of a lot of time. You go as you can remember again, people still take 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down level results as you go into it, conquer it, then go back down. Let's say the land goes back there. The land goes back there. So these are so common here last time. See, we touched on this before, so let's ask now again, still same topic. As Rabbi Yosef says, you shall go at a little and destroy them as vehicles, but stuff. So actually, when we touched on also actually doesn't mean the touched means to deconstruct. The touched them, you will deconstruct them as vehicles. Bahana, and you should back from this matzah son, break their matzah, bahana, and leave it. Bahana, shot the knife, so you know what he's supposed to burn it. Rather again says, Ridov the Achatach Suro. Right? Let's say so Ridov means to burn. The idea being also that he was demanded here to conquer the land. And because of the mandate to conquer the land, therefore it was knock the Avodah out of it, destroy the stones, construct his vehicles, but then you don't take the time ultimately to burn it in the house. after Rabbanon, Tiny by Leila Ophir, Shetaf Lasharish Achara. Also, the Rabbanon ultimately used this possibility that when you uproot Avodah Zarah, it's not just enough to destroy the object. Shetaf Lasharish Achara. Also, Shetaf Achara means you have to make sure to remove any vestige of the idolatry. So the Gemara says, Yosef, you can Lasharish Achara another, where the rest of you can burn, but you have to go ahead and uproot the Avodah Zarah afterwards. Not to lay. Ultimately, you learn from the phrase that you shall destroy the name from this place. By giving that it's not just enough title, but just that you have to back within one of the activities of all of the apples you guys are listening to them is an incredible use so as well. Because it teaches you that what's in general, you have to do those also. So this is an incredible use sword. Somebody check his cards out right now. So I just want to point out. So in this sword, incredible Muslim hashkafa, which is a Muslim the same way that Abu Zara, that it's not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the Mizbeach or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the terms is Shari Shachara. Also, in the world of negative people, you don't have negatives, you don't have things. It's not just enough to stop the negative characters, the negative behavior. It's not the Shari Shachara. Because everything Hebrew is rooted in something. Everything negative is rooted in something. It's not just another behavior, but a person is starting to Shari Shachara. A person can go ahead and ultimately again find the correct.
Dirk, staan we voor onze principes. Altijd dezelfde lage prijzen voor iedereen. Of je nou veel of weinig boodschappen doet. Met deze week, Milka Drink. Fles van 250 milliliter voor een 79 cent. Dirk weer rekenen.
Perhaps again the most quoted piece of Torah. And it comes ultimately again to the Yom Tov HaKodesh. There's a kind of skill to it, the power ultimately again of the ability to change, the power of the ability to go ahead and transform ourselves into something dramatic, something amazing, something dramatically amazing. You should look at a lot of things. let me just say like this. So Purim is incredible and dramatically amazing opportunity for cathartic, comprehensive change. So it's like the title is what is about something about whatever says something absolutely amazing. And he explains that on Purim is an amazing halacha. The halacha is that kolaposhet yad noslim. That you know that halacha is in the Roman church. Somebody comes to collect their credentials. And Purim, the halacha is kolaposhet yad noslim. So money you give them, how much you give them, that's up to your discussion. But according you have to do it. That's how long. Something like that, but it's also so Desire also writes that the same way that we observe halacha here, the emotional observes halacha in Shemayim. If someone extends their hand to give them, so in Shemayim it's the same as that. Poshet yad, whoever extends their hand in Russian Hashem is Hashem Rahem, whoever extends their hand to the Rebbe today, I have to earn that extension, so to speak. I have to come out of the party with something. The greatness of Purim is the same way that if another Jew asks me for something, no questions asked. I do. Today, when I extend my hand, when I extend my hand, he said, this is a little bit in the day, so what do you say? Actually, this is actually what do you say? Even if someone is a kind of the church of Kara of the story, even if someone is even if someone is spiritually happening, the God Chavona Zachor. Kara pushes down this. We extend our hands on this Kara. There's no what how we can do it. Because I know it's not spiritual. What you don't go to the prayer every day about you. You go to the prayer of spiritual growth because there's so much sometimes the itself is saying a little bit like a little all of us. Sometimes it's a little bit of silliness, which is good. That's part of the nature of amplified exaggeration. Running around in front of the I know I'm not always good. I know I'm not always connected. And I'm not always doing the right thing. I'm having good days and my bad days and I think inside my values. Today's Purim, today's Purim, and that's how I'm going to bring up to this. Today's Purim is something that God is brothers. Today's Purim is God is myself. Today's Purim is how to keep it out, how to be energized, and how to be connected with God and His Father. Today's Purim is that. But I push it that all things that has got to be powerful. So, no vehicle. I don't want to say the initials are BS, but he did pass away recently at the time, so I don't want to go there. Most of all, if you just on our show, but I think we cut that out. We talked about it, right? Okay, let's get juicy. So, do lots of celebrity like gossip account, and maybe a lot of stuff about they posted something about our show, and we know it was about our show because it had the word bloodbath in it, and it had like other. Oh, it had. Oh, you're talking about the other bloodbath show. Nobody talks about that show. And never did give us a name. Yeah, I know. Give us a fucking name. So we this post on the gossip site said like this popular podcast, which were like, hey girl, thanks for calling us popular. And it said that they had a lot of controversy behind the scenes and tension. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking. Feeling was real, not any tension, but that's All of our responses for this morning should to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Filson Shvach of Eretz Yisrael. The dedicated Restream instructions from this year, as is the close for the Soros Fellows and Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim, Tova, Stephen, and Wendy Drazen, in honor of their Drazen, Tina Drazen, Adin Rosenzweig, in memory of Stan Rosenzweig from the Rafa. A week of learning sponsors, Adam and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation. And share the entire community for the Chayalim and the Swiss of the Chayalim and all of those sacrificing for Cloud Yisrael. Aish and Gevara Wordesheim, that only sponsors for today. Creation of the RCA, Leib, Ben, Mertbat, Hamutora, all of the Neshama Slav and Ali, the family, all of those who refer Shabbat, the whole Holy Yisrael. This revolution, the Nefesh, the Gum, our hostages, the Shalom, and the Karov, will allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Asiyah. So I say with that, let us begin. Baruch Hashem, we have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Mem Beis. Today's daf is Mem Beis, and we have picking up in Eretz Hashem on Mem Aleph Beis 41b, and we left off the Eid Safek Motzi Yudei Gadai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 lines up on the bottom. So remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumim versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. You've seen those two terms. Slumim are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah zarah was definitively worshipped. Myself, the Gemara is that if you find pieces of avodah zarah, essentially you still have to take it. And why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum dik or not? That's our shayla now. An akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's daf. An akum does have the ability to decommission avodah zarah. Now, again, then we have my focus of Yochanan. Do you need active decommissioning, or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that in just a little bit. That's our overarching methodology over here. But Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. Reish Lakish says even passive decommissioning. Nafkamina would be the idol itself and right. Point of Yochanan, still an idol. Reish Lakish has lost its idolatrous import. So let's say it again. So that's why if you find an avodah zarah still also. If you find pieces of its slumim of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because it's a spec sveka. What's the spec? Suffix number 1 is never worshipped. That's number 2. Ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea, jumping back to avodah zarah for just a second, the reason why ultimately, again, by avodah zarah, it does not work is because Allah we say, "Ein safek motzin midei badai." Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe it was decommissioned doesn't go ahead.
Here she is.
That it was.
Take your time.
Now the questions that principle. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing a certainty? What about finding one time? Very interesting. We actually saw this. So I'll say Chaver died. And again, we translated, a special Shalom Aleichem to a member here from South Africa by the name of Ian, who I was just introduced to through Mel Ram, another member of our share in Toronto. Baruch Hashem, we have a beautiful family, not just in the States of America, Baruch Hashem around the world. So Ian messaged me via Mel. I translated the cover a few days ago as so the truth is it's not a fair definition. Actually, if you remember again 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the law and Tara to the point that he even eats his hulin b'tara. He eats his hulin b'tara. See, even what we'll call non-sanctified food, in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Trumas and Maestros. So that's the definition of a chaver. So it's interesting. He asked. He said, "Why? So why do you call a chaver? Right? Chaver means a friend. What's the pshat of that? So perhaps the Yid is like this: chaver Chaver is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra tara in this world. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does Hashem Baruch Hu demand? Well, Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat kodesh in a state of tara. You don't have to eat in a state of tara. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. Chaver is someone who thirsts so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsting for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas of his life where even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend. That's a friend. Hashem Baruch Hu says, someone who wants me in their life so badly that he's willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity, that he doesn't have to. That's a chaver. That's a very shalom. Perhaps to a certain degree, a higher level than the Talmud Chacham, because the position of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring this. But someone who puts upon himself additional stringencies because he wants tara, after tara, he wants purity. That's a friend of Ribono Shalom. So the Gemara says, Chaver Shemesi and Yech Megur V'Lei Peros. So Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, and you guys, they discovered that he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? We'll say the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tithed. So the even if Mamish is harvested that day, there's a chazaka, ultimately again that they are properly tithed. The Gemara eyeball 1 second. Now we'll say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a vadai. What's the vadai? The certainty. The certainty was they were tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's untied produce. I'll say, why is that a vadai? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a vadai that it was safek. Maybe the chaver did tithe it. They didn't tithe it. And what do you see from here? And from here, that ultimately, again, a suffix, the possibility that he tithed it, goes ahead and overrides the vadai that it certainly was tevel. So you see suffix mostly midei vadai, to which the Gemara says no. Hasam vadai vadai. It's fascinating. No, it's not your vadai. That's a vadai and vadai case. What's the case? The vadai asri. So the Gemara says it said that it was tevel. Vadai was tevel. Certainly it was tevel. And also vadai, that's what? That he tithed it. The Gemara says, "Chozah." The only thing in Chozah, "Chazaka al chaver she'eno si davar she'eno mituka mitachas." So that's the chazaka. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the chaver, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you're doing the right thing? You have to understand this, right? What does that get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Does not leave untithed produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tough. And therefore, there's no suffix in vadai. There's only vadai and vadai. Incredible. Levi, so another possibility is, the Gemara says, suffix for suffix. Interestingly enough, really, it's a suffix and a suffix. That means, it's possible that the Chaver conducted himself like Rav Oshia. What's the Rav Oshia? I so say an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a meiser pole, a tithing loophole. Now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what Riyas Pnei Abayis, right? It's to come into the home, through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's meiser exempt. Technically it's meiser exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara over here, there's really no suffix vadai. Why? Because it's actually possible, even though with the fact that maybe it's a suffix for tithed or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Meisters. Why? Because it's possible that literally I used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, one second, the ain't something nothing divided. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was ein safek motzei midei vada. Right? That ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So the Gemara says, really, is that true?
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm Rabbi Yehuda. My sebishit chasol shel matzik top of members. My sebishit chasol shel matzik achram berimon. Very interesting case where there was once a story of a maidservant.
Oh, come on.
I will say now again. We're going to. This is a Jewish woman, a Jewish woman who worked for a matzik. What's a matzik? Rashi says over here, Gavra Alama b'Yisrael. A very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a matzik in the city of Rimon. She had a miscarriage, and I will say, interestingly, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury unfell. But an interesting thing is, this has also evolved a little bit. They would put her nafel in a pit, in other words, in a nondescript grave. In general, I will say the halacha is you have to bury a nafel, you have to carry a baby, but we do not bury it in marked grave. We do have to bury it in the grave, but we do not bury it in a marked grave for a variety of reasons. Also, from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal said it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained. Did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So the house. So what happens if she miscarried? She put the miscarriage in a pit. What coin hits it? A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Leida im Zachar in the Keva. You have to pass it for her. Remember, when a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor.
That's what I'm talking about.
Associated with birth. Now, the duration of tumas leida depends on what your girl. So the Kohen peers over the pit in order to see was an afal. I guess it was developed enough to see whether it was a boy or a girl. What's the problem over here? The problem is by peering over the pit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Tumas Olah. Remember again, Tumas Olah Abosai could be in two ways. You could be a roof with a mace, or you could be over the mace. So thinking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, a corpse underneath the skull, but I lean over the, I am the Ohel. So here the Kohen went ahead and leaned over the pit to see, is it a boy or a girl? And what happened? This episode came from the Chachamim. V'tiaruhu mipnei shechulda. And they're retired. And why were they retired the Kohen? Because ultimately, again, this was a place and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Second, Suffolk Garu, Suffolk Logar, because he's Suffolk Umosi Mideva. So look at this case. Here's a case of Vadai. What's the Vadai?
Give it to. Oh, come on!
Miscarriage, and she placed the baby in the pit. The animal took it, the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the Suffolk trumps the Vadai. Right? The Suffolk changes the reality even in the face of the Vadai, to the point that again they pass in the coin is not coming. So you see from here that can go ahead and Babadai, to which the Gemara says, no. Lo tema hiti bar, nefalabar, elema, hitila kimin nefalabar. The Gemara says, no. What is it? The Kohen sees the shifcha throwing something that looked like a nefal. In other words, it's not a Vadai that she miscarried and placed the nefal in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a navel being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. But that's not what it says. But the Gemara said that he got the pure girl, to which the Gemara means to say, lay down. Lay down.
Give it to me.
So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or again, about say, which means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, lav that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe else was some other discharge. So he was first of all see was it an aphel or not?
Perfect.
Did someone an aphel?
She did it, folks. That was beautiful. Just like we said.
To see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case. And Suffolk, rather again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? What was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk, ultimately again, that maybe the animal took it away. You might say the other possibility is, the other possibility is no. Once you have a place, the Choldan of Bargalis, that there are these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay, so we're going to say so we're raise the kasha.
Got it.
So again, so just we'll pause over here for just a second. Understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of ein safek motzi midei vadai ultimately again holds that we accept this principle. Motzi midei vadai. That if you have
I win,
two
you
pieces
win,
of information
you win, I win.
One is a suffix,
undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. You, my friend, get your beauty right.
Piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was saying we're orienting ourselves a little bit. That's how do we get into this? Find a piece of avodah zarah. So I find the piece of, let's say, an image that I know was worshipped as idolatry. So I find the piece, use it. Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's asur b'hana, right? Because I have a vadai that this was avodah zarah. Safek, maybe the akum actively decommissioned it. And therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the safek that maybe the akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the vadai that this was definitely avodah zarah. And I both say, just to point out how powerful this yisod is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in safek motzi midei vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, right, over the millennia, we have faced so many svekos. Right? Will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this. It was so interesting that those of us who were zokah to be here on Shabbos, about Usher Weiss, he said so many beautiful things. But one of the things I felt that was very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, feeling an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously, Rosh Hashanah says it, and he's an Eretz Yisrael Jew. It takes on a totally different thing. And over the centuries, there's been many svekos, right? We faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. It was nothing. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. Ein safek motzi midei vadai. What's the vadai? Kadosh Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is in Yitzchak. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are. That's the vadai. That's the vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of in safek motzi midei vadai. Safek. Whether that safek is the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas, matter. It doesn't matter who the suffix is. So many status that have presented themselves. B'chol dar vadar Another suffix, another suffix always arises. But rest assured, in suffix motzi midei vadai, no suffix could undermine the vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our incredible results. It's not the Gemara goes back. So says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this machlokes between Yochanan and Lakish. So here's what and again, we're going to talk about the Shmos in a few moments. You can decommission an Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an akum can be mevatel his Avodah Zarah. The shaila is, how does he do that? Rabbi Yochanan says, this be what we call active bittul, and Rish Lakish says, even passive bittul work. So now going back to that a little bit. And you're also going to see this in the Mishnah later on. Sorry. So I'll say back to the Mishnah. If you find the image of a hand or image of a foal, ultimately again, it's aser. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, why is that? Hashvarim minhu. So we'll say that's broken pieces. In other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. This is what Yochanan asking on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the akum actively broke it or whether the idol broke on its own, an akum doesn't worship an idol like that anymore. Again, also always Rish Lakish's logic. Idol, if you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to you, and therefore again, so what's going on? So as I remember again, is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately from a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that actually is almost a self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, Gemara is not the kasha, only from the back. We'll see more of this later. Mevatel his own Avzara, and ultimately again Yara of his friend. Meaning, any Akum can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, Yisrael, I will say it's actually quite fascinating logic behind this. Novi Kochavim actually does it. Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. I will say, isn't that fascinating? Right? So Ovid Kochavim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. A Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So Tehani Babalas comes from Sharon Allow. But why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, again, according to Shlokish, you, according to that should work. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael dented the Ovid Kochavim. So what's interesting enough what the Gemara suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission, breakage, denting where the entire idol intact doesn't decommission. Verse 1 second. My Atman, Pascha, Batla. But I find that again, if you dent an idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, the Avodah Zarah is bottled. How do you read the Pascha of the Kohanim? Ava Pascha Yisrael Batla. Ultimately, again, you're right. If an akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if he dents the idolatry, that is. The Gemara of Rava says, "Keep pascha Yisrael." Rava says it's a very important Gemara. So Rava says like this: in reality, even when a Yisrael dents the Avodah Zarah, it goes in the Gemara. Rava say denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if he Yisrael dents it, it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal? It's not good. Listen to this. Marcelo Gzera. There's a Gzera. What's the Gzera? So I say, here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is the Yisrael going to do? He negates an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? Avodah Zarah. He lifts, right, getting ready, let's say, shit or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, v'havi avodas kochavim biyad Yisrael, v'chol avodas kochavim biyad Yisrael eina betela li'olam. So I will say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on Nun days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can a Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He could break it. He could bend it. But Chazal said the commissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? We're concerned about that in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By picking it up, Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. And we'll get into all of this in a days. Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires, I don't know why I'm modeling Avodah Zarah here, right? Once he goes ahead and he comes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah cannot be, you can't battle it, you can't deacon it. Therefore, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So therefore, the Gemara says, Akum shehi v'yavonim min amarkalis v'chipa bahen drachim v'tartios. So we'll say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of okay, we'll come back to it. But it says first, Akum shehi v'yavonim min amarkalis. Listen to this. So let's say you have an Akum who brought stones from Markalis, right? What's Markalis? Markalis is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an Akum takes stones from Markalis and what to do? And what does he goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like this pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's the law? Mutaros, the stone mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'maisa, he's actively commissioned them through using them for a mundane use. A Jew takes stones from Markalis and builds it into the road. Ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that. You can't get hana because it's Avodah Zarah. And my Gemara said, but why is that? So why should it be any worse ultimately again than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to you, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. To which the Gemara says, no, hachanami kidrava. The Bible says, just as Rava said before. Rava said essentially, midrab banon, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. This is Rava. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see it never. So listen to this. Sorry. Suppose here you're watching Avodah Zarah and you shave the Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out that, for example, an Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So the Gemara says, Litzarcho. If ultimately the Akum is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shaving because he wants to, I don't know, make a buyer, whatever it is. Litzarcho. Ultimately, again, if he's doing it for himself, then then both the shavings and the tree itself. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akum's own personal use is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay, the Gemara says, however, the tzarcha, if shavings off the tree, let's say he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So tzarcha, he has ultimately, then the shavings and the tree ultimately, the tree is still asur, but ultimately again the shavings will be mutar. The Yisrael takes shavings, right? The Asherah tree, whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again the tree itself and the shavings asks Reish Lakish, why should this be any great? Reish Lakish, according to you, this should be no different than an avok on its own. And when it breaks on its own, Reish Lakish, you said it's decommissioned. So over here in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the U.S. Hachanami Kid Rava. So we'll say once again, we keep on bringing up Rava. What does Rava say? So we'll say again, Rava is of the opinion, essentially, you don't want Jews decommissioning Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be. There's no bittul. Eisei Rav Yossi Omer Shochet V'Zorah L'Ruach Omatiliam. So this is actually our next Mishnah. Our next Mishnah that we're going to see in this Hashem. So Rav Yossi says, or two Mishnahs now, Shochet V'Zorah L'Ruach. If you find Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Matiliam. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. They will say, we're going to see this is talking about Avodah Zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. The Gemara says, Amrulo, no, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So the Gemara says, in the pasuk, really, you can't retain any part of Avoda's own use. The Gemara says, but Amai, again, it was once again, Amai. But once again, according to you, this should be fine. Even if Avodah Zarah breaking and it's decommissioned, in this case of grinding it up should not be a decommissioning. Who cares? Even if it does act as fertilizer, it's not Avodah Zarah fertilizer. So the Gemara says, once again, Abba saying keep leading back to Rava. Ultimately, again, it was concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. Zeisvei, Rabbi Yossi, Ben Yision Omer, Matzav Suras Darkon, Verosha Chat. So, what's the interesting case over here? Let's see you find the image of a dragon. This is our next. So we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. So therefore, Safek Obikocham Chatchol, Yisrael Chatchol, Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did an Akum? It's Mutter. On the other hand, Vaday Chatchol Aser, but it was the one who cut off the head. It's Aser. Mar says, Amai. I don't understand why should this be any different. In other words, it's a such case. So I should be any different than a case ultimately of Avodah Zarah that broke on its own. Rava. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rava. So we'll say, essentially, we should begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved with Avodah Zarah at all. Commissioning on Avodah Zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal will point that even the decommissioned Jew doesn't work. Out of turn that he may pick it up, acquire it, Esvei. But you'll see Omer. So it's an interesting case over here. This halacha is the following case. We're going to see this also. All these are mishnayos that we'll see later on. Halachas in general both sides that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Underneath an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. Right? So therefore, you can't plant in the summertime. However, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So the Gemara says, I don't say why should only leaves be a problem? After all, once again, Rish Lakish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? And according to Rish Lakish, if it falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too, if a leaf of the tree, it should also be bottled. Shouldn't be a problem. Fertilizer, to which the Gemara says, no, shiny awesome. The ikra avodas kochayeres. No, in the case of the leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that avodas identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might as well say, base 40. The Gemara says, shipuyan. What's the shavings? That would like the Asher tree shavings. Where once again, the primary part of the avodah, i.e., the tree is still in existence. In that case, he said with Sarha, he said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. Ultimately, I will say for the simple reason because an avodah zarah, you can't negate an avodah zarah. An avodah zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality. So up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan Shlakish. So now again on both sides. Rabbi Yochanan Shlakish focuses on one simple case. An avodah zarah by itself and great. The avodah zarah, but or not. Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. Rabbi Yochanan. So Reish Lakish asked the kasha on Rabbi Yochanan, if you have a tree, now the tree belongs to that fish, right? The tree belongs to the Mikdash. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds get a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo nanin v'lo mo'alim. You really should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did so, you have not committed lila. Now let's say so again. Rashi says over here, second left from the top, lo nanin midrabanan. So you can't benefit midrabanan v'lo mo'alim. Right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree. Therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not Mi'ilah. Fine. So the Gemara says, what about if the nest is on an Asherah tree? It's the same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yatiz bakana. What can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So let's say something. Yatiz bakana. I'm sorry. Now let's say, okay, so this is very interesting. So again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest. Just climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the Avodah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take down the nest and get out from the nest. Now, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does it say? You get benefit from the nest. Scale the tree, but you can't benefit from the nest. But that nest is made Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right? Even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. V'katani yatis bakana. And yet, the nest is mutter. So here's like says, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, no. What's the case? You go in the IC8s in the Alma, the Kinsabah, not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests. In other words, birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the Hektish case. What happened in the Hektish case? In the Hektish case, what do the Gemara say about the bird's nest? Lo nanin, or about the tree. Lo net, about the nest, sorry. Lo nanin v'lo mo'alin. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did, you did not commit to Mi'ilah. So let's analyze this. So the IC8s in the Alma, we're talking about a case where they built the nest ultimately from materials in the belt. Outside of the Hektish tree, you kind of got the Hektish low nan and the low mo'alin. So then it makes low nan and the Drabanan said, we really don't want you to get benefit. Why not? Because it's attached to a Hektish tree, and we could see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's Midrabanan, and also for the moral in the Daraisa. But there's no Mi'ilah. Why is there no Mi'ilah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the Hektish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mi'ilah. But again, I'm say the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the Hektish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The nest is Hektish. If this Hektish, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, and it's Mi'ilah Midarsa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, suggesting it seems to be clear both cases in the Asherah tree and in the Hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the Hektish tree, to which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, Midi area, so maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, or I should say in the Hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest, Hektish tree, then why is that nest not us midol, right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, what's the case over here? So I'll say this is a fascinating sugya which we'll get to. When you're makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hegdish. What about if that item grows thing afterwards? Subsequent growth to be hegdish. So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then months later, there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches subject to the designation or not? It's a machlokes. That is called growth occurs after the designation. So the Gemara says, we're talking about the bird. So again, I'm makdish the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So and that made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hagdish? It depends. That's a machlokes. So the Gemara says, because sabar ein ila begidulin. And the author of this price or the author of this Mishnah holds that Allah the hagdish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hagdish, and therefore a nest is mutter. Incredible. Rabbi Abo, Rabbi Yochanan, my yakis. Ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Abo says maybe not. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? It doesn't mean the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of ashera, because it's made of a hegdish tree. Either way, it's usher. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not and you can apply that to both cases, to the Ashera case as well as the hektish case. So in both of these, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree or the nest is being made from a Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials are present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going like the opinions that whatever is going to be hektish or avodah zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The beitzim can be kind of stress. Let's listen to this. The Shimon says for the chicks it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately again it's going to be aser. Now why are the eggs aser? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi, the beitzim kan tzrichin ilan tebahen rabbanan ka'al ilan asman. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs and therefore if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be usher. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going over here. But the Gemara is suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is usher. Why is the nest? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from a shera tree or from the hektish tree. The nest is going to be usher. So what does it mean when the Brisa says take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But eggs may be problem. Why? Because ultimately, again, the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs the tree. Therefore, the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore, the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree and a benefit. Ultimately, again, from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The Gemara says the baby comes from Rashi. This is very interesting. That are so young that reliant on their mother have the status of their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha so many problematic. So therefore, it turns out that over here with this case of the nest on top of the asher tree, the hektish tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By whether by What can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why knocking down the nest? So really you can't get back from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself was made from a share tree or from a head tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks, right? Halacha said that is going to be mutter. Right? So get it from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But let's say we'll stop over there for today. But again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So actually, let's say. Yeah, all right, we'll do it tomorrow, because we're already out. Tomorrow, we'll pick up and we'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa milka leishlakish. Like, what are we doing that machlokes? What are we asking like? And then in Yirtzeh Hashem, we'll continue Yirtzeh Hashem. Adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shkoyach, everyone. All right, Chevron, soon have a great day.
And like I said, you have to remember, his career was started. He was Carl his boy. He was broken into that. Rogan was so involved in this shit. Wow. He's trying to just make his career. And they really can't affect it. He does his own podcast. He doesn't really go on their podcast and shit. They don't really. You don't ask them to be they're like completely separate. But they were like, they were probably somebody who get your management.
All right, Shabbos say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, we're dedicating all the Shemit Roshos for this year as a chus for the Soros Tovos and Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, October, Stephen and Wendy Drazen, in honor of their parents Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Adin Roses White, and in memory of Stanley Roses White from the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the entire Tehillah and for the Chayalim and the Sus of the Chayalim and all of those sacrificing for Klal Yisrael. And Maish and Devorah Wordesheim are the only sponsors for today. Creation of the website of Aryeh Leib Ben Yosef. Torah, all of the Neshama Slapping Ali and the families in the Chama, all of the senior Refuah Shtavan together with all Cholei Yisrael. So it's Baruch Hashem, Merz Hashem, bring home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, soldiers to be successful. So with that, let us begin. Baruch Hashem, we have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Mem Beis. Today's daf is Mem Beis. We are picking up in Merz Hashem on Mem Aleph Beis 41b. Safek Mosini Dadai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. About 15 lines up 12 says, remember again, and yesterday we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. What's the difference between those two? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worship. Avodah zarah was definitively worship. Salach Laisa, the Gemara says that if you find pieces of avodah zarah, essentially you still have to, you can't get enough of them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla. An akum, and we're going to discuss this more today's daf. An akum does have the ability to decommission avodah zarah, but it has now again. Then we have machlokes and yochanan and shlokish. Do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that just a little bit. That's our overarching machlokes over here. Rabbi Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. Rabbi Shlokish says even passive decommissioning. Not coming would be if the idol falls over by itself and great. According to Rabbi Yochanan, still an idol. According to Rabbi Shlokish, it has lost its idolatrous import. So let's say, but again, so that's why if you find piece of an avodah zarah, it's still awesome. If you find pieces of slumming of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because there's a spek svega. What's the spek svega? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was decommissioned. So here, jumping back to avodah zarah for just a second. The reason why ultimately, again, by avodah zarah, it doesn't, because halacha l'maisa we say in suffix motzim midiyadai. Ultimately, I guess suffix that maybe it was decommissioned, doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that it was avodah zarah. Now the Gemara questions that principle. Is that true? That a possibility cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing a certainty? What about following on time? You actually saw this. So I'll say Chaver died. Chaver died. And again, we translate, I have to give a special shalom aleichem of our shir from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who was just introduced to through Mel Ram, another member of our shir in Toronto. Baruch Hashem, we have a beautiful fabric, not just in the stationary dish, but Baruch Hashem around the world. So Ian messaged me via Mel. I translated the cover a few days ago as Tam Chacham. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, if you remember again 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates Chaver as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara to the point that he even eats his Chulin B'Tara. He even eats his Chulin B'Tara. So even what we'll call non-sanctified food, he is not good to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Trumas and Maestros. No, that's the definition of a Chaver. So it's interesting. So I'm asked, he said, why do you call it chaver? Right? Chaver means a friend. Means a friend. What's the shot of that? So perhaps the yisod is like this. Chaver is someone who is looking and searching out for extra tara in this world. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does Hashem Baruch Hu demand? Hashem, I want you to make sure that you eat kodesh of tara. You don't have to eat in a state of tara. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. Chaver is someone who thirsts for tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsting for purity, such a person wants to bring purity into areas of his life even he's not obligated to do so. Such a person is a friend of the Ribono Shalom. That's a friend. Hajj Baruch Hu says, someone who wants me in their life so badly that is willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity. Dafkan Tara that he does do. That's a chaver. That's a friend of the Ribono Shalom. Perhaps even to a certain degree, a higher level than the Talmud Chacham, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. But someone who puts upon himself additional stringencies because he wants Tara, Dafka Tara, he wants purity. That's a friend of the Ribono Shalom. So the Gemara says, Chaver so Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, and after you guys they discovered that he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? Well, the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tithed. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them that day, there's a chazaka, ultimately again, that they are properly tithed. The Gemara says, one second. Let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a vadai. What's the vadai? The certainty. The certainty was they were tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's untithed produce. Well, so why is that a vadai? Because everything starts out as untithed produce. So you have a vadai that it was untithed. Safek, maybe the chaver tithed it, maybe he didn't tithe it. And what do you see from here? And what do you see from Safek? A Safek, the possibility that he tithed it, goes ahead and overrides the vadai that it was tevel. So you see Safek Mosini, to which the Gemara says, Hasam vadai. That's true, that's vadai. That's a vadai and vadai case. What's the asking? The Gemara says, it said that it was tevel. Vadai, that was certainly it was tevel. And also vadai, that's what? That he tithed it. The Gemara says, that's the chazaka. So again, interesting enough, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand this, right? What does that mean to get to that level? where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave unpossession. From the moment it comes into his possession, it's tied. And therefore there's no suffix in Vadai, there's only Vadai and Vadai. Incredible. Levi saying another passage is, Gemara says, Sik the suffix. Interesting enough, really it's a suffix and a suffix. How so? What does that mean? Afshar the Abad ki Raboshia. It's possible that the chaver conducted himself like Raboshia. What's the other Raboshia? The Amar, Ma'adim Adam Atru also. ומכניס במות שלו כדי שתיבן את האוכל הסותרו מן המעשר. So it's an interesting case. It's technically speaking a meiser loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without getting into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, that's called riyas kanei abayis, right? It has to come into the home, through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window, through the door, technically it's meiser. Technically it's meiser. Now again, there are limitations on also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something no. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that it's a suffix if the chaver tied it or not, it's also a suffix if the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Maestros. Why? Because it's possible that literally again he used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, one second, there ain't something most thing divided. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was ein safek motzei midei vadai. Right? That ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So you say, really, is that true? So the Gemara says, but can you learn? I'm not even done. My sebishif chasal shel masik apam membes. My sebishif chasal shel masik apam berimo. Very interesting case. Where there was once a story of a maidservant. And let's say now again we're going to. This is a Jewish woman, who worked for a matzik. What's a matzik? Rashi says over here, Gavra alama b'Yisrael. A very powerful guy. She worked for a matzik in the city of what happened. She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a nefel. But interesting, the halacha is, this has also evolved a little bit. They would put a nefel in just, in other words, in a non-restricted. In general, most of the halacha is you have to bury a nefel, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but we have to bury it in a marked grave. We do not do that. You have to bury it in the grave, but we not bury it in a marked grave for a variety of reasons. Also, just from a mental health, it is unhealthy. The Chazal is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attack that never was. Obviously, again, grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, did not want it to be an ongoing loss. So what happened? So she miscarried. She put the miscarriage in a pit. But Cohen hit it. A Cohen came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the Kohen peer over the pit? So he was going to have to pass it for her. Remember, when a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be tumas lega. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of tumas lega depends on what? Boy or girl. So the Kohen peers over the pit in order to see, was the nefel, I guess it was developed enough, to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. What's the problem here? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Tumas ohel. Remember again, tumas ohel bosai could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath this. die. But I lean over the corpse, I am the Ohel. So here the Kohen leaned over the pit to see is it a boy or girl. And what happened? This episode came from the and they retire him. They retire him. Why would they retire the Kohen? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. They must have Suffolk Garu, Suffolk Loru, the Kasi Suffolk Umos Midivade. So look at this case over here. Here's a case of Vadai. What's the Vadai? The woman had a miscarriage and she placed baby in the pit. What's the Suffolk? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the Suffolk trumps the Vadai. Right, the Suffolk changes the reality even in the face of the Vadai to the point that again they pass in the Kohen is not Tameh. The Kohen is not Tameh. So you see from here that Suffolk can go ahead and trump a Vadai. To which the Gemara says, no. Lo tineti yitila labar, nefa labar ela ema, yitila kimin and labar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is the Kohen sees the Shifka throwing something that looked like a nefel. In other words, it's not a vadai that she miscarried and placed the nefel in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a nefel being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. But that's not what it says. But the Gemara said that he got appeared in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, Hachi comes to say, Leida, Gemara says, Leida, in so first of all, to the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? And both say, look at it. This means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So first of all, looking over the part, was it an aphel or not? An aphel, and if it was an aphel, then an aphel atila laid in zachra in the keva to see if it was a girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of vadai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? What was it? And then again, combat with the Suffolk ultimate again that maybe the animal took it away. You might say the other possibility is the other possibility is no. Once you have a place we know that there's a hold and a bargalis, that there's these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay, so we're going to say, so where is the kasha? So again, so just we'll pause over here for just a second. So just to understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of ein safek motzi midei vadai ultimately again holds that in halacha we accept this principle. Ein safek motzi midei vadai. That if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a safek and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the safek piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I must say again, just emptying ourselves a little bit. That's why. How do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find the piece. Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's asraban because I have a vadai that this was avodah zarah. Safek, maybe the akum actively decommissioned it, and therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the safek that maybe the akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the vadai that it was definitely avodah zarah. And I both say point out how powerful this sod is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in safek midei vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, over the millennia, we have faced so many svekos. Right? Will we survive? Is this an existential threat all of this. Say it was so interesting. It was so interesting that those of us who was up at the beer on Shabbos talking about Usher Weiss, he said so many beautiful things. But one of the things I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, feeling an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. Right? It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously, Rav Asher Weiss says it, and he's an Eretz Yisrael Jew. It takes on a totally different thing. And over the centuries, there's been many speakers. Right? We faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. It was a suffix. So what holds us over? What holds us over? In suffix, Motsimide Vadai. What's the Vadai? Says Am Yisrael is an Am HaNetzchi. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In suffix Motsimide Vadai. Suffix, whether that suffix is the Iranians, the Romans, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas, it doesn't fake is. There are so many stakers that have presented themselves. Shabachol dar vadar, another suffix, omdim al inu lechalosin, another suffix always arises. All right? That's the shirt. A suffix motzim midei vadai. No suffix could undermine the vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately, again, the source of our optimism. That's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible both halachically as well as hashkafically. So now the Gemara goes back. Okay, so it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this machlokes you have to Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. So here's what I know, and again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can deconstruct Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an akum can be mevatel his Avodah Zarah. The shaila is, how does he do it? Rabbi Yochanan says it must be what we call active bittul, and Lakish says even passive bittul works. So now going back to that a little bit. Listen to this. And we'll see this in the Mishnah later on as well. Sorry, did I skip? Sorry, thank you. So we'll see back to the Mishnah. If you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, ultimately again, sir, it's also. So the Gemara says, Mitei Shekiyot and Nevad. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a kind of people that people worship. Right? Why is that? Hashvarim Minhu. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once this is a kasha on Reish Lakish. You open and asking on Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish, according to you, it should be totally mutter. Because according to Reish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the akum actively broke it or whether the idol on its own, an akum doesn't worship idol like that anymore. Again, also always Reish Lakish's logic. Idol, if you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me, and therefore, again, so what's going on? Right? The Gemara says, "No, Shmuel, so as I remember, what we said yesterday. What is the case of the hand and the foot? Is the case ultimately, or it's on a pedestal? When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like not self-sufficient. This is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry." Okay, Gemara is not the kasha. It's very interesting. We'll see more of this later. And came back to tell his own avodah zarah and ultimately avodah zarah of his friend. Meaning, any akum ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael ain't no I will say it's actually quite fascinating logic behind this. Innovet Kohavim, actually, excuse me, a Yisrael does not have the ability to gate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right? So an Ovid Kochavim can negate any form of idolatry. A Yisrael has no power of negation of idolatry. Fascinating. So I'll say, to have Babalas comes from Shalom allow. But why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, again, according to Shlakish, according to that should work. Rabbi, what's the case over here? The case over here is where these dented the Obed Kochavim. So what's interesting, we're suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact does a mission. Listen, 1 second. But that's not true. We learned dented idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present. Ultimately, again, we have all the Zara's bottle. Israel lo batla. Again, that's true. You're right. If Akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if Yisrael dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. As the Olam, Kipas Yisrael Nalibata. Both says it's a very important Gemara. So this is like this. In reality, even when a Yisrael dents the Avodah Zarah, it goes and negates. In other words, I will say, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if the Yisrael dents it, it's okay. It's just, why did Chazal say that it's not good? Listen to this. What's the Gzera? What's the Gzera? So I say, here's the issue. A Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he dents it, it all. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, by getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts the site, that's an act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbahs. Once he becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, Avodah Kochavim biyad Yisrael, Avodah Kochavim biyad Yisrael eina betela li'olam. So I say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on the days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any avodah zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can a Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission avodah zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He could break it. He could dent it. But Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew did not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. And I will say avodah zarah is considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah zarah said he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires, I don't know why I'm modeling avodah zarah here, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, because the zarah of the yid. Avodah zarah of the yid ultimately cannot be. You can't be mabalot. You can't decommission. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in relation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of avodah zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not incredible. So therefore, the Gemara says, vitartios. So we'll say, just by the way, this whole idea. Akum, listen to this. Akum, who comes from Marcellus, right? What's Marcellus? Marcellus is an avodah zarah that essentially the avodah zarah was a stone formation. Akum takes stones from Marcellus, and what does he do? The keep up in vitartios mutaros. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane, uses them as pavers. And he uses them to make it. So what's the halacha? The stones are altered. Why are the stones more? Because again, halacha l'maisa, he's actively decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Mart and builds it to the road, ultimately it's not decommissioned. You can't get hana because it's avodah zarah. So why do we say? So again, it's Rabbi Yochanan asking Rish Lakish, why does this be any worse than avodah zarah that broke on its own? According to Rish Lakish, avodah zarah broke on its own ultimately is mission. To which the Gemara says, no, hachanan Rava. The Gemara says, just as Rava said before. Rava said it midrab. A Jew can't decommission avodah. Why not? Because once again, we're concerned. This is Rava. We have this concern. Then the process of decommission is going to lift it up. If he lift it up, he acquires it. Avodah zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have avodah zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be commissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if never actually means never. So let's start. So here, watch this. You have an avodah zarah and you shave the avodah zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out that, for example, an Asherah tree, right? And what do I go and I take shavings of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of shavings? So the Gemara says, let's so if ultimately the Akum is doing it for himself, right? He's taking make a bonfire, whatever it is. Let's start ultimately again if he's doing it for himself. Both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of shavings off the avodah zarah for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the avodah zarah. Okay. The Gemara says, however, let's start if he's taking shavings off the tree, let's say he's pruning the tree, right? That's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, then hiasura, the tree is still asur, the shipuya mutar, but ultimately the shavings will be mutar. The straw shifa avalas kochav. But if Yisrael takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asheri, whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again the avodah zarah, the tree itself, and the shavings remain mutter. So once again, Rabbi Yochanan asks Rish Lakish, why should this be any different, right? According to you, this should be no different than an avodah zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, Rish you said it's decommissioned. So to what we are in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the Gemara Sami Kid Rava. So we'll say once again we keep our Rava. What is Rava? Once again, Rava is of the opinion. Essentially, we don't want decommissioning avodah zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, halacha acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be. There's no bittul. Rabbi Yossi Omer shochet v'zor l'ruach or matiliam. So this is actually our next Mishnah. Our next Mishnah that we're going to see in Yetz Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or say two Mishnahs from now, shochet v'zor l'ruach. Kind of avodah zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, matiliam, or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. So we're going to see this is talking about if you find avodah zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. Gemara says, Amulo, Achina says, no, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So Gemara says, Exit, well, you got biyot chamuma, minachere. The pasuk says, really, you can't retain any part of avodah zarah for your use. But I might give us one thing of the open asking like Shlokish. I might have the Kabbalah become Shnishtabra Me'eleha. But once again, why? Which is pretty fun because Shlokish, even if a Avodah breaks on its own, ultimately again it's decommissioned. So in this case of grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as a fertilizer? It's not a Avodah fertilizer. So much is talking now to the Rabbah. Once again, I will say keep eating back to Rabbah. Ultimately, again, it was concerned that if a Jew has been decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. They say, Rabbi Yossi ben Zion Omer, Matsuras Darko, the Rosh Hachatoch. It's an interesting case here. Let's see if you find the image of a dragon. This is our next Mishnah. So we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon. The head is cut off. It's cut off. So therefore, Safek Obikocham Chatcho, Safek Chatcho, Mutter, sir, did a Jew decapitate the dragon? Akum, it's Mutter. It's Mutter. On the other hand, Vada Yisrael Chatcho, Aser. But if Yisrael was the one who cut off the head, it's Aser. Gemara says, I understand why should this be any different? The suffix is. So I should be different than a case ultimately a Avodah that broke on its own. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about because it's almost like essentially we begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved with Avodah at all, even with the conditioning of Avodah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal were machmir to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jews doesn't work. Out of concern, they pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Rabbi Yossi Omer, after Lo Yirakos B'Masai Yishidnei Shanavia No Sheres Bahen. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha makes is the following case. We're going to see this also, all these other Mishnahs that we'll see later on. Halacha is a general side that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an Asherah tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the Asherah tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. Right? So therefore, in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath a tree during the rainy season. Why not? Because what could happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So the says, I'm not about to why should falling leaves be a problem? After all, once again, Rishwakish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. Right? According to Rishwakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottle. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottle. Shouldn't be a problem for which the says, no, shiny Hassan, the Ikra Avodas Kochav Kayemes. No, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that Avodah identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must say, Amid Beis 42b. The Gemara says, what about the case of shavings? That will write the Asherah shavings. Where one says the primary part of the Avodah, i.e., the tree is still. Yeah, in that case of both sides, we said with Sarachal, he has Surah the Shikiyah. That even in a case, ultimately again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. The Shia Amar, the Fishain Avodas Kandekela, Derech Givelasa. Ultimately, I will say because an Avodah you can't make, or an Avodah cannot be negated when it's functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is raw trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. You know what it says? Okay, so one second. So up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. Again, on both sides. Machlokes Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. And the Zara falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zara bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Reish Lakish asked the kasha on Yochanan. Here we go. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Hektish, right? The tree belongs to Beis Hamikdash. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo nanin v'lo mo'alim. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed milah. Now we'll say so again. Rashi says over here, second line from the top, lo nanin, plus midrabanan. So you can't get benefit, midrabanan, v'lo mo'alim. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, not to milah. Fine. So let's analyze. What about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? So same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to benefit from the bird's nest. So what I do? Yatiz bakan. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So it's the Gemara says, "Yativ bakana." I'm sorry. Yativ bakana. Kasar adaitcha. Now, here's what's interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't in both cases. I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the Avodah Zarah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back from the nest. Now, Gemara says, let's say, now, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood, from twigs, from the Asherah tree. Right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, it's right on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The katani yatis bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So here's like just, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says no. What's the case? The IC8s in the Alma, the kins. Not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. Dekanami Diktani. Gabi Hektish. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the Hektish case. What happened in the Hektish case? In the Hektish case, what do the Gemara say about the birds or about the bird's nest? Lo nanin, or about the tree. About the nest. Sorry. Lo nanin v'lo mo'alin. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did, you did not commit milah. So let's analyze this. The IC8s in the Alma. Say if we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials, in the belt, right outside of the hektish tree, then so then it makes sense. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hektish tree. You can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree, but it's midrabanan, and also the Ramah and midoraisa, but there's no meila. Why is there no meila? Why is there no meila? Because since the materials for the nest came not this tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to the ilah. But again, about say the bird is building the nest from the tree. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hektish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest is hektish. If it's hektish, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, midoraisa, and it's mi'ila midoraisa, to which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that halacha l'mais we're dealing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hektish tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, midi area. Oh, so we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the hektish case, that bird is making its nest from the actual hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hektish tree, then why that nest not the midoraisa? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? So I'll say this is a fascinating sugya which we'll get to. When you're makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hegdish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hegdish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation? That is a machlokes. That is called gidulin haboin la'achar. Growth which occurs after the designation. So the Gemara we're talking about over here is the bird. Again, I was makdish the tree, and then again 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took from the new growths. So new growth, and therefore again is the nest dish. It depends. That's a focus. The Gemara says because savar ein meila b'gidulin, and the author of this price or the author of this Mishnah holds that Allah Chamaisa, the hektish designation owns upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation, but anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore again the nest is mutter. Incredible. Rabbi Abo, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, mayat is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Abo says maybe not. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit? The nest, ba'afrochin. It doesn't the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of Asherah or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's usher. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Asherah case as well as to the hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially if we're setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree, is being made from the Asherah tree, and again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going like the ever grows the tree is going to be hektish kabbalah zara. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The beitzin can be kind of stress. Supposed to listen to this. I shouldn't have said it. It says for the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. Now, say, now, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah. In Rashi, the Bates and convict on Usher, Shetzrichen Elon, the Gazer behind Rabban Ka'abivan Aslan. So what's actually quite fascinating. Eggs are Usher. Why are eggs Usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha is considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asra. So isn't this fascinating? It's quite there's a lot of variables going on over here. But the Gemara is suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is. Why is the nest asur? Because it's a case where the nest was made from the tree or from the hektish tree. The nest is going to be asur. Nest asur. So what does it mean when the Bible says take a stick the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs, since the eggs need the nest, the tree, therefore the eggs will be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be lineage of the tree itself. So you can get ultimately identified from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The Gemara says, "Bebates and Tam comes from Ravashi that Shetzricham le'iman debates and double." Interesting. Chicks, young, that they are reliant on their mother of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent. The nest is reliant on the tree. So many problematic. So therefore, it turns out that over here with this case of the nest, on top of the asher tree, the hektish tree, obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? But later by nest, because there's a concern that the nest is made from the asher tree or from the hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? It's going to be mutter. Right? Maybe better, right? So, you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. We'll stop over here for today, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So actually, we'll say. Yeah, tomorrow, we'll pick up. We'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa milchan and shlakish. Like, what do we do in that machlokes? What do we paskin like? And then Hashem will continue. Hashem adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shtayak, everyone. All right, Chevron Zoom. Have a great day. The cover by Yisrael Dog, Shati Dami, ultimately, I said, it's kosher. Please must speak up. But that's not, that. You see that the forms of the factor asset cooking, but the intention was not the cook. The intention was for something else. And the laws of the option do not apply. So from here, this was the I got a fire spot. Now to do love one. You got to do one of some having. And my father, you get one of some having. So the other stuff that we have to do in order long piece of wood. So putting it in the dry out. That's called what? This is called cooking. That's called dishes. The connection is not for people. Connection is for drying out. Drying out one of our years. And you try to not for people. Ultimately, then you start to go out and do it. I'm going to do this. You have to look at now. Are exceptionally important. First of all, again, of course, we're working on the legislature. It's starting to understand their points on the also, it's not more than the person has hope to help, right? And that helps out with some of the cooking. This is one constant very much of what is up to the deal with private rights. So if you would like to private rights, then that's private rights. If you otherwise, you don't need to private rights.
So it seems to me you have like electronic conditioner on the stove, so the customers they don't have that. So we'll say, so this is just a very, very, very important. These are very important conscious side. Because people don't realize that sometimes what's happening inside my kitchen is really problematic. And you know that what means that here turns out that you have tissue happening in your kitchen. That is happening in your kitchen. He would have to be touched. I mean, if you know that ultimately again that it has something non-kosher, then cook the utensils as well. So we're going to get into some of these halachos which actually occur somewhat often. Let's listen to this. Niyat Yisrael let's listen to this. A Jew on coals. Good, put me on coals. Uba'o become a halachbal. And what happens was that the Nazi comes along and what? He turns it over. I put the steak on the grill, and my non-Jewish friend comes along and turns it over. So let's not this. And look at, even though the non-Jew participates in the cooking process, it's mutter. Why? So you must maybe know what's the case. Even while you don't have a bashio, so if you want to say, well, even if the non-Jew didn't turn it over, then watching it cook anyway, then it's shita. Then that's obvious. Then that is obvious. Right? Allah, you don't have a bashio. Rather, it must be like I said. That if the steak wasn't turned over, then what? It wouldn't have cooked. And it's only because the happened to along in turn over and cook. But if that's the case, my mutter, you should only cook. Listen, if non-Jew did something without his action, I don't know. And why should I then be committed? At the end of the day, that's the shalom. You might say, do you know how to have a mushroom? The hashtag, how he keeps it ready. I didn't just put that intervention as well. But let's say it would have taken 2 hours to cook. Now that he knows the bean is going to take, he learns this, even though he expedited, he found out the cooking process, nevertheless, the food is still ready. So now he's saying, well, what would I try? So you think he shouldn't know? I might have thought that the act of listening the cooking process, even of cooking itself, and therefore should be usher, Kamash more than it is not. Kamash more than also that even if you can't tell us, this is the cooking process. As long as the cooking process is taken out him, it's not the shock. Oh, hold on. Nothing. Words are getting good. I know. Hold on. So again, what you're going to see, we'll say is that we're taking this step by step. So step number 1 is the act of an act of hastening the cooking process is not Mishra. Okay, what we're doing is now we're working from the specific meaning to the more global. Kosher to Michael Benjamin saying one second, but we learned that once we get to Michael Benjamin's son, once we recognize Michael Benjamin's son, where we recognize him from, right? Hopefully you should never recognize Benjamin's son. He was not a plastic individual kind of piece of rubbish. He was a rabbi, he was a king. So remember again, we learned this by local shadows. So Michael Benjamin was like these 3 days once for the cook. My focus on posting. If Michael Benjamin saying 1/3 cook or food that has to cook for 1/3 of its cooking time, those cookies are not necessarily the same. So okay, let me do that aside. But we learned once we get to the threshold of Michael Benjamin's son, which is considered to be the most basic, like edibility. Once you get to the threshold of edibility, right, then ultimately again, then it's considered the halacha of the. So we know that once we get to the threshold of Michael Benjamin's son, so you hot, this is why it's hot. You look at Michael Benjamin's son. If it doesn't, if it hasn't reached level of insight, then what? Then the light is subject to the laws of the shlako, to which the Gemara says, right, but Hassam, going to oscillate the so soft, chocolate open coconut, but oscillate the tender. So it's this. That used to be able to say this hard. If the tumor to go ahead and put the Michael Benjamin side, take it off, put it in a basket. We'll say, then at that point in time, his actual cooking comes to an end. The option would then take over after that. That's what we call it. Because that's considered to be the act of cooking. Now, we have to further clarify this. Time number of the most is like Here we go. Usually come to integrate more contemporary elements. And yeah, so Basar Gabi, if the Jew traces, another kind of once food gets the man's son, so by definition it's not subject to tradition. So that's qualification number two. Qualification number two. China, Maniach Yisrael Basar Gabi Kohalim, the Jew could put a piece of meat on the coals, and the non-Jew can then go ahead and turn it over. Oh, which means the non-Jew can then go ahead and watch it and be about it. Actually, Israel based on Knesses, only based on the inner culture. So listen to this. What's the case over here? I, the Jew, put my steak on the grill, and then I go out. What's the Gemara's example? Going to the shul or to the next day. Like, what is it? I got to the next. While I'm gone, so the Gentile goes ahead and watches over my food. So whatever he's doing, if he's seasoning it, and the Gemara says, not a problem. Not a problem. Similarly, a woman to put up a pot of food on top of it. The Gentile member, I'm using it as an example. You saw the Gentile woman can now come in and what? Stir the food. Right? She open the pot, stir the food. Until the woman comes back from the bathhouse or from the shul, and she need not be concerned. The most like, what does this sound like over here? What it sounds like over here is not qualification. What it sounds like is, as long as you do what? And you start and instead of it and finishing it up, that's fine. As long as you started the process. Not the rest of the way. What about the flip case? So what about this case? What happens if the Gentile put the meat on the grill? That is, leaving aside non-Jewish handling of meat. That's leaving aside that, let's assume that's not a problem. Right? So we'll say, we're not using whatever you want. Let's say the non-Jew started the process. The non-Jew just took my steak and he put it on my grill. And what happens? I'm the one now who comes in afterwards and I flip it and I season it. See, he initiated the cooking process. I stepped in and finished it up. Okay, so the lesson is the following. So Mahu, Amar of Nachum by Yisrael. So let's listen to this. So Nachum by Yisrael says as follows. He says Kavakoma. He makes a Kavakoma. So what's the Kavakoma? Gamru Biyad Ovid Kokavi Mutter. So listen to this. Actually, if an Ovid Kokavi finishing off the process is what? Remember again, piece number one. Piece number one is the sauce started and the actual finished. If the Gemara suggests what we do, if that case is okay, with the oven finished, then Gamru Biyad Yisrael. So listen, it's actually very interesting. See, the Gemara makes this that what is Russian type of involved in it? So the Gemara makes the completion. It's he who completes was considered to have the king's role in the food preparation. So the Gemara says as follows. The first case is ready with the akum finished up. So the Gemara is going to say that if the akum finishing up is okay, then now akum has become a what? Yisrael, the upturning and the Yisrael finishing up is certainly amazing. By the way, thing to see. What do you see about? Any about it. So you're beginning to see that it's certainly going to be the definition of any. Right? Because any I come by the akum the other day, I dab a little dash. I put on a dash of something. Right? I put in a dash of salt. So what's that? Is that it? So obviously what we're beginning to see is I need just to lay it involvement to shine the just what is the scope of that about it. So somehow we that whether I start the akum finishes, that's fine, or akum starts I finish, that's fine as well. It's like this is very exciting, very exciting. So listen, so the Gemara says, Itmar now, here we go. Let's see, here it's articulated. Whether the non-Jew put the meat on the fire and the Jew turned it over, or or the Jew put it on and the Ovid turned it over, mutter, the Eino Asra will say, when is it Bishwa Akum? Eino Asra actually take Rasso, Gomo, Yad, Ovid. Most of the only time it's Bishwa Akum is when what? When there is no Jewish involvement in the process. If the Akum does everything from beginning to end, then ultimately what that's what it's talking about. I will say, I just want to point out something very interesting, which is up until now, it assumes that involvement does require what? With the food. One thing we haven't spoken about is what? What happens is now about with the food like what? Lights the fire, lights the food. So that's going to be our next discussion. So so far we see is very exciting, as long as the Jew is involved somehow in the actual cooking process, beginning and or middle, as long as there's some level of Jewish involvement, there is no issue with the shop. Here we go. I'm going to read that. Hilchasa. The halacha is, I live the shakal of the Kohanim Ba'afar Yisrael. The Moshe, watch this. If you have bread, now the shakar over the Rashi says is sikano. Listen, if there is bread, then I the Jew, had and made the bread, but what? You could fire up the stove, or shakar Yisrael over the Kohanim, or I the Jew fired up the stove, and the other Kohanim made the bread. Shakar over the Kohanim, the upper over the Kohanim. Or if the non-Jew the bread, but us say he's chata b'chifui, and Jew came along and what that was, right? Stoke the coals a little bit, right? Stoke the logs of wood, shot your gummy. Wow. So now what do you see? You not just begin to see any involvement. I have to be involved in the cooking process somehow, but even if I'm not directly involved in food preparation, but instead I'm involved in some type of manipulation of the ingredients, which is necessary for cooking. Suddenly, again, I will say that becomes Israel Israel, that becomes Jewish cooking, and no longer Israel Israel. Whether I'm involved ultimately again in the cooking process. So therefore, again, the person. So going back to our contemporary, housekeeper situation. So let's say somebody does have someone non-Jewish who does some. So again, I don't have to stand there and watch this thing, but from my side, you have to turn on the flame. And again, once I turn on the flame, and again, the interesting part is that one thing could be what she's doing. Again, I don't have to turn on the flame separately. So I don't know the burner on the whole thing, but when I say again that one manipulation of things is all of those Gentile activities. So you got it. What's it really about? What else? We're back to salty fish. She says that we are back Maria. Shamocha Omiko Mother. Who also Nacha below this sham. The key is this fish is so like Omiko Mother. And essentially comes, we can eat it without fish. You can see what's really about. It's salt, no cooking. Good. So also you pick up some bacalao. This one's perfect bacalao. Any kind of good. So the idea of it is that the nice this dish is not cooked, but yet so it wasn't good. So again, so it's cured. It's ultimately again, but not cooked. So it says the status ultimately again of this fish. It says in the Maradagma we have this dish. So this dish says that it is the Yochanan also. Yochanan says that. This Syria was one that roasted egg. Why is it roasted egg? And it's a moment. Kappa says it's water. But Yochanan says such a most catching very interesting. Why would Bar Kappa say that roasted egg is water? It's not. What's catching very interesting? It's the first of the short line in Rashi. Bar Kappa started. Maria also today to those double Obiko because the Obiko comes never really to itself. Why does that not to itself? Because it's inside itself. So my pastor says, because there is a lack of get involved with having somebody show. Therefore, again, the roasted egg is not something incredible halacha. First, incredible focus. So again, in Tag Malach, Iskya says mutter, Rabbi Yochanan says usher, pizza, suya, roasted egg, by Kappa says mutter, Rabbi Yochanan says it's usher. We also have to mean how much. Echad Tag Malach, the Echad is suya. So roasted comes on with me, and the Trini put this together. Trini said, whether the salted fish or the roasted egg, this year by Kappa Sharu, this year by Kappa both said it's mutter, that Rabbi Yochanan usher. And Rabbi Yochanan says that it's usher. The Shia Pargal, it's one of the biggest issues. The Shia Pargal, one time at the house of the is the result is the head of that money. Amulay, remember the Isha said to Rabbi Beitzat Tzuluya Mat. What's the halacha of Beitzat Tzuluya? So Amulay, so this is the Shia family. This is about Kappa Sharu, Rabbi Yochanan also. So the fear is found because this Kabbalah says that a basic human and roasted by an apple is going to be better. And Rabbi Yochanan says that it's also the individual shalacha b'makom shtayim. I will say this is a simple of what? Two against one. Two say that it's better. One says that it's better. Therefore, what the two said? He said that the roasted egg by the apple is better. So Amaru Rab Shvik, so Rab Shvik was there. Those substitutes don't listen to what the king just said. We are just not going to touch Amra. By your own sacrifice, you can do it. So I don't know if it's about the last one. The Yoga was the one thing that egg roasted by an apple. Ultimately, again, is going to people of the house of Israel do not like the fact that God just asked them to the vinegar was some type of vinegar and salt. The poison rather than also, he's going to point out historically that the members of the house of the rich Rabusa, so we very often corruptly considered, were at times corruptly. People ultimately then receive power and abuse that power in multiple measures. We see many times tensions between the Rabbanim, and not just the Musa himself, but the members of the household of the Musa. So literally, again, it is not like the fact that God created wasn't, out of all things, just but apparently, yeah, there are some people that don't like to be told no. It's a general issue. And there's a difference between the poison thing and not something about it. 10 Rabbanim, that's what he goes about it. So, inside 10 Rabbanim, Hakafis, so now we're going to start speaking of some specific Kafis. I was saying Kafis, shells in the house. Think about it. So when you're getting the second drops, you spend a lot of time regarding the slot, right? The slot and stuff. So all of these spoke about so the husks of capillaries, the capitos, was able to actually curse. So these are they're called closure hands, these are raw. These are raw. The husks of the capillaries, capitos are roots. The hamatria was a seed of matria is hachamin, water, hot water, clayos, and salt, it was a clayos are roasted kernels of grain. Clayos, nami shimon mishkani. These are not to be changed. Always has to be raw. So these are still if you get any of these items from the Gentile, or what which are, I will say they are all pizza, sula. What about a sula? I will say roast. And I will be also shemet. I will say, what about the house? That's what you're going to get. Nimnu Allah with you. So what's the shemet? Gentile was originally also. That the Yudah and the Jews did reverse what you do and said that it is text in the Gemara says, Tanya. So he hamatiyah, he pashaliyah, he shiyasa. So matiyah is the same thing as pashaliyah, which is the same thing as shiyasa. Fantastic. So nice shiyasa. Amra barakana, amra yochanan. How are Restream enough with I would go to this? You see, the Gemara says, the Yochanan says it's amazing. In 40 years since this episode, Rabbi Rachana Amar she's interested in nothing called this. And Rabbi Rachana said, no, it's 60, but he said, it's been 60 years since this episode that happened to me. So it's like, they're going to explain what Machia is by coming to pregnant. So what I'm trying to say, and the real kind of said it's been 40 years. Now I'm trying to say it's been 60 years. You must be finding the people. They're not married, family, and married. That's what teaches is ultimately, again, from his own life. So the Gemara says that's fathers. The Gemara says his own reckoning of the year, his number of years since down there around the so the Gemara says that's father. What happened? Israel is cast out. So they brought. That's she says it here. No, sorry. My seed is from the purpose. They brought a seed. Also, Israel is a seed. Purpose is press. In Israel is not and flax seeds. In Israel, this shepherd so fenugreek seeds. The two who had done soaked all of this together in one. The sharper place, I didn't mix all of these seeds together into leather. In my seed, that's the body of the barrel, one big barrels, really in my yard. They went ahead and they soaked it in water. People who carried the stuff, they put the clay inside the barrel. And what happened? The island in the big fun. And these people then went up to the beach, they went to the bathhouse. We have some that are pretty in the bathhouse. I did not do in the love of the people after the night. By the time they got out of the bathhouse, so they said what happens? Shoots had already grown. Right? Shoots, the saplings, that's not the wrong word. Shoots had already grown from this plant. Welcome it out. People get out of the bathhouse and from it, they put it from the top of their head until their toes. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to let you figure it out. Listen, I'm actually saying it, not really. This is just a tall cat. This is actually it's impossible to plant it. Then I went into the backpack and I kind of got out once. This is already plugged. Impossible. But I'm really pin this this happened, but it happened supposed to be a few weeks ago. Then I put a close spot, so only go on it. The book move coming and you already go, but us, you know, kind of what's the sponge actually says it's so much shot tomorrow. Shasuma and Sheikh have a hold of us. So it's like this is the left of the thing. The left of the thing. And ultimately, again, so we go and wrap it up in water. The status, of course, becomes what's the status of the kids? So the Gemara says, if it was eating with oil in a large vat, then it's awesome. In a small vat is what it wasn't the assumption is, right? It's a large vat with passion, some type of thing. What's the definition of small vat? Small one. I'm like, man, I coach you drawer. It's so small, it's super important. Yuma, I do as well. Forcing the baby to get the burden of cutting out the pieces, the burden but my the burden of cutting out the pieces. Ella Kosher and Rosh for the door. There was a definition of a small bag. Any pot that is so small that the head of the seaport drawer would not fit. It's like the head is like 200 squares. Any pot that's so small that you open, put it in the head of the seaport drawer is a small pot. You open, don't have to assume that it's used for substitute, and therefore what? You open the 100 kilos. Therefore, you don't have to assume that they're only doing obstructions. I long time ago, after certain number, after certain kind of people, or I said that we learned that when you put a large part of a small part of the Tasha, how can man go else come and come? Also, how can man go else come and come? What's my focus over here? What is the status? What is the status of your church? The thing is that the church is not having a positive impact. Therefore, because we have a positive impact, ultimately, it's going to be a church consequential. Whereas the other is that some churches don't have a positive impact. The fact that there are churches there was still great. I'm not sure. I use the alcohol. The teacher also this is boiled oil. It's boiled oil of an Arabic, of a Gentile, of an apple. Ultimately, again, it's going to us. Why is that? The mind just got to understand oil was a returning point. But what? Like a substance, but maybe by the case of or it's just to say that the oil of the Arabian is us. Because that's the my name, the issue. Initially, that's what, that's what. Why would it? That's not what you have. Why? Because, sorry, because also that ultimately will ruin the world. Initially, should be optimal. Because of the level, where how come out through time? Also, this oil can actually be wrong. Which by definition means that doesn't mean good. It doesn't mean good. It's not supposed to be level. Initially, you really optimal other. If you want to say maybe you can account on all these other things, other things, and therefore there's a limited obstruction. No se cambiamos mucho, ultimately there was no se cambiamos. Those will have a negative impact, and therefore you're supposed to primary reaction. Tiny and eating shut. Brothers and these are alive. These hooked gates of the Gentile, what's their status? My holy rope to by the power in my service, so what's a secret it's clear that it will be committed. So why is that? Rashi says over here, because it's wrong. Since it's wrong, you don't need to be called to therefore by definition you're wrong. The reason though to by the point about that, if they're there, it's simply us, right? Because it can't be wrong, it can only be and therefore this is what the comes. So what happens if the middle of the road breaks? Not bitter. So what's that? I'm a little. My toilet, you're ready us. Why did it have to be titled? Ultimately, already told us that it's us. Who is already? Money. Because maybe it was a lot of those saying this type of food I can point to. It's sisa. So what about sisa? So what is sisa? So look at that. Time to us if we cannot shop trials. So you should also become a Hadassah, or if you diagnosing shall come so you should see some of the which is made from flour. Either is made from flour of mud, or it's made from lentil flour. Also, the idea is because it's so they add vinegar to blunt some of Mas asking over here, what's the status of this Shishrat? Rav Shari, Agur Shmuel as father Shmuel said that he said, told the Amalok Shari, it is the about the fact that Jesus because this type of Lisa, normally vinegar was not added. The health is the Challah for the Amalok ultimately it's made with legumes, like farm legumes, where vinegar is added. Everyone agrees that it's also another again, vinegar is wine, and comes from wine. Here was where do you have? Where do you have my focus? It was helpful to stop here for today. Put the dots there, Hashem, just don't just see stuff. Look for the finishes up tomorrow. Right, put it on the side.
Smith was fine with the joke that he saw Gina's reaction and he went insane and slapped his rock. Maybe that's the reason why shops, because the wife probably forced him to. I think she might actually be worse, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
The cover by you saw the draw, they color. Shandri Dami, ultimately, Gemara says it's kosher. Here's Gemara says Pshita. That's not because that's the same case ultimately sitting the head of the animal. Same size original cover. Performs as a factor act of cooking, but the intention was not to cook. The intention was for something else. But there was a crucial act that applies. So here, here's what I'm not a hard call. Not too much. Two batches of mana come out of it. Kamash, but this new way mana come out. The general instruction is never want to use this word. Right now, that's called that's called so commercial is not called control. Commercial is called drying out waterlogged wood. Because it's not called control, then you should go ahead and wood. I'm gonna be the yeah, so what's that? Now, just so you know, these halachos are accepted. First of all, again, a person who works in a commercial setting, non-Jews, parties understand they're going to understand these halachos. Also, some more person has hope and health, right? And that help helps out with some of the cooking. So one has to be very careful to avoid the chocolate in the good old days of pilot life. So if you would like to have it, that's pilot life is the only one as opposed to smoking it. It is the age of that pilot life. Correct. So since today we have like electronic condition on the stove, so the customers don't have that. So let's say, so this is just a very, very, very important. These are very important of the conscious side. Because people don't realize that sometimes what's happening inside my kitchen is not as problematic. And I wish you should know that. I'm not believing that if it turns out that you have kitchen alcohol in your kitchen, but that fertilizers alcohol in your kitchen, those people have to touch it. Like, it's no different if you again than hand something that culture than cooking utensils as well. So we're going to get some development actually occur somewhat often. I'm going to read on this word. Verse 2 and yet you shall muster our God in the hub. What's that? This. But you put meat on coals. Put meat on coals. The bottom is on the Hawaii. Turns it over. So I put the steak on the honey. And my Irish friend comes along and turns it over. So what's that? Even though the non-Jew participated in the process, it's worth it. Why? So you say there was this evening, but you know how fucking they have a bus show. So if you want to say, well, even if the non-Jew turn it over, they want to do it anyway, then shoot them. Then that's happens. Then that is happens. Right? And last, you know, all of a bus show. There must be one more say. Then if the steak wasn't turned over, then what? It wouldn't have cooked. And it's only because the happened to along the trail and now the purposes. My mutter, we truly all did go coming was the non-Jew did something without his action, the item would not have cooked, then why should that item be permitted at the end of the day that the Shiraka which we went for Tzitah, Gula Hakam Hamabash of the Tajistan, the Hashta, Kamash of the Khamush, the Tajistan, what's the case? This is where the item would have cooked without his intention as well. So let's say it would have taken 2 hours. Now that he is 1 hour. Versus, you know what, you expedite the cooking process. Nevertheless, the food is still available. So now you think, well, what would I do? Listen, I might have thought that the act of considering the cooking process, Kamash Malak, Kamash Malak also the cooking process. I believe the cooking process is output, it's not the drop. Oh, hold on, we're not hold on. So second, we're going to see the conversation, we're going to step by step. So step number 1 is the act of an athlete considering the cooking process. Okay, what we're doing is that we're working from the specific thing to the one goal. Vamos a culture to Michael Benji said other. The second, but we learned that once it gets to Michael Benji's site, so we recognize Michael Benji's site, where we recognize it from, right? Well, hopefully you never recognize Benji's site. You were not a friend of the individual kind of people run into. And he was a rabbi, he was a priest. So remember, again, we learned these by the Shabbos. So Michael Benji's site was like these 2 days, 1 third cook. So my focus on posting, if Michael Benji's site is 1/3 cooked or food that has been cooked for 1/3 of its cooking time. Those two things are not necessarily the same. So okay, everything that aside, but we learned once food gets to the threshold of Michael Benji's site, which is considered to be the most basic threshold and edibility. But once it gets to the threshold of edibility, right, then ultimately again, then it's considered Galactic code. So we don't get to the threshold of Michael Benji's site, which is the public. Hot this was it's fine. You look at Michael Benji's site, you should open it. I want to say, if it doesn't, it hasn't reached the level of Michael Benji's site, then what? Then the lights again, it's subject to the laws of the Shirako, to which we mentioned to the right. But Hassam, who go to Ostate Silsa, is Shakman Open Gokhan, Ostate in Tanida. So fastest. Right? And then at that point in time, this act of thinking comes to an end. So the action will then take over after that, that's the food cover, because that's considered to be the value act of cooking. Now, we have to further clarify this. Tiny number of the most basic things like this. Here we go. Usually comes to what the central elements. Maniac, we saw Basar Gavina Public. It's the true basis. So what's important about that is another very important qualification. Once food gets the mindful then you side, so by definition it's not subject to initial occupant. So that's qualification number two. Qualification number two. China, Mania Isra Basar Gavina Public, but true food cooking on the coals. Always perform and a non-Jew can then go ahead and turn it over. Or which means a non-Jew can then go ahead and watch it and involve it. Double Isra based on process only based on that the inner culture. So it's a listen to this what it is. I the Jew put my spirit on the grill. And then I go out. So it's a very example. Going to the shul or to the Israel. What else is there? What else is there to do? Not the food in his head. While I'm gone, Sikal goes ahead and watches over my food. So whatever he's doing, he's playing with it, he's looking at it, he's seasoning it, and the Quran says, not a problem. Not a problem. Similarly, a woman can put up a stir the food. Going up the pot, stir the food. Actually, trouble it is or it is from the bathhouse or from the single process. Should you not be processed? So what does this sound like over here? What the sound like over here is it sounds like this as long as the Jew did what? Initiate, instead of it and finishing it up, that's fine. As long as you started the process. It's not necessarily interesting. What about the flip case? You put a little some math. Also, what about Jesus? What happens if the Gentile put the meat on the grill? That was leaving aside non-Jewish enemy of that's leaving aside that because it's not a problem. Right? So it wasn't enough using something whatever you want. Let's say again, the non-Jew started the process. The non-Jew took my steak and he put it on my grill. And what happens? I'm the one now who comes in afterwards and I make it and I season it. So he initiated the cooking process. I stepped in and finished it up. So the question is the following. So Mahu, I'm going to have nothing like you said. So let's listen to this. So the next one says as follows. It says Kavakoven. He makes a Kavakoven. So what's the Koven? Number of the guys over the Koven Mutter. So let's listen to this. Actually, it's the Kavakoven. If an only Koven finished it off the process, is look. So let's remember again. Piece number one is when you saw started and the action finished. If the mercy gets that piece is okay. When the open cup finished, then Gumru Biad Solo. So it's actually very interesting how you want to mix the assumption that what is the more structured type of involvement. So the mercy is the completion. It's interesting. It's he who completes the food is considered to have the dominant role in the food preparation. So immersing is as follows. It's actually the second case, which is the first case, which is the bigger case. The first case is where the selling machine with the apple finished up. So the word is going to say if the apple finishing up is okay, then our pakas come of the what? The apple starting and the straw finishing up is similar. You know, it's amazing. By the way, what do you begin to see? What do you begin to see about? Any about it. So we're beginning to see that a shame is going to be the definition of any. Right? Does any I come by the actually everything, I dab a little dash. I put on a dash of salt. Right? I put in a dash of salt. So what's it? So obviously what we're beginning to see is I need just Judaic involvement. The second objective, what is the scope of that involvement? So far we've got whether I start the Akum finishes, that's fine, or Akum starts and I finish, that's fine as well. That's right. This is very exciting, very exciting. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, here we go. Let's see, here's articulated. Whether the non-Jew put the meat on the fire and the Jew turned it over, or the Jew put it on and the Jew turned it over, the Engel also when you actually take Russell most kind of judicial akum is when what? When there is no Jewish presence. If the akum does everything beginning to end, then ultimately what? That's when it's judicial akum. That was like, and this one of something very interesting, which is obviously now we assume that involvement does require what? Actual involvement. One thing we haven't spoken about is the not about what? So that's going to be our next discussion. So so far we see actually trust the human and or as long as there's some level of involvement with no issue of shock. Here we go. I'm going to read it. Hilchasa. Now Locha is hybrid the shakar omnibus. If you have bread, now the shakar Rashi says is isikana. What's that? If there is bread, then I the Jew went ahead and made the bread, but what? You have fired up the stove. Or Inami, shakar Yisrael Alpha Obito Chavis, or I the Jew fired up the stove. And the Obito Chavis made the bread. Inami, shakar Obito Chavis, the Alpha Obito Chavis. Or if the non-Jew fired up the stove, the non-Jew made the bread, but us said we saw the chaka b'chitui, and the Jew came along and what that was, like, stoked the coals a little bit, right? Stoked the logs of wood, shaka Wow. So we'll say, so now what do you see here? You manage to begin to see any involvement. Even I have to be involved in the cooking process somehow, but even if I'm not directly involved in food preparation, but instead I'm involved in some type of manipulation of which is necessary for cooking. Suddenly, again, I will say that comes additional smell, that becomes Jewish cooking and no longer issue of the ultimately, again, the cooking process. So, therefore, again, so going back to our housekeeping. So, when I say somebody does have someone not usually does some. So, again, I don't have to stand there watching the cooking, but on my side, you have to turn on the flame. You have to turn on the flame. And so, once I turn on the flame, and again, the interesting part is that one thing to be what's used for the entire day. I'm not turn on the flame separately for every single cooking. I don't know if it's a good idea, but the nice one manipulation of the flame is enough to cover all of those Gentile actions. So you got it. Back Maria, let's say here we go. What about salt? We're back to salted fish. Back to salted fish. Rashi says over here, back Maria, Shamocho Obito Kabit, who will also Yaka below this. And we'll say the piece over here is this fish is salted by the Obito Kabit, and essentially it becomes, you can eat it without fishing. See what's a good example. You saw no good. Good. So we'll say you pick up some bacalao, really one person bacalao. Any kind of good. So the idea of the use that the nice this fish is not cooked. But yet it's so it's cured. So again, so it's cured ultimately again, but not cooked. So it's a selection status ultimately will win at this. Essentially, when I talk about we have this beer shari. So this beer says that he is committed. But Yochanan also, Yochanan says that also. These sons, also what about a roast today? Why is it roasted? So it's just a moment. Contra says it's more that Yochanan also, Yochanan says such a most why would I consider that roasted egg? It's the first of the short line in Rashi back half of Shari. Hoyo Maria Otal J, below Yaga Oviko from the rest. What's this summation? Because the Oviko coming never interact with itself. Why does that have to feed itself? Because it's inside the shell. So by contrast says, because there is a lack of direct involved with the food item itself because it's covered by the shell. Therefore, again, the roasted egg is not subject to additional item. Incredible halacha. Or Sidero Machlokas. So again, in Dag Maria, Ischia says mutter, and Yochanan says usher. Suya roasted egg, Bar Kafka says it's mutter, and Yochanan says it's usher. The usher of Dini Amar, Echad Dag Maria, the Echad Ben Tzatzuya, roasted comes on with Dini, and Dini brings together. Dini said, whether the salted fish or the roasted eggs, Ischia Bar Kafka Sharu, Ischia Bar Kafka both said it's mutter, that Yochanan usher, and that Yochanan says it's usher. The Kia Parva, it told the baby the Kia Parva, one time of the house is the head of that movie. Amulek, remember to say to Rakia, things of Shibuya man. What's that up with things of Shibuya? So Amulek, so what's it? This is the tears man. This is about Kappa Sharu, but Yochanan also said the tears man. This is about Kappa says that it is roasted by an actual relationship. And Yochanan said that the Israel shall have to come up and find a simple description of what. So against one, two say that it's mutter, one says that it's also. Therefore, what he said that the roasted egg by the apple is good. So I'm going to write this, so that the was there as well. No such situation. Don't listen to what the Jew just said. The egg is not mutter. Amra, Abaye, help us at Kamasi to that one. Said, I love it. Abaye, come up on the local look at the one, maybe an egg roasted by an apple. All the pleasure is going to be what the people of the house do not want to back from that. Just ask vinegar and in other words, it was like the poison that was a trying to point out the skeleton knows that the members of the house have been so very often lucky were at times lucky people ultimately receive power and use that power in multiple ways. Very times, and not just himself, but the members of the household of the person. So literally, again, it's not like the fact that God gives them a I won't there are some people that don't like to be told no, it's general. And so they therefore they want to do the question and that's turn that button. What's the what I so it's good. So it's like turn that button. Hakafus was it's not only start speaking as a specific activity. Hakafus was a Hakafus are the shells of the heart. The people that this is the good way to suffer the rocks. Spent a lot of time providing slaps, like slaps people. So already spoke about so the husks of people that is the Hakutos. What Hakutos is about the husks. So these are the how culture has what these are items that have been raw. These items that have been raw. So the husks of the paper berries, Hakutos are wheat. The Hamakria, what's it was with the Makria is Hachamin, water, hot water. Koyos, right? So it was a koyos are roasted kernels of grain. Actually says over here, koyos yamin shmonishtayim. They're not going to change so if you get any sentence from Chantal, ultimately what you tell and also they're all moving. Pizza tsula. What about a roasted egg? Sula, what's a roasted egg? Will be also shemek. What's what about the Yuga? I know this video. Video I love this video. Was the center and check out what the Yuga is. It's like Yuga has this reverse that and said that it was text in Gemara says, Tanya. So Fiha Makiyah, Fiha Shayah, Fishiyasa. So Makiyah is the same thing as Mashayah, which is the same thing as Shiyasa. So nice Shiyasa. Rabbi Rechana, Rabbi Yochanan. Listen to this. How are Baruch Shem enough with high Uber? This is Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says it's amazing. 40 years since this episode ended, Rabbi Rechana Arvide Amar Hot Sheets Nishmin nothing how do this. And Rabbi Rechana said, no, it's 60 years. He said, it's 60 years since this episode that happened in Egypt. So what's like, they're going to explain what Makriya is by counting an episode like 30. So what happened? Rabbi Rakana said, Yochanan said it's been 40 years. Rabbi Rakana said it's been 60 years. You must just find they're not again, ultimately, they become own lifestyle. So the Gemara says that's fathers. The Gemara says he's only reckoning up to years. His number of years since he got out of the The Gemara says that's fathers. What happened? So the Gemara says, Maisi Israel Italian. The Gemara says, what happened? So they brought, that actually says in here, no, sorry. Maisi is what happened. Maisi is the Italian. So we brought a seed, there was a Israel's seed, 10% in this case is press. Please look at this, no? And flax seeds. Israel is Shabbat, so seeds. The Taru Lohu Hadi Hadadi shoot. So all of this in warm water. This Hadi Hadad. And the goal was to mix all of these together and to let them go together. For my soup, that's what we got in the barrel, or barrels, and they went ahead and they filled it with water. The Taru Lohu they put the clay inside the barrel. And what happened? The big bun. And these people then what have to do is they went into the bathhouse. This means they have to go to the bathhouse. I did not read the last review after the bathhouse. By the time they got out of the bathhouse, they will say what happened. Shoots had already rolled. Right? Shoots. The saplings have already not something wrong. But shoots had already grown from the ground. Walking the night, the people get out of the bathhouse and they finish. They put them to the top of their head until they're closed. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh. Listen, but honestly, similar and what you did. This is just a tall tale. Otherwise, this is actually a that's what was it. This is also the plan. Put them into the bathhouse and I had to got out. The shoots were already gone. Because the other way opinion of this this happened, and it happened to supposed to be a huge I post-spun the only vote. The vote will come in the order to over us. Your economist was the way to spun. Actually says the soulless self-flowing to us today shaped up the whole field. This is the leftover dates. The leftover dates. But ultimately, again, are used to go ahead and boil it up in water. The status of what's the status of the dates? Gemara says they were boiled in a large vat. Then it's up. The small vat is made was a reception that a large vat was then the dates was some other thing. The small vat and therefore it does not know what easily the other was the most of small vat. And again, I told you this is what yours, not from the kind of opening so small that you can't get a sequence level. What's the sequence bird? It's a type of bird. Sequence bird can't get the Yuma at you, so it's like a maybe you get the bird in it, and that's the bird home. Once you get the bird in it, I have a portion of roast sequence bird, Yacham Kanishim. And there was a definition ultimately of a small bat, any gigantic word. Any top that is so small that the head of the sequence drawers is not the let's say the head that the figure is small. Any top is so small that you open it typically away the head of the sequence is a small pot, and therefore you don't have to assume that you train to substitute, and therefore what? Therefore the other groups. Therefore you don't have to assume that there is of the source. I like I love atmospheric zone, the atmospheric element. One second, but we learn that when you switch to see for a large part of the small part of the Pasha, how can I go and see them from Esther? How can I go and see them from what's it? My work is over here. What is the status? What is the status of the work? Positive impact. So therefore, because we have a positive impact, ultimately, when the absorption of you have negative impact. The absorption don't have a positive impact. The fact that they're absorption is I'm not sure. I mean, this the future says, this constitutes a boiled oil. This boiled oil of an Arabian, of a Gentile, of an animal. Ultimately, again, is going to be us. Why is that? Finally, English is what, remember again, we just got that oil was originally for what? As a substitute, but maybe 5 or 8 years ago, that Now our Rosh is saying that this boiled oil costs. And that's actually the my nature. What's the issue? Things that we do, if you're concerned, that's what, that's going to mix wine with this. That's not going to happen. Why? Sorry, because also that ultimately will ruin the oil. Usually, she will open the oven if it's because of the shalom, but then I'll come out too high. So this oil could actually be consumed. It's by definition that doesn't mean cooking. It doesn't mean cooking. It's not cooking. Usually, we also go oven. It's because maybe in a pot of open go oven, other food, the food items are made. And therefore, it's a prohibited to us. No should have a counter. Ultimately, there was a no should have any taste. Also, by negative impact, and therefore, you're going to counter one way or the other. Honey, I think these are alive. These dates of the Gentile, what's their status? Like, only look to by the showers, there was a sleep dates, which that they will be committed. So why is that? Rashi says over here, because they're eating raw. Since they're eating raw, they don't need to be called careful by definition of it. They're really low to by the fact about that sleep. If they're bitter, it's simply us. Right? Because they can't be eating raw, they'll only be eating from cooking. And therefore, this is what if you look from the now, so what happens if you're in the low goods? That's me not bitter. So what's the status? I'm a little. My Vilo directly also. Why did it have to be a Shiloh? Ultimately, already told us that it's also. Who is already? Manu maybe. So maybe it was a record of those already saying that this type of food item is going to be us. Sisa. So we'll say, what about Sisa? So what is Sisa? So Hamshela Asim cannot bios, Shayav Shem Hammer. The Shaosi Makadashim, or the fishing and taking Yosim and Gang Yosim Shampoos. So Sisa is this type of food item which is made from flour. Usually it's from flour of parts kernels of grain that are dried out in the oven. It's made from lentil flour. Also, the idea is because it's so sweet, they add vinegar to blunt some of the things. Learn that idea what's the status of this system that love study. I put this one really up. Was the last said it was permitted. The father is one really said it was two sides going on with the son. Which made out of the body, everybody agrees that it was going to be permitted. Because this type of system normally vinegar was not added. It's also the color for the envelope gas. Ultimately, again, it's made with legumes, right? About the legumes, where vinegar is added, everyone agrees that it's worth another thing. So vinegar is why? Because it comes from water. You give us a where do we have? Where do you have my focus? I will say, okay, stop with this for today. Look at that again, which is the nature of slowly to see some. But from the first up tomorrow, right? Put it on the side.
Just what you sign up for. I don't know too many people that just focus on that. All we just focus on that. I might be here. Yeah, I don't read comments good or bad. That's the thing. I don't read it. Good comments, bad comments. I don't read because they give you the same power if you put weight in that. You can't.
Let's say good morning. It's the source of our fashion today. We'll continue today. Today is Lamed Vav 36. We are picking up on the bottom of Lamed K on the base practically that's which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. So we're going to yesterday introduced us to a list of items which Chazal the rabbis prohibited for actually for consumption, but not for unknown. Amongst them, bread baked by a Gentile. Right? It says in Ma'amar B'Kiyot, Pas lo hutshabadez. Pas was not bread cooked by an animal, was not subsequently permitted by another day. So the Gemara says the fact that Rav Kahana feels the need to say this indicates to us as well that there's clearly someone else who feels that past bread was permitted by a subsequent day. Who is that? In Bikhi Asra Bini Amar, Pam Achas Yotzar, again, he holds that bread of an akom permitted. Who is that? We listen to this. One time, Yotzar, let's go down to the field. The Heidi Okachab of his passport, manifests out. So that one time was in the field, and a particular akum brought to the foreign passport. Passport is a bread made in a particular type of oven that measured a saw, a large, nice, zaftig loaf of bread. Already, let me say, Kamanoy passes you. What a nice loaf of bread.
Why would the rabbis feel the need to go ahead and prohibit such a nice loaf of bread? So the Gemara says, why do the rabbis prohibit it? You know this. Bread is one of those things. The reason why Chazal now specifically indicate to us, the reason that the Gemara now explains, the reason why the rabbis prohibited bread baked by an apple was because of chasnos. It can lead to intermarriage. The concern is that when you break bread with someone, there's certain friendship and certain closeness that's engendered. So Chazal were concerned that if a Jew were to eat the bread of a non-Jew, it could create relationships, and ultimately those relationships can have to show only to intermarriage. Gemara answers no. Gemara says, I understand why there could be an issue ultimately again of intermarriage when it's more personal. So, for example, if the akum bakes a loaf of house and I eat it, or in the city, but out in the field, represents I'm coming in contact with the akum. And this is an episodic interaction. This is not an ongoing relationship. So what Red was wondering was, why would the bread of a Gentile be prohibited in the field, where action again is only episodic and not going to lead to intermarriage? Now the Gemara says, so people thought when they heard this thing, Rebbe, they thought that Rebbe was in fact eating bread baked by a Gentile called Pas Arabi over here. Rebbe don't hit us. In fact, that was not the case. Rebbe was not permitting it. Rebbe was simply questioning and kind of going through the intellectual process. But Rebbe was not actually coming to permit bread baked by a Gentile. Yosef came out of the Shmuel by Ruda Amar. So Yosef, in some sense of Shmuel, says no. The story, as you just repeated, is not how it happened. The story happened in a different way. One time that I went to a particular location, the Rav passed off over Talmidim and saw that the Jewish students, right, that the Talmidei Chachamim were having difficulty finding bread. There wasn't an ample. Omer Ein Kan Palta, there's no bread. Is there not bread here? Amomar Palta. People thought that was even asking, isn't there at least a Gentile baker? And therefore, again, what Rebbe was essentially saying is that bread baked by a Gentile baker will ultimately be cooked. Gemara says, in fact, Rebbe was saying, no. Rebbe was asking, is there a Jewish baker who is even according to the opinion that says that Pahakum of a baker, now I will say, Gemara doesn't explicitly say, let's analyze this. The whole reason why the rabbis went ahead and prohibited Pahakum, the bread of a Gentile, is because it could lead ultimately again to intermarriage. You break bread with someone that creates relationships, closeness relationships could also result in intermarriage, which is the undoing of the very familial and national fabric of cloud and snow. Therefore, Chazal said you can't eat the bread baked by a Gentile. What's interesting is, of course, this really only applies in a situation personally baking bread. So, for example, my Gentile neighbor bakes bread, I can't eat it. A halter is a baker. So you have a Gentile who owns a bakery. Someone comes in to purchase that pashtos, that's not what we're talking about. There's no concern of intermarriage there because there's no closeness that's engendered by the consumption of that bread. It's commercial in nature. So now the Gemara says, even going to the opinion that says that therefore you can purchase, obviously, bread that has kosher ingredients, kosher bread from a Gentile baker, well, Omar El B'Hazir Yisrael, that's only if there's no Jewish baker available. But where there is a Jewish baker, low. You cannot purchase the bread of a Gentile baker. But Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan says, even according to the opinion that says it should be bread baked by a Gentile baker, that's only out in the field. Again, and the field represents this idea of an episodic interaction. But not in the city. No. Why? Yishum chasnos. Only because of intermarriage. So interesting. So even for those who permitted the bread baked by a Gentile baker, now if someone did this for his parnasa, is my focus. Does that apply in the city or perhaps only outside of the city?
Another writer. Eivu hamanam Eivu hamanakis rachel pas abeyitzri. Eivu ate the bread of a Gentile baker, of a Gentile. Rashi says over here, menachis means notion. He would go, he was eating bread of a Gentile, abeyitzri, out in the field by the borders of the field. Now, Eivu clearly thought that halacha l'maisa was out in the field, therefore Zebra did not apply. Don't talk to Eivu. Don't talk to him anymore. Why? Because he's eating the bread of a non-Jew. So you see over here, Yisrael felt that Eivu was acting inappropriately, and therefore commanded the other people not to go ahead and engage with Eivu. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, this is the end of the Sugya of Pass. Well, let's just spend just a moment on this, because it's actually quite interesting. So we know. So what do we do with this? Like, what is the nature of this disease? So clearly, what Chazal wanted us to do was try to eat bread that is baked by another Jew. So we call this in halal. Called Pas Yisrael. So what do we do contemporarily? So for example, you go ahead, you go into the supermarket, and then the supermarket, and the pastor, you buy a loaf of bread, whatever the brand is, with a hashkacha on it. Proper hashkacha. So what is that? So remember again, more often than not, that's not Pas Yisrael. That's what's called Pas Palter. It's bread baked by a non-Jewish baker, in other words, a commercial enterprise, and you can ensure that the ingredients are kosher. So the halacha l'maisa, we assume that the prohibition of chazal when they can't be passed up, that was bread baked by individual idolatry. The concern is if I break bread with my neighbor, I break bread with an individual Gentile, then there's no relationship. That shall lead to intermarriage. But essentially, the halacha says chazal will never go there until you produce bread, right? A baker, we call a palter, a baker, he's not baking it for me. He's baking it for whoever the customer is. When I buy a loaf of bread, he's not like, oh, what a sweet food, he brought a loaf of bread. It's a customer. A customer is a customer. And therefore, it does not create that sense of relationship, and therefore, we're not reaching it. And therefore, I'm not reminded. So that's why today, we definitely have those from Makdam Pasis, only bread baked by a Jew, which means not only is it ingredient-wise kosher, but the baking process itself had Jewish intervention. What level of Jewish intervention you need in order to make it pass Yisrael is a deeper discussion for now. The Pashas, when you go to the supermarket and you buy just like a major brand, a loaf of bread that has a hashkacha on it, that's not Pas Yisrael, that's what's called Pas Halter. Bread of a Gentile baker. Kosher certification says that all of the ingredients are kosher, and halacha l'maisa, so there is no concern of intermarriage because it is commercially produced. Incredible. Next. Shemesh Shalai. Last line on Hadith. Last line 35b. Furthermore, Chazal, that you can't ingest the oil of a Gentile. Shemesh. Rav Amar Daniel does not know. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, it focuses on exactly when this gezerah against Shemen was made. So Rav says, Daniel, prophet Daniel, went ahead and legislated this. Shmuel says, what's the top of Lamed Vav? 36a. This is the Fasim Shal Tnei Osakta. So the first thing Shmuel says like this. It's because often a Gentile will go ahead and keep his oil in kli, which sounds like tummy, which means ritually impure. Therefore, the ritually impure absorptions therefore render the oil unfit. Here's one side. If that's the case, then how can you buy oil from a Jew either? Maybe the Jew also kept his oil in ritually impure. In other words, you don't assume that people are marked on the laws of ritual purity and purity. Allah is the fasan shal kilim asur. Rather, not tummy, the treif. We're concerned that the Gentile stored his oil in treif utensils, non-kosher utensils, and because the oil sits there, it absorbs the non-kosher absorptions. Therefore, you can't use the oil of an akum. So fundamental focus Rav and Shmuel. So Raz, the gzera on shemen of oil of an akum comes from the Navi Daniel. Shmuel says it's a practical issue because the Gentile potentially could store the oil in one of his non-kosher utensils. The oil will absorb the non-kosher absorption. I'm going to Shmuel that. So Shmuel said to that. Bishlam alididi the amina zlifasan shalkelim asurin or sarton. Shmuel says like this. Shmuel says, okay, so according to me, he says that if this is an issue, the oil of an akum, shemen akum, is an issue of absorption. That makes sense. Hainu the asra yitzchak bar Shmuel to Amar darish. Rabbi Smalai ben Etzibim, Rabbi Smalai, Darshan following. Shemen, Rabbi Yehuda Beitino Nimno Allah Beitiru. So Rabbi Smalai said that Rabbi Yehuda and his Beit Din, Rabbi Yehuda convened the Beit Din, his own Beit Din, and they permitted oil. They said as long as the oil of a Gentile is ingredient-wise kosher, there's no need to prohibit it. Kasavar, no sin can left down. Why? Because the logic was that even if there are absorptions that get absorbed into the oil, absorptions are not beneficial, they're detrimental. That's what's called no sin can left down. Now, literally, again, it infuses taste. The taste itself is and stunted. So again, it didn't mean a number of different things. It didn't mean that they only use utensils that were used, therefore the absorptions are dormant. Or it could just mean that in general, in oil, any absorptions that come from a non-kosher utensil will only be detrimental. In any event, when you do that, his Beis felt that halacha l'maisa, there's no need to be concerned about the oil of an akum. So that makes sense. That makes sense according to me, Shmuel says. Or according to you, Rav, Daniel Gazer Halav, that the prophet Daniel was the one who made this enactment against the oil of an akum. So the Gemara says, how could you speak Gazer Halav Daniel? Sorry, Daniel Gazer Ba'asa Yehuda Nasim Avatoi. Could it be that Daniel made exist? Yehuda and annulled the Gzera. But now we learned in basing Yakorat the radio, anything with Dragon and the Minion. Let's say we have a rule. Rabbinic legislation to repeal. But in order to repeal rabbinic legislation, you need a rabbinic body of greater number and wisdom than the one who originally enacted the legislation. So the Yehuda and Beis Din are not greater than Daniel. So how would Yehuda and Beis Din have the right to repeal legislation that Daniel made? Amalei. So he responded back, Smalai Budaka Amrit, you're going ahead and you're bringing the right for Rabbi Smalai, Rabbi Smalai the Ludin, so you must shiny Ludai, Mizalzal. So this is actually incredible. Ultimately, don't bring a raya from the people from Ludai. Why? Because in general, we're not careful with rabbinic law. Wow. Amr Lay, Ashlach. So ultimately, again, he said to Rav, can I tell Rabbi Smalai that just very profound? So Rav was embarrassed, essentially, no. Which I will say, it's a very profound Yisod in life. You have something about someone that you would not want them to hear from your own. So Rav said this disparaging to Rabbi Smalai. Shmuel said, how long you said that? So he comes in embarrassed. Amar Rav, in Himlo Darshu, Analo Darshunan. So Rav says like this. Just because Rabbi Yehuda and the Beis did not darshan the pasuk properly, doesn't mean that we shouldn't darshan it. What's the pasuk? Baxi Shmuel said this is the proof to that Daniel was the one who legislated against the oil of an apple. Baxi, the pasuk says, "Vayasan Daniel alibo, asher lo Yisrael b'pas bad hamelech u'biyayin." So there was a tremendous pasuk. The pasuk in Daniel that Daniel promised that he took it upon himself not to go ahead and eat the bread of the king. The king is Nebuchadnezzar, and not to drink his two drinks. So the Gemara says, the first wide line, Lamed Vav Amud Aleph, 36a. It's talking about two different drinks. One is wine and one is oil. So you see from here again, this Rab says is denying that Daniel himself was the one who legislated against the of oil from an Rav Savar. Rav said Daniel accepted this upon himself, and he also legislated this for all of Klal Yisrael. Shmuel says, Al libo sam ul Yisrael lo. Shmuel says, no. Daniel accepted this upon himself, but Daniel did not legislate this for all of Klal Yisrael. So we'll say fundamental machlokes. Someone says, 1 second. The Shem and Daniel Gazer, is that true? That Daniel was the one who made the Gezerah against oil of an apple? Bali Avinu Nosa Mishmei Rav, yet Bali Avinu Nosa said the name of Rav, Piton, Shmanon, Yenon Ibnos, Kulan Mishmona Sabrahain. So literally again, the bread of an apple, Shemen, the oil of an apple, the wine of an apple, and the daughters of an apple, all these are part of the ethos. So again, Rashi is in Masechet Shabbos, that they Shammai able to pass over the objections. Also, we see that it's Chazal rabbis who legislated this halacha. Maybe Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. And all the students of Hillel and Shammai who then sublated the same legislation. Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. Then later on, the students of Shammai came along and accepted it. If that's the case, ultimately again, then what is Rav saying? Why would Rav say that Daniel legislated the prohibition on oil if at the end of the day, after Daniel legislated it, no one listened? What's the point of that statement then? Daniel Gazer Allah Be'ir Ba'asim. Because neither Daniel legislated that the oil of an apple should be prohibited in the city, and ultimately Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated that it should be prohibited even in the field. So again, this harkens back to the previous schema that Daniel legislated in our apparently, so wine is esteemed, so oil, Shammai, is also interested in marriage. Whereas interested into marriage in the city where people have more ongoing contact. But it's no problem. And then later on, Shammai and Hillel came along, expanded the rabbinic prohibition, and for a second. Then remember the word must say it for the mercy that subsequently repealed the prohibition on oil. Now, how can a Yehuda Basin repeal legislation made by Shammai and Hillel? Really is Shammai and Hillel. After about ain't Basin Yachol Abaga anything that one day, just said this before, one day they cannot repeal the rulings of a subsequent days than of a previous days, unless of course that subsequent days is larger in number and wisdom. So the Yehuda is based on certainly not created in the medium of Shammai and Hillel. So how could you repeal it? Furthermore, general, by the way, even when it comes to the killing of rabbinic law, you're right. So a particular Beis makes a ruling, a subsequent Beis that is larger in size and number could repeal the previous rabbinic legislation with the exception of the 18 enactments that were done by the students of Shammai and Hillel. Why? You might say Shammai. Even if Eliyahu Beis ain't shown. Because even if Eliyahu and his Beis, and his Beis were to come, although to result, Eliyahu and his Beis were to come, they can't repeal the 18 enactments. Why not? Because again, those 18 enactments, we'll discuss some of them, were so profoundly accepted, so ingrained within the halakhic text of Israel, therefore no one has the ability to repeal them. Shemen, lo pasha b'chol Yisrael, but also oil, apparently again the quote system. Apparently the prohibition on oil is never taught. It's interesting. It just never. So again, it was legislated first by no people didn't accept it, and subsequently legislated by Shammai and Hillel, and then it sounds like even then it wasn't going to be accepted. So because it wasn't going to be accepted, therefore the demonstration had the ability to formally repeal it. So in short, Abba Omer Yochanan was incredible. Yashur Amisinu Baktu Hashem and Shalom Pashat Yisrael B'Rov Yisrael. The rabbis checked, and they saw they did like an investigation. investigation we saw that the majority of Klal Yisrael was not observing prohibition on oil of anakim. The Selfer of Asad Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Elazar Bar Tzadok. And therefore the rabbis based themselves on the words of Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Elazar Bar Tzadok. Omrim, Ein Gozim Zera Tzibor, and the Inkin Rov Tzibor Olin Rabbi. This is incredible. Rabbis only have the ability to legislate within the law if it is clear that the majority of the population has the ability to abide by it. If the majority of the population is going to live in non-compliance, Chazal do not have the right to legislate, which is fascinating. So therefore, the Gemara says, it turns out that although the rabbis had good intentions with prohibiting oil of anakim, they never took. Now, the Gemara doesn't tell us why it never took. At the end of the day, maybe it was just too difficult to get oil from Jews, or whatever the situation was, but it never took root, it never took hold. Because it never took hold, therefore, by definition, just the Zera never vested. Therefore, again, it was able to be repealed formally, subsequently by the Newman's faith. By the way, it's such a beautiful soul. The ways the Torah are present. In general, again, if something in Yiddishkeit becomes too difficult, or something in Yiddishkeit becomes too long, the chances are it's wrong. Because the ways of the Torah are present is quite lessons. And therefore, again, even in rabbinic law, the rabbis have a right to legislate. But if the system sees that people just can't do it or aren't doing it, then by definition, the law falls away. What's the pasuk? And I will say, injure your soul. Right? You make the concept from if the rabbis legislate law, and the majority of people are not listening to it, the law essentially kind of falls off. Now, it sounds like it's going to be some kind of process. That would be within this big thing, but essentially the law falls off. Gemara says, where do you know that from? My trial, what's the pasuk that's supposed to go? And I'm in the top on the days 36b. Whatever it quotes the pasuk from Malachi. Amira atem ne'im, le'atem ne'im, sidiva osi atem kovim hagoy kulo. So literally again, Me'ira is a curse. Rashi says, atem mekabel aleichem gizera ba'ar b'kvala. You Klal Yisrael, you accept it upon yourself. The responsibilities of the Torah. Literally again, with the penalty of a curse. V'nesa alechem, the Africa osi atem kovim, goes and shot. And then in Shuman Arurim. So you're not listening to any Klal Yisrael, you accept it upon yourself, prohibitions, and yet then you yourself transgress those very prohibitions. Gemara says, listen to this. Now it's interesting, the way the pasuk phrases it is Hagoy Kulo, and who's doing this? The nation as a whole. So the Navi is rebuking Klal Yisrael for accepting upon themselves certain things, and then violating the very things they accepted upon themselves. But the first says you accepted it as Goy Kulo, the entire nation. Even Goy Kulo in Kulo, fascinating. When it says Goy Kulo, the entire nation of Klal Yisrael accepted their prohibition. But if the majority of them never accepted it, obviously it is not binding. But it only applies to rabbinic law. Biblical laws, as well as these words of French. When it comes to rabbinic law, it's very interesting. You see that there's a halacha, where some significance, the majority of the segment of Klal Yisrael did not accept it. It's never kind of seeped into everyday practice. And ultimately, it is not binding. So what's interesting about that is that it appears that Shemen fell into that category. And although, again, the rabbis legislated that you cannot get oil from an apple for the reasons that we said before, the general population just never observed this halacha, and therefore it never vested all again as part of the body of the law. Incredible. It was at Lamed Vav on base 36 each realized that Gufa. Amr Ba'ali Amr B'Yish was according to the rest of the saw before. No, some Shmei Drav. Ushmanan Yeno Benosian, Kulam Ushmana Asad. Those are six before, right? So remember again, the bread of an akum, the oil of an akum, the wine of an akum, the daughters of an akum, all of these are part of the 18 enactments that were made by the students of Shammai. Says the Gemara, 1 second. But now, saying, Mike, when you say the legislation against the daughters of an akum, the right non-Jewish women, what is that? Amar Rav Nachman Yitzchak, Kozru Abeno Sehen, Nidos Me Arisos. Chazal legislated that an akum, a non-Jewish woman, non-Jewish girl, has the status of a nida already from the cradle. Now, but an obviously, a woman doesn't become a nida until she actually experiences menstruation. The rabbis legislated that a non-Jewish woman has the status of a nida from the time that she's in the cradle. Why did they do that? By definition, this creates a distance between and non-Jews. Since the non-Jewish woman will ultimately again transform from the time that she's a baby, by definition creates barriers. The goal of those barriers, ultimately to prevent intermarriage. Incredible. So the Gemara says, all of these things, all of these legislation, ultimately were to prevent us, ultimately again, from engaging in idolatry. The rabbis legislated that you can't eat the bread of an akum, lest you come to consume your oil. I don't understand. My only shaving dish pass. What does that mean? In other words, why ultimately again? What it sounds like we're more worried about the oil than the bread. Why is oil more worrisome than bread? Rather, no. The rabbis legislated you can't eat the bread or the oil of a Gentile, lest you come to consume his wine. And wine, we're concerned ultimately again because of the daughters. In other words, lead into marriage. And we're worried about if you marry their daughter, something else will happen. And then something else will lead to something else. So we're going to define that cryptic statement in just a little bit. So I just want to point out how fascinating this is, right? Because up until now, we've always been focused on the idea that that the wine of an akum was an issue of avodah zarah. Now, the Gemara really says that all of these gezeros, they're not exclusive, but essentially the thrust of these gezeros was a marriage. So you can't eat the bread or the oil of an akum lest you come to drink his wine. And we're concerned that if you come to drink his wine, you're going to marry his daughter into marriage. Because again, wine, bread, oil, ultimately wine creates a sense of closeness, and that closeness constantly can result in intermarriage. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Now the Gemara seems to indicate, and then again, when you have the scripture statement, and you can't marry the daughter of a Gentile, you shouldn't have an because of something else. And also the Ra'acher will lead to the Ra'acher something else. We'll get to that in 1 second. But I'm saying that I said, not about to marry a Jewish woman, non-Jewish woman, Midaris, that's not a so you can't marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we see that? It says, go to Chatim them. Plus it says, you cannot marry them. Pretty explicit talking about the Gentile nations. Which the Gemara says, Doraisa Zayin Umos. And the Hashara, they go for the Umos. Interesting. Midoraisa, the prohibition of intermarriage also only applies to the 7 nations which were indigenous to Canaan. And ultimately, again, not everyone else. The rabbis in the morning said the prohibition of intermarriage applies to all non-Jews. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, the rabbis call us right? Here's the comment. Rashir Shomai says, not true. Not true. The pasuk says, you're not allowed to marry a non-Jewish woman. Why? Ultimately, again, because she will cause your son to veer away from you. Non-Jewish woman. So the Pasha, she's going to raise the child in her ways, and it's going to cause the child to make him problem. So you see where Rashbi says there's a biblical prohibition on marrying any non-Jewish woman, even if she's not one of the 7 nations. I saw Ishus, Garachastas. That'd be right. Midoraisa. So, there's a biblical prohibition to formally marry a Gentile woman. The rabbis went ahead and limited even a casual encounter. So Midoraisa, marriage with a non-Jew, Midrabanan, even no immorality, even a casual encounter, ultimately is going to be prohibited as well. Incredible. Gemara says, 1 second. Znus based on Shoshit. That's not true. That's not true. Znus immorality is only outlawed by the basis of shame. So that means Shem is just getting off. We're going back early. We're reading some Chsiv. Remember again, this is after the whole episode of Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar is pregnant. They don't know who the father is. Just have no qualified reason to think that it was. So the mice says, she admitted adultery because she was waiting really to give over the last son of Judah, and now she has to be burned, she has to be executed. So you see from already earlier that they were careful about Tznius. Which was Ella, the rice of the Kohav Nabah Bas Yisrael, the Mashka Basri. This is very interesting. Mid'Oraisa, so the prohibition is, Ovi Kohavim, a Jewish woman can't marry a non-Jewish man. Because the concern over there is that a woman's going to follow her husband, she's going to follow after him. But again, Mid'Oraisa, there would not be a problem technically with the Jewish man marrying a non-Jewish woman. However, not only is it prohibited for a Jewish woman to marry a non-Jewish man, but it's prohibited for a Jewish man to marry a non-Jewish woman as well. So that's one second. That's not true. There's a halacha Moshe Sinai, a Semitic law that a Jewish man is not allowed to have relations or marry a non-woman. Where do we know this? We just read weeks ago. The Gemara says, last week, Ramamar, Boel Aramis Kanoim Pogimbo. If the Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, the Zealot is allowed to kill the Jewish man. Pogimbo. So again, that's also right. Zimri, Jewish man, ultimately again has already Chazbi, a Midianite princess, and Pinchas with them. So you see, Midaisa, a Jewish man is not allowed to go ahead and have relations with a non-Jewish woman. Hello, so Olay, the Raisa B'Shahesla, Ukimaisa Shahaya. Mid'Oraisa is very interesting. Mid'Oraisa, the prohibition ultimately again is the Farhesla. The Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman in a public fashion. Now, it really happens. Engage in relations in front of everyone, but it means that the matter is very well known. That is the Isser D'Oraisa. And exactly like the story of Zimri and Cosby occurred in Parashas Pinchas, right? Where again, well, before Parashas Pinchas, but the story again, that was an act of immorality that was known and literally seen by all. However, the Rabbi Skilhonian said, even privately, a Jewish man is not permitted to have relations with a non-Jewish woman. The Gemara says, one second. It's not true. It's not true. That is earlier legislation already. So again, a Jewish man having relations with a non-Jewish woman, even privately, is already outlined by the basin of the Hashmonai. Incredible. If you ask the Amar Basin of Hashmonai Gazru, the basin of Hashmonai, they decreed Yisrael Habala and Skochavim, Chayiv Mishum Nashgo. If it's so, the Jew has relations with a non-Jewish woman, it's high because of Nashgo. Now, what's Nashgo? Nashgo is an acronym for Nida. Shifcha. Excuse me. Shifcha. Rashi points out over here, Goya, and ultimately again, Ishis if she's married. So again, if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he violates all these prohibitions. Look at Rashi. Rashi says there in Nashgo, so if a Jewish man with a non-Jewish woman, if he had relations with a Nida, right? Right? So in other words, it's as if he had relations with a Nida. It's as if he had relations with a Shifcha. And ultimately, again, we show so if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he violates four prohibitions: Nida, Shifcha, the servant, Goya with an Akum, and Ishis Ish, a married woman, if she's married. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, he also was his first wife line, he also Rabin Aram Shum Nashgaz. Rabin disagreed a little bit, and he said not Nashka, but rather Nashgaz. First, they're the same, Nida, Shifcha, Goya, but instead of Ishis Ish, he owns Zona, prohibition of having relations with a heart. Either way, what do we see from there? That there's a prohibition of a Jewish man to have relations with a non-Jewish woman, even if it's in private. And that's a pre-existing prohibition already, back to the times ultimately again of the days of Chashmonaim. He does the days in Dino Shel Chashmonaim, Bia, Hava Yichot Lo, Va'asimu, Gazra Hilo Yichot. You're right. The days of the Chashmonaim, they said relations with a non-Jewish woman is prohibited because these four things. We violate these four things. Yichud is seclusion limited. And then the Talmidim of Beishan Beisila, when they said even yichud, even seclusion with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. Someone says, 1 second. Yichud nami beis shel David. It's not true. David HaMelech and his beis din legislated the prohibition on yichud, seclusion with any woman who is prohibited to you. The Amar Yehuda, Bosa Shah Gazu Ala Yichud. What's that moment? Rashi HaKadosh points out. He says, Bosa Shah, my son, Amnon and Tamar. Amnon and Tamar were the two children of David. Now they shared a father, Amnon and Tamar, but they had two different mothers. It's a much longer story, but essentially Amnon violated his sister Tamar. He lusted for her, he violated her. He pretended he was ill, coming and take care of him, so he took advantage of her. So after that occurred, David Eason legislated that you be alone with who you're not allowed to marry. All the Israeli woman who's about to you, you're not allowed to be alone with her. So the point over here is you see that Yichud was already legislated much earlier than Shammai and Hill was already legislated by David HaMelech. Amri Hasam Yichud Bas Yisrael. David HaMelech and his base legislated regarding Yichud with another Jewish woman. Aval Yichud Da'abadas Kochadim Lo. But ultimately, again, Yichud with a non-woman, they did not. Va'asim Inhu, and then Shammai and Hill came along. Gazru Afilu Ayichud Ve'ovedes Kochadim. So Shammai and Hill came along, and ultimately, again, they were gozer on yichud even with a incredible. So we'll say so again. So that, whereas ending off over here is that what Talmidim of Shammai Hill specifically legislated was even yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. So much for 1 second. Yichud about Sodarisi. So 1 second. It wasn't David and his base who legislated against yichud. Yichud is an issue d'oraisa. How do we know this? The Omar Rabbi Yochanan Shem Yosada remes the Yichud in the Torah Minayim. From where do we find the scriptural allusion to the prohibition of seclusion with any woman who is an Arab like you? Shneimar Yisischa Achicha Now. It was interesting. Possibly over here talking about David. Literally translated, if your brother, the son of your mother, will entice you to do avodah zarah. Gemara says, I don't understand. If he ben a then have it's only your maternal brother who could go ahead and entice you to do avodah zarah, but your paternal brother can't. Ella ben Yisachid in Imo, the in Achar Yisachid in Koalaya Shevitova. So it's very interesting. Who's going to be the brother ultimately? Again, who is going to entice you to do it? One who's able to be with you at all times. Your brother is able to be with you at all times. Your brother from your mother. Because your brother from your father, right, your paternal brother, can't be alone with your mother. He's an heir brother. So therefore, the Torah says if the brother, the son of your mother, who's allowed to be alone with you and your mother, therefore he'll be with you all the time. If he entices you to do avodah zarah, don't listen to him. Someone says, what do you see from here? Ben Misyachid, a son is allowed to be alone with his mother. Every other person, there's a biblical prohibition of yichud for being alone with a woman who is prohibited to you. So we'll say, what do you see from here? That the issue yichud is the oraisa. So David HaMelech in his case in getting created is the oraisa. Which Gemara says, no. Yichud, I'm sorry. In Yichud Oraisa, Ge'ishes Ish. Very interesting. Mid the Oraisa, the only issue Yichud that occurs is with a married woman. It says, Va'asa David Gaza Fidu Yichud D'Kuniya. David HaMelech came along ultimately again. David HaMelech came along. And he created a zera even on a single woman. I said, interesting enough. So again, so just how the concept of it. So Mid the Oraisa, the issue yichud, a man cannot be secluded with a woman who's married to someone. So each is a married woman. Another man comes along and he says, you can't have yichud even with a woman who is a pnuya, single. And the Gemara says, and what happened? Va'asu tamidei Beishan Beisilo, those are afilu ayichud da'ovedes kocha. And ultimately, again, then the Talmidim of Shammai and Hill came along and said, even yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited as well. So multi-layer prohibition. So what's that? So the Gemara, this is where the Gemara kind of lands in its entire conversation. So the Gemara lands is that Isur Yichud Midoraisa. What's the Isur Yichud Midoraisa? A Jewish man cannot be alone with a married Jewish woman. That's the Doraisa. Governor Melech comes along and says that halacha, you can't even have yichud together with a single Jewish woman. And then Shem Hillel, as part of the Itero, said you can't even be alone ultimately with a Gentile woman. So 3 different layers of yichud. First Doraisa, then Davar Melech, and then the medium of Shem Hillel. So we'll stop over here for today. The Gemara is going to pick up as the conversation then kind of spills on the Zayin of Aleph. So now that's the first part of the dance, right? So just to close this out. So remember again, the Gemara here structured this as saying the rabbis prohibited oil and bread lest you come to wine of an akum. Wine of an akum is prohibited lest you come to their daughters, right? And daughters are prohibited because of davar acher, or something else, and something else is prohibited because of something else. So we've explained everything pretty much up until daughters. The last remaining piece is you prohibited daughters because of something else because of something else. But the same issue, davar acher, davar acher. But we'll come to that in Yirtzeh Hashem tomorrow's daf. Yirtzeh Hashem close out the Raisa. Shvech, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
At the company mothership, Joe Rogan's Comedy Club. So that's why Brian Callen is going down to Texas to move down there so we can do that every week.
I will say, good morning. It is the Schos Baruch Hashem to be able to continue today. Today's daf is Lamed Vav 36. We are picking up on the bottom of Lamed Hey on the day after two dots, the Hapas, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 up and down. So we're again, Mishnah yesterday discussed to a list of which Chazal, the rabbis, prohibited for Achiva, for consumption, but not for Anah. Amongst them, the bread baked by a Gentile, right? It says, Pas was not bread cooked by an akum, baked by an akum, was not subsequently permitted by another base. So the Gemara says the fact that Rav Kahana feels the need to say this indicates to us the command the shari, that there's clearly someone else who feels that in fact pas bread was permitted by a base. Who is that? In Vichi Asra Diniyar. And again, indeed, there is someone who holds that bread of an akum was permitted. Who is that? The Gemara says, listen to this. One time, Yotza Rebbe Lasar, Rebbe went out to the field. The Hedi Oli Kacham Nepal was transporting Ma'afasal. So Rebbe one time was in the field, and a particular thing brought before him pasporni. So pasporni is a bread made in a particular type of oven that measured a saw, a large, nice, zaftig loaf of bread. Omer Rebbe said, Kamenoy passes you. What a nice loaf of bread. Why would the rabbis feel the need to go ahead and prohibit such a nice loaf of bread? So the Gemara says, why did the rabbis prohibit it? Bread is one of those things. The reason why Chazal are interesting enough to Mishnah down explicit us. The reason, but we might not explain, is the reason why the rabbis prohibited bread baked by home was because of chasna. The concern is that when you break bread with someone, there's certain friendship and certain that's engendered. So we're concerned that if a Jew were to eat the bread of a non-Jew, they could create relationships and ultimately chas v'shalom lead to infighting. To which the Gemara says, "Alaman lo chachamim lo osra sada." Rather, the Gemara says, "I understand why there could be an issue ultimately again of interest. It's more personal. For example, if he has a loaf of bread in his house or in the city where there's proximity, but out in the field, represents, in other words, I'm coming in contact with the akum, and this is an episodic interaction. This is not an ongoing relationship. So what Rebbe was wondering was, why would the bread of a Gentile be prohibited in the field, where the interaction again is only episodic and not going to lead to intermarriage? The Gemara says, so people thought when they heard this statement of Rebbe, they thought that Rebbe was in fact permitting bread baked by pas akum. The Gemara says, that's not true. That's not what's happening over here. Rebbe lo hiter pas. In fact, that was not the case. Rebbe was not permitting it. Rebbe was simply in kind of going through the intellectual process, but Rebbe was not actually coming to permit bread baked by Yosef and came Rabbi Shmuel bar Yehuda Amar, Lokach Hayamaisa. So Yosef, and so Rabbi Shmuel bar Yehuda says, no. The story, as you just recounted it, is not how it happened. The story happened in a different way. One time that he went to a location, he saw that the Jewish students, like that, were having difficulty finding bread. There wasn't an ample supply of bread. Ain kan palter, so this is why is there no bread? Is there not a baker here? People thought that Rebbe was even asking, isn't there at least a Gentile baker? For again, what Rebbe was essentially saying is that bread baked Gentile baker will ultimately be permitted. Gemara says, but in fact, Rebbe was saying, no. Rebbe was asking, isn't there a Jewish baker who is here? Rebbe told him, even according to the opinion that says that pas akum of a baker, now we'll say, the Gemara doesn't explicitly say, let's analyze this. The whole reason why the rabbis went ahead and prohibited pas akum, the bread of a Gentile, is because it could lead ultimately against intimacy. Bread with someone that creates relationships, closeness relationships can also result in intermarriage, which is the undoing of the very familial and national fabric of cloud and snow. So if a Chazal said you can't eat the bread baked by a Gentile. What's interesting is, of course, this really only applies in a situation where someone is personally baking the bread. So, for example, my Gentile neighbor bakes bread, I can't eat that. A palter is a baker. So you have a Gentile baker who owns a bakery. Someone comes in to purchase that bread, that's not what Chazal was talking about. There's no concern of intermarriage there. There's no closeness that's engendered by the consumption of that bread. It's commercial in nature. Now the Gemara says, even going to the meaning that says that therefore you can purchase, obviously, bread that has kosher ingredients, kosher bread from a Gentile baker. That's only if there's no Jewish baker available. But where there is a Jewish baker, no, you cannot purchase the bread of a Gentile baker. Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan says, even according to the opinion that says it should be bread baked by a Gentile baker, that's only out in the field. Again, the field represents this idea of an episodic interaction. About the year, but not in the city, no wine, ultimately, again, because of intermarriage. Interesting. So even for those who permitted the consumption of bread baked by a Gentile baker, someone who did this for his parnasa, is not focused. Does that apply in the city or perhaps on the outside of the city? Right there. I will eat the bread of a Gentile baker. Of a Gentile. Rashi says over here, Menachos means Moshe. He was eating the bread of a Gentile. Hadei Mitzri, out in the field by the borders of the field. Now, I clearly felt that halacha l'maisa, because it was out in the field, therefore the gzera did not apply. Don't talk to him. Don't talk to him anymore. Why? Because he's eating the bread of a non-Jew. So you see over here, Nachman felt that Ibo was acting inappropriately, and therefore commanded the other people not to go ahead and engage. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, this is the end of the Sugya pass. Let's just spend just a moment on this, because it's actually quite interesting. So we know. So what do we do with this? Like, what is the nature of this disease? So clearly, what Chazal wanted us to do was to ideally eat bread that is baked by another Jew. So we call this in halacha pas Yisrael. So, but we do contemporarily. So, for example, you go ahead, you go to the supermarket. At the supermarket, in the past, you buy a loaf of bread, whatever the brand is, with a hashkafa on it. Proper hashkafa. So, what is that? So, remember again, more often than not, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. That is bread baked by a non-Jewish baker, in other words, a commercial enterprise, and it is kosher to ensure that the ingredients are. So, the halacha, we assume that the prohibition of Chazal and it can't be passed up
That was bread baked by an individual idolater, an individual Gentile. Because the concern is if I break bread with my neighbor, break bread with an individual Gentile that intended to fellowship could cause lead to intermarriage. But essentially the halacha says Chazal never goes there on commercial produced bread. Right? Baking it for me. He's baking it for whoever the customer is. When I buy the loaf of bread, he's not like, oh, what a sweet Jew, he brought a loaf of bread. It's a customer. A customer is a customer. And therefore it does not create that sense of relationship, and therefore we're not leading into marriage. And therefore our local license. So that's why today we definitely have those who are not on passes, only to eat bread baked by a Jew, which means not only is it ingredient-wise kosher, but the baking process itself had intervention. What level of Jewish intervention you need in order to make it passes is a deeper discussion for that. Now the Pashas, when you go into the supermarket and you buy just like a major brand, loaf of bread that has a hashgacha on it, that's not pas Yisrael, that's what's called pas halter. Bread of a Gentile baker, kosher certification says that all of the ingredients are kosher, and halach l'maisa, so there is no concern of intermarriage because it is commercially produced. Incredible. Next, Shemesh Shalai, last line 35. Furthermore, I think Chazal like state that you can't ingest the oil of a Gentile. Shemen, Rav Amar Genel Gazal. So what's this? Interestingly enough, is my focus is exactly when this gezerah against Shemen was made. So Rav says, Daniel, Prophet Daniel, went ahead and legislated this prohibition. Shmuel Shmuel said, was the Tav Vav 36a, Zil Fas, the Fasim shall kill him Tmeim or Saktam. First comes the things like this. It's because a Gentile will go ahead and keep oil in a kli, which sounds like a tummy, which means ritually impure. Therefore, the ritually impure absorptions seep into the effort under the oil and if that's the case, then how can you buy oil from a Jew either? Maybe the Jew also kept his oil in ritually impure. In other words, we don't assume that people are mastered on the laws of ritual purity and impurity. Allah, Fasim shall kill him as soon. Not tame, but that a trait. We're concerned that the Gentile stored his oil in tray utensils, non-kosher utensils, and because the oil sits there, it absorbs non-kosher absorptions. Therefore, you can't use the oil of an apple. So fundamentally, my focus Rav and Shmuel. So Rav says the gezerah on shemen of oil of an akum comes from the Navi. Shmuel says it's a practical issue because the Gentile potentially could store the oil in one of his non-kosher utensils. The oil will absorb the non-kosher absorptions. I'm going to Shmuel Rav. So Shmuel said to Rav, Bishlam alididi the amina is lifasan shall create an asurin or sartan. So Shmuel says like this. Shmuel says, okay, so according to me, he says that if this is an issue, the oil of an akum, shemen akum, is an issue of absorption. That makes sense. I know the Asra Yitzchak Bar Shmuel Bar Marta Amar Darish Rabbi Smaloi Ben Etzim Rabbi Smaloi Darshan following Shemen Rabbi Huda Beis Dino Nimra Allah Beitiyu. Smaloi said that Rabbi Huda and his Beitin, Rabbi Huda convened the Beis in his own Beitin, and they permitted oil. They said as long as the oil of a Gentile is ingredient-wise kosher, there's no need to burn it. Asavar, no sin kam. Why? Because the logic was that even if there are absorptions that get absorbed into the oil, the absorptions are not beneficial, they're detrimental. That's what it's called no sin kam. That literally, again, it infuses taste, but the taste itself is compromised and stunted. So again, this can mean a number of different things. This can either mean that they only use utensils that were used that were not 24 hours, and therefore the absorptions are dormant, or it could just mean that in general, in oil, any absorptions that come from a non-kosher utensil will only be mental. In any event, that is based on felt that halacha l'maisa, there's no need to be concerned. It makes sense, according to me, Shmuel says, the Amrat Daniel, that the prophet Daniel was the one who made this enactment against the oil of an akum. So the Gemara says, how could this be? Gazar love Daniel. Daniel Gazar v'asar Yehuda nasim levatale. Could it be that Daniel made a gezerah? The Navi made a gezerah, but Yehuda and his based in annulled the gezerah. But we learned in basing the whole about the relation of Havera, in king of Gadlan and the Chachuminion.
Let's see, we have a rule. Rabbinic legislation can be repealed. But in order to repeal rabbinic legislation, you need a rabbinic body of greater number and wisdom than the one who originally enacted the legislation. So Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din are not greater than Daniel. So how Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din have the right to repeal legislation that Daniel made? Amar Lay, so he responded back, Smala Kamrit. You're going ahead and you're bringing a right for Rabbi Smaloi, Rabbi Smaloi the Ludian. So what's a shiny Ludoi in the Zalzal. So this is actually pretty incredible. Ultimately, don't bring around the people from Ludoi. Why? Because in general, they were not careful with rabbinic law. Wow. Amar Lei, Ashlach Lei. So ultimately, I said to Rav, can I tell Rabbi Smaloi that you said that? Very profound. So Rav was embarrassed, and essentially, no. Which I was saying, it's very profound in Yisod in life. Never say something about someone that you would not want them to hear from your own mouth. So Rav said this disparagement about Rabbi Smaloi. Shmuel said, "No, can I tell him you said that?" Which Rav becomes embarrassed. Amar Rav, so that says like this: just because the and his days did not darshan properly, doesn't mean that we shouldn't darshan it. What's the pasuk? So this is the proof to Rav that Daniel was the one who legislated against the oil of an apple. The pasuk says, "Vayasem Daniel alibo asher lo Yisrael bepas bad hamelech ubiyayin mishta." So it was a tremendous pasuk. The pasuk says in Daniel that Daniel promised, right? He took it upon himself not to eat the bread of the king, and the king is Nebuchadnezzar, and not to drink his two drinks. So the Gemara says, first wide line, 36a. It's talking about two different drinks. One is wine, and one is oil. So you see from here again, this Rav says is denying that Daniel himself was the one who legislated against the use of oil from Rav Savar, Rav says Daniel accepted this and he also legislated this for all of Klal Yisrael. Shmuel says, Alibo Sam B'chol Yisrael Lo. Shmuel says, no, I agree. Daniel accepted this upon himself, but Daniel did not legislate this for all of Klal Yisrael. So we'll say fundamental machlokes. Someone says, 1 second. Vishem and Daniel Gazer, is that true? That Daniel was the one who made the gzera against oil of an apple? Bamer Bali Avini Nosa Mishmei Dirav. Yet Bali Avini Nosa said the name of Rav. Kitan Ushmanon Kitan Ubinosayan. Kulan Mishmona Sadabrahin. Again, the bread of an apple, Shemen, the oil of an apple, the wine of an apple, and the daughters of an apple, all of these are part of the 18 gzeros. So again, Rashi points out this in Masechet Shabbos, 18 gzeros that they shall be able to pass over objections over Beis Hillel. So we see that it's Chazal, that it's the rabbis who legislated this halacha of oil, not Daniel. Maybe Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. And what happens? And ultimately, again, it was the students of Hillel and Shammai who then subsequently legislated the same legislation of Daniel. Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. Then later on, the students of Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated, and people accepted it. If that's the case, ultimately, again, then what does Rav say? Does Rav say that the legislated the prohibition of oil? If at the end of the day, after Daniel legislated, no one listened. What's the fuck? Daniel Gaza Allah. But here, very interesting. Rather, Daniel legislated that the oil of an akum should be prohibited in the city, and ultimately Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated that it should be prohibited even in the field. So again, this harkens back to the previous Gemara that Daniel legislated, and apparently so wine is assuming so oil, shaman, is also an issue of intermarriage. Where is there an issue of intermarriage? In the city, where people have more ongoing contact. But in the field, there's no problem. And then later on, Shammai Hill came along and expanded the rabbinic prohibition, and said it applies even in the field. So much of the Yehuda Nasi, anything much of the Mishnah that comes to me, it's not really different. Well, second, then remember, what did you want to say before? You want to say that the Yehuda and Bezin subsequently repealed the prohibition on oil. But how can a Yehuda and Bezin repeal legislation made by Shammai and Hillel? Really, it's the Talmud of Shammai and Hillel. After about Shammai and Hillel, Ein Bezin Yochel Abado, the Bezin Chadar, anything done in that one day, as you said this before, one day then cannot repeal the rulings of a subsequent days and of a previous days, unless, of course, that subsequent days then is larger in number and wisdom. So Yehuda is based on certainly not greater than the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. So how could repeal it? Furthermore, Ha'amarat Rabba Bar Chana Yochanan Bakol Yochol Levato based in Jireh, based in Chadero, Chutz Yishmor Asadar. In general, by the way, even when it comes to the repealing of rabbinic law, you're right. So a particular Bezdin makes a ruling, a subsequent Bezdin that is larger in size and number could repeal the previous rabbinic legislation with the exception of the 18 enactments that were done by the students of Shammai and Hillel. Why? The Gemara says, Sha'afilu Yova in Yo Bezdino in Shomer. Because even if Eliyahu and his Bezdin, and his Bezdin were to come, if Eliyahu and his Bezdin were to come, they can't repeal the 18 enactments. Why not? Because again, those 18 enactments, which we'll discuss some of them, were so profoundly accepted and so ingrained within the halakhic practice of Klal Yisrael, therefore no one has the ability to repeal them. Shemen lo pasha Yisrael b'chol Yisrael. But ultimately, again, oil, apparently, again, this is interesting. Apparently, the prohibition on oil just never took. Which is just really interesting, never took. So whether it was legislated first by Daniel and then subsequently legislated by Hillel, and then it sounds like it wasn't really accepted. So because it really accepted, therefore this basically had the ability to formally repeal it. The Rabbi Shor Abba Amr Yochanan, this is incredible. Yoshvu Rabbeinu Baktu Al Shemen Shalom Pashat Yisrael Rav Yisrael. The rabbis checked. And they saw, they did like an investigation, that the majority of Klal Yisrael was not observing this prohibition on oil of an alcohol. The Samchur was not and therefore the rabbis based themselves on the words of Rabbi Shimon of Elazar who says, Ein gozin zer tzibor, himkin rov tzibor yeholim lamo. This is incredible. Rabbis only have the ability to legislate rabbinic if it is clear that the majority of the population has the ability to abide by it. But if the majority of the population is going to live in non-compliance, Chazal do not have the right to legislate, which is fascinating. So therefore the Gemara says, it turns out that although the rabbis had good intentions with prohibiting oil of an akum, it never took. Now tell us why it never took. Right? At the end of the day, maybe it was just too difficult to get oil from Jews or whatever the situation was, but it never took hold. Because it never took hold, therefore, by definition, just exerted and never vested. And therefore, again, it was able to be repealed subsequently by the Newton's basis. Which I will say, by the way, it's such a beautiful yisod. The ways of the Torah are pleasant. In general, again, if something in Yiddishkeit becomes too difficult, or something in Yiddishkeit becomes too overwhelming, chances are I'm doing it wrong. Because the ways of the Torah are pleasant, the Hashpach are pleasant. And therefore, again, even in rabbinic law, the rabbis have a right to legislate. But if the system sees that people just can't do it or aren't doing it, then by definition, the law falls away. What's the pasuk? And I will say that this is a major issue, right? This is a major concept. The rabbis legislate law, and the majority of people are listening to it. The law essentially kind of falls. Now, it sounds like it still needs some type of formal repeal process. That was Rabbi Yehuda and his based in, but essentially the law of Gemara says, where do you know that from? My prophet is the question. Also, not up on the base 30 CD. Moreover, it quotes the pasuk from Malachi. So literally again, a me'ira is a curse. Rashi says, you Klal Yisrael, you accepted upon yourself the responsibilities of the Torah. Literally again, with the penalty of a curse. So the Navi seems to say that Klal Yisrael, you accepted upon yourself prohibitions, but yet then you yourself transgress those very prohibitions. Gemara says, listen to this. Now it's interesting, the way the pasuk phrases it is Goy Kulo, and who's doing this? The nation as a whole. So the Navi is rebuking Klal Yisrael for accepting upon themselves certain things and then violating the very things they accepted upon themselves. So as you accepted it as Goy Kulo, the entire nation. I'ika Goy Kulo in Ilolo. Fascinating. Gemara says, if Goy Kulo, the entire nation of Klal Yisrael accepted their prohibition, then enough is binding. But if the majority of Klal Yisrael never accepted it, then obviously it is not binding. Of course, obviously it only applies to rabbinic law. Biblical law is Chash Baruch Hu's word differential. When it comes to rabbinic law, it's very interesting. You see that there is a halacha where some significance, the majority of the segment of Klal Yisrael accepted, just never kind of seeped into a practice. It ultimately binding. So what's interesting about that is that it appears that Shemen fell into that category. Although again, the rabbis legislated said you cannot get oil from it for the reasons that we said before. The general population just never observed this halacha, and therefore again it never vested ultimately again as part of the body of rabbinic law. Incredible. On base 36 feet, 3 lines in Gufa. Amr Ba'ali Amr Vim. Supposed to according to the rest we saw before. There was some Mishmei Derav. Pitan Ushmanan Yeno Benov Sayan. Kulam Ushmanan Asar Dolar. Supposed to say this before, right? So remember again, the bread of an akum, the oil of an akum, the wine of an akum, the daughters of an akum, all of these are part of the 18 enactments that were made by the students of Shammai. Says the Gemara, what's that? Say Mikey, when you say the legislation against the daughters of an akum, the right non-Jewish women, what is that? Amar Rav Nachman Yitzchak, Gazru Abno Sehen, Midos Me Arisos. Chazal legislated that an akum, a non-Jewish woman, non-Jewish girl, has the status of a nida already from the cradle. That was an obvious, so one doesn't become a nida until she actually experiences menstruation. The rabbis led the non-Jewish woman has the status of a nida from the time that she's in the cradle. Why do they do this? By definition, this creates a distance between Jews and non-Jews. Since the non-Jewish woman will ultimately, again, transmit to from the time that she's a baby, by definition, creates barriers. The goal of those barriers, ultimately, to prevent intermarriage. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ugniva Mishmei Derav Amar, Kula Mishum Avodas Kochavim Gazru. All of these legislation ultimately were to prevent us ultimately engaging in idolatry. Also, Rav Acha bar Ada Amar Yitzchak, Gazra Apitan Mishum Manan. The rabbis legislated that you can't eat the bread of an akum lest you come to consume their oil. I don't understand. What does that mean? In other words, again, what if it sounds like that they're oiled and their bread? Why is oil more worrisome than bread? Rather, no, the rabbis legislated you can't eat the bread or the oil of a Gentile lest you come to consume his wine. And wine, we're concerned ultimately again because of the daughters, in other words, lead to intermarriage. And we're worried about if you marry their daughters, something else will happen. And then something else will lead to something else. So we're going to define that cryptic statement in just a little bit. I just want to point out how fascinating this is, right? Because up until now, we've always been focused on the idea that yayin, that the wine of an akum was an issue of avodah zarah. Now, Igmar really says like this: all of these gzeros, they're not exclusive, but essentially the thrust of these gzeros was intermarriage. So you can't eat the bread or the oil of an akum lest you come to drink his wine. And we're concerned that if you come to drink his wine, you're going to marry his daughter into it. Again, wine, bread, oil, ultimately wine creates a sense of closeness, and that closeness can result in intermarriage. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Now the Gemara seems to indicate, and then again, you have the scriptic statement, you can marry the daughter of a Gentile, Mishum Davar Acher, everything else, and then also Davar Acher will lead to Davar Acher. Something else leads us. We'll get to that, but Gemara says, 1 second. But I was saying that I see, not non-Jewish woman, That's not a rabbinic enactment. Midaisa, you can't marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we say? Well, Tischan the Pasuk says, marry them. It's pretty explicit talking about the Gentile nations. Jewish Gemara says, Midaisa zayin umos. It's interesting. Midaisa, the prohibition of intermarriage also only applies to 7 nations which were indigenous to Canaan, but ultimately not everyone else. The rabbis came along and said the prohibition of intermarriage applies to all non-Jews. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, here's a time. Rashpir Shamayachai says, not true. Not true. The Pasuk says, you're not allowed to marry a non-Jewish woman. Why? Ultimately, again, because she will cause your son to veer away from me, from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Marry a non-Jewish woman, so the pastor, she's going to raise the child in her ways, and it's going to cause the child to be from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So you see from it that Rashbi says, is that a biblical prohibition on marrying any non-Jewish woman, even if she's not one of the 7 nations. Ela d'oraisa ishus derechasnos. That'd be right. Midaraisa. There's a biblical prohibition to formally marry a Gentile woman. Va'asu inu gaza filu derechnos. The rabbis said, and prohibited even a casual encounter. So midaraisa, marriage with a non-Jew is prohibited. Midrabanan, even active immorality, even a casual encounter, ultimately is going to be prohibited as well. Incredible. One second. There's no standard. That's not true. That's not true. There's no immorality is only outlawed by the basin of shame. Listen, so that means Sheva is supposed to be enough. I'm going back early, but you know, some by Yom Yehuda, remember again, this is after the whole episode of Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar's pregnant. They don't know who the father is. Yehuda had no reason to think that it was him. So the Maaseh says, she effectively committed adultery because she was waiting really for evil with the last son of Yehuda, and therefore she has to be burned. She has to be executed. So you see from already earlier that they were careful about sinos. To which was hello, the rice olikochav mabah bas Yisrael, the mashka basri. This is very interesting. Midarai, so the prohibition is in olikochavim. Also, a Jewish woman can't marry a non-Jewish man because the concern over there is that a woman's going to follow her, and she's going to follow after him. But again, there would not be a problem technically with the Jewish marrying a non-Jewish woman. However, said, no, not only is it prohibited for a Jewish woman to marry a non-Jewish man, but it's prohibited for a Jewish man to marry a non-Jewish woman as well. So you want to say one second. That's not true. It is a halacha l'moshe Messina, a Sinaitic law that a Jewish man is not allowed to have relations or marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we know this? We just read about this 2 weeks ago. Where it says, last week, excuse me, if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, a zealot is allowed to kill the Jewish man. That's also Pinchas, right? Zimri, Jewish man, ultimately again has relations with Cosby, a Midianite princess, and Pinchas killed them. So you see, me the Oraisa have to go ahead and have relations with non-Jewish. Hello, so Olay, the Oraisa the Fahesia, okay, Meshahaya. Mid the Oraisa is very interesting. Mid the Oraisa, the prohibition ultimately again is the Fahesia. The Jewish relations with the non-Jewish woman in a public fashion. Public fashion doesn't really have to engage in relations in front of everyone, but it means that the matter is very well known. That is the Isra Oraisa. And exactly like the story of Zimri and Cosby occurred about us, right? Where again, but where again, that was immorality that was known and literally seen by all. However, the rabbis came along and said, even privately, a Jewish man is not permitted to have relations with a non-Jewish woman. The rest is one second. It's not true. It's not true. There's earlier legislation already. So again, a Jewish man having relations with a non-Jewish woman privately is already outlawed by the Beis of the Hashmonai. Incredible. If the Asra Bini, our Beis of the Hashmonai does rule, the Beis of the Hashmonai they decree, we shall have our let's go for them. Chayiv Mishum Nashgo. If you saw, to do. has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he is chayiv because of nashga. Now what's nashga? Nashga is an actually important midah. Shivcha. Shivcha. Rashi points out over here, Goya, and ultimately again, Isha's fish if she's married. So again, if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he violates all these provisions. Look at Rashi. Rashi says here in Nashga, Gaz Aleim Yishom Nida Dirabanan. Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman. It's as if he had a relationship with the Nida, right? V'afagav Doredes Kochavim in Tamina Torah, Sheikam Gaz Aleim Yishom Shivcha. Right, so in other words, it's as if he had relations with a Nida. It's as if he had relations with a Shivcha. And ultimately, again, Shum, Avedas Kochavim, to go Miskate B'derech Ishus, or Shum Eseshis. So if a Jewish man has relations with an non-Jewish woman, he violates 4 prohibitions: Nida, Shivcha, certain Goya with an Akku, and Ishes Ish, if she's married. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, Ki Asa was a first wide line, Ki Asa Rabin Aram Shum Nashgaz. Rabin disagreed a little bit, and he said not Nashka, but rather Nashgaz. First, you are the same Nida, Shivcha, Goya, but instead of Ishes Ish, he holds Zona, prohibition of having relations with the harlot. Either way, what do we see from here? That there's a prohibition of a Jewish man to have relations with a non-Jewish woman, even if it's in private. And that's a pre-existing prohibition already, back to the times ultimately again of the Beis Din of Chashmonaim. He goes with Beis Din Dino Shel Chashmonaim, Bia, Aval Yichud Lo, Va'ase Imhu, Gazra Filo Yichud. You're right. The Beis Din of the Chashmonaim, they said relations with a non-Jewish woman is prohibited because these 4 things, or you violate these 4 things, but yichud, seclusion, was permitted. And then the Talmidim of Beishan Beisila, when they legislated, they said even yichud, even seclusion with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. Someone says, 1 second. Yichud nami Beis Dino shel David. It's not true. David HaMelech and his Beis Din were the ones who legislated the prohibition on yichud, on seclusion with any woman who is prohibited to you. But also Shah go ala yichud. In that moment, what's that moment? Rashi HaKodesh points out that he says, "Va'osa Shah, my son, Amnon and Tamar." Amnon and Tamar were the 2 children of David HaMelech. Now they both shared a father, Amnon and Tamar, but they had 2 different mothers. It's a much longer story, but essentially, Amnon violated his sister. Lost it very violently. When he was ill, he asked Tamar to help come in and take care of him. So after that occurred, David actually legislated that you can't be alone with any woman who is an erva to you. You're not allowed to. So the point over here is you see that much earlier than Shekna was already legislated by David HaMelech. David HaMelech and his base legislated yichud with another Jewish woman. Aval yichud da'avadas kochadim, women they did not legislate. Va'asi imhu, and then Shammai and Hillel came along. Gazru afilu hayichud da'avadas kochadim. So Shammai and Hillel came along, and ultimately again they were goes out on yichud even with a non-Jewish woman. Incredible. So again, whereas ending off over here is that what Shammai. The Talmud of Shammai Hill specifically legislated was even yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. Someone said, 1 second. Yichud the Basar Doraisi. First of all, 1 second. It wasn't David that was basing the against yichud. Yichud is an Isra Doraisi. How do we know this? The Omar Rabbi Yochanan B'Shur B'Shem Yosada Remez the Torah Minayim. From where do we find the scriptural allusion to the prohibition of seclusion with any woman who is an Arab to you? Sheemar Yesischa Achicha Beninacha. It was an interesting passage. Literally translated, if your brother, the son of your mother, will entice him to do the zara. Somewhere it says, I don't say. The chi ben emes ben av enomesis. It's only your eternal brother who could go at to do about the zara. But your paternal brother can't. Ella misyachet in emo, they misyachet in koalaya shivitona. That's very interesting. Who's going to be the brother? Ultimately, again, who entices you to do about the zara? One who's able to do it at all times.
Who's the baby at all times? Your brother from your mother. Because your brother from your father, right, your paternal brother, can't be alone with your mother. It's an heir of So therefore the Torah says if the brother, the son of your mother, who's allowed to be alone with you and your mother, therefore he'll be with you all the time. If he entices you to do Avodah, don't you see him. So what do you see him there? Then a son is allowed to be alone with his mother. But every other person, there's a biblical prohibition of yichud for being alone with a woman who is an ervo. It's prohibited to you. So what do you see from there? The Isser yichud is the oraisa. So David HaMelech in this case didn't create it. It's the oraisa. Restream says no. Yichud. I'm sorry. Yichud the oraisa. Vicious ish. But it's mid oraisa. The only issue you forget is with a married woman. The Gemara says, "Va'asa Gaza David HaMelech came along ultimately again. David HaMelech came along, and he created a gzera even on a single woman." I said, interesting enough. So again, just follow the conscience of here. So Midah Araisa, the Isser Yichud, a man cannot be secluded with a woman who's married to someone else. An Isha is a married woman. David HaMelech comes along and he says, you can't have Yichud even with a woman who is a Pruya, who is single. And the Gemara says, what happened? But Asi Tamid Deishan Silo goes to Afila Ayichud Da'avedesko. And ultimately, again, then the Tamid of Shammai and Hill came along and said, Yichud with a non-Jewish woman to be prohibited as well. So multi layers, so the Gemara, this seems to be the Gemara kind of lands in this entire conversation. So the Gemara lands is there is an Isser Yichud Mid'oraisa. What's the Isser Mid'oraisa? A Jewish cannot be alone with a married Jewish woman. That's the Doraisa. David HaMelech comes along and says that Halacha L'Oraisa, you can't even have Yichud together with a single Jewish woman. And then Shammai and Hillel, the 18 Gezeros, said you can't even be alone ultimately with a Gentile. So three different layers of Yichud. First Doraisa, then David HaMelech, and then Tamidim of Shammai and Hillel. So we'll stop over here for today. The Gemara is going to pick up as the conversation then kind of spills on Zayin and Aleph. The conversation is supposed to say now that's the first part of the place, right? So just to close this out. So remember again, the Gemara here structured this as saying the rabbis prohibited oil and bread lest you come to wine of an akum. Wine of an akum is prohibited lest you come to their daughters, right? And daughters are prohibited because of davar acher, something else, and something else is prohibited because of something else. So explain up everything pretty much up until daughters. The last remaining piece is we prohibited daughters because of something else because of something else. But the same davar acher, davar acher. But we'll come to that near Hashem tomorrow's daf. Next, close out the Vaisa. Bye, everyone. Have a wonderful day. I'll say good morning. Good morning, the great physical spot Hashem to be able to with all of you. Sorry I can't be there physically. Physical spot Hashem to learn virtually and spiritually together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual Talmud sponsors, the Tilson Mishpacha B'Eretz Yisrael. Today is Rabbi Naftali Tilson's father, Yonah ben Avraham Leib, a true survivor, a proud partisan, deeply loved Torah and Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. Naftali writes, his strength, values, and devotion continue to inspire me each and every day. So of course, we should just observe that our children, after 100, should be able to make dedications about absolutely beautiful, incredible. And Shem Shach Naviyah and Meretz Hashem family in the Talmud. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz. Abba Avinu Torah Arden Alana Weinberg for the miracles of Hashem, both the revealed and the hidden. The miracle of Yonatan Shai.
14 years ago, in the source of the speedy arrival of Moshiach Ben Rabbi Avinu on the Dain and Bashar of Haberberg to Israel, dedicating all the Shemon Joshua this month, the Ilu Nishmas of Shlomo Ben Yehuda Aryeh Ben. We hope that the merit of our time all of the Nisham Sam, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a full Shabbat, the Kol the Cholei, Shabbat, we can bring home all of our holy hostages and allow our precious soldiers to be successful in Kol Master. We'll say today's daf is Lamed 35. We are picking up the next session on Lamed Days. Really beautiful Gemara ahead of us today. So we are picking up at the two dots on the bottom of 34. The Lamed Dalit Amr Days. It is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13 lines up from the bottom. Gemara says, Amr Yudah Shara Nishmo, Orav Achtaboy, Amrav, Hamakadosh Beperesh Shahan Skull Nikudashas. It's an interesting case over here. Reuven goes over to Rachel. Remember again, he wants to marry her. In order to effect Kiddushin, a man has to give a woman an item of value. What does Reuven give Rachel? He gives her the excrement of a Shar HaNiskal. Peresh Shar HaNiskal. Okay? So Rashi points out over here, Shar HaNiskal, Asr Bando. So he gives her the excrement of the Shar HaNiskal. So ultimately, again, Halacha is Mikudesh. Now, Lav Daf she should marry a guy. Leaving aside the lack of romantic overtones in this particular gesture of Kiddushin, but when nice again Gemara says, Rav says, it works. On the other hand, the parish Agle Avodas Kochamin in Mekudeshes. If a man, Reuben is Mekadesh a woman with the excrement of a calf of Avodah Zarah, she's not Mekudeshes. It's interesting, so apparently not all excrement created the same. If it's from Shahan, it's going to argue about it. Shahan is a but it has killed the person. The shar itself is executed, and therefore the shar itself is asr ba'anba. A calf of Avodah Zarah, we know what that is. So again, if you use the excrement of the shar nistal, it works. Excrement of the shar of Avodah Zarah doesn't work. Even the Sarah, everybody's in the court. So why the distinction? The Gemara says it can either be based on a Sarah, in other words, either espouse a logical argument for this or based in the source. So what's the logic? God, so it's very interesting. By an animal of Avodah Zarah, the truth is, remember, the excrement is inside the animal. So ultimately, again, the excrement makes the animal feel a little bit more bloated. By the way, perish uses to, let's say, excrement that's still left, like in the intestines, things like that, left after that it's been actively excreted. But it can be in the inside of the animal also. So by the aid of Avodah Zarah, the fat of the animal, the zaft of the animal, the more covered that is to the Avodah Zarah. So therefore, again, the perish, the excrement, is actually value added in Avodah Zarah case. But again, by Shah Niskal, the animal's going to be executed. It doesn't make a difference if the animal is large or smaller. It makes absolutely no difference. The Gemara says, so that's the Svara. That's the Svara. Goes to the Apostle. It says by Avodah Zarah that you can't hold on to anything. Anything associated with Avodah Zarah, by definition, is going to be Aser. Therefore, even the excrement is going to be Aser. Sakol Yisaka Hashar. Below you have to stone the shark, it's going to die, and you can't eat the meat. What do you see from there? The prohibition, the prohibited status only devolves upon the flesh, doesn't devolve upon the excrement. So we'll say it's so incredible. So the point over here is that Allah, I know one seems to be arguing on this. A man can be mekadesh a woman with the excrement of a shor skull, because essentially that excrement is not asr ba'anah. And again, it does have value. It's fertilizer. It has value. So therefore, a man can be mekadesh a woman with it. On the other hand, the excrement of the calf of Avodah Zarah, that is asr ba'anah. So again, either based on a pasuk or based on a svara. Amar Rava says, the truth is, both of these can be gleaned from our Mishnah household. So going back to the interesting conversations about cheeses, the again, which we're going to get into today, about why is it that cheese of an akum is prohibited. So the one answer that the Gemara gave and that the Mishnah gave was because they curdle it in the stomach of an avela. So the Gemara says the answer is, or the Mishnah shoots back, again, the stomach. And all seems to have a greater hook than the stomach of stam and animal. Just stam and animal. After all, again, the Gemara saying, yeah, so Rashi says, this is very interesting. So the Gemara says, now what you could infer from this is that halacha l'maisa. So remember, what are you curdling the milk with? The rennet that's in the stomach. So see from here is that in general, even an item that is prohibited by a in Isra Hana, prohibited from benefit, that which is considered to be like excreted, and that would include also like the rennet in the stomach of the animal, ultimately again is mutter bahana. And then again, afterwards it says that ultimately again, because they curdle the cheese in the stomach, the kebas egle avodos kochavim, the kamahagale in came lama lo asura bahana, and ultimately then they shut back. If that's the case, that they're curdling the cheese in the stomach of the avodah zarah animal, then ultimately the cheese shouldn't only be asur ba'anah, but asur ba'achila, it should also be asur ba'anah. It should be asur on both counts. So what do you see from here? You see from here that when it comes to idolatry, really every part of the animal, all again, is considered to be asur ba'anah. Even the Russian, by the way, of pure should be something that's separate. Also means something that's unimportant in the grand scheme of the animals. What you begin to see is that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, because of the stringency, because of the strictness of the code, everything becomes prohibited by an Avodah Zarah animal, including the rennet in the stomach, including all the excrement, whether it was excreted or whether still, let's say, inside of the body at the time that the animal was slaughtered. Everything that's that animal becomes asur ba'anah. Again, going back to the question, as opposed to shor haniskal. When by shor haniskal kills someone, you have to stone the shor. And the Torah says the meat is asur. It's the meat that's asur, but ultimately, again, anything else is considered to be pure shor, insignificant for the animal. No. Excuse me, it's not becoming full circle. That's why a man woman with the excrement of a shor haniskal, because that is not asur ba'anah, therefore it has a value, but cannot be mechanical with the excrement of an avodah zarah animal. Because in that case, the avodah zarah status develops upon all parts of the animal. Incredible. I have the mercy for the hadalei, mishum the lesser the isur de'enei. But 1 second, I don't understand. In general, even if halacha l'maisa, right? Let's go back to the cheese case. Right, so now we're saying that the cheese of an akum is going to be asur because they curdle it in the stomach of an avodah zarah animal. But why can't you just say, even if that's true, let's say we're using the rennet, we're using the enzyme of the avodah zarah animal's stomach. It's no longer present in the final mixture. So because it's no longer present, essentially what we're saying is it should be bottled. It should be ultimately nullified in a greater mixture. It's no longer visible. It's no longer in existence. And ultimately, again, the Murias, the Rabbanan, the Lo Asura Ba'anah, again, for example, when it comes to Murias, fish oil, that according to the Rabbanan, ultimately, again, according to the Rabbanan, the Lo Asura Ba'anah, ultimately, again, the rabbis did not Asura Ba'anah. My timer, what's the reason? The lesson the Isura Be'eneh. Ultimately, again, because the Isur itself is not extant. This is very important. You're right. It could very well be that in general, that rennet, the enzymes in the stomach that coagulates, that causes the cheese to curdle, ultimately again should be bottled. One could make that argument. The issue over here, I will say, this is a big sugya in the Seches Chulin as well. Davar hamaymed. Davar hamaymed is something essentially that is responsible for the creation of something else. You can't make cheese out the rennet, right? You need that enzyme in order to cause the cheese to coagulate. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, even though you may not be able to see it, right? Or even though you may not be able to notice its presence,
But halacha l'maisa, we know that there's no cheese without it, and therefore halacha l'maisa, it's not batal. So this happens to have far-reaching consequences and implications in other areas of halacha as well, but just interesting to note. So therefore, again, the Gemara is kind of leaving off over here. Again, we're going to get more into cheeses. We're not finished with it yet. But here the Gemara highlighting the idea. First of all, again, we have an interesting halacha when it comes to kiddushin. You can be mekadesh woman with the excrement of a shahan skull because it's not kedibana, but you can't be mekadesh woman with the excrement of an avodah animal, either based on svara or based on a pasuk. Interestingly enough, if you cook cheese, kosher cheese, so to speak, with an avodah animal, it's going to be asur. But in it batal, it's not. Why? Because it's a man. It's a man. It's something that creates something else, something that has that heightened level of, by definition, is not batal. Which will say, if you think about it, is a really beautiful art, right? That's something that is responsible for the establishment of something else, even if that original ingredient is no more visible, it's never batal. And people of Ruchnis, when we think about this, often we speak about or we think about success in the realm of what do we do for ourselves. But it is important for us to remember that at the end of the day, as important as what we do for ourselves is the growth that we enable in others. The Svarim bring down that HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells Avram Avinu, Geri Azar Achol, Hashem says to Avram Avinu, your offspring is going to be like the stars in the sky, right? Like the sand on the shore. And of course, everyone has the same question. It never happened, right? Klal Yisrael, we've never been as numerous in the stars. We've never been like the sand on the sea. So what does it mean? So it's a simple idea. Avram Avinu was the first man of Avinu introduced humanity to the Ribono Shel Olam. So while it's true that different segments of humanity kind of went in different directions, but Lamensa Avram Avinu is responsible for this in this world. Avram Avinu is the father of monotheism. And again, every major faith traces itself to an Abrahamic patriarch. So Avram Avinu is talking to Avram. Even what you're going to accomplish as an individual is the growth that you're going to enable in humanity in all of the world. And it's just so incredible because sometimes the greatest things that we accomplish in this world are not the things we accomplish for ourselves, but it's the inspiration we give to others, and it's the enabling of growth in others. And people never even know what we did. They never even know or a role. What's halacha? A mic is never batal. If you help establish something else, by definition, even if it can't be seen or no one knows it, it's there and it never fully disappears. It always remains present. Incredible. That's right here. So remember, again, after there was this whole discussion with Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shmuel, ultimately, again, Rabbi Shmuel switched the conversation to a different topic. Let me just make sure it wasn't that Rabbi Shmuel. Yes. So Rabbi Shmuel has Rabbi Yoshua. Right. So I'm sorry. Rabbi Shmuel has Rabbi Yoshua. So why is it that there's an issue of cheese? And then Rabbi Yoshua ultimately went ahead and switched the topic, and he started quoting the pasuk from Shir HaShirim. So the Gemara says, "My kitovim dodecha miyayin." So first of all, again, before the Gemara gets into why Rabbi Yoshua felt the need to switch the conversation, ultimately the Gemara examines the pasuk. Asking Shir HaShirim, "For your love is better than oil." So the Gemara says, What's this beautiful Gemara? So this is Klal Yisrael speaking to Hashem. And what did Klal say? What did Klal Yisrael say? Ribono Shel Olam, Arevin alai divrei dodecha yoser miyena shel Torah. This is beautiful. Klal Yisrael says, the words of your beloved ones, were the beloved ones. Rashi points out over here, divrei dodecha, divrei sofer. The words of Chazal. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of Torah itself. You hear what this is saying? We love the Dirabbanans even more than the Oraisos. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of the Torah itself. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? Good. So Gemara says follows. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, so what's the pshat of that, right? What exactly does that? Klal Yisrael says we love the Rabbanans more than the Oraisos.
on a very basic level, remember Raisas, right? Sukim handed to us by a Baruch. We didn't do anything for that. The Rebbe gave handed it to us. But the Lamaisa Rabbanans, we worked for that. That's how going through this system. That's how plowing through this sugyas. That's Chazal trying to understand what's the Ratzon of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, what's going to help us make us better people. So the Rabbanan is the result of true effort. Torah is not giving effort. Torah is Baruch Hu gave to us. So Klal Yisrael says, what's nearest and dearest to us is the stuff we work for. You know, so we think we like to get things handed to us. We think that we prefer just to have things kind of given to us on a silver platter, but it's not true. The things that you get handed on a silver platter are very nice, very easy, very beautiful. But the things you have to work for, the things you have to toil for, the things you have to schwitz for, at the end of the day, those are the things that really are meaningful in life. So the Gemara says, right? So why this pasuk? Why did we choose this pasuk? Really, because he was focusing on the beginning of the pasuk. What's the beginning of the pasuk? The Gemara says, "Yishakiri minashikos piyu," because the pasuk says, "Kiss me with the kisses of your mouth." Amar Yishmael achi. So really, Rabbi Yeshua was kind of giving Rabbi Yishmael a little bit of veiled rebuke. Chashok sifasecha sifsasecha zubazu. Press your lips together, which is a nice way of saying, be quiet. Remember, Rabbi Yishmael was asking Rabbi Yeshua, why is it that Chazal prohibited the cheese of an akum? To which Rabbi Yeshua responds, is Yishakim in a shikos piyu. Close your lips. Close your lips. Don't stop talking. And don't try to ask questions right now. Don't ask questions. What does it mean? Don't ask questions. Why not? Why? Because interesting enough, when we were having this conversation, this was a new rabbinic prohibition. And when it comes to the rabbinic prohibition, we don't go ahead and ask questions. Now we'll see why that is. We'll see why that is in just a moment. So therefore, again, apparently it was brand new that Chazal legislated you can't eat the cheese. But Yishmael is asking, why? What? Because of shakim and the shikos piyu. Literally, close your lips. And then once in a pasuk, you get extrapolated or expanded on into the pasuk. Beautiful. This verse is nice. So first of all, again, what's going on over here? So when the pasuk I'm sure you show ultimately again the Gemara says because of me exactly. Again, we'll see exactly the again. So say the Gemara. Right. So it says, so say, why don't you go ahead and ultimately give the reason for the Gemara? So the Gemara suggests, we'll see what Nikra is in just a moment. So the Gemara says, why not just go ahead and say that it's because of me? In other words, we're concerned about a small amount of something incredibly mixed in. So the Gemara says, because Ula said, what did Ula say about saying? This is incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Ula, so Ula says something very interesting. Chazal had a rule. What was it? What was Chazal's rule? Whenever they legislated a new halacha, they would reason for it for 12 months. That's the way they did it. They wouldn't review it for 12 months. Right? Let's say it's very interesting. The problem with giving reasons for things, there's always going to be someone who thinks the reason doesn't apply to the reason is not good enough, it's solid enough, it doesn't make sense. This is incredible. It's almost like Chazal understood what every parent has that moment when, of course, my child has to do something, and of course, you're going to have to read, talk with them. But it happens that a parent reaches the point and says, listen, this is what we're doing because I said so. Because I said so. And the truth is, it happens to be in chinuch. That's important is so that children need naturally to the logic of every single parental decision. And children need a partner in the creation of every single parental policy. Prerogative to say, this is going to happen, or this is not what's going to happen. Why? Because I said so. Now, because a child gets older and their comprehension expands, you can potentially bring them into the decision-making process, even when they get older. Sometimes the parent just has to say, this is what it is. Why? Because the moment you start getting into reasons is the moment that everybody is a big chacham. So Chazal, this is fascinating. Chazal has this policy that whenever they instituted a new law, for 12 months after the law was first established, we don't talk about the reasoning. We want to go ahead and just kind of legislate it, have it become part of just general behavior of Klal Yisrael, and afterwards we can assess it. So after 12 months, when everybody again is kind of like this behavioral habituation, then we could talk about the reason. But for the first 12 months, do it. Which also tells us so that we keep seeing again in Yiddishkeit, which is so much of what it means to be a good Jew, is to be a good soldier. I understand it, I don't understand it, I agree with it, I don't agree with it, I appreciate it, I don't appreciate it. It's not a democracy. The Rebbe Shalom knows what's best for us. Chazal know what's best for us. And our job is to really exercise that obedience muscle and to be able to say, Hineni, I'm here, I'm ready, I accept. I'm going to be imperfect and make a lot of mistakes, but I'm fully bought in. So the Gemara says, "Megadeh bar Yirmiyah, el gesturing here. This on the Ata Yav Shtishtavi." So it says the Gemara says as follows. Now, remember, I was going to say it for later. Let's see now. It means that Nikar. So that's reference to a snake venom. What Chazal were originally concerned about when it came to cheese was maybe snake venom in it. The Gemara says, okay, venom. But if that's the case, the Gemara says, if the cheese dries, then it should be permitted. Why? Because why? So we'll say because ultimately, again, if there's snake venom wouldn't allow cheese to dry out. So if the cheese dries, then by definition, there's no venom, then it should be permitted. Assuming again, aged cheese should also be permitted. Why? Because snake venom would prevent it from aging. So if that's the case, the Chazal legislated about cheese because they were afraid that perhaps the Akum wasn't careful with snake venom. There's an easy way to tell if the cheese has snake venom or not. If it has no liquid, right? If it dried out, then it has no venom. If it aged, it has no venom. No, you're right. There's another issue. The issue is that ultimately, again, it is impossible for there to be cheese without some milk residue inside of it. Now, what does that mean? If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi Lefishi, Afshal Lepina V'lo Tzitzuchei Chalav, Ben Guma Shal Gvina Nisha Min HaChalav, the Chalav Shechol V'Ovid Kochavim Ein Yisrael Eyo Aser Dilma Ari Bei Chalav Tamei. There's a different concern. Perhaps if the Akum is using cheese, right, using milk to make cheese, so maybe he mixed in some non-kosher milk there, and therefore again, cheese always, sometimes always have like some milk residue with it. Maybe that milk residue is ultimately again from the cheese of a non-kosher animal. Okay, now happens to be good. So Rashi points out over here. We'll leave Rashi's one. So again, first opinion, Ula. What's the reason ultimately again for the issue of cheese of an apple? Snake venom. But the Chanina, no, that's not it because the reason mixed in some non-kosher milk, and some of the milk residue ultimately will be non-kosher milk. It happens to be, the Gemara understands that for whatever the reason, not coagulate properly. It's not really a concern of the non-kosher milk into the cheese, but if in the cheese residue itself, in the milk residue in the cheese, is going to be non-kosher milk. Shmuel says, "V'teishem also ba'ar kevas nevela." Interesting. So Shmuel says, what's the issue? The issue is that they take an actual piece of the stomach and use it to curdle the cheese. So this was interesting. Beforehand, we were talking about using an enzyme in the stomach. So one could make the argument that maybe the enzyme is like a pure shell. It's like nothing. It's like excrement. Once you're actually using the stomach itself, that's not pure shell. Pure shell, that's mamish nevela. So therefore, again, Shmuel's concern is actual nevela in the cheese. So you must hug keva gufa shariya. You might say, 1 second. But kiva itself. So here, what's interesting, by the way, you could see is the inference from this is that according to Shmuel, only the stomach itself is problematic. But apparently, if they were to use the enzyme in the stomach, renin in the stomach, would be fine. But the Shmuel said, again, the stomach, all right, of an animal is probably or of an avela is also. I don't understand. the animal sacrifice, the animal that a Akum uses for his avodah zarah is also an avela. So why do you have to say either an animal of avodah zarah or an avela, right? They're both in avelas. From Rishmuel Chadakatani, Shmuel says you're right. It's really saying one thing. Kevas shchitas kochavim nevela asura. Ultimately, that the shchita of an animal for avodah zarah ultimately is an avela, and therefore again the stomach material, the enzyme ultimately again is going to be asur. So again, you see Shmuel saying over that the enzyme is asur. Beforehand, yet right above this sounds like Shmuel saying that the enzyme is mutter. So what's going on over here? Lo kasha, what's on the days 35b? Kan kodim chazara, kami achar chazara. This portion will retract his opinion. This is after he retracted his opinion. Rashi says in the kan kodim chazara. Also, Mishnah the shchita in the kevas ovid v'chavim the asura nishnis kodim shechazer bar Rabbi Yishmael dvarav shamar lo Rabbi Yishmael b'pnei shema amidin also the kevas nevila the savar lav pirshu again. These two statements were not Mishnah Lozazim in Kol. Ultimately, again, the Mishnah Halacha L'Maisa went ahead and remained in its place. So, in other words, the original ruling that Halacha L'Maisa again it was going to be fun was based on the fact they were only using it. According to that opinion, the enzyme would have been the pure shah. Later on, when the Gemara says that it's usher, always referring to the fact that they're actually using not halacha l'maisa, they're actually going ahead and using an actual piece of the stomach itself, which halacha l'maisa will be usher. Rashi says, "V'kama achar chazara hach t'shani shol mesham amidin also ba'ar aval keva atzma shari la'achar chazar shechazur Rabbi Yeshua b'beit shuvasal shal Rabbi Yishmael." So again, originally that halacha l'maisa again, Rabbi Yeshua thought that halacha l'maisa the enzyme was aser. Then afterwards, when he heard Rabbi Shmuel's statement back in the Mishnah, he retracted that position and said the issue is not that they use the enzyme, but rather the issue is that they use an actual piece of the stomach itself. Incredible. On both sides, Mom and him and base. Now everybody say, we'll see the halacha l'maisa. I know I owe you a lot of halacha l'maisa, but I promise we'll get to it. Second line down from the top, Mom and him and base 35. So these are all different interpretations as to why cheese of an apple is problematic. So Malkius says because they coat the cheese with pig fat. Okay? So the Gemara says, so they use vinegar. They use it to make the cheese. And vinegar, of course, comes from wine. Wine, it would be a interestingly enough, they use the sap of arla fruit, the sap of arla, in order to go ahead and make. So Gemara says, "Kiman." Who's the name? Is that a fact? If one uses, so let's say arla again refers to fruit in its first 3 years that it's late. You plant the tree, first 3 years of fruit, it's arla. Cannot get benefit from it. Can't utilize it. So the Gemara says that if you go ahead and you create cheese, you use the sap of arla as a coagulant, it's ultimately usher because the sap has the same status as the fruit. First, the Gemara says, no. Even Rabbi Yeshua would agree with this. We'll call Rabbi Yeshua Ali Daraloz Elabah Kitfa the Guza. The Kitfa the Hera Modi. Because even Rabbi Yeshua, he only argues on what's called Kitfa the Guza, means the sap that comes out of the tree. Does the same? Rabbi Yeshua says that the sap that comes from the tree does not have the status of fruit. But everyone agrees that the sap that comes out of fruit, of course, does have the fruit, has the status of arla. So there's V'hanu Disnan, Rabbi Yeshua, Shamati Beferish, Shamamik Bisraf Ha'olim, or Bisraf Karin Mutter. I heard explicitly that if you go ahead and you use the sap of the leaves or the tree itself for cheese, that ultimately, again, it will be mutter because the sap of the tree or the sap of the leaves does not have the status of the fruit. However, the Sraf Hagin also makes sure if you use the actual sap of the fruit, ultimately, again, that is going to be. So why? Because that is the status of arla. Okay? So Gemara says as follows. Here's what's interesting. Both going to remember says that Allah the reason why cheese of an akum is also is because they use vinegar in it. Therefore, vinegar comes from yayin. Yayin of an akum, one of an akum is yayin nesa. That's Rav Chisda. Rav Nachman, they use the sap of arla. But both according to Rav Chisda and Rav Nachman, cheese of an akum should not only be asr ba'achila for consumption, but should also be asr ba'ana, because vinegar of an akum is asr ba'ana, comes from wine. Sap of arla, it is asr ba'ana. But yet again, they only say that it's asr ba'achila. So what's going on over here? Kasha. Gemara says, you know what? It's question. It's question. Okay, so I just want to point out how fascinating this is. To see all of these different opinions, right? So we have Ula, Rabbi Chanina, Shmuel, Rav Malkiah, Rav Chisda, and Rav Nachman. 6 different opinions as to why Chazal went ahead and legislated not allowed to go ahead and eat the cheese of an akum. Again, we'll hopefully bring it all together. Darsha Nachman, Rav Chisda. Might say what's the meaning of the pasuk? The Reach Shmanecha Tovim. This is very beautiful. What does it mean? Quoting of Yemen from Shir Ashir. Literally again, the scent of your rose is beautiful. This is beautiful. To what can a Talmid Chacham be compared? With Luchis Shal Plaito. It can be compared to ultimately a flask of perfume. Megula, if the flask is open, Reicha Nodev, then its scent is able to waft. People are able to smell the scent. Mechusa, if the flask is closed in Reicha Nodev, ultimately the scent cannot waft. The scent doesn't go anywhere. So I will say how beautiful this is. In other words, at the end of the day, what makes the Talmid Chacham great? It's not the knowledge that he amasses for himself, but rather, again, it's his willingness and ability to share with others. It goes back. It's reminiscent. It harkens back for something that establishes something else's thought. The greatness of the Talmid Chacham is not simply or does not lie in his own personal achievement, or solely lie in his personal achievements, but it lies in his ability to share his beautiful aroma, his beautiful scent, his beautiful Torah, to engender and enable growth within others. Below, not only that, when a Talmid Chacham shares of his own, most say it's beautiful. The metaphor is beautiful. A Talmid Chacham who doesn't share, so what is he like? He's like a perfume bottle with a stopper inside. What happens with a perfume bottle? So again, everyone knows it's very nice perfume, but what benefit is there? Zero, because no one can smell it. Incredible. To which the words follow. Not only that, when you share your Torah with things that initially you don't understand, you'll come to understand. Like, this can be both just on a basic level, deeper level. On a basic level, when you teach something, you understand it better. So even things I didn't understand myself, if I teach it now, I begin to understand a little bit better. Also, Siyat Lishmaya, who says, if I see that you're giving up your ruchnius to other people, then by definition, I'm going to help you amass even more. Alamos Aibucha. Karibei Mos. Read it instead of Alamos, rather as hidden. That which is hidden will become beloved to you. For that, Ella Shamalabo. The Malach Hamav is the best friend. Shamal said this is really incredible. If you become a kind of who gives selfless, especially of his ruchnius, you teach others, you share co-hosts with others. Even the Malach Hamav comes to admire, say, what's the shot with that? So it could very well be that in general, when the Malach HaMavis comes to take life, so perhaps, fortunately, he doesn't feel the world is going to miss this person that much. Because unfortunately, all too often in life, we underperform. So the Malach HaMavis comes to clean the neshama, okay. But when the Malach HaMavis sees someone who's really like firing on all cylinders, Malach HaMavis sees someone ultimately, again, who's not just amassing personal greatness, but is taking up all of this kedusha and sharing it with others. The Malach HaMavis Kiviyachol falls in love with such a person. So you want to make the Malach HaMavis your friend? I don't know if guy you want to invite to the party, but if you want to make the Malach HaMavis your friend, at the end of the day, be the kind of person who takes what he has, the spiritual treasures that you possess, and make sure to share it with others. Okay, we're old. Masa Shnemar, Alos, Ayucha, Holiday Al Motas. Furthermore, if you take your Torah and you take your book and you share it with others, you acquire, you inherit two worlds. Echad Olam Hazeh, the Echad Olam Haba. This world and the next world. Shneimar, Alamos Karibei Olamos. Read it as worlds. Mostly for a person who takes some of his ruchnius, a person who takes a stopper off of his beautiful bottle of spiritual perfume and allows the scent to go ahead and give to others and do for others. Such a person like that. Olam Haba I know is going to be great. Olam Hazeh, this will become so much better when I know that I'm a giver to others. This will become so I know that I'm an enabler of growth within others. This will become so much better when I know that I'm not just living for me, but I'm living for the cloud, I'm living for the collective, I'm living for the other. Incredible Mishnah. Following the items, but it is not an Isra Hano. So what are these items? If an akum milked an animal and Yisrael wasn't watching it. So say, here we have the concern about an akum mixing in non-kosher milk. So because of that, you can't eat it, but it's not asr ba'ana. Furthermore, you can't eat the bread baked by an non-Jew, nor can you use the oil of a non-Jew. Rabbi and his Beis Din, they permitted the use of oil. Okay, obviously, we have to fill in the blanks over there what this is talking about. So the Gemara says, Hashlotos, cooked vegetables. Right, so if an cooks vegetables, you can't eat that item. Ukvashim, items or preserved items. Shedarka loses for sochen yain. If there are pickled items. Now let's say normally we introduce wine or vinegar. You cannot use that if that comes from an akum again because of the concern of wine or vinegar. So we'll say so again. The taris trufa. Taris trufa. This is interesting. Rashi says taris trufa is taris. It seems is this small variety of fish. Trufa ultimately means it's cut up into small pieces, mashed or it's a better word than mashed. Yeah, all right, diced. So it's a very small piece. The problem is if you get this from an akum, you can't tell what other types of fish may be mixed into this as well. The tzir, she'im b'god kilbis chekas. And in tzir is brine. And if it's a brine, that does kill this fish swimming around it. Now that says over here, Shederef kill this, you go to me, you use seer.imo, go to kill this hotmail. Interestingly enough, that apparently the presence of this kill this fish somehow indicated that the brine was kosher. Again, we'll explain this more in the Gemara exactly what happened. Next, Tachilik. What's like Rashi says, Min Dadim Kitanim Torah Yisrael Tanz. You notice yesterday that actually. Filet is a small variety of fish called sultanas. Now, the fish is young. We saw yesterday that it doesn't have fins and scales. The English translated the camera on the text. So ultimately, again, and yet halacha l'maisa, we see that it's mutter. I don't know. So once I see, interestingly enough, when it comes to the filet. This small fish, you can't buy it from a Gentile. Why? Because it can easily mix in other non-kosher species, and you may not be able to discern. Korat shel chiltis. Again, about say so. Chiltis we'll see is a type of grain. You can't go ahead and eat this akum either. Why not? The Rashi says, interestingly enough, this is a different issue. This is because when they would harvest this item, they would often use their knives, and because the knife of an ash it's non-kosher schmutz or other stuff on it. Therefore, you can't eat this silver. So we'll say, obviously, we're going to go ahead. Rashi points out over here, but it's also because there may be non-kosher residue on, and obviously, we're going to explain each of these categories in the Gemara. Umelech shalkudonis or shalkundis. You can't use shalkundis salt. Rashi will see more what this means. All of these items, all these items, we'll say again, You cannot eat it, and there is no Isser. I know you can get it from these items. I asked the Gemara, let's start. So the milk of an anju. You can't drink the milk of an anju. What do you have to be concerned about? So ultimately, if you're concerned that the nanju is going to put in their non-kosher milk, apparently non-kosher milk looks different than kosher milk. There's different colorations. So therefore, again, there's no get away with that. So let's say, and if you're afraid that maybe he's going to have kosher milk, but he's going to mix in there some additional non-kosher milk, so we'll be able to see it. Very simple. First one, on both sides, make cheese from it. Damar chalav tar omet chalav tameh. Mar said ultimately kosher milk could coagulate into cheese. Non-kosher milk apparently can't coagulate into cheese. First Gemara says that's a great idea. If you want to make cheese, then that's a great way to test out if there's any non-kosher milk involved. What's the case over here? The carbon the case over here is I'm not buying it for cheese. You say, what am I buying it from? Dish kusach. Kamchot actually points out over here the Michael, also known as kusach. So again, because of that, there's no way for me to tell if there's non-kosher milk mixed in there. And therefore, you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase, not allowed to get milk. I'm not concerned if he may have mixed in there non-kosher milk. So just take a little bit of milk and curdle it. In other words, you don't want to curdle the whole thing. Take a little bit of it, curdle it. If it doesn't curdle it, it's not kosher. Twist verse says, no, say right, that's not a good proof, or it's not a good test. Even the guitar, nami even the city below tiny, lekker lamik halal denosa. Here's the difference. Any time you make cheese, or at least the time you make cheese, it was very common to always have some leftover milk residue, not milk kernels, even in a kosher, totally kosher. So therefore, again, even the cheese test doesn't work, because just because you have some leftover milk that didn't curdle is not a raya that it's kosher milk or non-kosher milk. Because even kosher milk, there's some leftover milk that doesn't curdle. Therefore, the cheese test will not work to ascertain whether or not there's non-kosher milk. The other possibility is, furthermore, again, even if you are purchasing the milk, ultimately, again, for cheese, and even if halacha l'maisa, again, you do go ahead and make the cheese, once again, how does that help you? Because halacha l'maisa, once you've established that there is some milk that is always left over in the cheese itself, that can just, either, look, it can be kosher milk that just didn't coagulate, or it can be non-kosher milk that can't coagulate. So therefore, bottom line is that the cheese test can't work. So therefore, what's halacha l'maisa? Source number one, or halach number one, Mishnah says you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase milk from an akum. We are concerned ultimately again that the akum mixed in non-kosher. Now again, interesting enough, I'm not concerned he's selling me just pure non-kosher milk, because that would be distinguishable just by its appearance. What I am concerned about is that he mixed in non-kosher milk with the kosher milk, and there's no real way the Gemara says that you can ascertain that. You can't go ahead and use the milk of an akum. It's asr b'achila. You can't eat it, but ultimately again, not asr b'achila. All right, so let's stop over there for today. We'll pick up the message when we pass tomorrow.
We had stopped recording for a long time. Like, it was a really, really, really hard time for me. And the fact that you were showing up in the first trimester, I was like, I couldn't believe that you were able to do that.
I'll say good morning, a great physical spark Hashem to be able to with all of you. Sorry.
When I went home, I was like, puking, vomiting. I mean,
I can't be there physically, at least this was about to be able to learn virtually, spiritually together, begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, today is Rav Naftali Tilson's father's yahrzeit, Avram Leib. Deeply loved Toda Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. His strength, values, and devotion continue to inspire me each and every day. But that's of course, we should just all be joking here, Hashem, that our children, after 120, should be able to make such dedications about us like that. Absolutely beautiful. And there's Hashem family. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, Abba Avinu Tova Aaron and Lana Weinberg, for the miracles of Hashem of both the revealed and the hidden. The miracle of Yonatan Shai 14 years ago, in the source of the speedy arrival of Mashiach and Rabbi Yamin, you on me. And then when Mashiach of Hava Baris Yisrael, dedicating all the Shem Drushos this month. The Ilui Nishmas of Shlomo Ben Huda Aryeh. The Open of Merit Talmud Torah, all the Shem Sam Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need for Shabbat, you know, call the colleagues, certain trucks, and then bring home all of our holy days and allow our precious soldiers to be successful. We'll say today's daf is Lamed Hey 35. We are picking up a session on Lamed Dalet. It's a really beautiful, incredible game ahead of us. Picking up at the two dots on the bottom of 34 the Lamed Dalet days. It is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 13. Where you Shara Nishmo, Rav Achlas, and the Kaddish prepares Shahan Skull. Interesting case story. Reuben goes over to Rachel. Remember again, he wants to marry her. In order to effect, he has to give a woman an item of value. What does Reuben give Rachel? He gives her the extra Shar HaNiskal. Shar HaNiskal. Okay. So Rashi points out over here, Shar HaNiskal Asano. So he gives her the excrement of the HaNiskal. So ultimately, again, Halacha is she's Mekudesh. Lav dafka she should marry a guy like this, the lack of romantic overtones in this particular gesture of kedushin. But one nice again, the Gemara says, Rav says it works. On the other hand, the parish egle avodas kochadim in mekudeshes. If a man ruins mekadesh a woman with the excrement of a calf of avodah zarah, she's not mekudeshes. It's interesting. So apparently, not all excrement created the same. If it's from shar, it's going to argue about it. Shar niskal is a shar that has killed a person, and therefore the shar itself is executed, and therefore the shar itself is asriban. A calf of avodah zarah, we know what that is. So again, if you use the excrement of the shar niskal, it works. Excrement of the shar of avodah zarah doesn't work. So why the distinction? The Gemara says it's on a svar, in other words, either it's a logical argument for, or base it on a pasuk. So what's the logic? Well, let's go how to make a living. So it's very interesting. By an animal of avodah zarah, so we should just remember, the excrement is inside the animal. So ultimately, again, the excrement makes the animal feel a little bit more bloated. By the way, it usually refers to, let's say, excrement in the intestines and things like that, that it's been actively excreted. But it can be in the inside of the animal also. So by the egal of avodah zarah, fat of the animal, right? The more zaf the animal, the more covered that is to the avodah zarah. So therefore, again, therefore the parish, the excrement is actually added in an avodah zarah case. But again, by shar niskal, the animals can be executed anyway. It doesn't make a difference if the animal is large or smaller. It makes absolutely no difference. So that's the story. That's the story. Goes to the apostle. It says by avodah zarah that you can't hold on to anything associated with avodah zarah. By definition, is going to be aser. Therefore, even the excrement is going to be aser. Sakol yisot hashar, v'lo ya'acheles b'zarah. Because by shar niskal, you have to stone the shar. It's in at night, and you can't eat the meat. What is it from here? B'zarah aser hapershim l'teres. The prohibition, the prohibited status only devolves upon the flesh. Doesn't devolve upon the excrement. So it's so incredible. So the point over here is that halacha l'maaseh, no one seems to be arguing on this. A man can be mekadesh a woman with the excrement of a shar HaNiskal, because essentially that excrement is not aser ba'ara. And again, it does have value. It's fertilizer value. So therefore, a man can mekadesh a woman with it. On the other hand, the excrement of the calf of avodah zarah, that is aser ba'ara. So again, either based on a pasuk or based on a svara. Amar Rava says, the truth is, both of these can be gleaned ultimately from our Mishnah. How so? So going back to the interesting conversations about cheeses, so remember again, in the Mishnah there was a discussion which we're going to get into today about why is it that cheese of an akum is prohibited. So one of the answers that the Gemara gave and that the Mishnah gave was because they curdle it in the stomach of an avela. So the Gemara says, and then the Gemara answers, or the Mishnah shoots back, so again, the stomach of an ola seems to have a greater chumrah than the stomach of just an animal. After all, again, remember again, the Gemara saying, yeah, from where we came to the Vela. So Rashi says, top of Michlal, the Suri Hana Sharo Per Shai. Interesting. So the Gemara says you could infer from this is halacha l'maisa. So what are you curdling? What are you curdling? It's the right that's in the stomach. So what you see from here is that in general, even when it is prohibited by in Isra Hana, prohibited from benefit, that which is considered to be like excreted, and that would include also like the remnant in the stomach of the animal, ultimately again is mutter b'hana. And then again, afterwards it says that ultimately, again, because they curdle the cheese in the stomach, the kebas eglevo is no become a hagale in pain, lama lo asura ba'ano. And ultimately, then they shut back. If that's the case, that they're curdling the cheese in the stomach of the avodah zarah animal, then ultimately the cheese shouldn't be ba'ano, but it's asur ba'achila. It should also be asur ba'ano. It should be asur on both counts. So what do you see from here? You see from here that when it comes to idolatry, really every single part of the animal ultimately again is considered to be asur. Even the lashon, by the way, of pirsha means something that's separate, which usually also means something that's unimportant in the grand scheme of the animals. What you begin to see is that when it comes to zara, because of these strings, because of the strictness of the book, everything becomes prohibited by law of all the zara animal, including the remnant in the stomach, including ultimately the excrement, whether it was eaten or whether it's still, let's say, inside of the body at the time that the animal was slaughtered. That's part of that animal becomes asur. Again, going back to if the shark kills someone, you have to stone the shark, and the Torah says the meat is asur. It's the meat that's asur, but ultimately, again, anything else that's considered to be pure shark, insignificant for the animal, halacha l'maisa is not mutter ba'ano. Excuse me, it's not asur ba'ano. I'm sorry, it's not asur ba'ano. And therefore, again, coming full circle, that's why a man can be mekadesh a woman with the excrement of a shor haniskel, because that is not asur ba'ano, therefore it has a value, but cannot be mekadesh a woman with the excrement of an avodah zarah animal. Because in that case, the avodah zarah status devolves upon all parts of the animal. Incredible. I have the Gemara said, but 1 second. I don't understand. In general, even if halacha l'maisa, right? Let's go back to the cheese case. Right? So now we're saying that the cheese of an atom is going to be asur because they curdle it in the stomach of an avodah zarah animal. But why can't you just say, even if that's true, let's say we're using the we're using the enzyme of the avodah zarah animal's stomach. It's no longer present in the final mixture. So because it's no longer present, essentially what I'm saying is it should be bottled. It should really be bottled. It should be ultimately nullified in a greater mixture. It's no longer visible. It's no longer in existence. And ultimately, again, it should be bottled. Because again, when it comes to Murias is the fish oil. But according to the Rabbanan, ultimately, again, according to the Rabbanan, the law asru ba'ano. Ultimately, again, the rabbis do not asru ba'ano. My kaima, what's the reason? Lav mishum the lesson the isura be'ena. Ultimately, again, because the isur itself is not extant. I mean, hachi kevan the ukidna kamokin chashav lakiman the isur be'ena. This is very important. You're right. It could very well be that in general, that renin, the enzymes in the stomach that coagulates, that causes the cheese to curdle, ultimately again should be bottled. One could make that argument. The issue of here will say this is a big sugya in the Seches Chulin as well. It's what's called a davar hamayit. A davar hamayit is something essentially that is responsible for the creation of something else. You can't make cheese without the renin, right? You need that enzyme in order to cause the cheese to coagulate. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, even though you may not be able to see it, right? Or even though you may not, its presence, but halacha l'maisa, we know that there's no cheese without it, and therefore halacha l'maisa, it's not bottled. So this happens to have function consequences and implications in other areas of halacha as well, but just interesting. So therefore, again, the Gemara is kind of leaving off. And yeah, again, we're going to get more into cheeses. We're not finished with it yet, but here the Gemara highlighting the idea. First of all, again, we have an interesting halacha when it comes to Kiddushin, you can be Mekadesh woman with the excrement of a Shahar Miskel, because it's not Kibbutz, but you can't be Mekadesh woman with the excrement of an Avodah Zarah animal, either based on Svara or based on a Pasuk. Interestingly enough, if you curdle the cheese, kosher, so to speak, in the stomach of an Avodah Zarah animal, it's going to be Asr. Isn't it bottle? It's not bottle. Why? Because it's a man-made. It's something that creates something else, something that has that heightened level of importance. By definition, is not butter. Right? That's something that is responsible for the establishment of something else, even if that original ingredient is nowhere visible, it's never butter. I think in the world of Ruch, we think about this. Often we speak about the realm of what we do for ourselves. But it is important for us that at the end of the day, as important as what we enable in others. The Sfarim bring down that the Baruch Hu tells Amnon, this one is going to be like the stars in the sky, right? Like the sand on the shore. And of course, everyone has the same question. It never happened, right? Obviously, we've never been as numerous in the stars. We've never been like the sand on the sea. So what does it mean? So it's a simple idea. Adam Avinu was the first monotheist. Adam Avinu introduced humanity to the Bono Shalom. So while it's true that different segments of humanity in different directions, but Lamensa Adam Avinu is responsible for Ruchnius in this world. Adam Avinu is the father of monotheism. And again, every major faith traces itself back to an Avinu, to an Abrahamic patriarch. So Adam Avinu is talking to Adam. More accomplished as an individual is the growth that you're going to enable in humanity, in all of the world. And this is so incredibly important because sometimes the greatest things that we accomplish in this world are not the things we accomplish for ourselves, but it's the inspiration we give to others and it's the enabling of growth in others. And sometimes people never even know what we did. They never even know our role. What's the halacha? A minded is never bottled. If you help to establish something else, by definition, even if it can't be seen or no one knows it, it's there and it never fully disappears. It always remains present. Incredible. Let's go back to it. So remember again, after there was this whole discussion with Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi Shmuel, so ultimately again Rabbi Shmuel switched the conversation to a different topic. I'm just making sure it wasn't that Rabbi Shmuel. Yes, so Rabbi Yeshua, right. So I'm sorry, Rabbi Shmuel is Rabbi Yeshua. So why is it that there is a kisser of cheese from a couple? And then Rabbi Yeshua ultimately went ahead and switched the topic. And he started quoting the pasuk Shir Ashir. So he says, Mike, he told me from the Yaitz. Well, again, before the Gemara gets into why Rabbi Yeshua felt in the conversation, ultimately the Gemara examines the pasuk. Pasuk Shir Ashir, for your love is better than wine. So the Gemara says, Kiasar Abdini Amar, Amar Knesset Nekadosh Baruch Hu. This is a beautiful Gemara. So this is Klal Yisrael speaking to Hashem. Now what did Klal Yisrael say? What did Klal Yisrael say? Ribono Shalom, Arevim Alai Divrei Dodecha, Yoser Mimina Shotor. This is beautiful. Klal Yisrael says to Baruch Hu, the words of your beloved ones, who are the beloved ones? It actually points out over here, Divrei Dodecha, Divrei Sofer. The words of Chazal. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words itself. Do you hear what this is saying? Klal Yisrael says above the Dirabbanans even more than the Oraisos. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of the Torah itself. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? Good. So the Gemara says as follows. So let's say, so interestingly enough, so what's the pshat with that, right? What exactly does that mean? Klal Yisrael says we love the Dirabbanan more than the Oraisos. So on a very basic level, remember again, the Oraisos, right? Psukim are handed to us by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We didn't do anything for that. He won't show it to us. He handed it to us. But when it comes to the Rabbanan, we work for that. That's Chazal going through the system, through the sugis. That's Chazal trying to understand what's supposed to make us better people. The Rabbanan is the result of human effort. Torah is not effort. Torah is Baruch Hu gave us. So Klal says what's nearest and dearest to us is the stuff we have to work for. So often we we think we like to get things to us. We think that we prefer just to have things kind of given to us on a silver platter, but it's not true. The things that you get handed to us are very nice, very easy, very beautiful. But the things you work for, the things you have to toil, the things you have to schwitz for, at the end of the day, those are that really are meaningful. So the Gemara says, "My shaykhah the shayle." So why this pasuk? Right? Why did we choose this pasuk? Really, because he was focusing on the beginning of the pasuk. What's the beginning of the pasuk? The Gemara says, "Yishakiri min hashikos piyu," because the pasuk says, "Kiss me with the kisses of your mouth." Amar le Yishma achi. So really, Rabbi Yeshua was kind of giving Rabbi Yishma a little bit. He says, "What does it mean?" Chashok sifasecha sifsosecha zu. Press your lips together, which is a nice way of saying, be quiet. Remember, Rabbi Shmuel was asking Rabbi Yeshua, why is it that Chazal prohibited the cheese of an akum? To which Rabbi Yeshua responds, is Yishakim in Shikos Piyu. Close your lips. Close your lips. Don't stop talking. Remember, and don't ask questions. Now, Micah, what does it mean by questions? Why not? Because interesting enough, when they were having a conversation, this was a new gezerah. This was a new rabbinic prohibition. And when it comes to new rabbinic prohibition, we don't go ahead and ask questions. Now we'll see why that is in just a moment. So therefore, again, apparently, it was brand new that Chazal legislated you can't have an akum. Rabbi Shmuel is asking why, what there? Rabbi Shmuel says, Yishakinim in the Shikos Piyu, right? And then once you quote the beginning of the passage, you get extrapolated or expounded on. Beautiful. So first of all, again, what's going on over here? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says because of Nikur. Now we'll see exactly. Again, we'll see exactly. Ultimately, again, say the Gemara. Sorry. So the Gemara says, so say, why don't you then ultimately give the reason for the Gemara? So the Gemara suggests, we'll see Nikur in just a moment. So the Gemara says, why not just go ahead? It's because of Nikur. In other words, we're concerned about something incredibly unique. So the Gemara says, because Ula said, what did Ula say about right? This is incredible. So the Gemara says, the Amar Ula, he does it, so Ula says something very interesting. Chazal had a rule. What was your rule? What was Chazal's rule? Whenever they legislated new halacha, they would not reveal the reason for it for 12 months. That's the way they did it. They wouldn't reveal it for 12 months. Why? It's very interesting. What's the problem with giving reasons for things? Reasons for things is that there's always going to be someone who thinks the reason doesn't apply to him, the reason is not good enough, it's not solid enough, it doesn't make sense. So it's almost like Chazal understood what every parent. Every parent has that moment where I tell my child they have to do something, and I have to reason with them, I talk with them. But it happens that a parent reaches the point of, listen, this is what we're going to do. Why? Because I said so. And the truth is, that's an important piece of it as well. Right? Children need not to be privy to the logic of every single parental decision. And children need not be a partner in the creation of every single parental policy. Parents have a prerogative. This is what is going to happen. This is not what's going to happen. Why? Because I said so. Obviously, as a child gets older and their comprehension expands, we can potentially bring them into the decision making process. Maybe when they get older. Sometimes the parent just has to say, this is what it is. Why? Because the moment they start getting into reasons is the moment that everybody is a big chacham. So Chazal, this is fascinating. Chazal has this policy that whenever they institute a new law, for 12 months after it was first established, we don't talk about the reason. We want to go ahead and just kind of legislate it, have it become part of just general behavior of comes from, and afterwards we can. It's fascinating. So after 12 months, when everybody again is behavioral habituation, then we can talk about the reason. But for the first 12 months, do it. Which also tells us in the Sukkah that he keeps it over and over again in Yiddishkeit, which is so much of what it means to be a good Jew, is to be a good soldier. I understand it. I don't understand it. I agree with it. I don't agree with it. I appreciate it. It's not a see. The Rebbe Shalom knows what's best for us. Chazal know what's best for us, and our job is to really to exercise that obedience muscle and to be able to say, I'm here, I'm ready, I accept, I'm going to be imperfect and make a lot of mistakes, fully bought in. So that is so the Gemara says as follows. Now remember again, the nikar. Okay, I was going to say if they were saying that means that nikar means like a whole thing. So in fact, it's reference to a snake then. So apparently, what Chazal were originally concerned about when it came to cheese was maybe snake venom in it. But if that's the case, the Gemara says, if the cheese dries, then it should be permitted. Why? Because ultimately, if there's snake venom apparently allowed cheese to dry out. So if the cheese dries, this should be permitted. The Gemara says, Yashan mutter, so again, aged cheese should also be permitted. Why? Because snake venom would prevent it from aging. So if that's the case, the Chazal legislated about cheese because they were afraid that perhaps the akum wasn't careful with snake venom. There's an easy way to tell if the cheese has snake venom or not. If it has no liquid, right? If it dried out, then it has no venom. If it aged, it has no venom. No, you're right. There's another issue. The issue is that ultimately, again, it is impossible for there to be cheese without some residue inside. Now, what does that mean? If you take a look at Rashi, Lefishi, actually, the Chalav Shechova over Yisrael Aser, Lama Ari Be Chalav Tame. There's a different concern. Right, if the akum is using cheese, right, using milk to make cheese, so maybe he's in some non-kosher milk there, and therefore again, cheese always always like some milk residue. Okay? Maybe that milk residue is ultimately again from the milk of a non-kosher. Okay, now happen good. So Rashi points out over here. Oh, okay, we'll leave Rashi for the points. Again, so again, first opinion, what's the reason ultimately for the issue of cheese of an akum? Snake venom. But no, that's not it, because the reasons we mentioned, rather it's an issue that maybe akum mixed in some non-kosher milk, and some of the milk residue ultimately again will be non-kosher milk. Now, by the way, it happens, the Gemara understands that for whatever the reason, non-kosher milk would not coagulate properly. So therefore, again, it's not really a concern that the non-kosher milk is getting to the cheese. In the cheese residue itself, in the milk residue in the cheese, is going to be non-kosher milk. Shmuel says, also are kevas nevela. Interesting. Shmuel says, what's the issue? It is that they take an actual piece of the stomach and use it to curdle the cheese. So this is what's interesting. Beforehand, we were talking about using an enzyme in the stomach. So one can make the argument that maybe the enzyme is like a pure shot. It's like nothing. It's like excrement. But once you're actually using a piece of the stomach itself, that's not pure shot. That's not pure shot. That's mamish nevela. So therefore, again, Shmuel's concern is actual nevela cheese. So you must hug a bug for shiny. You might 1 second. But kiva itself. So here, what's interesting, by the way, you can see is the inference from this is that according to Shmuel, only the stomach itself is problematic. But apparently, if they were to use enzyme in the stomach, venom in the stomach, that would be fine. But then, Miyama Shmuel, right? A little bit again in the stomach, all right, of an animal used for Avodah or of an avila. It's also the animal sacrifice, the animal that Akam uses for is a Avodah. So why do you have to say either an animal of Avodah or an avila? Right? They're both in avelas. From Mishkat Shmuel says, you're right, it's one thing. Ultimately, Shmuel says that the shchita of an animal for ultimately again is an avela, and there again the stomach material, the enzyme ultimately again is going to be asr. So halacha ma'aseh again we see Shmuel saying over here that the enzyme is asr. Beforehand, yet right above it sounds like Shmuel saying that the enzyme is mutter. So what's going on here? Lo kasha, we'll say Amud Beis 35b. Lo kasha kan kodim chazara kami after chazara. This is before Shmuel retracted his opinion. This is after he retracted his opinion. Rashi says that kan kodim chazara. Also Mishnah the Shlita school in the Kevas ovid v'chavim nevela ba'asura. Nishnis kodem shechal shomit barach. Shamar lo Rabbi Shmuel. Also the Kevas nevela the sabar lav pirshu. So essentially, again, these two statements were made at two different times. One was before the retraction. One was after the retraction. Mishnah was but ultimately, again, the Mishnah Halach Maisa went ahead and remained in its place. So it's an original ruling that Halach Maisa again it was going to be fine. Was that they're only using an enzyme. According to that opinion, the enzyme would be pirsha. Later on, when the Gemara says that it's usher, ultimately is referring to the fact that they're actually using not simply the enzyme, but rather Halach Maisa, they're actually going ahead and using actual piece of the stomach itself, which halacha l'maisa will be usher. Rashi says the kana achazara hach b'shani shom yamid and also ba'ar aval kiva atzma shari chazar shechazur Rabbi Yeshua b'keit yeshuvas al shal Rabbi Shmuel. So again, originally that halacha l'maisa again Rabbi Yeshua thought that halacha l'maisa the enzyme was usher. Then afterwards, when he heard Rabbi Shmuel's statement back in the Mishnah, he retracted that position and said the issue is not that they use the enzyme, but they use an actual piece of the stomach. We'll see the halacha l'maisa. I know I do a lot of halacha l'maisa. I promise we'll get to it. Second line down from the top. These are all different interpretations as to why cheese of an apple is problematic. So Malkia says because they coat the cheese with pig lard, with pig fat. Okay? So the Gemara says, so if this are they use vinegar. They use vinegar to make the cheese. And vinegar, of course, comes from wine. Wine would be up on the also the sraf ha'arla. Interestingly enough, they use the sap of arla fruit, or actually the sap of arla, in order to go ahead and make the cheese. So the says kiman. Who's the being that effect? Kiaitan of the sign of Omer. Hanami the sraf ha'arla. Asr they should pay. If one uses, so what's the arla? Again refers to fruit in its first 3 years. That it's the right. You plant the tree. First 3 years of fruit, it's arla. Cannot get benefit from it. So the Gemara said, hey, if you go ahead and you use the of arla as a coagulant, it will be also because the sap has the same status as the fruit. Which the Gemara said, no, you can't really sure. Even really sure to get this. The guza, the kitfut the pera, is even Rabbi Yeshua. He only argues on what's called kitfut the guza, which means the sap comes out of the tree. Rabbi Yeshua says that the sap that comes out of the tree does not have this fruit. But everyone at the sap that comes out of fruit, of course, does have the status of fruit, has the status of arla. Personally, that if you go ahead and use the sap of the leaf, the sap of the tree itself for cheese, that ultimately the cheese will be mutter because the sap of the tree, sap of the leaves does not have the status of the fruit. The sraf hapagin asr sugar. If you use the actual sap of the fruit, ultimately again that is going to be asr. Why? Because that is the status of arla. Okay, so as follows. Bein lista bein Rav Nachman by Yitzchak tisser ba'ano. And here's what's interesting. Both going to Chisda. Remember, Chisda says that Allah the reason why cheese and apple is asr is because they use vinegar in it. Therefore, vinegar comes from yayin. Yayin of an akum. Wine of an akum is yayin nesef. That's Rav Chisda. Rav Nachman, they use the sap of arla. But both according to Rav Chisda and Rav Nachman, cheese of an akum should not only be asr ba'achila for consumption, but should also be asr ba'anah, because vinegar of an akum is asr ba'anah, comes from wine. Sap of arla, it is asr ba'anah. Yet again, they only say it's asr ba'achila. So what's going on over here? Kasha. Gemara says, you know what? It's a question. It's a question. Okay, so we'll say, just want to point out how it is, just to see all of these different opinions, right? So, Shmuel, Rav Malkiah, Rav Chisda, and Rav Nachman. 6 different opinions as to why Chazal went ahead and legislated that you're not allowed to go ahead and eat the cheese of an akum. Again, Allah we'll hopefully bring it all together. Darash Rav Nachman read Rav Chisda. Might see what's the meaning of the pasuk. Reach shmanech hatovim. So we'll say this is very beautiful. What is it? Quoting over here again from Shir. Literally, the scent of your oils. This is beautiful. Tam chacham don't. To can tam chacham be compared? L'sluchis shalfayim. It could be ultimately a flask of perfume. Megula. And its scent is able to waft. People are able to smell the scent. Mechusa, if the flask is closed, ultimately the scent cannot waft. The scent doesn't go anywhere. So I will say how beautiful this is. In other words, at the end of the day, what makes the Talmud Chacham great? It's not the knowledge that he amasses for himself, but rather, again, it's his willingness, ability to share with others. It's back. It's reminiscent. Harkens back. What we learned in the Amud Aleph, like a davar hamayim. Something that establishes something else is never bought. The greatness of a Chacham is not simply or does not lie in his own personal achievements, or solely lie in his personal achievements, but it lies in his ability to share his beautiful aroma, his beautiful scent, his beautiful Torah, to engender and enable growth within others. So beautiful. Not only that, when a Talmud Chacham shares of his own, you won't say it's beautiful. A Talmud Chacham who doesn't share, he's like a perfume bottle with a stopper inside of it. What happens with a perfume bottle? So again, everyone knows it's very nice perfume, but what benefit is there? Zero, because no one can smell it. Incredible. Not only that, but when you share your Torah with others, things that initially you don't understand, you'll come to understand. And I will say, this can be both just on a basic level and a deeper level. On a basic level, when you teach something, you understand it better. So even things I didn't understand myself, if I teach it, now I begin to understand a little bit better. Also, it's Siyata D'Shmaya. Kishbaruch says, if I see that you're giving up your ruchnis to other people, then by definition, I'm going to help you amass even more. Shene Amar, Alamos, I carried alumos. Read of alamos rather as alumos. Alum means hidden. So that which is hidden will become beloved to you. Ella, Shemalach Hamalas Lavo. Shemalach Hamalas becomes your person who gives speech to others, especially if it's ruchnis. Each other, you share your Torah, you share your Mavis, comes to admire it. You know, say, what's the shot with that? Mavis comes to take a life. So perhaps, unfortunately, he doesn't feel it because unfortunately, all too often in life, we're unformed. So the Malach HaMavis comes to claim the Neshama, but when the Malach HaMavis sees someone who's really like firing on all cylinders, Malach HaMavis sees someone ultimately, again, who's not just amassing personal greatness, but it's taking up all of his kedusha and sharing it with others. The Malach HaMavis Kiviyachol falls in love with such a person. So you want to make the Malach HaMavis your, I don't know, guy you want to invite to the party. Whether you make the Malach HaMavis your friend, at the end of the day, be the kind of person who takes what he has, the spiritual treasures, and make sure to share it with others. In terms of old, Alamos, I love Karibay Al Mavis. It's a contraction there. Furthermore, if you take your Torah and you share it with others, take your Ruchnius and you share it with others, you acquire, you inherit 2 worlds. This world and the next world. Alamos Karibay, read it as worlds. It was like so beautiful. A person
who takes of his ruchnius, a person who takes the stopper off of his beautiful bottle of spiritual perfume and allows the scent to go ahead and give to others and do for others. Such a person like that, Olam Haba I know is going to be great. But my Olam Hazeh, this world becomes so much better. I know that I'm a giver to others. This world becomes so much better when I know that I'm an enabler of growth within others. This world becomes so much better when I know that I'm living for me. I'm living for the cloud. I'm living for the I'm living for the other. Incredible. Following your eyes. But it is not an Isra Hano. So what are these items? If an Akum milked an animal, and Yisrael wasn't watching him. So you're going to say, here we have the concern about an Akum mixing in non-kosher milk. So because of that, you can't eat it, but it's not Asr Da'ano. That Hashem and Shalom. Furthermore, you can't eat the bread baked by a non-Jew, nor can you use the oil of a non-Jew. That you know the Beis Din, they permitted the use of it. Obviously, you have to fill in the blanks that we're just talking about. So the Gemara says, Hashlakos, cooked vegetables. Right, so if an akum cooks vegetables, you can't eat that cooked item. Ukvashim, pickled items or preserved items. Shedarka losef. So if there are pickled items, now let's say normally we would introduce wine vinegar, you cannot use that if that comes from an akum again because of the concern of wine or vinegar. So we'll say so again. The Taurus trufa. The Taurus trufa. This is interesting. Rashi says Taurus trufa is min dagim kitana maluchim. Taurus, we've seen this before, is this small variety of fish. Trufa ultimately means it's cut up into small pieces, mashed or better word than mashed. Yeah, all right, diced. So in the very small pieces. The problem is if you get this from an akum, you can't tell what other types of fish may be mixed into this as well. The tzir, shein bod dog kilbis, and tzir is brine, and that does not have the kilbis fish. So there should kilbis ligodo may allow the tzir shel dogim. It's interestingly enough that apparently the presence of this kilbis fish somehow indicated that the brine was kosher. Again, we'll explain this more in the Gemara exactly what's happening over there. If you notice yesterday that actually is a small variety. The fish is young. We saw yesterday that it doesn't have fleas and scales. The inlet not every consequences. But also the gut will after not every consequences. The camera in the text. So ultimately, again, and yet halacha is we see that it's mutter. So interestingly enough, when it comes to the chilek, this small fish, you can't buy it from a Gentile. Why? Because it easily mixed in other non-kosher species, and you may not be able to discern them. Korat shel chiltis. Similarly, again, we'll say so. Chiltis we'll see is a type of grain. You can't go ahead and this from an akum either. Why not? So Rashi, interestingly enough, this is a difference. This is because when they would harvest this item, they would often use their knives. And because the knife of an akum could have schmutz, non-kosher schmutz or other stuff on it, therefore you can't eat this chiltis. So we'll say, obviously, we're going to go ahead. Rashi points out here, it's also because of literally the non-kosher residue on the knife. Obviously, we're going to replace each of these categories in the Gemara. You also can't use shalkundis salt. Rashi says, we'll see in a moment with these items. I'll say again, and there is there's an Isra, you have to consume it, but there's no Isra, no, you can get it. I asked the Gemara, so let's start. So the milk of an anju, you can't drink the milk of an anju. They have to be concerned about. So we'll say ultimately, if you're concerned that you're going to put in their non-kosher milk, apparently the non-kosher milk looks different than kosher milk. There's different colorations. Therefore, again, there's no familiar with that. Nickel. So let's say, and if you're afraid, and maybe he's going to add kosher milk, but he's going to mix in there some additional non-kosher milk, so we'll be able to see it. Very simple. First one, right? Make cheese from it. Mar said, ultimately,
kosher milk could coagulate into cheese. Non-kosher milk apparently can coagulate into cheese. First Gemara says that's a great idea. Either carbon and vino. If you want to make cheese, that great way to test out if there's any kosher milk involved. What's the case over here? The carbon. Case over here is I'm not buying it for cheese. It's favorite dish. Kusach. Rashi points out though, is a maichal, also known as kusach. So again, because of that, there's no way for me to tell if there's non-kosher milk mixed in there, and therefore halacha l'maaseh, you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase. You're not allowed to get milk from an akum out of concern that he may have mixed in there non-kosher milk. I have the nishkom called it the nekum. So just take a little bit of it and curdle it. In other words, you don't want to curdle the whole little bit of it. Curdle. If it curdles it, it's kosher. If it curdles it, it's not kosher. First Gemara says, no, tell you right, that's not a good proof, or it's not a good test. Even the Tahar, Nami Ika Nisubi Lokaimi, here's the difference. Anytime you make cheese, or at least the time you cheese, it was very common that you always have some leftover milk residue. Not all of those, even in the case of totally kosher milk. So therefore, again, even the cheese test doesn't work because just leftover milk that didn't curdle is not a raya. Kosher milk or non-kosher, even kosher milk, there's some milk that doesn't curdle. Therefore, the cheese test will not work to ascertain whether or not there's non-kosher milk mixed in. The other possibility is, furthermore, again, even if you are purchasing the milk, ultimately, again, for cheese, and even if halacha l'maaseh, again, you do go ahead and make the cheese, once again, how does that help you? Because halacha l'maaseh, once you've established that there is some milk that is always left over in the cheese itself, that could just, look, it could be kosher milk that just didn't coagulate, or it could be non-kosher milk that can't. So therefore, bottom line is that the cheese test can't work. So therefore, goes to halacha l'maaseh, source number one, or halacha number one, Mishnah says you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase milk from an akum. Why? We are concerned ultimately again that the akum mixed in non-kosher. Now again, interesting enough, I'm not concerned he's selling me just pure non-kosher milk, because that would be distinguishable just by its appearance. What I am concerned about is that he mixed in non-kosher milk with the kosher milk, and there's no real way the Gemara says that you're able to ascertain that. You can't go ahead and use the milk of an akum. You can't eat it. But ultimately, again, not us around. All right, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pass tomorrow. Good morning, Los Angeles. It's a great spot. To be able to learn together. I'm sorry that I'm not there with you physically. But at least we're together spiritually and virtually. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilsim Mishpacha Baris Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem Drushos this year. And the Skills Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, Hamad, Tova, Aaron Milana Weinberg, and thanks to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all of his mitzvot, both the revealed and the hidden. For Yonatan Shai Weinberg 14 years ago, and for the speedy arrival of Mashiach and Rabbi Aminu. Daniel and Batsheva Pava Beret Yisrael for dedicating the Shem Drushos this month in memory of Batsheva's father, Shlomo, and Yehuda Ali on the occasion of his second birthday. The merit of our Talmud Torah, all of them Slavin Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all those who need for Shem. Please, all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. Today's daf is Lamed Dalet 34, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem Amid Gimel Amid Beis 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Omar Abzadeh, high money kunya. So very interesting case. Clay kunya. Rashi points out clay kunya are earthenware vessels that are coated with lead. So these vessels, so ultimately whether they are black or white, ultimately shali, they are permitted. In other words, that one could ultimately utilize them even after an akum utilize them. Yeroka asr, but if it's green, it's going to be asr. Why? Mishum the mitzvah, because it's made out of this alum. It's made out of, it has this mineral alum dirt, alum soil, and therefore again, it absorbs, and the absorptions cannot be extracted. The isbu kartafuni kulas.
But ultimately, again, if cracks in it, then every color ultimately will be usher. Because if there are cracks, then the assumption is the absorptions get in and cannot be properly extracted. There are shmarema. Kunya, shmarema said kunya, which again are these lead-coated earthen vessels, being uchma, being yura, being yuroka. Whether it's black, white, or green, shari, ultimately, again, it is permitted. Now, what should I do? 1 second. Why should the halacha over here be any different than chametz? What's the halacha about chametz? Neymar, remember as the following: Hani mani to can you use a clay cleaner? I will say, when we finish this sugi, when we finish up this piece of Gemara, I'm going to tell you just the tremendous halacha, the nice application actually of this halacha. So, what is the status with using a clay kunya on Pesach? So certainly when it comes to a green clay kunya, which is made again of alum, so that is highly absorbent, therefore cannot be kasher, and therefore cannot be used for Pesach. What's the shayla? We're asking rather about a white or a black one. So the Gemara says, what's the law? So the Gemara says, so clearly, if he has a crack in it, everyone will agree that it absorbs, and because it absorbs, therefore halacha l'maisa, you can't go ahead and kasher. Yes, the sheet, if it's smooth. So if you have a clay kunya, ultimately again it is smooth, no cracks. What is the halacha when it comes ultimately again to things? So the Gemara says, I'll say 34. This is very interesting. He responded, I saw that when that utensil is clay kunya, it's outside. In other words, that when you have something on the inside of it, there's condensation on the outside, which indicates again that there is a movement of the contents from inside the clay to out, and therefore that indicates really absorptions. Because there are absorptions, therefore halacha l'maisa cannot be used on Pesach. She says the utensil is sweating, and because the condensation, because the moisture is on the outside of the kli, that indicates thus that the kli is absorbing, and because it's absorbing, therefore it cannot be used on Pesach. So Gemara says, my time, but what's the reason for this? Interesting. Once the utensil is sweating, that indicates to us, I don't know if that's a correct technical term, but you understand, that there's condensation on the outside of it. That's indicative that what is inside the kli is passing through the walls and going to the outside. Once that happens, that shows me that the earthen utensil is absorbing. And the Torah itself tells me that once earthenware utensils absorb, they cannot be kasher. Now, what's fascinating about that statement is so much of yesterday's daf was smaller amounts of absorptions in earthenware utensils where kashering can occur. But again, we're going to have to bring together all of these disparate pieces of information. The bottom line the Gemara is saying is once the utensil sweats, that's indicative that there is absorption. And once there's absorption by rest, you can never go ahead and extract the absorption in the earthenware vessel. That is the din in the Torah. By the way, where is that thing from? Interestingly enough, the halacha is, so it tells us you have an earthen utensil that absorbed ultimately from karbanos. The halacha is because you have to break it. Why can't you kasher it? Because once it absorbs, you can't extract the absorption. When it comes to carbonic absorptions, those are trapped inside a utensil and cannot be used for any mundane use. Just as an aside, it's interesting to note that if a person ever has the chance to go to the holy city of Shiloh, one of my favorite places in Eretz Yisrael, so one of the most fascinating things is almost everywhere you go in Shiloh, by the Makom HaMishkan, and even in the mountains that surround, you could find pottery shards to this day. Why there's so many pottery shards in Shiloh? Because in the times of the Mishkan, people would come, offer their karbanos. The halacha was you take your carbon and your earthenware utensil, you eat your carbon.
What would you do with your earthenware salt after you consumed your carbon? Well, you weren't going to take it home because you couldn't kasher it. So because you couldn't kasher it, what are you going to do with it? Therefore, what would you do? You would smash it and leave it in place. Incredible. Incredible. That's like this very day, you could find pottery shards in Shiloh. Incredible. So the Gemara says, now here's what's interesting. So therefore the Gemara says, when it comes to Pesach, you cannot kasher a klikun. So if you have an earthenware utensil coated with wood, since when we see that when that utensil is used, it sweats on the outside, that indicates to us that there's absorption. Once there's absorption in an earthenware utensil, you can't extract absorption. Therefore, if it absorbs chametz, you can't use it. Good. But then I understand. But why is it different than the yayin nesach case? That's how we start. The Darshul Maremar, Kul Marikun Yashari. Maremar just said before, just a few lines ago, Maremar said that all types of earthenware utensils covered with lead called clay kunya, even if it was used for yayin nesach, you use it afterwards. So what's the difference between yayin nesach and chametz? Oh, it's a big difference. Chametz is the daraisa. Chametz is the daraisa, and yayin nesach ultimately again is drabanan. Now, yayin nesach isn't drabanan, right? And nesach is daraisa. Concerned that what an akum was yayin nesach, that's a drabanan. So therefore, again, maybe when it comes to daraisa, we're more chamer, and therefore a clay kunya cannot be kasher. When it comes to a drabanan, about a concern about yayin nesach, we're not as concerned, and therefore you could kasher it or you could utilize it after the akum goes ahead and uses it. I think, 1 second, called the talking about when I do daraisa. Whenever the rabbis legislated a law, so they always went ahead and legislated it to correspond ultimately to biblical law. In other words, rabbinic law is always modeled after biblical law. So the Gemara says. So therefore, so to say that yayin nesach is not on chametz and daraisa, hence the difference that we treat the clay kunya in both of the circumstances. The Gemara doesn't like that answer because really the rabbanon should mount daraisa. So if a clay kunya is not going to work to kasher it by this, it shouldn't utilize it for yayin after the use of yayin nesach. To which the Gemara said, give you simple examples. Tashmisha b'chamin. This is very interesting. The assumption is that if the utensil is used for chametz over the course, it's used for hot chametz also. So remember again, where there's heat, there's a greater level of absorption. When you're talking about yayin nesach, it's cold. It's cold, or at least it's not hot. Or again, perhaps the distinction is like this. When it comes to yayin nesach, that at most you're dealing with is a cold absorption. And because this is not a typical earthenware utensil, but rather it's an earthenware utensil covered with lead, right? So that wants the absorptive abilities of the earthenware, right? That's why you can be makel by yayin nesach, and as long as the clay kunya doesn't have any cracks, Maremar said even if it was used by a home, you could use it after chametz, which was used to here, presumably even with heat. Halacha l'maisa, you can't use it because why is heat? There's a higher level because there's a higher level of you can't kasher for this. So we'll say that's how the Gemara is. So clay kunya ultimately again will be fine for after yayin nesach. So if I purchase a clay kunya from akum, ultimately again I'm allowed to use it. I'm allowed to use it. Now again, I just want to point out our contemporary halachos of kashrut, of hechsher kelim, is very different than the way the Gemara is presented. So obviously, the concepts are here, but the actual application is going to be different. Again, but by chametz, clay kunya, apparently the Gemara says you can't kasher an earthenware utensil, a clay kunya, even if it's coated with lead, since it's used with heat, the absorption is going to be a little bit more intense. So we'll say, I'll just mention you just kind of in passing this halach of clay kunya. So here, the Gemara is using dafka to refer to a earthenware utensil covered with. The truth is, it doesn't just have to be lead. Interestingly enough, it could be an earthenware utensil covered with anything. And the idea of a clay kunya is, even though earthenware is highly absorptive, I don't know if that's a word, highly absorptive, right? So, but l'maisa, when there's a coating on it, that coating may bump the absorption properties of earthenware. That was dry.
in this hole. So if an earthenware you covered with lead, it blunts a little bit of the absorption, and therefore, again, at least by Nesef, you might be so concerned about it. Chametz, they're very about it. This is interesting of this about what is the halacha ultimately, again, concerning glazed china. It's interesting, right? Because china is earthenware, glaze is glass. So there's a whole discussion of what exactly defines the identity of the kli. Is that kli defined by its exterior coating, or is it defined by the primary kli? Now, why does this make a difference? It's not as much for kasher, but it raises a very interesting question, which is earthenware does not have to be tovel before use. Glass has to be tovel before use. Do you have to go ahead and tovel glazed china before using it? All right, ask the liberal Orthodox rabbi. You know, again, it's been my focus in halacha, so whether or not it requires tefillah, but just an interesting, different application of Kuda. In general, by the way, when it comes to hechsher kelim, you should just know when you have these type of situations where you have, let's say, a base kli, a base utensil, and then a coating on top of that, halachically, we generally define the identity of the kli by the both for tefillah purposes and certainly kashrut purposes as well. Again, a lot more involved the way the Gemara is presenting it over here, which is always fascinating to see concepts in the Gemara that although the application changes a little bit, but the neshama of it is also tremendous. Tremendous Haskell also, which is sure that you create the right coating around your kli, because the right coating around your kli can really help a lot. You know, the kli Baruch Hashem, we spoke yesterday about the Adam is a kli. The shaila is like, what's the protective coating you're putting around your kli? If you don't put, imagine for a moment, you know, Adam is compared to a kli cheres, which makes sense. Kli cheres is made from the earth, and man is made from the earth. Man is an earthenware vessel. So what you see from here is that just the earthenware vessel, what happens? It absorbs everything. Man, we absorb everything. Everything I see, everything I hear, everything I look at all seeps into my machine. And there's a danger in that. Because if I'm seeing the wrong things, if I'm hearing the wrong things, if I'm experiencing the wrong things, it's all just getting put into my kli. That's why you have to be like a kli kunda. You have to put some type of protective barrier around your kli cheres. What's the protective barrier? It's Yomi, it's Torah, it's Tefillah, it's Tzedakah, it's Chesed, it's all the beautiful dynamic spiritual activity that we engage in. That's what creates the protective barrier around that person holistically. Without it, I absorb everything. And what happens if you absorb everything? Mamish, you become treif, right? And unfortunately, sometimes it becomes virtually impossible to extract all of those absorptions. Put the protective layer around your kli. Incredible. Great story here. Rabbi Akiva really gives up. Rabbi Akiva went to a city called Ginza. So Bohemian, they asked him, Shaiva, Nisanim L'Shos, so that's the following interesting case. Let's say, Rashi defines it this way. Let's say I'm going ahead and I didn't eat today. Okay, so let's say it's 1 o'clock. I just didn't eat. Not because I'm fasting. So I got busy. And I said, you know, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I might as well just accept today as a fast day. And I'll fast for the remainder of the day. Can you do that? Can you transform mid of the day into, I haven't eaten up until today. Can I transform the rest of the day into a fast? It's called the on the show. So they have to give this kasha. Well, I'll give the answer. Can kind of show they furthermore ask the earthenware utensils of Diko Chavim. Are they aser or mutter? Hava biyadeh. Rabbi Akiva didn't know. But man, Shimish Moshe called Shili Meni. Remember, for the first 7 days, the creation of the Mishkan, Aaron did the Kohen Gadol. Moshe did. Then Aaron was inaugurated into the Gula. So Moshe served for the first 7 days of the Kohen Gadol. It's fascinating. What did he wear on those 7 days?
Lo Hava and Rabbi Akiva did not know. So it's supposed to say, you want to yourself. Why does just skip the information? Why does the Gemara have to tell us Rabbi Akiva didn't have the answer? It's a tremendous muscle has skill. Teach us that no one has all the answers. No journeys and shots. The Gemara says, Lama Lashon Chalomar any day. I have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. What do you have to teach my tongue? It's not natural for a person to say, it's uncomfortable for me to say, I don't know. I like to think that I know everything, but I don't know everything. No one knows everything. So you have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. It's hard. It doesn't come naturally. And I think Gemara gives us a story of Rabbi Akiva. Here we get Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva said, you would not be here with Akiva. Rabbi Akiva at the end of Makkah, who when the sky is full, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva holds our hand. Rabbi Akiva lies. Rabbi Akiva dries our tears. Rabbi Akiva tells us that it's going to be okay. Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all of the answers. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't know everything. Even Rabbi Akiva sometimes says, I don't know. And if Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all the answers, then it's okay for us to not have all the answers as well. Also, Shaul be Midrasha. Rabbi Akiva, what's the Gaudus of Rabbi Akiva? When he doesn't have all the answers, he tries to find. He goes into the base medrash and asks, Amri. And again, they told him the answer. Hilchasa, none of the shows. So ultimately, the first of the halacha is day into a fasting. What that means is you'll daven for mincha the rest of the day. You'll daven the tzad of a fasting. And it also means once you decide that it's going to, because your decision is binding, halacha l'maisa you'll daven the tefillah ultimately again of a midday. Of a fast day. Excuse me. Next, the there's so much over here. Furthermore, the earthen utensils of an akum become mutter. When do they become mutter? After 12 months. So this is a fascinating nugget of here. This whole time about the idea that earthenware vessels ultimately absorb and you can't extract the absorptions. Now the Gemara kind of drops this bombshell and says, by the way, after 12 months, the absorptions essentially are voided. Rashi says over the that's after 12 months with no koshering, with no kosherization, no koshering process. Vessels before 12 months, there needs to be a koshering process, depending on after 12 months, anything absorbed within the vessels ultimately again is bottle. It's bottle, it's negated, it's void. Again, I will say that concept does show up in halacha l'maisa. You know, this comes time people inherit sets of China from relatives maybe who weren't necessarily observant or didn't know exactly how to run a kosher. And now I get this in China. What can I do with it? So again, there is what to do with it, especially if it hasn't been used for a very long time. Because the Gemara introduces us over here to this concept that after 12 months, even that which is absorbed in earthenware utensils ultimately essentially becomes bottled, null and void. Next, so that was question number 2. What Moshe Rabbeinu wear? What did he wear during the 7 days of inauguration? The Gemara says, the chaluk lavan. Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white tunic or a white robe. It was a robe without an imra. Now, what's an imra? Rashi says over here, safa. It means without a hem. Without a hem. And Rashi says, why without a hem? Ultimately, again, because if it had a hem, there was a concern that many people would suspect Moshe of smuggling money or gold or silver outside of the Mishkan. So therefore, he definitely used the robe without a hem, so therefore no one could suspect him ultimately of smuggling anything out. Now Rashi points out over here, he says, Rashi doesn't make any sense. The word doesn't make any sense. But the time already was time for the inauguration of the Mishkan. All the gold, the silver, the copper, the precious fabrics, everything was already built. In other words, everything was already constructed. So what would Moshe be smuggling out exactly? So Rashi leads it. Tosis, Shein Bo Imra. Tosis actually has a number of different things. If you look at Tosis, Shein Bo Imra, the second line in, he says very interesting. He says, Lefichach lo haya bo Imra lefi shebazeh haya nikra yosash. So See, interestingly enough, this was like Moshe Rabbeinu's form of Big Kahuna, where there's a hem. It looks like maybe it was used by someone else before, like it was altered or tailored to Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, without any hem, indicates to us that this was a brand new beged only used for Moshe Rabbeinu. He quotes over here. Okay, so Tosfos gives a number of different interpretations, but the idea over here is that what did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white cloak, as opposed to Aaron, who was the Kohen Gadol, who has beautiful, fancy, elegant, big Una. Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately again wore a simple white cloak. And what's the pshat? Like the one piece of why didn't Moshe Rabbeinu wear it? Moshe Rabbeinu was effectively functioning as the Kohen Gadol. If you're going to have part, why not dress the part? Why not effectively be the Kohen? Why not go ahead with the clothing? So I think because Baruch was teaching us a very important lesson, which is, clothing very much represent identity. It was never Moshe Rabbeinu's job to be an Aaron. And it was never Aaron's job to be a Moshe. Everyone has your own clothing, and everyone has your own identity, and everyone has their own set of responsibilities. And I'm not supposed to try to wear your clothing, and you're not supposed to try to wear my clothing. We go through life so often trying to be like other people. Right? We see someone who we hold like to be successful, and then however you define success, whatever area of life, and I try to replicate, be like that person. Now, in certain respects, that's good. Right? We all have to have role models. People want to be, but it's also important to understand whereas there are qualities or traits in others that I should try to emulate, I should never try to be someone else. My job is to be me. My job is to wear my clothes. My job is to manage my identity, not to become someone else. And then for Moshe Rabbeinu, as much as he was functioning as the Kohen Gadol those 7 days of inauguration, he wore his own outfit. Remember again, Mishnah said, are ultimately again grape skins. Right? The grape seeds, the grape pulp. First white line. So if you have the grape seeds or the grape pulp of an apple, if it's moist, it's aser. Right? Because then there's still some residue of the yain of the wine. But if it's dry, it's mutter. What's the definition of moist versus dry? Moist is first 12 months after it's been squeezed, and dry after 12. When we say that the grape seeds and the grape skins are usher means bachil and bahano. Can't eat it, can't get benefit from it. Mutter means also and even achila. Zvid, high durgayut aramoy. Bus is yarfishasa. So durgayut dregs. These dregs of Arabian and wine after 12 months are mutter. Again, the Pasha, because after 12 months, they this harkens back to what we learned just a few lines ago. These jugs, earthenware jugs, after 12 months are going to be mutter. Again, I'm going to say, what's the logic there? And so before this, after months, even absorptions in earthen utensils ultimately become void. So Lam down base 34b. Amrav Kaviga, Hani on base, Hani after the tiny. Now what's after? Rashi says mas may or after. So we say chas is like a like a canteen or a small cistern. They are made out of thick leather. So, like that's what it's used. After 12 months, it's mortar. Once again, it retains 12-month idea. Because even items that absorb after 12 absorptions are considered to be null and void. Coming up from the top, Lamed is 34b. Hani Portsani Da'aramoy. Basar, I will say, what is this? Portsani actually is psolas shel anah. So again, this is the grape dregs, right? After you press the grape, the pulp of the leftover dregs of the grapes. So these portsani after 12 months, it's motor because again, in that case, the pasture dries up already, and therefore this that's enough. Goofy shechini v'ochni basar tracer yarchi shasa shari. The Gemara says something very interesting. These are what the Gemara calls this. If you look at Rashi, no Rashi. Hani gofi shechini. So gofi. We actually had that term. We had that term on Amadalith. That's jugs. That's jugs. So ultimately, again, these gofi shechini, black and red. Tracer yarchi shasa. Also, tracer yarchi shasa. After 12 months, ultimately again they're mortar. Hani again. Gofi are the jugs. Shechini v'ochni, black and red. After 12 months, whatever is absorbed in there, ultimately again is going to be mortar. Again, so there's like a lot of the idea might be something important is this idea after the 12 months, even that which is absorbed within earthenware ultimately will be null and void. Next, Morius. So the Gemara says Morius. Now what's Morius? So the Gemara says Morius. Now again, Morius, just to give a definition of what we're getting to, is fish oil. Oil that is taken from fish. So the Gemara says Morius Tanabanon, Morius Uman Mutter. The Morius of an Uman, I will say, an Uman means someone who is like a known merchant is going to be mutter. Now, what is the concern with Morius? So we're going to see there's two potential concerns. Number one may be that sometimes they would mix wine into Morius. We'll discuss this. And sometimes the issue is it could be different kinds of fish that are mixed in as well. So let's analyze this. If you look at Rashi, Morius Uman,
what up, KK?
Morius interesting. The first thing Rashi says,
hey, look who it is. How's your?
Good. I went to New York City for like a week and a half.
All right, very well. New York City.
It was beautiful. I thought I was a genius. I'm like, I have an art history project. I'm gonna take a picture of all this historical architecture, go to a province, take a video of it, use it in my project, and I didn't read the instructions. I have to be in the pictures for it. So all of the work I did there, thrown out the window. I had to redo it all. I had to go to a museum, retake all the pictures of me in it.
All right. Were there any pictures you couldn't use?
All of them in New York.
Couldn't
the one I went to the museum.
Couldn't you just Photoshop yourself in them?
Not really, because I took like pictures of the building. Kind of embarrassing.
Okay. Live and learn. What else is good in your life?
How are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing really well.
What about you?
My server has increased to over 2,200 people. We didn't have 2,000 people when you were last year, so that's a big accomplishment. Thank you. I have really improved my bots on Twitter to be able to get more people in here, so that's been good. I've stayed healthy and been able to stream the whole time, so that's really a feather in my cap. I'm happy about that. And just enjoying life. I've been up all night, so I'm about to go to bed. But aside from that, I've been really good. So you've got school. What year are you?
I'm a sophomore.
Okay. Do you know what sophomore means?
I'm in my second year.
I know. Do you know what it means?
I don't.
It means wise fool.
You know what? That's exactly what I am. I'm like a pseudo intellectual. I pretend I know things and really I know nothing. I'm so stupid.
Well, that's why they call you sophomores.
Do you know what I think would be really cool?
What do you think would be really cool, Kato?
I think it'd be really awesome if like while you watch this like game you stream, you like started doing like like yoga, like working out and like get a body transformation. I feel like you get like a lot of attention if you went and like posted like a before picture, like a super lift. And I feel like that'd be really good for your health and like exposure.
That's a lot of work, but it's something that I thought about. All right. So, what else is good in your world?
I got back with my ex-girlfriend.
All right. How's that been?
It's been interesting. She's very crazy, but like I kind of like that. And there's never a dull moment.
What makes her that way?
I don't want to share like very intimate like parts of her life, but I don't know. Like when we broke up first, like she stole some like made a body pill out of me and then like stopped me from it.
All right, that's creepy as fuck.
Yeah, but she's really hot though. So.
All right, well then you make.
It's like in theory where she does that.
Yeah, and so she's. All right, so she like scale of 1 to 10.
I mean, it depends what scale. Like a Gaussian distribution. I think she'd be like a 6.5 on a Gaussian.
So
I think she's better than I think she's like top like 7%.
All right, so she's pretty hot.
Yeah, she's very much my type. I don't know if she's can be attractive because she's very tall for a woman.
How tall is she?
She's 6'2". Like her mom's Scandinavian and then her dad's like Pacific Islander, so she has like very tall genes. Like her dad is like 6'4", and then her mom's like quite tall as well.
All right, so you're back there. How's that been?
Got into a moment. We had like an argument a couple days ago, but
what was your
we made
argument?
up after that, and now I didn't say I loved her when I got off the call. Like she said I love you, and I didn't say it back because like I was being panic and freaking out about like an exam I had because I'm like, oh crap, an exam's due, right? I have to quickly do it. And then like we also argued about I think capitalism, and we argued about oh yeah, I was talking about supplements. I was like, oh yeah, you should take astaxanthin and like other carotenoids. It like it gives you a little bit of a tan, and it's also like makes you more attractive by like evolutionary psychology because it like shows you like you're a good like skin because it's like and a lot of different visuals. And since it shows up in your skin, it's like an advertisement that you have like a good complete diet. And like there's just studies on it, and then she went like on a rant about how like evolutionary psychology is kind of a pseudoscience and how like there's no like objective beauty and all of that. And like I don't need to do stuff to make myself prettier. And I couldn't even like go into like its antioxidant benefits and like all other stuff. And like how it's like I guess like artificial. Has like a sunscreen because like the darker skin pigment it like reduces skin cancers.
All right. Well, you made up though.
And like she crashed out. I crashed out. The next day we made out like stronger.
All right. How long have you guys been dating?
4 months in total, but we dated for like 2 months, broke up for a year, and now we've been back for like a month. No, we dated for like 3 months, broke up for like a year, and now we're back for like maybe like a month, maybe less.
Okay.
Like
All right, big dog. Well, I'm gonna get some sleep, my friend. I apologize. I apologize. That I'm not more interactive, but again, I've been up all night, so I'm gonna get some sleep. Excellent. You come back soon. I don't want you to be gone as long as you were. And best wishes with school and your relationship. Okay.
You as well. Good luck with your become Miss Man in the world.
Every day I get a little closer. Thank you for the time. Peace, K Kato. Shout out K Kato, everybody. Shema Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
over here, again, we're going to circle back on this later. Rashi says Murios was only made from kosher fish. Interesting. So really only came from kosher fish. So what in general is the issue when it comes to Murios? The issue is mixing wine into it. And Rashi says over here, "V'uman lo rami bechamra ki mefarish v'azla." I did enough. So Rashi says in Uman, right, a real. Uman literally means a craftsman, but there is someone who this is profession. He's not going to mix it in wine because apparently wine compromises the taste of the murias. Interesting. So therefore, the of an uman is mutter. Uman mutter. So to the chilik of an uman of a professional merchant is also mutter. What's chilik? Rashi says over chilik min dagim torim this sultanis shmar. This was actually a very small fish that was also known as sultanis. In the first moment, emos napir bekaskas as va'asir adala achazman. Now, what's interesting about chilik or sultanis is when it's young, it does not have fins and scales. Those grow on the fish later on. It's a kosher fish later on. Chilik shall become asur also yacham. Ne'ma asur she'irbuna ola ima dagim tmeim domin la volen ima. By chilik uman kivan the uman who ubaki b'davar mavtilin himena mishum duachashiv. So in general, you can't buy chilik or sultanis from just a stam akum. Why not? Because the concern is that there are small non-kosher fish that look the same. Now remember, the challenge over here is that chilik, when it's young, doesn't have fins and scales. The only are on. So it's still a kosher fish. You can't just buy it from stam person because there's a concern that you're mixing other non-kosher fish there. But an uman, an expert merchant, is careful with his wares, and therefore when he sells you chilik, he's not going to mix in other fish because that'll compromise the taste of the chilik or the sultanis. So therefore, if you buy from him, you could bank on the fact that in fact it's real chilik, real sultanis. Okay? So the murias of an uman is mutter, as we said before. So also, this is very interesting. So if you look at Rashi says over here, this is true for the oil that comes from the first and second time to extracting the oil, but ultimately the third time already it's going to be awesome. What's the pshat? Look at Rashi. Amishon Mishini, Shekin Dark on no Stein Melech al Shuman Hadadim, emotes itself Shum, Ukishakalos Chosmanos and Achim. So this is very interesting. So kind of what ends up happening is you take the fish, right, and the water and salt on the fish, and that would extract the oil from the fish. The first pour and the second pour, ultimately again is mutter because you're getting out the real oil. Third time already, again, it was a concern that they may mix in wine up the volume a little bit because there's less oil that's because the first and second parts of the salt and the water, there's enough oil in the fish, you don't have to mix in any. There's not as much oil left, so they need mix in some oil as well. Incredible. Mara tells a story. Hahu arba the moraisa, the asil in the mala de ako. So there was once a boat of murias, of fish oil, right? In other words, the boat was fish, and the catch was there to go ahead and create fish oil. So it came to port in Akko. Osip Rabbi Abba de Akko Niture Bahada. So Rabbi Abba stationed, as literally again, guards, mashkichim, there by the boat to ensure that the Akum sailors or the Akum merchants would not mix in any wine with the murias. So the Gemara says, that's very nice, but natural, who was watching the fish the entire time? In other words, it's very nice you're putting mashkichim there, now that's at the port in Akko. What about before they got to Akko? Who was watching it then? To which the Gemara says, what should we be concerned about up until now? After all, what do you want to be concerned about? That perhaps they mixed in wine with the murias or with the fish before they came to Akko. I'll tell you why that's not going to be true. Kistad the murias baluma, kistad the cham down. The place where this boat came from, the point of origin where they came from, wine is more expensive than murias.
So it doesn't make sense. In other words, because wine is so expensive, where this boat came from, I'm not worried. You're not going to mix in wine because financially it doesn't make any sense. He said, fine. What about the fact, I'm going to give another so maybe they stopped off in Sur, right? Entire. Maybe they stopped off in Sur. And remember in Sur, wine is cheaper. So maybe before they came to Akko, they stopped at another point, which he said, no, they didn't stop in Sur. They didn't start literally again. Rashi says there's like waves and currents. So in other words, you can't dock a ship really lower because it'd be too complicated because of the rough tide and the waves that are there. There again, Rabbi Abba felt very confident that there was no one with this Murias before. Now, because in Akko, wine was cheaper, he wouldn't mix in wine now. Therefore, station mashki from a boat to ensure none of that would occur. Incredible. Ukavinas base unaiki. So the Mishnah also said that the cheese of base unaiki is going to be aser. Why is it that the cheese of base unaiki is a place? Why is it that cheese of unaiki is aser? Because the majority of calves in that city ultimately again are shechted for avodas kochavim. Now, what is asking over here is Rabbi is really quite and there holds that the cheese is not only asur bach, you not eat it, you also can't get hano, can't get benefit. So why not? So the Gemara says, because in Beis Nike, the majority of calves are shechted for avodah zor. Okay, so the Gemara says, now what does that do with anything? Now remember, the assumption is that how is cheese made? You curdle the cheese in the stomach of the animal. So since the majority of calves are slaughtered for avodah zarah purposes, so therefore again the statistical probability is that the cheese that Beis Nike was curdled in the stomach of an animal offered up for avodah zarah, and therefore the Meir holds it's avodah zarah, it's a product of avodah zarah. Therefore again now you cannot eat it, but you can't even get benefit from it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why do you have to say that the majority of calves are shechted for avodah zarah? Afilu miut nami. Even if it was just a minority, why? The ha meir chayish miut. In general, again, I will say that the Meir is choshish even for what we'll call a minority possibility, or a very slight, a miut possibility. Whereas Rabbi Meir, general in halacha, is concerned even for what we'll call less than probable circumstances, right? The Rov says there's a majority, therefore there's a probability. Rabbi Meir is choshish even for the miut, even for the exception, right? Even for the smaller probability cases. Now, where does Rabbi Meir say that? Rashi points out over here, this is the case ultimately again where we do not allow yibum between a katan and a katana, right? Between a minor, right? A boy and a girl who are minors. Why not? Because we're concerned if he's a minor, if the boy, maybe he'll be a sris, incapable of having children, or maybe she'll be an islandess. Now again, the chances of him being a sris and her being an islandess are quite remote. But Rabbi Meir nevertheless is choshish l'miuta. He is the one who's choshish even for the less than probable circumstances. So if that's the case, Rabbi Meir would say that the cheese of Beis Nike should still be awesome, even if the majority of calves are not slaughtered for avodah zarah. Even if it's just a minority of calves slaughtered for avodah zarah, Rabbi Meir would still say that it's asur b'achil and asur b'hano. So why do I have to say the majority? To respond, I'll tell you why. Rov, Yamet Rov, Ika Miot. So again, while it's true, if you say that the Rov, there is still a miut, there is still some small segment of calves that are not offered up for avodah zarah. Now watch this. But if you can just say that it's just the minority of calves in Beis Nike that is slaughtered for avodah zarah, Kevan the Rov majority of calves are not shechted for avodah zarah, right? And therefore, the economic famous, the shchat levels of Furthermore, again, there's also all other animals. Right? So you have the majority of calves shechted for avodah zarah, and all animals that are not shechted for avodah zarah, which could have been used in the production of cheese. And in that case, that would be literally again within an improbability. Right? Such a small percentage chance that the cheese was made in an animal of Avodah Zarah, and in what we call a miut dineuta, in a highly improbable case. That is going to be, again, a slight possibility within a slight possibility. Even Rabbi Meir is not koshish for that. Having the miut dineuta, miut dineuta, lo chai shener. And Meir himself is not koshish, ultimately, again, for a miut of a miut. Therefore, again, it was the full circle. That's why it has to be that the case. So again, remember, we're trying to figure out why does Rabbi Meir hold that the cheese that comes from base of Nike, why is it asur b'achila and b'hana? The answer is because in base of Nike, the majority of calves are shechted for avodah zarah, and therefore, again, the probability is that the cheese was curdled in the stomach of an animal slaughtered for avodah zarah. And therefore, again, the cheese will be achila and bahana. To which the Gemara says, my heart. You understand, even if the animal was slaughtered for avodah zarah, why should that cause a problem? After all, you said that it's mutter. Now, what does that mean? You said that it's mutter. So Gemara says, "De'itmar hashochet asabeima lizro." So it's a very interesting case. Here, this is a unique case. A person is shechting an animal. Now, when he's shechting the animal, he's not doing the shechita for the sake of avodah zarah. But when he shechts it, he has in mind that he's going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah, right? Or he has in mind that he's going to offer up the fat for avodah zarah. It's interesting. In this case, the shechita itself is not done for avodah zarah, but a future right he has in mind for avodah zarah. So what's the of such an animal? Rabbi Yochanan Surah. Rabbi Yochanan says it's still animals also. Why? Because again, the intention you have in one avodah will impact for a different avodah. So now, even though the shechita, I'm not doing shechita for the sake of avodah zarah. I'm just doing shechita. But because during shechita, I have in mind that I'm going to sprinkle the blood for avodah or burn the fat for avodah zarah, the animal, an idolatrous sacrifice. Interestingly enough, we learn out avodah zarah from the Beis Hamikdash. The Beis Hamikdash, when the Kohen is doing an avodah, if he has in mind to do another one of the avodas in an appropriate way that renders the animal pigul for carbon. If he has in mind that I'm going to eat this carbon 3 days later, I'm going to sprinkle the blood 2 days later, that invalidates the entire carbon. So you see from the Beis Hamikdash, the tension you have by one avodah has an impact on another avodah. So fascinating, Rabbi Yochanan says, we learn out avodah zarah, ultimately again from temple service. And therefore, even if you're shechting the animal, not for the sake of avodah zarah, but if during the shechita, you have in mind to do another rite or service for avodah zarah, that makes the entire offering into an avodah zarah offering. It makes no sense. Amar muteres. Reish Lakish says it's mutter. Amar lei. So Amar Lakish says, as Rav Shimon Lakish says, he says no. The intention by avodah zarah, the intention you have by one avodah doesn't impact no. Therefore, Rav Shimon Lakish says, if the animal was not shechted for avodah zarah, the fact that he has in mind later on to sprinkle the blood does not make this into a slaughtering of avodah zarah. So Amalei said to him, so again, so remember, this is Rav Shimon Lakish is asking Reish Lakish. He says, even if ultimately, again, it was shechted for avodah zarah, why should that go ahead and have a negative impact? After all, you have this Reish Lakish who says that halacha l'maisa again, lo mechashina mi'avodah le'avodah. Right? The intention you have by one avodah should not go ahead and compromise anything else. So Amalei, he responded to him. It's very interesting. So Reish Lakish responded to Shimon Yakim. This is fascinating. He says, Amalei, Kamina Shaitach, your time will come. Now, what does that mean, your time will come? Rashi says, Rashi says, it will get better, which is another way of saying, it's not a good question, you'll ask a good question. It's quite a shock, right? One day you'll ask the question. So sometimes you see sharpness like this, between a Rebbe and the Talmud, or in the basement. And the reason for that sharpness would be disparaging. So much of discipline in Yiddishkeit is thinking before we act. And in the Gemara you see this as for Talmud, you really should have thought before you asked that question, because the
question is not a good question. Like your statement is not a fact. Had you taken a little bit more time to think this out, you would have understood that what you're saying is correct. So Chuck responds a little bit of a biting term. One thing you'll ask a good question. Your mazel will get better. What's the case? In this case, this is talking about a case where the guy checking the animal said that Allah at the end of the shechita, ultimately, again, the animal should be consecrated as an avodah zarah. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, the shechita itself ultimately, again, is considered to be an avodah zarah. And therefore, because the shechita is considered to be an avodah zarah, therefore, the animal is an avodah zarah animal. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, you subsequently curdle the milk in its stomach, curdle the cheese in its stomach, it byproduct is us. So it's just to come full circle. So remember again, this is a very specific line. The Meir says that the cheese of Nike is asr, you can't eat it and you can't get back from it. Why? What's the logic? The logic is because the majority of calves in base on Nike were slaughtered for the sake of avodah zarah. Therefore, it's an avodah zarah offering, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, when you subsequently curdle the cheese in the stomach of that avodah zarah offering, so therefore, again, the cheese is considered to be, so to speak, a byproduct of avodah zarah, and therefore, again, according to the Meir, asr ba'achila and asr b'anai. You can't get that time. Now we're going to stop a little bit for today. The cheese sugya goes on tomorrow because we're going to discuss that in general, even outside of avodah zarah. There is an issue with procuring cheese from an apple. So again, based on Nike was a very specific issue of curdling cheese in the stomach of an animal slaughtered for avodah zarah. But in general, we'll see that cheeses can have a more general issue as well. What's that tremendous? Shkach everyone, what a daf today. Such as to all of you. Looking forward to tomorrow. Shkach, have a great day. Good morning, everyone. It is a great inspiration to be able to learn together. I'm sorry that I'm not there with you physically, but at least we can learn together spiritually and virtually. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha Baris for dedicating all the Shem Drushos this year. And the Stus Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, Aaron Milano Weinberg, and thanks to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all of his needs, both the revealed and for Yonatan Shai Weinberg 4 years ago, and for this arrival of Mashiach and Yehuda Amen. Daniel and Batsheva Pava Beretz Yisrael for dedicating the Sherman month in memory of Batsheva's father, Shlomo Ben Yehuda Aryeh of the second year. So, of the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families, all those who need refuah Shabbat together, call the Holy HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shemer Hashem, bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers. Should be successful. Today's daf is Lamed Dalet 34, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Lamed Gimel Amud Beis 4, 6, 7 lines up on the bottom. Omar of Zedek, Hi Mani Dekunya. So very interesting case. Clay kunya. Rashi points out clay kunya are earthenware vessels coated with lead. So these vessels, Kiyura v'ochma. So ultimately, whether they are black or white, ultimately show they are committed. In other words, that one could ultimately utilize during aqua when you utilize them. Yeroka also, but if it's green, it's going to serve. Why? Because it's made out of this alum. It's made out of, it has this mineral alum, alum dirt, alum soil, and therefore again, it absorbs and the absorptions cannot be extracted. But ultimately, again, if it has cracks in it, then every color ultimately will be usher. Because if there are cracks, assumption is the absorption in and cannot be properly extracted. There are shmarema. Kunya, so Shmarema said kunya, which again are these lead-coated earthenware vessels. It's black, white, or shari, ultimately it is permitted. Now, what's the pshat? 1 second. 1 second. Why should the halacha over here be any different than chametz? What's halacha about chametz? Because remember, that's the following shaila. Can you use a clay kunya? We'll say when we finish this sugi, when we finish up this piece of Gemara, I'm going to tell you just a tremendous halacha, the Maisa application actually of this halacha. So, what is the status with using a clay kunya on Pesach? So the Gemara says, "Yiroka lo tibai lecha d'misrachi ubali." So certainly when it comes to green klei, which is made again of alum, so that is highly absorbent, therefore cannot be kosher and therefore cannot be used for Pesach. What's the shayla? Tibai lecha achi yuri lo ochni. We're asking rather about a white or a black one. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "Kis tikir lo tibai lecha devarim bali ba'as nasi." So clearly, if the utensil has a crack in it, everyone will agree that halacha l'maisa it absorbs, and because it absorbs, therefore halacha l'maisa you can't go and touch it. So kiti b'halacha. So where's the nothing? Yes, the sheet if it's smooth. So if you have a clay kunyo, ultimately again that is smooth, no cracks. What is the halacha when it comes ultimately again to Pesach? So was top of Ramadan, we'll say 34. Ana chazinu dimidaisi, v'cheva dimidaisi v'adai body. This is very interesting. She responded, I saw that when that utensil is clay kunya, it sweats on the outside. Whereas that when you have something going on the inside of it, there's condensation on the outside, which indicates again that there is a movement of the contents from in to out, from inside the kli to outside the kli. Therefore, that indicates us that there will be absorptions. And because there are absorptions, therefore, halacha l'maisa cannot be done Pesach. The Chevan Daisi, Rashi says, Mazian depnei mechutz machmas b'risa. The utensil is sweating, and because the condensation, because it's out of the clean, that indicates us that it's absorbing, and because it's absorbing, it cannot be used on Pesach. So you must say, my time, but what's the reason for this? HaTorah hi'idak v'cheresh v'yotzei nidei dafna v'olim. Because here's what's interesting. Once the utensil is swelling, that indicates to us, and that's a technical term to understand, that there's condensation on the outside of it. That's indicative that what is inside the kli is passing through the walls and going to the outside. Once that happens, that shows me that the earthenware utensil is absorbing. And the Torah itself tells me that once earthenware utensils absorb, it cannot be choked. Now, what's fascinating about that statement is so much of yesterday's daf was about smaller amounts of absorptions in earthenware utensils where kashrut can occur. But again, we're going to have to at some point bring together all of these disparate pieces of information. The bottom line of the Gemara is saying is once the utensil sweats, that's indicative that there is absorption, and once there's absorption by a kli cheres, you can never go ahead and extract the absorption in the earthenware vessel. That is a din in the Torah. By the way, where is that din from? So interestingly enough, the halacha is Torah tells us that if you have an earthenware utensil that absorbs ultimately from karbanos, the halacha is kli cheres yishaber. You have to break it. Why can't you kasher it? Because once it absorbs, you can't extract the absorptions. And when it comes to carbonic absorptions, if those are trapped inside of the utensil, it cannot be used for any mundane use. Just as an aside, it's interesting, that if a person ever has the chance to go to the holy city of Shiloh, one of my favorite places in Eretz Yisrael. So one of the most fascinating things is almost everywhere you go in Shiloh, by the Makom HaMishkan, even in the mountains that surround, you could find pottery shards to this day. Why there's so many pottery shards in Shiloh? Because in the times of the Mishkan, people would come, offer their karbanos. The halacha was you take your karban and your earthenware utensil, you eat your karban. What would you do with your earthenware utensil after you consumed your karban? Where you take it home because you couldn't kasher it. Kasher, what are you going to do with it? Therefore, all day, smash it and leave it in place. It's incredible. Outside this very day, you could find pottery shards in Shiloh. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, now here's the thing. So therefore the Gemara says, when it comes to Pesach, you cannot kasher a kli. So if you have an earthenware utensil coated with lead, since when we see that when that utensil is used, it sweats on the outside, that indicates to us that there's absorption. Once there's absorption in an earthenware utensil, you can't extract the absorption. Therefore, if it absorbs chametz, you use it on Pesach. Good. But then ask to understand. But why is it different than the yayin nesach case? That's how we started. The Darshul Maremar, Kulu Mari Bikun Yishari. Maremar just said, both said just a few lines. Maremar said that all types of earthenware utensils covered with lead, what we call clay kunya, even if it was used for yayin nesach, the Jew is allowed to use it afterwards. So what's the difference between yayin nesach and chametz? Maybe you say, oh, it's a big difference. Chametz is the Araisa. Chametz is the Araisa, and Yayin Nesach, altogether is Rabbanon. Now, Yayin Nesach isn't Rabbanon, right? Yayin Nesach is the Araisa, but the concern that what an aqua used it for was Yayin Nesach, that's a Rabbanon. So therefore, again, maybe when it comes to the Araisa, we're more Chomer, and therefore a Kunya cannot be kosher. When it comes to the Rabbanon, about a concern about Yayin Nesach, we're not as concerned, and therefore you could kasher it or you could utilize it after the akum goes ahead and uses it. I remember what's like a ha called the talking rabbanon thing. For Chazal, whenever the rabbis left, so they always went ahead and legislated, modeled after biblical law. So the Gemara says. So hence the difference when we treat the clay queen in both instances. The Gemara doesn't like Hesed. Because really a Rabbanon should be modeled after a Loraisa. So if a clay kunya is not going to work to kasher it by chametz, it shouldn't work to utilize it for yayin after the use of yayin nesach either. To which the Gemara, I'll give you a simple example. Zeh tashmisho b'chamin, zeh tashmisho b'tzona. So this is very interesting. The assumption is that if the utensil is used for chametz over the course of the year, it's used for hot chametz also. So remember again, where there's heat, there's a greater level of absorption. When there's a concern about yayin nesach, it's cold. It's cold, or at least it's not hot. So therefore, again, perhaps the distinction is like this. When it comes to yayin nesach, that at most you're dealing with is a cold absorption. And because this is not a typical earthenware utensil, but rather it's an earthenware utensil covered with lead, right? So that blunts the absorptive abilities of the earth, right? That's being nickeled by yayin. And as long as the klekunya doesn't have any cracks, Marimar said even if we buy an akum, use it afterwards. Chametz, which was used throughout the year, you can't use it. You can't use it because why? Since there's heat, there's a higher level of absorption. Because there's a higher level of absorption, therefore halacha l'maisa, you can't kasher it for Pesach. Okay, so we'll say that's how the Gemara seems to end off over here. So klekunya ultimately again is going to be, you might say it's going to be fun for use after yayin nesach. So if I purchase a clay kunya from an akum, ultimately, again, I'm allowed to use it. Now, again, I just want to point out, our contemporary halachos of kasher, of hechsher, is very different than the way the Gemara is presented. Obviously, the concepts are here, but the actual application may be different. Again, but by chametz, clay kunya, apparently the Gemara says you can't kasher. You can't kasher an earthenware utensil, a clay kunya, even if it's coated with lead, since it's used with heat, the absorption is going to be. So we'll say, I'll just mention you just kind of in passing, this halach of clay kunya. So here, the Gemara is using the dafka to refer to a earthenware utensil covered with lead. The truth is, it doesn't just have to be lead. Interestingly enough, it can be an earthenware utensil covered with anything. And the idea of a clay kunya is, even though earthenware is highly absorptive, I don't know if that's a word, highly absorptive, right? So, but lemaisa, when there's a coating on it, that coating may blunt the absorption properties of earthenware. That's what's driving this whole. So, if an earthenware utensil that is covered with lead, it blunts a little bit of the absorption, and therefore, again, at least by yayin nesach, the Gemara didn't seem to be so concerned about it. Chametz, they're very concerned with it. There's an interesting application of this about halacha. The halacha ultimately, again, concerning, let's say, glazed china. So glazed china is interesting, right? Because china is earthenware, the glaze is glass. So there's a whole discussion of what exactly defines the identity of the kli. Is that kli, is it defined by its exterior coating, or is it defined by the kli? Now, why does this make a difference? Not as a kashering, but it raises a very interesting question, which is earthenware does not have to be totaled before use. Glass has to be totaled before use. Do you have to go ahead and total china before using it? All right, ask your little Orthodox rabbi. Again, it had to say it's been my focus in halacha as to whether or not it requires tefillah, but just an interesting differentiation of clay kunya. In general, by the way, you should just know when you have these type of situations of where you have, let's say, a base clean, a base utensil, and then a coating on top of that. Halachically, we generally define the identity of the kli by the coating. by the coding, both for tefillah, potentially for tefillah purposes, and certainly for kashering purposes as well. Except in the Gemara that although the application changes a little bit by us, but the neshama is also tremendously powerful. It also tells you, and the tremendous Mr. Haskell also, which is that sometimes you have to make sure that you create coding around your kli, because coding around your kli can help a lot. The kli bar spoke yesterday about the Adam is the shaila is like the coding you're putting around your kli. Imagine for a moment it's compared to a kli cheres. It makes sense. Kli cheres is made from the earth, and man is made from the earth. Man is an earthenware vessel. So what you see from here is that just the earthenware vessel, what happens? It absorbs everything. Man, we absorb everything. Everything I see, everything I hear, everything I look at, everything I experience, it all seeps into my neshama. And there's a danger in that. Because if I'm seeing the wrong things, if I'm hearing the wrong things, if I'm experiencing the wrong things, it's all just getting put into my kli. That's why you have to be like a kli kunya. You have to put some type of protective barrier around your kli cheres. What's the protective barrier? It's Ragathiomi, it's Torah, it's Tefillah, it's Tzedakah, it's Chesed, it's Mitzvahs, it's all the beautiful dynamic spiritual activity that we engage in. That's what creates the protective barrier around my personal kli. Without it, I absorb everything. And what happens if you absorb everything? Mamish, you become treif, right? At times, it becomes virtually impossible to extract all of those. Put a protective layer around your kli. Incredible. Remember, it's like a great story here. Rabbi Akiva Ginza. Rabbi Akiva went to a city called Ginza. So, Anam L'Shos, or in the San L'Shos. So, that's the following interesting things. Let's say, Rashi defines it this way. Let's say I'm going ahead and I didn't eat today. Okay, so let's say it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I just didn't eat. Not because I'm fasting, just so I got busy. And as you know, it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I might as well just accept today as a fast day. And I'll fast for the remainder of the day. Can you transform midday, the rest of the day, into, I haven't eaten up until today, can I transform the rest of the day into a fast day? It's called the Sound of Shows. So they asked Rabbi Kiva this kasha. How do Rabbi Kiva the answer? Can kind of show Biko Havim Masuna Matari. The earthenware utensils of all Biko Havim. Are they Aser or Mutter? Hava Biyadeh. Rabbi Kiva didn't know. The man Shimish Moshe called Shavi Name. Remember again, for the first 7 days of the inauguration of the Mishkan, Aaron did not serve Moshe. On the 8th day, Yom HaShmini, then Aaron was inaugurated into Kuhn. So Moshe served for the first 7 days effectively of his plan. Wear. What did he wear on those? Rabbi Akiva did not know the answers. And they went to yourself. Why does like just skip to the information? Why does the Gemara have to tell us Rabbi Akiva didn't know the answer? It's a tremendous Muslim skill. Teach us that no one has all the answers. You know, I mentioned this many times out of the Gemara says, Lama Gashon Chalor, they have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. What do you have to teach my tongue? It's not natural for a person to say, I don't know. It's uncomfortable for me to say, I don't know. I like to think that I know everything, but I don't know everything. No one knows everything. So you have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. It's hard. It doesn't come naturally. And I think Gemara gives us a story of Rabbi Akiva. Look at Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva was saying, we would not be here without Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva at the end of months, when the sky is full, Rabbi Akiva is the one who steadies us, Rabbi our hand, Rabbi Akiva locks us in the embrace, Rabbi Akiva dries our tears, Rabbi Akiva, it's going to be okay. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all of the answers. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't know everything. Even Rabbi Akiva says, I don't know. And if Rabbi Akiva doesn't have this, then it's okay for us to not have all the answers as well. Shal be midrasha. Akiva, what's the galus of Akiva? When he doesn't have answers, he tries to find them. So he goes into the base medrash and asks, Amri. And again, they told him the answer to all the questions. Hilchasa, Nisan L'Shos, in Hishla Nistal Tfilas Tainis. So ultimately, the first of the halacha is, you can't transform the day midday into into a fasting. And what that means is you'll daven for mincha the rest of the day. You'll daven with a fasting. What it also means is once you decide that it's going to be a fast day, you can't back out of that. So in other words, your decision is binding, and halacha l'maisa you'll daven the tefillas ultimately again of day. Of a fast. Excuse me. Next, so there's so much over here. Furthermore, the earthen utensils of an akum become mutter. When do they become mutter? After 12 months. So listen, this is a fascinating nugget of information over here. This whole time we were talking about the idea that vessels ultimately absorb, and you can't extract the absorptions. Now the Gemara kind of drops this bombshell and says, by the way, after 12 months, the absorptions essentially are voided. Rashi says over that's after 12 months with no koshering, with no kosherization, no kashering process. So if you want to use earthenware vessels before 12 months, okay, there needs to be a kashering process, depending on what after 12 months, anything absorbed within the earthenware vessels ultimately again is bottle. It's bottle, it's negated, it's void. Again, I will say that concept does show up in Halal Maisa. Okay, you know this comes up all the time. People inherit sets of china, and relatives maybe who weren't necessarily observant or didn't know exactly how to run a kosher home. And now I get this, heirloom china. What can I do with it? So again, there is what to do with it, especially if it hasn't been used for a very long time. Because the Gemara introduces us over here to this concept that after 12 months, even that which is absorbed in earthenware utensils, ultimately again essentially becomes bottom, becomes null and void. Incredible. Next, so that was question number 2. What did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? What did he wear during the 7 days of inauguration? The Gemara says, Chaluk Lavan. He wore a simple white robe. Kahana Masni B'Chaluk She'im Bo Imra was a robe without Imra. Now, what's in Imra? Rashi says over here, it means without a hem. And Rashi says, why the hem? Because ultimately, again, because if it had a hem, it was a concern that people would suspect Moshe of smuggling money, or gold, or silver outside the Mishkan. So therefore, he definitely used the robe without a hem. So therefore, no one could suspect him ultimately of smuggling anything out. Now, Rashi points out, though, he says, V'lav milsa shari pray, nikra amaracha b'shas ha'od me'echan shal. Rashi doesn't make any sense. The way doesn't make any sense. By the time already was time for the inauguration, all the gold, the copper, the precious fabrics, everything was already, in other words, everything was already constructed. So what would Moshe be smuggling exactly? So Rashi Tosis actually has a different interpretation. If you look also She'im Bo Imra, the second line in, he says very interesting. He says, "Ulefichach lo hayu bo Imra lefi shebazeh hayanika yoser chadash. Deba'ina shlo nishkamish bo hayot, ulefichach asom mishun mishar chalukim." See, interestingly enough, this was like Moshe Rabbeinu's form of big kahuna. Where there's a hem, it looks like maybe it was used by someone else before, like it was altered or tailored to Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, without any hem, indicates to us that this was a brand new becket only used for Moshe Rabbeinu. He quotes over here. Okay, so Tosis gives a number of different interpretations, but the idea over here is that what did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white cloak, as opposed to Aaron, who was the Kohen Gadol, who has beautiful, fancy, elegant, big kahuna. Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately again wore a simple white cloak. Now, what's the pshat? Like you wonder to yourself, why didn't Moshe Rabbeinu wear? If Moshe Rabbeinu was effectively functioning as the Kohen Gadol, if you're going to have the part, why not dress the part? Why not effectively be the Kohen Gadol? Why not go ahead and wear the clothing? So I think Coach Baruch was teaching us a very important lesson, which is, clothing very much represent identity. I think Coach Baruch was trying to teach us a tremendous lesson. It was never Moshe Rabbeinu's job to be an Aaron, and it was never Aaron's job to be a Moshe. Everyone has their own clothing, and everyone has their own identity, and everyone has their own set of responsibilities. And I'm not supposed to try to wear your clothing, and you're not supposed to try to wear my clothing. We go through life so often trying to be like other people. We see someone who we hold like to be successful, and then however you're defining success, whatever area of life, and I try to like replicate that person. Now, in certain respects, that's good, right? But it's also important to understand that whereas there are qualities or traits in others that I try to emulate, I should never try to be someone else. It's to be me. My job is to wear my clothing. My job is to maximize my identity, not to become someone else. And then for Moshe Rabbeinu, as much as he was functioning as the Kohen Gadol during the 7 days of inauguration, he wore his own outfit. He wore his own outfit. And by the way, it was made for him. And after he wore it, no one, Aaron has his own outfit. The Levium have their outfits, and the Israelim have their outfits. And every Yid, every Jew has an outfit, has his own imra, has his own cholak, has his own robe, has his own tunic. And I'm not supposed to wear yours, and you're not supposed to wear mine. So much time trying to be like other people, when in fact all that Kadosh Baruch Hu really wants of us is to wear our own clothing, and to be the best version of ourselves. The Gemara goes weiter. Remember, the Mishnah said, "Chatzan and Zagim are ultimately against right? The grape seed, hope." So the Gemara says, "Shal Dei Aser." First white line. So if you have the grape seed of an apple, if it's moist, it's aser, because then there's still like some residue of the yain of the wine in there. But if it's dry, it's mutter. What's the definition of moist versus dry? Well, lochin called yud beis chodesh, moist first 12 months after it's been squeezed, and dry after 12 months. It's mar amarav Rabbi Yochanan keshem asurin. Asura filobano, Shemutar Mutara filobakilo. Now comes on when we say that the grape seeds or the grape skins are usr means bakilo and bahano. Can't eat it, can't get benefit from it. Mutar means ultimately again hano and even afilo. Allah zvid, hai dodayot bechamra da'alamoy, basar tresa yarhisha. So shari, dodayot shmoy, dregs. These dregs of Aramean wine after 12 months are mutter. Again, the Pasha is after 12 months they become dried out. Honey, gulfi, basar tracy shari. This harkens back to what's the few lines ago. These jugs, where jugs after 12 months are going to be mutter. Again, I'm also what's the logic there? And so the focus after 12 months. Even absorptions in earthenware utensils ultimately become void. Amrav Chabiva, Hani, Lam down base 34b. Amrav Chabiva, Hani, days, Hani after the tiny. Now what's after? Rashi says Hamas, may or av corno sampotir. After, so we say Hamas is like a canteen or a small scene that are made out of thick leather. So that's what the Arabs use. Also, after 12 months, it's mutter. Once again, it keeps in 12-month idea. Because even items that absorb after 12 months, the absorptions are considered to be null and void. What's the second line from the top? Ramadan, page 34b. Hani, port sunny da'aramoy. Basar, trace, yarki, shasa, shari. And we'll say, what is this? Port sunny actually is solas, shal anovim. So again, this is the grape dregs. Right? After you press the grapes, the pulp or the leftovers of the grapes. So these put in daramoy. After 12 months, it's mutter because again now these pashtas it dries up already. Hani gulfi shechini v'ochni basar tresa yarchi shasa shari. Now the Gemara says something very interesting. These of us that the Gemara calls this. If you look at Rashi, no Rashi. Hani gulfi shechini. So gofi, we actually had that term. We had that term on Amadallah. That's jugs. So ultimately, again, these gofi shechini v'ochni, black and red. Basar tresa yarchi shasa. After 12 months, ultimately again they're mutter. So again, gofi are the jugs, shechini v'ochni, black and red. After 12 months, whatever is absorbed in there, ultimately again is going to be mutter. Again, so I say there's like a lot of it might be something reinforcing is this idea of after the 12 months, even that which is absorbed within earthenware ultimately will be null and void. Next, Vamorius. So the Gemara says Morius. So the Gemara says Vamorius. Now again, Morius, just to give the definition of what we're going to this moment, is fish oil that is taken from fish. So the Gemara says Morius Tanabanon, Morius Uman Mutter. The Morius of an Uman, I will say, an Uman means someone who is like a known merchant is going to be mutter. Now, what is the with Morius? So there's two potential concerns. Number one way may be that sometimes they would mix wine into Morius. We'll discuss this. And sometimes the issue is different kinds of fish that's in as well. So let's analyze this. Actually, Morius Uman shall only kochadim Uman mutter Morius lo abdi midalim tmeim. It's interesting that first thing Rashi says over there, again, we're going to circle back on this later. Rashi says Morios was only made from kosher fish. Interesting. So fish oil really only came from kosher fish. So what in general is the issue to Morios? The issue is that you may mix in wine into it. Now Rashi says over here, Uman lo rami bechama kilim mefayishva. So I did enough shumnei parmishon shim mekabelu chama. So Rashi says in Uman, right, a real craft. Uman literally means a craftsman, but there is someone who this is his profession. He's not going to mix in wine because apparently wine compromises the taste of the morias. Interesting. So therefore, the morias of an Uman is mutter. But the ben Gamil Omer, we show the Khalil ben Gamil. Achilik Uman mutter. So to the chilik of an Uman of a professional merchant is also mutter. Now, what's chilik? Rashi says over chilik min dagim chorim sultanis shman. This was actually a type of fish, a very small fish that was also known as sultanis. In the first commandment, so now what's interesting about sultanis is when it's young, it does not have fins and scales. Those grow on the fish name. It's a kosher fish. They grow later on. Chilik shal become asr also min dagim kind of the name karhabia. Name ma asr ne sheir buna ola dagim tneim domen la volen ima. By chilik uman kivan the uman who baki b'davar mavtil himena mishum duachashis. In general, you can't buy chilik or sultanic stam akum. Why not? Because the concern is that there are small non-kosher fish. Now remember, the challenge over here is that chilik, when it's young, doesn't have fins and scales. You only grow later on. So it's still a fish. You can't just buy from stam a person because there's concerning maybe other non-kosher fish there. But an uman, right, an expert merchant is careful with his wares. And therefore, when he sells you chilik, he's not using other fish because that'll compromise the taste of chilik or the sultanas. If you buy from him, you could bank on the fact of sultanas. Okay? Tanya Morias Uman Motor, as we said before. Utani Law, who Amalei Pamishon Vishini Motor, Shlishi Aser. So I said this is very interesting. So if you look at Rashi says over here, this is true for the oil that comes from the first and second times as you're extracting the oil, but ultimately the third time already it's going to be awesome. What's the shot? Look at Rashi. Pamishon Vishini, Shekin Darka Nostum Mayin Umelach Al Shuman Hadogim. So this is very interesting. Sometimes what would end up happening is you take the fish, right, and they would put water and salt on the fish, and that would extract the oil from the fish. So the first pour and the second pour ultimately again is mutter because you're getting out the real oil. The third time already, again, there was a concern that they may mix in wine in order to kind of up the volume a little bit because there's less oil that's coming out. My time, what's the reason? Because the first and second pours of the salt and the water, there's enough oil in the fish enough to mix in anything else. You kind of the ilach from the third time because there's not as much oil left, there's concern that they may mix in some oil as well. Incredible. Gemara tells a story. Hahu arba de muraisa. The asil in the mala de akko. So there was once a boat of morias, of fish oil, right? In other words, the boat was carrying fish, and the catch was there to go ahead and create fish oil. So it came to port in Akko. in Akon Niture Bahada. So the Akon Rabbi Shin, or literally again guards, there by the boat to ensure that the Akom sailors or the Akom merchants would not mix us. So the Gemara says that's very nice, but who was watching the fish the entire time? In other words, it's very nice you're putting mashgichim there now that they're at the port in Akko. What about before they got to Akko? Who was watching it then? Who was watching it then? To which the Gemara says, what should we be concerned about up until now? After all, what do I be concerned about? That perhaps they mixed in wine with the murias or with the fish before they came to Akko. I'll tell you why that's not going to be true. He studied the murias baluma. He studied the term down from the point of origin where they came from. Wine is more expensive than murias, so it doesn't make sense. In other words, because wine is so expensive, where this both came from, I'm not mixing wine because financially it doesn't make any sense. He said, fine. What about the fact I'm going to review the so I did sur asu to shoving. So maybe they stopped off sur, right? Entire. Maybe they stopped off in sur, and remember in sur ultimately again wine is cheaper. So they came to Akko. They stopped at another port where wine is cheaper and they mixed in wine, which he said, they didn't stop in sur. They didn't stop in sur because sur ikule upshure. Rashi says there's like waves and colors. So in other words, you can't dock a ship really by sur because it is too complicated because of the lines and the waves that are there. Therefore, again, Rabbi Abba felt very confident that there was no wine mixed in with this murias before. Now, when they got to Akko, because in Akko wine was cheaper, he was concerned they wouldn't mix in wine now. Therefore, station mashgichim on the boat to ensure none of that would. Incredible. Ugavinas base unai. The Mishnah also said that the cheese of base unaiki is going to be aser. Why is it that the cheese of base unaiki is a place? Why is it that the cheese of unaiki is aser? Because the majority of calves in that city ultimately again are shechted for avodas kochavim. Now what Gemara is asking over here is really according to Meir. Meir holds that the cheese is not only aser ba'achilu, not only cannot eat it, you also can't get hano, can't get benefit. So why not? So the Gemara says, because in Nike, the majority of calves are shechted for avodas zor. Okay, so the Gemara says, now what does that do with anything? Now remember, the assumption is that how is cheese made? You curdle the cheese in the stomach of the animal. So since the majority of calves are slaughtered for avodah purposes, so therefore again these statistical probabilities the cheese that comes from Beis Hanaiki was curdled in the stomach of an animal of for avodah zarah, and therefore the Meir holds it's avodah zarah. It's a product of avodah zarah. Therefore, now you cannot eat it, but you can even get benefits from it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why do you have to say that the majority of calves are shechted for avodah zarah? Afilu miyut nami. Even if it was just a minority, why? The Rabbi Meir chayish miuta. Generally, Rabbi Meir is choshesh even for what we'll call a minority possibility, for a very slight, a miut possibility. Our Meir General Halacha is concerned for what we'll call less than probable circumstances, right? The rule says there's a majority, therefore there's a probability. Rabbi Meir is choshesh even for the miut, even for the exception, right? Even for the smaller probability cases. Now, what is our Meir? Actually points out over here. This is the case ultimately again with Katan and Kitana. Being a minor, right? A boy and a girl who are minors. Why not? Because we're concerned if he's a minor, if the boy, maybe he'll be incapable of having children, or maybe she'll be an islandess. Now, again, the chances of him being a Swiss and her being are quite remote. Because this is Hoshish L'mi'uta. He is the one Hoshish even for the less than probable circumstances. So if that's the case, Rabbi Meir would say that the cheese of Beis Hanaiki should still be aser, even if the majority are not slaughtered for avodah zarah, even if it's just a minority of calves slaughtered for avodah zarah, Rabbi Meir would still say that it's aser b'achilu. No, so why do I have to say the majority? To which one I'll tell you why. I'amrit rov, ika miut.
So again, while it's true, if you say that the rove, there is still a miut, there is still some small segment of calves that are not offered up for avodah zarah. Now watch this. But if you're going to just say that it's just the minority of calves in base on Nike that is slaughtered for avodah zarah, kevan di'ika rov agot, and that means the majority of calves are not shechted for avodah zarah, right? And therefore, the nami sharemus the aim avodah. Furthermore, again, there's also all us, right? So you have the majority of calves that are not shechted for avodah zarah, and all other animals that are not shechted for avodah zarah, which could have been used in the production of cheese, and that miuta dimiuta. That would be what we all call a bit of a miut. Literally, again, an improbability within an improbability. By such a small percentage chance that the cheese was made in avodah zarah and it was miut dimeuta in a highly improbable case. There is literally again a slight possibility within a slight possibility. Even Rabbi Meir is not kosher for that. Miut dimeuta umeuta dimeuta rochai shemer. Rabbi Meir himself is not kosher ultimately again for a miut of a miut. Therefore, again, once we come in full circle, that's why it has to be that the case. So again, remember, we're trying to figure out why does Rabbi Meir hold that the cheese that's from base and Nike, why is it also ba'achila and bahana? The answer is because in base and Nike, the majority of calves are shechted for avodah zarah, and therefore, again, the probability that the cheese was curdled in the stomach of an animal slaughtered for avodah zarah, and therefore, again, the cheese will be asr and bahana. To which the Gemara says, my hobbies. I understand, even if the animal was slaughtered for avodah zarah, why should that cause a problem? Now why? After all, you said that it's mutter. Now what does that mean? You said that it's mutter. So Gemara says, Di'itmar, hashochet asa be'ema, lizrok dama la'avodas kohanim, lahakir chelba la'avodas kohanim. So it's a very interesting case. Here, this is a unique case. A person is shechting an animal. Now, when he's shechting the animal, he's not doing the shkita for the sake of avodah zarah. But when he shechts it, he has in mind that he's going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah, right? Or he has in mind that he's going to offer up the fat for avodah zarah. It's interesting. In this case, the shechita itself is done for avodah zarah, but a future rite is in mind for avodah zarah. So, what's the status of such an animal? Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asura. Rabbi Yochanan says it's still asur. The animal is asur. Why? Nechashvina me'avoda la'avoda. Because again, the intention you have for avoda has an impact for a different avoda. So in this case over here, even though the shchita, I'm not doing shchita for avodah zarah. I'm just doing shchita. But because during shchita, I have in mind for avodah zarah, that renders the animal an idolatrous sacrifice. So the money was the Alfinon, Chutz Mipinin. Interestingly enough, we learn out avodah zarah from the Beis Hamikdash. What does this mean? At the Beis Hamikdash, from the coin is doing an avodah, if he has in mind to do another one of the avodas in an inappropriate way, that renders the animal pigul. For example, when the coin is shechting a carbon, if he has in mind, I'm going to eat this carbon 3 days later, I'm going to sprinkle the blood 2 days later, that invalidates the entire carbon. So you see from the Beis Hamikdash that the intention you have by one avodah has an impact on another avodah. So fascinating, Rabbi Yochanan says, the Zara ultimately again from temple service. And therefore, even if you're shechting the animal, not for the sake of but if during the shechita you have in mind to do another rite for avodah zarah, that makes the entire offering into an avodah zarah offering and makes it also. Shelakish Amar Muteres. Reish Lakish says it's mutter. Amar Lei. So Amar Shimon says that it's mutter. Because Shimon Lakish said no. Lo mechashvina me'avodah la'avodah. The intention by avodah zarah, the intention you have by one avodah doesn't impact notice. Therefore, Shimon Lakish says if the animal was not checked for avodah zarah, the fact that he has in mind later to sprinkle the blood does not make this into a slaughtering for avodah. So Amalei said to him, so what's this show again? So remember, this is Shimon Yakim is asking Reish Lakish. He says even if ultimate was shechted for avodah zarah, why should that go ahead and have a negative impact? After all, you have Reish Lakish who says Then halacha l'maisa again. All the chashina mi'avoda le'avoda. Right? The intention you have by one avoda should not go ahead and compromise anything else. So Amalei, he responded to him. It's very interesting. So Reish Lakish responded to Shmuel Yokin. He's fascinating. He says, Amalei, Tamina Shaita. Your time will come. Now, what does that mean? Your time will come. Rashi says, Rashi says, your mazel will get better, which is another way of saying your question is not a good question, but one day you'll ask a good question. It's quite a shock, right? One day you'll ask good questions. So some see sharpness like this between a Rebbe and the Talmud or in the base bench. And the reason for that sharpness is not much, but so much of discipline in Yiddishkeit is thinking before we act. And you see this, and sometimes Rebbe will say to me, you really should have asked that question because the question is a good question. Like this statement is not a fact. Had you take a little bit more time to think this out, you understood that what you're saying is incorrect. So Shakish responds a little bit of a biting term. One day you'll ask a good. One day your mazel will get better. What's the case? The Omer, the in this case, this is talking about a case where the guy shechting the animal said that Allah at the end, ultimately, again, the animal will be consecrated as an avodah zarah offering. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, the shechita itself ultimately, again, is considered to be an avodah zarah. And therefore, because the shechita is considered to be an avodah zarah, therefore, the animal is an avodah zarah animal. And therefore, halacha subsequently curdle the milk in its stomach, curdle the cheese in its stomach, the byproduct is us. So it's just come full circle. So remember again, this is in a very specific line. Rabbi Meir says the base or Nike is Asr Dach, can't eat it and you can't get benefit from. Why? What's the logic? The logic is because the majority of calves in base Nike were slaughtered for the sake of avodah zarah. Therefore, it's an avodah zarah. Therefore, Allah l'maisa, when you subsequently curdle the cheese in the stomach of that avodah zarah offering. So therefore, again, it's the cheese is considered to be, so to speak, a byproduct of avodah zarah, and therefore, again, according to the mayor, asur ba'achila and asur b'ana. You can't eat, you can't get anything. Now we're going to stop over here for today. The cheese sugya goes on tomorrow because we're going to discuss that in general. Even outside of avodah zarah, there is an issue with procuring cheese from an akum. So again, based on Nike was a very specific issue of curdling cheese in the stomach of an animal slaughtered for avodah zarah. But in general, we'll see that cheeses can have a more general issue as well. Let's say, Shkach, everyone, what a daf today. So just for to all of you. Looking forward to tomorrow. Shkach, have a great day.
Bringing back his solo podcast. The Fire the Kid is going to be over soon. My calendar finally said he's probably going to do like a schedule.
Good morning, I say a great Zichros Baruch Hashem to be able to learn with all of you. I'm sorry not here in person. And thank you to my students and joining last and for allowing me to be with you virtually. Thank you to Rifter for the cheer, Travis and Sunday, and thank you, all of you, great to with this Holy Shabbat. Thank you to all of our sponsors, our annual tour sponsor, Tilsim Shbach Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shuman Drushes this year as these close to the Solos and Yisrael. Hamilton sponsors, Weinberg Mishpacha, the Power Yisrael. The full tech dedication is contained in the script. I wasn't able to print it out, so I can't read it and record it. So I'm sorry. But I'm going to have the text in front of me for tomorrow. I think for your sponsorships and Halavai. You hope that the all of them is Shamash and Ali, the family in the Chalad. Those who need to push it, definitely holy, holy hostages, the Shalom Karov, and allow our precious soldiers to be successful in class. Today's Davan Gimel, we are coming up on these 100 days. At that, 5 lines up in the Bochin. The Tarfos is from the Los Esimos. Those who knows Tarfos, what's the Tarfos? Rashi points out over here. The Tarfos is Rabakish Ta'usam Lamakomah. You're going to worship idolatry at a different location. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Shmuel, only Kochav Maholik Lepos, Balicha Asu, the Azul Mikami Avalos Kochavim. The Hazara Mutter. Shmuel says something very interesting. Akum, right? So an idol worshiper who's going to the Tarfos, he's going to worship his idol at a far away, at a distant place. On his way to the idolatry, it is usher to go ahead and engage in any type of transactions with him. Why? Because he will attribute that success to his idol, and he'll give thanks to his success or for his success to the idol when he goes and worships Avodah Zarah. However,
if he catch the Akum on the way back from the Tarf, right? On the way back from his worshipping escapades. So the halacha is you're allowed to transact with him. Why? My dahava. Oh, our favorite words of Shas. Because what was. In other words, interestingly enough, the Ador, when is he engaged in his idolatry? So interestingly enough, on his way there, when he's there, but on his way back, my dahava. What was. In other words, it's done. He's no longer withholding in idolatry, and therefore on his way back, you could transact with him because any money he makes is not going to attribute it to his idolatry. My hava. And I will say, I just want to point that out on this. So we've mentioned, anytime we see these words in Shas, we get very excited. Because again, especially knowing, and now it's for real, right? Elul is around the corner, Yorama around the corner. These words give us so much physics because sometimes we look at our lives and we look at our past deeds and we feel so weighed down by the mistakes and indiscretions of the past. And we feel that we're such damage to us and we feel the inability to progress or to push ourselves forward. And Chazal then give us this ultimate message of physics. Hava. What was. Sometimes you have to let go of the past. You have to let the past be the past. Do I have to my past? Sure. Do I have to my past? Of course. I have to live in my past unequivocally? No. In the past, I mentioned this, but it gives a beautiful muscle. He says if a person drives and all they do is look in the rearview mirror, they're going to slam into whatever's in front of them. In life, if you want to get from point A to point B, you can't live your life looking in the rearview mirror. I'd like to be most like to add on that while it's true, you can't perpetually look in the rearview mirror, but every once in a while, you have to look at it. To never look in the rearview mirror is really inappropriate. To never look in the rearview mirror is really a certain level of responsibility that one takes over their driving or their driving endeavors. So to in life, you can't live in the past. But every once in a while, you have to kind of look in the rearview mirror, examine it, learn from it, grow from it. So what's it might hava. Now, but in this context, I think Chazal is teaching us something different. You want to know the difference between Akum and the Yid? So for the Akum, Chazal tell us that when he's worshiping his idolatry, okay, he's in it. Even on the way to the tree, he's engaged. There, he's engaged. But once ultimately he finishes his worship and he's on his way back, my hava. A Yid agrees exactly the opposite. Hashem Kodesh says, in every single day at the end of Psuki, is during the Shabbat, what do they say? The Shirei Zimra, which literally translated means HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves the songs of his people. The Shirei Zimra. He loves the songs of Hashem. Whenever we praise Hashem, whenever we gather Hashem, talk to Hashem, Baruch Hu loves it. Hashem Kodesh vocalized the word a little bit differently. He says that's not Haboch B'Shirei, but it's Haboch B'Shiyarei. What's Shiyarei? Shirayim leftovers. What does Baruch Hu look for more than anything in any life circumstance? He looks for leftovers. See, some people don't like leftovers, or maybe they eat leftovers a little bit, but when it comes to leftovers, it lacks his chashav and Baruch Hu. What he wants us to do is possible. Every other spiritual experience, he wants us to take it with us. He doesn't want the inspiration to end when the moment ends, but rather he wants us to take Shirayim. He wants us to take leftovers and initiate an endeavor. Every spiritual have to find a way to patch up some of it, take some leftovers, and to take it with you go through in life. That's Habocher B'Shiyarei Simra. You know what Hashem loves most? Hashem loves the most the Shirayim, the leftovers. If you think about it, if you ever have it, go to a kumzit, or you have it davening, and you're very inspired. So what happens over the next couple of days, if you notice, like usually like a nigun music, a tune or a song that really just caught your neshama, and you find yourself humming it over and over and over, playing it over and over and over, or making others sing it over and over and over. That's the Shirayim. That's the leftovers. See, for an Akum, the hava. He finished worshiping his idolatry. He finished his Yachikalo. He did his thing. He went, done. We're done. Move on. Next. My the hava. But a Yid, when a Yid has a spiritual experience, no. It goes with me everywhere. I'm taking my Shiyarei Zimra. I'm taking Hashem the left with me wherever I go in life. So therefore, Shmuel says, Halacha l'maisa, you can't transact business with Avi Chum when he's on his way to the Tarfus, ultimately to Rosh Level Zara, but you can go and transact with him on his way back. Why might the hava? However, Yisrael holy chotar Dilma holiday with the Jew. Unfortunately, the Jew is going to worship idolatry. So when he's on his way ultimately to the Tarfas to worship idolatry, so ultimately on his way, you're allowed to transact business with him. Why? Because he may turn around. A Yid is so holy, a Jew, and even when a Jew is managed on the way to commit an Avera, there's always the possibility that he will turn around. So on the way there, I will say it's incredible. Sometimes you know what makes a person turn around and doing that. You know what makes him think twice? It's just love, attention from another Yid. It's almost as if Chazal was saying, I know that Reuben is going to Babel Bizarre. Engage him. Because maybe it's not the business that's turning around, but maybe it's the love, maybe it's the connection, maybe it's the interest, maybe it's the good. A Yid is so holy. And even when a Yid is ready to worship Avodah Zarah, it's not done until it's done. He hasn't worshipped until he's worshipped. Even if he's on the way, the car is packed, everybody's there. L'maisa, unless he's getting there and worshipped, there's always a possibility to turn around. Therefore, again, you can transact business with him on the way there. However, the Chazorah also. But once already he's worshipped idolatry, then you can't transact business with him on the way back. Why not? Top of Roman Gimel, the Avik Ba. The Avik Ba, Mahadar Hadar Azal. Allah Lamaisa, unfortunately, once the Jew has worshipped idolatry, he's going to be connected to it. The Jews are committed people. And if we're committed to the right things, fantastic. But Lamaisa, if unfortunately we become committed to the wrong things, that commitment can lead us astray for a very long time. So the problem is once the Jew has worshipped idolatry, now he's coming back. Remember again, a youth spiritually, theologically doesn't live with Maida Hava Hava. So unfortunately, back he's trying the leftovers of Adara. And therefore Allah might translate, you cannot translate this on the way back. So once it's into Shita Shmuel. So wait, towards Avodah Zarah, you can't do this. On the way back, you can't do Hava Hava. And on the way there, you can do this because maybe I'll turn around. On the way back, unfortunately, again, it's that he's committed to the Avodah Zarah. And therefore no business. But you learn. Yisrael, end of the first line, Batanya. Yisrael, if Yisrael is going to do Avodah Zarah, whether he's going or coming, you can't do business with him. Okay, that's different. A Yisrael Mummer is someone, unfortunately, again, who already has a track record of apicarsis, of heretical activity, of idolatrous activity. So, unfortunately, a person like that, once he's on his way, he's not turning around. Stami Yid, even if he's on his way to Avodah Zarah, he needs to turn around. But Yisrael Mummer, once he's on his way, unfortunately, he's committed. So, we'll say again, it's fascinating to see how we possess so many profound needs. It's all a question of how we use it. That sense of commitment that defines us as a people, if unfortunately used in the wrong way, can lead us down such a terrible and deleterious path. Okay, so you have an akum is going to be Yurid. Now, what's the Yurid? So Rashi points out over the top, Rashi, Yurid, Shok, Shal, Volos Kochavim, Miu Ovi Kochavim, Kiaz, Los. So interestingly enough, this is a shop. It's a marketplace for Avodah Zarah. So in other words, what's interesting about this is the marketplace, it's like a fair, right? A fair, but the marketplace itself is devoted to the service of the idolatry. Now, obviously, again, people are coming there, they're coming there to worship, but in order to worship, you need different things. You need accessories, maybe you need wine, you need livestock, you need flour, you need oil, you need all different things. So it's a marketplace, it's a fair that is designed for the worship of idolatry. So in Obed Kohabim, he's going there, whether he's going or coming, right? Halach l'maisa, it's mutter. Right, so very interesting. Obed Kohabim halach li'rid bin balicha bin chazar mutter. It's also mutter. Now, the assumption is that the Obed Kohabim himself is going there to sell wares. He's going to sell stuff. He's not going there to worship idolatry. Now we'll have to explain why that is. Yisrael is going to be on the way there. You could transact with him. On the way back, you cannot. So the Gemara says, what's the joke? Why did Yisrael on the way back transact business with him? The Amri Avodas Kochavim Zadin. Because the assumption is that the Yid, why did he go to the marketplace? He went there to sell avodah zarah to the akum, and therefore again the pashtus, the money that he has is money of avodah zarah, and therefore if you transact business with him, you're going to end up utilizing avodah zarah funds. Oved kochavim nami, name avodas kochavim zabim, name avodas kahadei. And then I should say it should be by an akum. And if an akum is going to this share, then the pashtus he's selling wares to the avodah zarah money back for him. In which case, to transact with him would then be transacting with avodah zarah money. Ella, Ovid Kochavim Aminu Mazavim Chamazavim. So most of this is we assume that when the akum goes to this fair, what is he selling? He's selling a cloak, he's selling a donkey, he's selling stuff. That's why, interestingly enough, Lav Dafka, that he himself is going to participate in the idolatry nature of this. He may just be selling stuff. Now, there's a lot of qualifications, case of I'll just bring up and get into it today that are talking about an akum is going to Yerid is for a god that's not his. So therefore, again, when he goes, the assumption is he's going for commercial purpose. And Vaharaya, he's selling items. We assume he's selling commercial items, both when he's coming as well as he's going, or I should say when he's going and when he's coming. However, the Gemara says, "So now you name a so I'm saying maybe the Jew went to the Israel to sell none of all the Zara items. Maybe he just went to sell a cloak or he went to sell a donkey. How do you know he was dealing in all the Zara merchandise? He said the Havilay, no, because if a Yid had a cloak and had a donkey to sell, he would sell it to us, he would sell it to other Jews. Why would he have to go to the rid of the non-Jews in order to go ahead and sell those wares, same way, those very wares that Jews use as well? Okay, so those who come back ultimately again from the Tarfos, it's that's only so if what? If the group, when they come back, ultimately are not traveling as a chevra. But if the group of akum are coming back together as a group, you cannot transact with them. Why? Because perhaps ultimately as a group, their intention is to return. Interesting. Okay, those are all they go having the Canadian. So remember again, Mishnah, the nodos, which are the wineskins, right? So the wineskins ultimately again, the Russian over here was right. Nodos all they come Canadian. So note, remember, a node is a wineskin. Canadian are jugs, and yain shayis are konos wine, even if there's Jewish wine, so to speak, inside of it. The wine itself is asur. The sur is another. So you can't drink it, you can't get benefit from it. But Chachamim say you can't drink it, again, you can get hano. So this is going to open the fascinating conversations about use of Gentile utensils for kosher items. So here we go. No those Kochavim. Gerurin Chadoshim Mutarim. If you have wineskins of an akum, now our terms are going to be very important. Gerurin, Rashi says She'im Ban Zeves. So what he's doing wineskins. Our wineskin have to be good. So what you would do is you would coat it with Zeves. Zeves is like pitch or tar in order to try to act as a sealant, prevents leakage. So the Gemara says over here, if you have wineskins of Ovid Kochavim, Gerurin Chadoshim, which means they are not coated, right? So they're not coated, and ultimately, again, they're brand new. So really, it's not coated or they're brand new. What's the halacha? Mutarin. Ultimately, again, it's mutar. Now, Rashi points out over here, why is it mutar? In other words, you could use it. To definisas yain zman muat lo bala or benodos tafka bakliferes bala la'al. So the assumption is that even if a non-Jew kept wine in here, there would only be wine in there for a little bit of time, since it's not sealed, right? The sealant, the pitch, is not there, and therefore, Loisa is a very minimal absorption. Because of the minimal absorption, therefore, the Jew is allowed to go ahead and use this skin. Interesting. This is really about a wineskin. We're going to see that rates of absorption are dependent on the item itself. So, for example, apparently, wine have a slower rate than earthenware vessels. For example, Rashi says here that an earthenware vessel absorbs immediately. So therefore, this is the first halacha. Skins of Ovid Kohanim, not sealed. They don't have the sealing. They don't have the pitch or the tar on it, and they're new. It's either and or they're new. So mother ultimately again Yisrael is allowed to put his wine in there. Okay, Yishanim, umizufafin asur. But if they're used, right, and or sealed with the pitch or tar, then ultimately they're asur. Look at Rashi. Yishanim umizufafin. Kolomar o yishanim o mizufafin asur. So whether it's old, meaning it's used, heavily used, or it's coated with pitch, it's asur. As the Gemara says, I did the kanis banyan nesef manuruba bala or mizufaf and I feel the bechadazim the bala zefet. So it's very interesting. So because it's either old or it's sealed, therefore the item absorbs yayin nesef much more readily, much more quickly. So it's still here is as follows: if the wineskin is new and hasn't been sealed with pitch, right? Hasn't been sealed with tar or something like that, then you could use it. Because even if it has been used for yayin and nesef, there's been virtually no absorption. Therefore, the Yisrael can put his wine in it. If it's either old, which means it's been extensively used, or it's sealed, the sealant has been put in, as Rashi points out, the sealant also readily absorbs the wine, then halacha l'maisa again, a yid cannot put his wine in that wineskin. Ovid Kochavim Rivavan, Ve'ibanitan. So what if an Ovid Kochavim was a Rivavan? Rashi says, Kimo Ravav Klomer Pitich Hazefes Lasochod. So let's say again, the man the Akum put the zefes, he put the pitch on the inside, right? He put the pitch on the inside, and he tanned the leather. The Naslam Soch and Yain, and he put wine in there. So in this case over here, watch what's happening. The Ovid Kochavim is creating the wineskin, right into a proper wineskin. So what did he do? He has the skin, he tanned the skin. He's applying the pitch on the inside, and the Akum puts wine inside there also. Yisrael Omed al Gabav, and there's a Jew watching him engage in this entire process. In a choshesh, we need not to be concerned that the wine that the Obed Kochavim put into the wineskin was yayin nesef, that he somehow consecrated that for his idolatry. Okay. So 1 second. The Obed Kochavim put yayin. Yisrael Omed al Gabav might I don't understand why. Just because there's a mashgiach, like the Jew was watching him do this, how do you know that the wine that the Akum put in there wasn't yayin nesef? In other words, all the Jew is seeing is what the Akum is doing now. How does he know what the Akum did with the wine beforehand? Right? So in other words, how can we be sure that it's not the yayin nesef being put in there? I'm going to follow on to this used to say, Ovid Kochavim Rivavan Ve'ibdan Yisrael Nosin Asocha Yayin Yisrael Acher Omed al Gabav in a choshesh. Oh, here's the case. Here's the case. If you have an Akum tanning the skin, right, making the skin, putting in the sealant, and a Jew puts in the wine, and then there's another Jew watching the whole process, that's mutter. That's mutter. So 1 second. But if the Jew is putting in the wine, then why do I need another Jew to stand over there as a mashgiach? Why do I need a mashgiach Jew to oversee the work of the first Jew? Because since ultimately, again, Yisrael is busy, right? He's busy. He's putting in the wine. He's overseeing everything. Maybe the Akum will take the opportunity to turn the wine into yayin itself, and the Jew will be profoundly unaware of this whole thing, right? The Jew just won't know. Like the Jew won't know what's going on because halacha l'maisa, he's just too engaged with his work. Therefore, again, you have the mashgiach overseeing everything. So essentially, this work is as follows. So the Akum is tanning the hide. He's putting in the sealant inside. The Jew is adding the wine. And then there's a mashgiach, another Jew on top of this whole process to ensure that when the first Jew is busy pouring or doing other stuff, that the Akum doesn't play around with the wine, doesn't make it into the item. Incredible. Okay. No. The Olam Kedat Ha'amrit Meikar. No, not true. Let's go back to our original understanding of the case. So the Akum himself is putting in the wine. So what's the case? So here's the difference. The difference over here is that halacha l'maisa, since the Akum is doing this, the wine is being poured in essentially again around trying to add the sealing. Therefore, again, that wine itself is going to be lost. Look at Rashi this moment. Short mind with it. Also, I voted for Ibud. Zefas, ובוטל טעמו כמים הניתנים בטיב, שכל הנעלם, שמסיעה ביש עתיד, הרי אלו כי לא היו. אף יין זה כל בלכלוסה הזפס, ומסיעה ביש הזפס כל המעילה, ושוב מן הפוליט. It's interesting enough, since all of this is happening together, when the wine is being poured in right after the sealant, that wine is essentially going to be absorbed by the sealant. Now, by the way, that was actually because often pitch or tar has a bad odor. So they would mix in some wine there from the beginning in order to take away some of the negative odor. So the Gemara says, even if the Akum himself was the one who was pouring in the wine, that's fine, because that wine anyway gets mixed in with the sealant and essentially disappears into the zephyrs, into the seal. The Gemara says, so upon some the similar state. So if an Akum were to pour wine into the salt of a Jew, it would also be permitted, right? Why? Because the assumption is that the wine gets absorbed up by the salt, and therefore won't be a crime. Which the Gemara says, no. Mataravashi need that you cannot have two cases. Why? The causal evil. In the case of the pitch, the wine is managed like destroyed. In other words, it's absorbed into the pitch. So it's essentially non-existent. As opposed to the wine that gets absorbed into the salt, that wine is still there, albeit in a different form. Absorbed into another food item, the salt, but still there. So the cases aren't comparable. But it also says, Bar Adi Kaya, Honorable Ziki Mira Yitzchak Bar Yosef. Bar Adi, that's what's his name. He was an Arab merchant. What did he do? He went ahead and he took some wine skins. He took some wine skins from Rav Yitzchak Bar Yosef, and he went ahead and he put wine inside. Okay, so the Gemara says, then after this guy Bar Adi finished using the wine skins, ultimately again he gave them back. Fine. All right, so he's a guy with these skins. So Rabbi Ami said, Halacha Laisa, Memalim Mayim Shlosh Yamim Uma'aron. So we'll say this is quite fascinating. So Halacha Laisa, the Gemara says, he's asking, here's what you do. You fill up the wine skins, you fill up the skins with water for 3 days, Uma'aron, and pour it out. So now what is this? It's a qualification. You have to pour them out once every 24 hours. So we'll say, so this is, interestingly enough, a kashering process called Nibli V'Irui. Nibli V'Irui is the kashering that's accomplished by you fill up the receptacle with water, leave it there for a minimum of 24 hours, then pour out the water and change that with new water. And you repeat that process for 72 hours. 72 hours every 24 hours. It doesn't have to be exactly at 20 hours, at least 24 hours, and then change the water, put it in for at least another 24 hours. And 72 hours later, ultimately again, the item will be kosher. Now, halacha l'maisa, this concept does exist, but it is only usable in situations where we know halachically that the absorption is minimal. The absorption is minimal. Now, the Gemara gives more examples. Savar hani mili bidon. Hani mili bidon. Now, we assumed over here that halacha l'maisa is only refers to what? This only refers to, for example, like Jewish wineskin. In other words, in this case, like this case over here, where the wine Yitzchak, which means the majority of absorptions were of kosher wine, they were stole ultimately again by this, what's his name, Bar Adi. Again, we assume that his absorptions were minimal. So in this kind of case, where we assume that the majority of absorptions are kosher absorptions, the minimal number of absorptions, or the minority absorptions are non-kosher absorptions, that's where this kashering process works. About the but this would not work, for example, if you were to acquire a wineskin from an Akum, because there the majority of absorptions would be from him. Natural, whether ultimately, again, it's our utensils, their utensils, ultimately, again, it works. Furthermore, we only assume that this applies to wineskins. Now, the assumption must be that by one test, the absorption is a little bit less. About kankanim low, but by jugs, by other vessels, no. On the Rashi, loshna no dose, loshna kankanim. Not true. Whether it's wineskins, whether it's other utensils, ultimately, again, these, and when say kankana, by the way, it's earthenware, these can be koshered through this process. Now, I just want to point out again. These conversations, I feel like I've been seeing this a lot in our old stuff. These conversations are much more involved. Halacha Ma'aseh is much more involved. But suffice it to say that this type of what we call milui, which literally means milui, filling up, irui, pouring out. We keep the utensils submerged or filled 24 hours, change it every 24 hours. It works 72 hours. Later it works, but again, only for mineral absorption. This is an example where this does apply in halacha. Glasses. In general, we try again. I don't want to get too into this now, but just kind of like high level. Glass is a fundamental machlokas in halacha whether or not glass absorbs. Like for example, does a person have to have different glasses, different sets of glasses for milking situations? So most poskim say no, that halacha l'maaseh glass does not absorb, and therefore technically, you only have to have one set of glasses for both milking situations. Not to be clean, but milking situations. Again, my wife holds differently, so in our house we have two sets of glasses. But okay, discussion for a different time. In any event, that's why many people have one set of glasses, and glasses can be used for both. What happens if you want to cash your glass for Pesach? So generally, we try not to do this. But Kalamaisa, halacha wants to cash your glass. The way to the glass is with this process is called Yuli V'Yuli. So technically, you take a bathtub. Like if you don't take a bathtub, you have a bathtub. You fill it with water. You can put glasses in there. Fill it with water. 24 hours. Drain the water. Refill the water. Complete that again for 72 hours. Technically speaking, one could cash your glass with those circumstances. Why? Because to begin with has a minimal absorption. You can use this quote-unquote lower form of kashrut. Again, halachas for Pesach, one should do this more intricate, not for now, but just giving you an illustration about how this concept does work. Halacha l'maaseh. Kanabanan. So remember again, as opposed to called ziki, right? The ziki are wineskins. Kankanim are jugs or utensils, earthenware. So kankanim shall be kochavim. So if I have an earthenware vessel of an apple, chadoshin gelurin mutarim. So if they're brand new, right? Or gelurin, again, they have not been sealed. So there's no pitch or no tar on the inside. What's the halacha? Mutarim, a Jew could use them. Yeshanim umizufafin asurin. But once ultimately, again, it's old, right, used, or coated with pitch, both of those cases, again, then there's a much higher absorption level. The Jew is not allowed to use it. So ultimately, interestingly enough, now a Jew, right, or excuse me, an akum could put wine into it, and Yisrael put water into it. Look at Rashi. Sorry. So if he is, I'm sorry, if an Ovid Kochav used it for wine, so a Jew ultimately again could use it for water. Now what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Second class Rashi on the page. Ovid Kochav no Saint Lomar, Nasom Asochan Ovid Kochav Yayin, Yisrael Nosim Asochan Shloshim Yom Mayim Umarmeis. This is actually what we said before. If an Akum used it for wine, then Halacha L'maaseh Yisrael can use it with water. What does it mean with water? Nilui V'Ir. So could kasher it ultimately again by putting it in water for 72 hours, changing the water every 24 hours. That was like this is quite a dramatic thing because this makes it sound like Nilui V'Yuri would work even with earthenware, which again in and of itself is a discussion. And remember again, sometimes that loss of kashering or work here may or may not work great as well. So again, a lot of things kind of floating around over here. But what is unique about this is also maybe exposed to utensils that are used cold, right? There's no heat process that happens over here. So the other possibilities that immediately the this concept of submerging water in 72 hours and changing every 24 hours works with cold absorptions. So therefore, an akum used his earthenware vessels, old ones filled with wine, they soak it by soaking it in water for 72 hours every 24 hours. Next, Ovid Kocham knows there's an interesting case. If it is earthenware vessels for wine, Yisrael just ve'ino choshish. But Yisrael could put in it, interestingly enough, brine. Right, brine, and that's what the choshish. What does this mean? So what's this? This is fascinating. So apparently, if you put brine, if you put brine into the utensil, it burns out or it removes the absorption. So she says, yeah, so apparently brine, right, or for that matter, like murias is like fish oil, right? These items, if you put them into a utensil, they withdraw. They bring out the absorptions even without having to go through any other natural process. Quite interesting. Ibailu. So we'll say on the base. Lam Gimel on the base 33b. Ibailu. L'chatchila or diada. Well, so here's the shayla. So let's say now, is this l'chatchila or diada? In other words, so let's say I have an earthenware utensil from an alcohol that he used for wine. Can I l'chatchila kasher this with using brine? Does that work? So Tashma, the Tanya of Zid Varushi, Halakeptan, Tanina Aviko Chavim. If a person purchases jugs from an earthenware just from Aviko Chavim, Chadashim Nosin So Chanyayin, if they're brand new, and remember that brand new means either brand new and they have not been coated with pitch, right, or with tar. So what's that law? You could use it. You can use it for whatever you want, even wine. Yishanim, what happens if they're old? No sin so Sir or Morius Lachatila. You can burn out the absorptions with brine. Okay, so you see from here that this mechanism is available to us even in the Chatchila. Incredible. So by many Rabbi Budan Nisim Rabbi Ami, so it's very interesting. Let's say I have an earthenware utensil that I got from an apple. So now, what happens if I put the earthenware utensil back in the kiln? Does putting it back in the kiln effectively kosher it and ready it for kosher use? Amalei. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Ami said, of course, seriously, or brine has the ability to go ahead and essentially burn out. Of course, fire has the ability to do it. We learned as well. If you have, again, earthenware jugs, earthenware utensils of an apple that you put back into the kiln, what's the halacha? Once the pitch begins to kind of like melt off, even if it hasn't fully melted off, but once it begins to melt off, ultimately, again, the item is kosher. Incredible. So furthermore, you don't actually need the sealant, the pitch to actually fall off, but as soon as it begins to become like it's no longer fully attached to the interior, the kli, the utensil, is considered to be kosher. Kinsa is an interesting case. What that kinsa? Rashi says over here. Let's say you take this same case, earthenware jug that I purchased from an akum, he used it for what? Now, what do I like? Put like wood chips inside of it, and I kindle for fire inside the utensil itself. So in this case, again, as opposed to let's say putting it in a kiln where it's on the outside, here I'm kindling the fire on the inside. Does that work? Kinsa. One says it doesn't. Does what Lochasa command, and ultimately again the halacha is like the one says it doesn't. Very important. So fascinatingly enough, Rashi explains the distinction between passion with interior fire versus exterior fire. Interior fire, apparently halacha feels, does not fully permeate the utensil, as opposed to exterior fire, which absolutely does. Therefore, an interior fire will not kosher the earthenware utensil of the apple used for it, but the exterior fire ultimately again will. Quite fascinating. So let's look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, the hilchasa command the aser, the lotami lahachzira the kivshan, the hasam kiven she'esikan mibachutz ad shenishra zifas kvar nisla ben acheres. Aval hacha kiven she'ichnisa or miyad zafson nosher umechshen. So here's what's interesting. If you kindle the fire on the inside, obviously the pitch is going to come off much faster. On the outside, you need a much higher degree of heat to impact the interior. So therefore, the Gemara is saying only exterior fire ultimately goes ahead and fully kosher. But interior fire does not. I will say it's fascinating because and again, right, Adam, like person is complete. Like you see at the end, the Elokai saw at the end of this one. Like Elokai, ani omei levav kichli mali busha uchli. This is at the end of a video. Like at the end of the video. Ani omei levav kichli mali busha. Like a utensil like an utensil filled with embarrassment over what I've done. And you find it many times like Yamnara in liturgy that Adam is nimshal kechanas. He's compared to an earthenware utensil. So whereas man may be like an earthenware utensil in many ways, in this respect, he's fundamentally different. See, the utensil can only be kosher on an exterior. Man can only be kosher, so to speak, through internal fire. If you light the fire in the kli, that does not work. It has to be fire in the outside. By man, if the fire is outside of me, it may do something, but it doesn't affect the full kosherization. For a person, so to speak, to be kosher, for a person to do tshuva, for a person to fundamentally change and potentially purge himself of the things that are holding him back, man needs an interior fire. Man needs a fire kindled inside of his kli. The exterior fires will only get me so far, but it's the fire that I kindle inside my kli itself. That's the fire that's going to catch you. That's the fire that's going to lift you up. That's the fire that's going to help purge all of the impurities. Interesting case. So we'll say, are you allowed to go ahead and halacha l'maisa put beer into one of these utensils? Let's say again, I got an earthenware utensil. I got a can from the akum that presumably he used for wine. Can I put beer in it? Can I put beer in it? So Rav Yehuda Asri, Rav Shari, Rav Yehuda said Aser. Rava said that it's mutter. So Ravina Shari Rav Yibrei Rav Yitzchak Lamirma Bei Shichra. So we'll say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that even it could be what I'm suggesting over here is that halacha l'maisa, the beer itself is mevatel, it negates the flavor of the wine. Or again, the whole idea that we're concerned about over here is absorptions of yain. But it could very well be that if the beer hates the taste of the wine, then maybe there's no problem. So Ravina actually allowed Rav Chia beer in a earthenware vessel that he bought from an akum. So the Gemara says, also Ravina Chamra. He made a mistake. He got up and he ended up putting wine in there instead of beer. Now, obviously, once you put wine in there, it's going to be awesome. But nevertheless, Ravina did not feel the need to change his position. Why? Amar. So it wasn't an accident. So we'll say interesting. In other words, you might think like this. You might have thought Ravina said you're allowed to put beer. So he allowed ultimately Rav Chia to put beer. Rav Chia made a mistake and put wine. So you might have thought to say, oh, what do you see from here? That you shouldn't even allow someone to put beer lest they come to put wine. What does Ravina say? It was just a mistake. It was just a mistake. You don't have to read anything more into it. It was just a mistake. Mistakes happen. Shabbos say is so profound, so profound. Sometimes things happen in life and we look for deeper meaning. Is there deeper meaning in everything that occurs in life? There is. But not that you're supposed to look for deeper meaning. Sometimes you just have to kind of take what life throws your way and move yourself forward. Especially in those moments where you can't find the deeper meaning, right? So often things happen in life. What does this mean? What is Kosh Baruch Hu telling me? Sometimes I can figure it out. But sometimes if you can't figure it out, you say, okay, whatever it was, and I just need to move myself forward. Sometimes it's beautiful to look for deeper meaning of things, and sometimes you just have to, like the Gemara says, Akroi ba'alma. Whatever happened, happened. I'm sure there is a meaning to it, but I'm not going to spend my time trying to figure this out. I got to move myself forward. Incredible. If you Yitzchak bar Bisna, Habele money de Pakusna. So the Gemara says, Malinu Maya, Anchinu B'Shimsha. So what happened? So Yitzchak bar Bisna had these, Rashi says over here, he had these dung utensils that are made out of the excrement of an animal. He had bought it from a Gentile, and the Gentile had used it for Yayin Nesa. So now he bought them, and now you have to kasher them. How do you kasher it? You fill it up with water, 72 hours, change the water every 72 hours. So he filled it up with water, he put it out in the sun. Paku, they burst. So it's like the water got very hot and ultimately caused them to burst. Rabbi Abba, Asartinu Alocha Isudi Olam. So essentially, say now you prohibited these items upon you for an eternal prohibition. Obviously, they're broken, so you'll never be able to use them. The rabbis only said you had to fill it with water. It didn't say you had to leave it in the sun. Okay, so interestingly enough, so Rabbi kind of gives Rabbi Yitzchak a little bit of muscle. Now, again, whether or not Rabbi Yitzchak is machmir by leaving it in the sun, like as like a form of ultimate, or just happen to leave it in the sun, is not immediately clear from this Gemara. But point to where Rabbi Abba gave him musar, be a little bit more careful with what you're doing. Chazal told you have to soak it in water, but you didn't have to put it in the sun. Incredible. So we'll say it's interesting because either way, Rabbi Abba is giving him musar. Either giving him musar that you didn't know how it was, or musar that you need to be intentional with the way you do things. Why are you leaving it out in the sun? Right? So either it's musar about you didn't understand halacha, or it's musar you're not living the right way. You need to live intentionality. You have to have a seder in every single thing that you do. Because if there's no intentionality, there's no seder, breaks. People break. Circumstances break. Such an incredible thing. Almost like clean which is a certain type of material, doesn't have a towel. In other words, once it absorbs, let's say yayin yasaf, you cannot get the absorptions. You can't get the absorptions out. So the Gemara says, my clean eser, what is clean eser? I'm Rabbi Yossi, but I've been clean, nichts shalt tzrif. It's interesting enough, the utensil that's made from alum. Alum, so apparently alum is a highly absorbent material, and therefore Allah says, if you alum and it absorbs and uses it for yayin nesach, you can never be kosher. Did a parzak rofila honest honey clothing producer? So we'll say this: the household of Parzak. Now his name is Parzak. That was his name, right? That's the guy's name. Rofila was his position, like the second man to the king. So what did this guy do? He stole honey clothing producer. So he stole the Jewish population, some jugs, and he filled it with his wine. Back, okay, so he's a thief, but at the end when he officially gave it back. Also, Shailu Yehuda. What should we do with this? What do we do now with these drugs? Amar, Davar Shein Machnisa L'Kiyahu, Meshachshechan B'Mayim Ve'Hein Mutarim. So what's interesting, the Gemara says, he says this is something, ultimately, it's interesting, his Lashon over here. His Lashon is, Davar Shein Machnisa L'Kiyahu. He used it in a way that was short-term storage. Not long-term storage. And because it was short-term storage, therefore what? You could wash it out with water, and it is mutter. Since it was only kept on a very short term, there's not even really absorptions, and therefore, again, you could just wash it out, and it's mutter. And I must say, interestingly enough, Mishachshich and B'Mayim, the Pashtos means Nibui V'Ilui, right? It's 72 hours. Some want to say it only means just literally a washing out, but this is what we've seen before. Halacha l'maisa, we seem to be, it still means really right. But my focus is how to read this particular line. Amar Avira. So Avira said as follows. Avira says this. Amar Avira. Hani chatz b'shachir. So these literally again. Hani chatz b'shachir daramai. Given the lobai tuva meshachshechim b'mayim umoter. So look at these red Aramean pictures. Okay, red Aramean pictures. Since they absorb very little, therefore halacha l'maisa, all you need to do is wash them out, and it is mutter. Amar Papi says, "Hani pas basa de mitzi, kevan de loboli tu shachshichin b'mayim umutar." Examples of this. So Papi says, pasvasa are vessels of de mitzi, a vessel particular place. Since they have a very low absorption level. Therefore, what we wash them out with water, and ultimately, again, it is mutter. Kasim, what about cups? The lesson here is interesting, right? A cup, Rashi says, "Kosos shalcheres being machnis lekim el shosibah." So this is a cup, right? An earthenware cup. Now, obviously, a cup because you don't store stuff in a cup. Up until now, see if you notice, we're essentially having like three. The first category was items that are used for long-term usage. Okay. Second category seems to be items that are used for shorter term usage. So for the longer term usage, so Gemara seems to indicate that you need Nibui 72 hours, change the water every 24 hours. For the things that are not used for long term usage, it could be, we're going to have to see this further, it could be all you need to do is wash it out. What does washing it out mean? Does washing it out mean just mean washing it out mean also Nibui 72 hours, changing every 24 hours? We'll see. Then third category are things that are clearly only used almost like episodically. A cup. You fill up your cup, right? You drink it, and then you're done. So again, obviously that's even a lower absorption level. So what do you do with kasi, ravasi, aser? Rav Ashi Shani. Rav Asi said it's Aser. It's Aser. And Rav Ashi said that it's Mutter. Isha Sibu Ovi Kochavim Hamishon. So let's say this is very interesting. Now the Gemara suggests the following. If an Ovi Kochavim used it the first time, right? So it's a brand new cup, person where cup Avkam used it for his Yainis at the first time. Ultimately, again, Kuli Amalot Pigi the Aser. Everyone agrees that it's Aser because those initial absorptions are Aser. Where's the Machlokas? The Tam Sheni. About what happens if it's used the second time? If the Akum uses it the second time. We have an alternate version of this. If an Akum uses it ultimately again the first time or the second time, everyone agrees that that renders the Kli Aser. Where's the Machlokas? The Tam Gimel. If the Akum uses it the third time. The third time, in other words, let's say a Jew used it the first two times, and the Akum used it the third time. Does that impact the Kli? The halacha is Hamishon Sheni Aser Gimel Motus. The halacha is if an Akum used it one of the first two that the Kli was used, that rendered the cup Aser because absorptions. But if you only did it the third time, and you saw used it the first two times, and then Akum used it the third time, ultimately again it is going to be much. Right? So let's stop over here today. There's a tremendous amount of halacha l'maisa, which I know I don't use so much halacha l'maisa in this sector, but these halachas of kashrut, we're really we are going to do some just basic halacha l'maisa, so we understand just practically what is accepted from the Gemara, what's not accepted from the Gemara. And the most over for today. Shkoyach everyone, wishing everyone a wonderful day. Good morning, I must say I agree. This is the first part of Hashem to be able to learn with all the I'm not here in person. But thank you to my Sheikhs and joining last for allowing me to be with you for truly thank you to lift to giving share over Shabbos and Sunday. And thank you. All of you grateful for this holy Shabbat. Thank you to all of our sponsors, our annual Tamil sponsor, Pilsen Shabbat Haver Yisrael, dedicating all the Shemon Drushes this year as a chus for the Solos Talos Sha'am Yisrael and our Tamil Tamil sponsors, the Weinberg Mishpacha, the Papa Mishpacha Yisrael. The full text of the dedication is contained in the description below. I wasn't able to print it out, so I can't read it and record it at the same time. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to have full text in front of me for tomorrow. Thank you for your sponsorships and halavai. All of the Neshama Shabbat, the families in the Chol, those have to be called holy holy hostages, be shown the Karav, allow our precious soldiers to be called. Today's Jim, we are coming up on the days after the two dots, 5 lines up from the bottom. The Tarfos, Asur, and Below Sesiman. So those who go to the Tarfos, Sakish, Tapusam, Lamachach. They're going to worship idolatry at a different location. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Shmuel. Only Kochav Maholik Tarfos, Balicha Asa, the Azul Modi Kamiavalos Kochavim. The Chazara Mutter. Seems to Shmuel says something very interesting. And Akum, right, so an idol worshiper, who's going to the Tarfos, who's going to worship his idol at a far away, at a distant place. On his way to the idolatry, it is possible to go ahead and engage in any type of transactions with him. Why? Because he will attribute that success to his idol, and he'll give thanks to his success, or for his success to the idol when he goes and worships Avodah Zarah. However, Zara, if he catch the Akum on the way back from the Tarfos, right, on the way back from his idol worshipping escapades, so the halacha is mutter. You're allowed to transact with him. Why? My dahava hava. Oh, my favorite words in Shas. Because what was. In other words, interestingly enough, the idol worshipper, when is he engaged in his idolatry? So interestingly enough, on his way there, when he's there, but on his way back, my dahava hava. What was. Like, in other words, it's done. He's no longer really holding in idolatry. Therefore, on his way back, we could transact with him because any money he makes, he's not going to attribute it to his idolatry. My hava hava. And I just want to point that out. So we've mentioned, anytime we see these words in Shas, we get very excited. Because again, especially knowing, and now it's for real, right? Elul is around the corner, Yom Norama around the corner. These words give us so much physics because sometimes we look at our lives and we look at our past deeds, and we feel so weighed down by the mistakes and impressions of the past. And we feel that we're such damage to us and the ability to progress or to push ourselves forward. Now then give us this ultimate message of my hava hava. What was? Sometimes you have to let go of the past. You have to let the past be the past. Do I have to remember my past? Sure. Do I have to reflect on my past? Of course. Do I have to live in my past? Unequivocally, no. Those who live in their past, I mentioned this before, but Melech Bitterman gives a beautiful marshal, and he describes it like driving. He says, if a person drives and all they do is look in the rearview mirror, they're going to slam into whoever is in front of them. In life, if you want to get from point A to point B, you can't live your life in your rearview mirror. I'd like to add on that while it's true, you can't perpetually look in the rearview mirror, but every once in a while, you have to look at it. And never look in your rearview mirror is inappropriate. To never look in your rearview mirror is really a certain level of responsibility that one takes over their driving or their driving endeavors. So too in life, you can't live in the past. Every once in a while, you have to look in your rearview mirror, examine it, learn from it, grow from it. Now, but in this context, I think Chazal is teaching us something different as well. The one difference between the Akum and the Yid. So the Akum, Chazal tell us that when he's worshiping his idolatry, okay, he's in it. He's in it. On the way to the idolatry, he's engaged. He's there, he's engaged. But once ultimately he finishes his worship, that might be Hava. A Yid, a Jew is exactly the opposite. Hashem Kodesh says, in every single day at the end of the Shabbat, Habocher Zimra, which literally translated means HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves the songs of his Zimra. He loves the songs of us. Whenever we praise Hashem, whenever we gather Hashem, talk to Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves it. But Hashem does vocalize the word a little bit differently. It says that's not Habocher B'Shir, but it's Habocher B'Shiyore. What's Shiyare? Shirayim are leftovers. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu look for more than anything in any life circumstance? He looks for leftovers. See, some people don't like leftovers, or don't eat leftovers really. But most of us, when it comes for leftovers, it lacks the touch of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What he wants us to do is, whenever we have a spiritual experience, he wants us to take with us. He doesn't want the inspiration to end when the moment ends, but rather he wants us to take shirayim. He wants us to take leftovers. Every spiritual initiative and endeavor, every spiritual moment, you have to find a way to package up some of it, to take some leftovers, and to take it with you as you go through in life. That's Habocher B'Shiyore Simra. You know what Hashem loves most? Hashem loves the most the shirayim leftovers. If you think about it, if you ever have, you go to a kumzitz, you have a davening, and you're very inspired. So what happens over the next couple of days? If you notice, it's usually like a nigun, it's a tune or a song that just caught your neshama, and you find yourself humming it over and over and over, playing it over and over, or making others sing it over and over and over. That's the shirayim. That's the leftovers. See, for the hava. He finished worshiping his idolatry. He finished his Yarchei Kalo. He did his thing. He went to his judgment. Done. We're done. Move on. Next. The hava. But a yid, when a yid has a spiritual experience, no. It goes with me everywhere. I'm taking my Nabochem B'Shiyore Zimra. I'm taking the leftovers with me wherever I go in life. So therefore, Shmuel says, you can't transact business with Ovi when he's on his way to the Tarfus, ultimately to worship level of Zara, but you can go ahead and transact with him on his way back. Why might the Hava holidays? However, with the Jew, unfortunately, if a Jew is going to worship idolatry, so when he's on his way ultimately to the Tarfus to worship idolatry, so ultimately on his way, you're allowed to transact business with him. Why? Because he may turn around. A Jew is so holy, and even when a Jew is mamish on the way to commit an avera, there's always the possibility that he will turn around on the way there. And I will say it's incredible. Sometimes, do you know what makes a person turn around to doing that? You know what makes a person think twice? It's just love and attention from another youth. It's almost as if Chazal was saying, no, even if I know that he's going to worship Avodah Zarah, engage him. Because maybe it's not the business that's going to turn around, but maybe it's the love, maybe it's the connection, maybe it's the interest, maybe it's the kind word. The Yid is so holy. Even the Yid is ready to worship Avodah Zarah. It's not done. He hasn't worshipped until his heart is packed. Everybody's there. When Maisa worshipped, there's always a possibility to turn around. Therefore, again, you can transact business with him on the way there. However, the Chazorah also. But once already he's worshipped idolatry, The Avik Ba, once the Jew has worshipped idolatry, he's going to be connected to it. See, these are committed people. And if we're Zosha to become committed to the right things, fantastic. But Lamaisa, if unfortunately you become committed to the wrong things, commitment could lead us astray for the wrong times. The problem is once the Jew has already worshipped idolatry, and now he's coming back. Remember, Kain Akum is Maida Hava Hava. A Yid spiritually, theologically doesn't live with Maida Hava. So unfortunately, he's bringing back, he's trying the leftovers of Avodah Zarah. And therefore, Allah Khalamais, you cannot transact business with him on the way back. So what's interesting enough, this is Shita Shmuel. So an Akum on the way towards Avodah Zarah, you can't do business. On the way back, you can Maida Hava Hava. And Yisrael, on the way there, you can transact business. Maybe I'll turn around. But on the way back, unfortunately, again, we assume that he's committed to the Avodah Zarah, and therefore no business. Vatanya, but we learn. You say, Lamed Gimel Aleph, end of the first line, Vatanya. Yisrael Chodesh V'Tarfos, if he's going to do Avodah Zarah, being Bechazara also, whether he's going or coming, you can't do business with him. Rashi, Kitanya, he be Yisrael Mumar, the Vadai also. Okay, that's different. And Yisrael Mumar is someone, unfortunately, again, who already has a track record of apocalypse of heretical activity, of idolatry activity. So unfortunately, a person like that, once he's on his way, he's not turning around. Stam Yid, even if he's on his way to Avodah Zarah, he needs to turn around. But Yisrael Mumar, once he's on his way, unfortunately, he's committed. So we'll say again, it's fascinating to see how we possess so many profound midos. It's all a question of how we use it. That sense of commitment that defines us as a people, if unfortunately used in the wrong way, could lead us down such a terrible and delicate path. Weiter. Ovid Kochav Yirid. Being Balicha being Chazar Motor. Okay, so if an Akum is going to be Yirid. Now what's the Yirid? So Rashi points out over here, top Rashi, Yirid, Shok, Shal Avodos Kochavim, Ovid Kochav Kiaz Lasfardas. So interestingly enough, this is a shop. It's a market for Avodah Zarah. So in other words, what's interesting about this is it's like a fair, but the market itself is devoted to the service of the idolatry. Now, obviously, again, people are coming there, going there to worship, but in order to worship, you need accessories. Maybe you need wine, you need livestock, you need flour, you need oil, you need all different things. So it's a shuk, it's a marketplace, it's a fair that is designed for the worship of idolatry. So an Obed Kochavim, he's going there, whether he's going or right, it's mutter. Very interesting. It's ultimately mutter. Now Rashi points out over here why it is because the assumption is that the Oved Kochavim himself is going there to sell wares, sell stuff. He's not going there to worship idolatry. Now we'll have to explain why that is. Yisrael is going to the Yurid on the way there. You could transact with him. On the way back, you cannot. So what's the pshat? Maishna Yisrael, why is it that Yisrael on the way back that you can't transact business with him? The Amri Avodas Kochavim Zavim, the May Avodas Kochavim. Because the assumption is that why did he go to the marketplace? He went there to sell Avodah Zarah to the Akum. Therefore, again, the pashtus money that he has. Avodah Zarah, and if you transact business with him, you're going to end up utilizing Avodah Zarah funds. And then I should say, send me by an Akum. And if an Akum is fair, then the Pashtus, he's selling wares to the Zarah, and he's getting Avodah Zarah money back for him, in which case to transact with him would then be transacting with Avodah Zarah money. Ella, Ovid Kochavim Mamin and Gulima Zavin, Chamra Zavin. So, here's what's interesting. We assume that when the Akum goes to this fair, what is he selling? He's selling a cloak, he's selling a diamond, he's selling stuff. That's why, interestingly enough, Dafka, that he himself is going to participate in the idolatrous nature of this. He may just be selling stuff. Now, it happens to be, there's a lot of qualifications to this case that the Rambam and others bring up. We're not going to get into it today, but it could very well be talking about an Akum is going to be a rig that is for a god that's not his. So therefore, again, when he goes, the assumption is he's going for commercial purposes. And Varaya is selling commercial items. We assume he's selling commercial items. And therefore, again, you could transact business with him both when he's coming as well as when he's going. Or I should say when he's going and when he's coming. However, the Gemara says, "So now, so the body says, maybe the Jew went also to sell non-avodah zarah items. He just went to sell a cloak, or he went. How do you know he was giving avodah zarah? He said the Havilei. He said the Havilei. No, because if he had a cloak and had a donkey to sell, he would sell it to us. He would sell it to other Jews. Why would he have to go to the rig of the non-Jews in order to go ahead and sell those wares? Same way, those very wares that Jews use as well. Okay. So those who come back ultimately again from the Tarfos, it's more. That's only so if what? If the group when they come back ultimately are not traveling as a feather. But if the group of Akum are coming back together as a group, you cannot transact with them. Why? Because perhaps ultimately as a group, their intention is to return. Interesting. Okay, you know those. Okay, go from the country. So remember the mission that you know those. The wineskins, right? So the wineskins ultimately again, the Russian of the beer was right. No, those are all common Canadian. So note, remember, a node is a wine. Canadian are jugs, and Yain Shah you saw this wine, even if there's this wine, so it's big inside of it. Asurin, the wine itself is asur. The surin is another. So now you can't drink it, you can't get anything from it. The Chacham can't drink it, but ultimately you can get hanal. So that's the matter. So we'll say, so this is going to open up the conversations between about use of Gentile-owned utensils for kosher items. What's the impact? Here we go. If you have wineskins of an apple, now our terms are going to be very important. Rurin, Rashi says, so these two wineskins, our wineskin have to be from leather. So what you would do is you would coat it with zephyrs. Zephyrs is like pitch or tar in order to guard that acts as a sealant, prevents leakage. So the Gemara says over here, if you have wineskins from Ovid Kochavim, Gururim Chadosh, which means they are not coated, right? So they're not coated, and ultimately again they're brand new. So really it's they're not coated or they're brand new. What's the halacha? Mutarin. Ultimately again it's mutar. Now Rashi points out over here why is it mutar? In other words, the Jew could use it. So the assumption is that even if a non-Jew kept wine in here, they would only be keeping wine in there for a little bit of time, since it's not sealed, like the sealant, the pitch is not there, and therefore halacha l'maisa, there's very minimal absorption. Because there's a minimal absorption, and therefore the Jew is allowed to go ahead and use skin. Interesting. Now Rashi does point out something very interesting here. This is really about a wine skin. We're going to see that rates of absorption are dependent on the item itself. So for example, apparently wineskins absorb at a slower rate than earthenware vessels. For example, Rashi says over here that it absorbs immediately. So therefore, this is the first halacha. Wineskins of an Ovid Kohavim that are not sealed, they don't have the sealing, they don't have the pitch or the tar on it, and they're new. It's either and or they're new. So mutter ultimately again, Yisrael is allowed to put his wine in there. Okay, Yishanim, Umzufafin Asur, but if they're used, right, and or sealed with the pitch or tar, then ultimately they're also look at Rashi. Yishanim or Mizufafin, Kulomar, all Yishanim, all Mizufafin Asur. So whether it's old, meaning it's used, heavily used, or it's coated with pitch, it's Asur. I see the verses. I did the Kanyayin Nesach, Manuba, Bala or Mizufafin, I feel the Hadazin, the Bala Zephyr. So it's very interesting. So because it's either old or it's sealed, therefore the item absorbs the yayin nesach much more readily, much more quickly. So it still bears as follows: if the wineskin is new and hasn't been sealed with pitch, right? Hasn't been sealed with tar or something like that, then you could use it. Because even if it has been used for yayin nesach, there's been virtually no absorption. And therefore, the Yisrael can put his wine in. If it's either old, which means it's been extensively used, or it's sealed. The sealant has been put in. Because Rashi points out the sealant also readily absorbs the wine. Then halacha l'maisa again, a yid cannot put his wine in that wineskin. Oved Kochavim Rivavan, Ve'id Baditan. What if an Oved Kochavim, I say Rivavan actually says, so let's say again, the Akum put the Zefas, he put the pitch on the inside, right? He put the pitch on the inside, get the gun on any can of the leather, the Naslam Sochan Yain, and he put wine in there. So in this case over here, what's happening? Oved Kochavim is creating wine skin right into a proper wine skin. So what do? He has the can of the skin. He's applying the pitch on the inside, and he has wine inside there also. The Yisrael Omeid Al Gabav, and there's a Jew watching him engage in this entire process. In a Choshesh, we need not to be concerned the wine that the Oved Kochavim put into the wineskin, and he somehow consecrated that for his idolatry. One second. The Oved Kochavim also the Sofa Yain. I don't understand why. Just because there's a much Jew was watching him do this, how do you know that the wine that the Akum put in is seeing is what's doing now? How does he know what wine beforehand? So in other words, how can we be sure it's not the Yain Nesach being put in there? I'm going to pop on for needs to say, Oved Kochavim Rivavan, Ve'ibdan, V'Yisrael Nosen Esochan Yain, V'Yisrael Acher Omeid Al Gabav in a Choshesh. Oh, here's the case. If you have an onion tanning the skin, right, making the skin, putting in the ceiling, and a Jew puts in wine, and then there's another Jew watching the whole process, that's mutter. So one second. But if a Jew is putting in the wine, then why do I need another Jew to stand over there as a mashgiach? Why do I need a mashgiach Jew to oversee the work of the first Jew? Because since ultimately again Yisrael is busy, right? He's busy. He's putting in the water, seeing everything. Maybe the Akum will take the opportunity to find the Yain Yosef, and the Jew will be profoundly unaware of this whole thing. Right? The Jew just won't know. Right? The Jew won't know what's going on because halal, he's just too engaged with it. Therefore, again, you have the mashgiach overseeing everything. So essentially, the story is as follows. So the Akum is tending the height, is putting in the sealant inside. The Jew is adding the wine, and then there's a mashgiach, another Jew on top of this process to ensure that when the first Jew is busy pouring or doing other stuff, that the Akum doesn't play around with the wine, doesn't make it into Yain Nesach. Incredible, okay? No. No, not true. Let's go back to our original understanding of the case. So the Akum himself is putting in the wine. So what's the case? Here's the difference. The difference over here is that halacha l'maisa, since the Akum is doing this, since the wine is being poured in, essentially again around the same time as the sealant, therefore again that wine itself is going to be lost. Look at Rashi this Zork mine the ship also and hold it the ibud zefas ubato tamo kimaim hanitim b'tiv shekol meilein shemisiab yishakej hare elukim lo hayu at yayin zeh kol balech nusa zefas umisiab yishazefas kol me'elot b'shuk in a holy. Interestingly enough, since all of this is happening together, when the wine is being poured in right after the sealant, that wine is going to be absorbed by the sealant. Now, by the way, that was actually part of the process because often pitch or tar has a bad odor. So they would mix in some wine there from the beginning in order to take away some of the negative odor. So the Gemara says, even if the Akum himself was the one who was pouring in the wine, that's fine. Because that wine anyway gets mixed in with the sealant and essentially disappears into the zefas, into the sealant. The Gemara says, so Papi says, based on the same Rav Zvid, so if an Akum were to come and pour wine into the salt of a Jew, it would also be permitted, right? Why? Because the assumption is that the wine gets absorbed up by the salt, and therefore won't be a problem. To which the Gemara says, no. Maski for Ravashi Midavi, you cannot compare the two cases. Why? Possibly the causal evil. Hachalo causal evil. In the case of the pitch, the wine is managed like destroyed. It's absorbed into the pitch. So it's essentially non-existent. As opposed to the wine that gets absorbed into the salt, that wine is still there, albeit in a different form, absorbed into another food item, the salt, but it's still there. So therefore the cases aren't comparable. But I tell some stories. Aditaya Anas Hano Zimra Yitzchak Adi, that's what's his name. The merchant, what did he do? And he took some wineskins from Yitzchak by Yosef, and he went ahead and he put wine inside of it. Okay, so the Gemara says, then after this guy Bar Adi finished using the wineskins, ultimately again he gave them back. Fine, all right. So he's a kind of, but at least he gave back the stolen item. What's the problem? Now, what does the Yitzchak do with these skins? Also, shall they midrasha? Only Rabbi Yirmiyah, Kachor Rabbi Ami. So Rabbi Yirmiyah said, Rabbi Ami said, Halacha l'maisal, memalin mayim shloshi yamim uma'aron. So we'll say this is quite fascinating. Halacha l'maisal, the Gemara says, the paskin, here's what you do. You fill up the wineskin, you fill up the skins with water for 3 days, uma'aron, and pour it out. So now what is this? These some qualifications. You have to pour them out every 24 hours. So we'll say, so this is, interestingly enough, a kashering process called V'irui. V'irui is kashering that's accomplished by you fill up the receptacle with water, leave it there for a minimum of 20, pour out the water, and change that with new water. And you repeat that process for 6 months. Sometimes every 24 hours, doesn't have to be at 20 hours, at least 24 hours, and then change the water, put it in for about 24 hours. And 72 hours later, ultimately again, the item will be kosher. Now, I said this concept doesn't exist, but it is only usable in situations halakhically that the absorption is minimal. It's minimal. Now the Gemara gives more examples. Honey be done. Now we assumed over here that halal l'maisa, this only refers to what? This only refers to, for example, like Jewish wineskins. In other words, in this case over here, where the wineskins were ombar Yitzchak, which means the majority of their absorptions were of kosher wine. They were baruch. They were ultimately again by this guy, what was his name, Bar Adi, and therefore again we assume that his absorptions were minimal. So it's only in this kind of case where we assume that the majority of absorptions are kosher absorptions, the minimal number of absorptions or the minority absorptions are non-kosher absorptions. That's where this kashering process works. But this would not work, for example, if you hire a wineskin from an apple, because there the majority of absorptions would be from him. Natural, whether ultimately again it's our utensils, their utensils, ultimately again it works. Furthermore, we only assume that this applies to wineskins. Now the assumption must be that by wineskins perhaps the absorption is a little bit less. About kankanim low, but by jugs, other utensils no. On the Ravashi, loshna no goes to loshna kankanim. Not sure whether it's wineskins, whether it's other utensils. Ultimately, again, these, and we'll say kankanim, by the way, it's earthenware. These could be koshered through this process. And I just want to point out again. These conversations, obviously, I feel like I'm missing out all bizarre. These conversations are much involved. Halacha l'maisa is much more involved. But it's to say that this type of kashering, what we call milui v'irui, which literally means milui, filling up, irui, pouring out, where you keep the utensil or filled with water for 24 hours, change it every 24 hours. It works, 72 hours, that later works. But again, only the middle absorptions. Just to give an example where this does apply in halacha, glasses. In general, we try glasses and get into this now, but just kind of like high level. Glass is a fundamental machlok in halacha as to whether or not glass absorbs or not. Like for example, does the person have to have different glasses, different sets of glasses for milk inflations? So most poskim say no, that halacha l'maisa glass does not absorb, and therefore technically, you could only have to have one set of glasses for both milk inflations. Have to be clean, but milk inflations. Again, my wife holds differently. So in our house, we have 2 sets of glasses. But okay, different discussion for a different time. In any event, that's why many people have one set of glasses, and glasses can be used for both. What happens if you want to kosher glass for Pesach? So generally, we try not to do this. But halacha l'maisa, if one wants to kosher glass, the way to kosher glass is with this process of called milui v'irui. So technically, you can take a bathtub, right? You don't take a bathtub, you have a bathtub. You fill it with water, you can put glasses in there, fill it with water, 24 hours, drain the water, refill the water, come back again for 72 hours. Technically speaking, one could kasher glass with those circumstances. Why? Because since glass to begin with has a minimal absorption, you could use this quote-unquote lower form of kashering. Again, the halachas for Pesach, one should do this more intricate, not for now, but just giving you an illustration about it does work halacha. So, if you have judge now, so remember again, as opposed to what we call ziki, right? Ziki are wine skins. Kankanim are jugs or utensils, earthenware. So So if I have an earthen vessel of an apple, chaloshim gerurin mutarim. So if they're brand new, right? Or gerurin, right, means again they have not been sealed. So there's no pitch or no tar on the inside. What's the halacha? Mutarim, a Jew could use them. Yeshenim umizufafin asurin. But once ultimately again it's old, right? Used or coated, which both of those cases again there's a much higher absorption level. The Jew is not allowed to use it. Ovid ochavim nosim l'socha yayin. Yisrael nosim l'socha mayim. So ultimately, interestingly enough, now a Jew, right, or excuse me, an akum could put wine into it, and Yisrael put water into it. Look at Rashi. Ovid kocham nosim l'socha yayin. Yisrael nosim l'socha sir sorry. So if he is, I'm sorry. If an Ovid Kochav used it for wine, so a Jew ultimately then could use it for water. Now, what does this mean? Look at Rashi. Second class Rashi on the page. Ovid Kochav, no, Saint Lomar, Nosam Masoch and Ovid Kochav Yayin. You saw Nosam Masoch and Shosh Yamin Mayim Armeis. So this is actually a tradition we said before. If an akum used it for wine, then halacha l'maisa Yisrael could use it with water. What is it with water? Nibli v'girui. And Yisrael could kasher it ultimately again by putting it in water for 72 hours, changing the water every 24 hours. So I was like, this is actually quite a dramatic statement because this makes it sound like nibli v'girui would work even with personal wear, which again is in and of itself is a discussion. And remember again, sometimes halachas of passion, what works during the year may or may not work during Pesach. So again, a lot of things kind of swirling around over here. But what is unique about this is also maybe examples of utensils that are used cold. Right? There's no heat process that happens over here. So the other possibility is that legally, this concept of submerging in water in 72 hours and changing every 24 hours works with cold absorption. So therefore, if an akum used is old ones filled with pitch with wine, they saw the capture it by soaking hours, changing the water every 24 hours. Interesting case. An akum used is earthenware vessels for wine. Yisrael knows in the Sochan Sir Umurias. But Yisrael could put in it, interesting enough, brine. Right, brine, and it doesn't kosher. What is this? So what's this? This is fascinating. So apparently, if you put brine into the utensil, it burns out or it removes the absorption. It actually says in the yad, Afapi Shalom Yarum Mayim Yifisha Sir Umurias Surfing as Hayayin Hanit Lamakam also. So apparently, brine, right, or that like Murias fish oil. Right? These items, if you put them into a utensil, they withdraw. They bring out the absorptions even without having to go through any other passion process. Quite interesting. So let's say on the base, Lam base 33 people. The Chatila Odiel. So let's say now, is this the Chatila Odiel? In other words, so let's say I can make utensil from an alcohol used for wine. Can I have a Chatila this with using wine? Does that work? So Tashma, if a person purchases jugs from a person who is if they're brand new, I remember again, brand new means either brand new and they have not been coated with pitch, right, or with tar. So what's that halacha? You can use it. You can use it for whatever you want, even wine. The shanim, what happens if they're old? No sin, so from sir or more useless. You can burn out the absorptions with brine. Okay, so here that this mechanism is able to us even on the incredible. So by the way, when you see Rabbi Ami, So let's say an earthenware utensil that I got from an apple. So now, what happens if I put the earthenware utensil back in the kiln? Is putting it back in the kiln effectively kosher it and ready it for kosher use on a lay? So ultimately, again, Rabbi said, of course, sear sarif or lakol shakim, brine has the ability to go ahead and essentially burn out the absorptions, but of course, fire has the ability to do so as well. Itmar Nami, we learned as well. Amar Yochanan, Amar Asi, Amar Yochanan. Kankanim shall ovdei kohagen, shechzir lekiv shana ish. If you have again earthenware jars, earthenware utensils of an apple that you put back into the kiln, what's the halacha? Kevan shenishra zifasan mehen mutare. Once the pitch begins to kind of like melt off, even if it hasn't fully melted. But once it begins to melt off, again, the item is kosher. So furthermore, you don't actually need the sealant. The pitch to actually fall off, but as soon as it begins to become like loose, it's no longer fully attached to the interior, the cleave utensil is considered to be kosher. Kinsa is an interesting case. What happened in Kinsa? Rashi says over here, let's say you take this same case, earthenware jug that I purchased from an Akum. He used it for wine. Now, what do? I put like wood chips inside of it, and I kindle a fire inside the utensil itself. So in this case, again, as opposed to, let's say, killing with fires on the outside, here, I'm kindling a fire on the inside. Does that insult? One says it doesn't work, one says it does work. And ultimately, again, the halacha is like the one who says it doesn't work. The halacha is actually very important. So fascinatingly, it actually explains over here there's a fundamental distinction between passing the utensil with interior fire versus exterior fire. Interior does not fully permeate the utensil, as opposed to exterior fire, which absolutely does. Therefore, interior fire will not kosher the earthenware utensil of the apple used for yamin, but the exterior fire ultimately again will. Quite fascinating. So let's look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, the hilchasa kiman da'aser, the lo tami lachziran b'kivshan, the hasam kiven she'etzini b'chutz, ad shenishra zifasan kvar nisla ben acheres. Here's what's interesting. If you kindle the fire on the inside, obviously the pitch is going to come off much faster. On the outside, you need a much higher degree of heat to impact the interior of the cleave. So therefore, the Gemara is saying only exterior fire ultimately goes ahead and kashes the cleave. But interior fire does not. And I will say it's fascinating because, and again, coming up to me on the right, Adam, right, the person is compared to a cleave. Like you say at the end of the yellow kind of start, at the end of Yom Norai Shmona Esrei, right? This is at the end of Egypt. Like utensil filled with embarrassment over what I've done. And you find many times like Yamnara liturgy that Adam is Nishal Kecharas. It's compared to an earthly utensil. So whereas man may be like an earthly utensil in many ways, in this respect, he's fundamentally different. So an earthly utensil can only be kosher on an exterior basis. Man can only be kosher, so to speak, through an internal fire. Right? If you light the fire in the cleave, that does not work. It has to be a fire on the outside of the cleave. By man, the fire, the inspiration is out. It may do something, but it doesn't affect it. For a person, so to speak, to be kosher, for a person to do tshuva, for a person to fundamentally change and potentially purge himself of the things that are holding him back, man needs an interior fire. Man needs a fire kindled inside of his cleave. The exterior fires won't be so far, but it's the fire that I kindle inside my cleave itself. That's the fire that's going to kosher, the fire that's going to lift me up. That's the fire that's going to help purge all of the impurities. It's incredible. Interesting case. So let's say, are you allowed to go ahead and put beer into one of these utensils? So let's say again, I got an earthenware utensil. I got a can from the Akum that presumably used for wine. Can I put beer in it? Can I put beer in it? So Rav Nachman, Rav Yehuda, Asri, Rav Shari. Rav Nachman, Rav Yehuda said, sir, Rava said that it's mutter. So Radina Shari, Rav Chibra, Rav Yitzchak, when they shichra. So we'll say, now, what's the logical here? The logical view is that even what I'm suggesting over here is that the beer itself is mevatel, it negates the flavor of the wine. So therefore, again, the whole idea that we're concerned about is absorptions of yayin ness. But it could very well be that if the beer negates the taste of the wine, then maybe there's no problem. So I'm not focused. But also, Ravina actually allowed Rav Chibra to put beer in a earthenware vessel that you get the vacuum. So the Gemara says, also running a chamra. So he got mixed up and he ended up putting wine in there instead of beer. Now, obviously, put wine in there, it's going to be awesome. It's like Amar, Akrai Bahamad. So what's that? In other words, Ravina said he allowed ultimately beer. Ravina, what do you see from here? That you shouldn't even allow someone to put beer lest they come to put wine. What does Ravina say? It was just a mistake. You don't have to read anything more into it. It's just a mistake. Shabbos is so profound, so profound. Sometimes in life, it looks at deeper meaning. Is there deeper meaning in everything in life? There is. That's what you're supposed to look to the deeper meaning. You just have to kind of take what life yourself and forward. In those moments when you can't find it, right? So often it's happening like, what does this mean? What is Koshmar telling me? Sometimes I can figure it out, but sometimes if you can't figure it out, you say, okay, whatever it was, and I just need to move myself forward. Sometimes it's beautiful to learn new things, and sometimes it just emerges akrai ba'ala. Whatever happened, happened. I'm sure there is a meaning to it, but I'm not going to spend my time trying to figure this out. I kind of move myself forward. Incredible. The Yitzchak by this, I know, money to Pakusna. So the Gemara says, Malinu Maya, and Chinu B'Shimsha. So what happened? So Yitzchak Bar Pisna had these, Rashi says over here, he had these dung utensils that are made out of the excrement of an animal. He had bought it from a Gentile, and the Gentile had used it for yayin essence. Now he bought them, and now you have to kasher them. How do you kasher it? You load the iroi, fill it up with water, 72 hours, change the water every 72 hours. So he filled it up with water, he put it out in the sun. Paku, they burst. And it's like the water got very hot and ultimately caused them to burst. I'm going to the Abba, Asatinu Aloha Isudi Olam. So essentially he said, now you prohibited these items upon you for an eternal prohibition. Obviously they're broken. So you'll never be able to use them. I'm going to tell you to fill it with water. He didn't say you had to leave it in the sun. Interesting enough. So Rabbi Abba kind of gives Rabbi Yitzchak a little bit of musa. Now again, whether or not Rabbi Yitzchak is being machmir by leaving it in the sun, like it's like a form of ultimate like hagama, like boiling, or it just happens to leave it in the sun, is not immediately clear from this Gemara. But point to where Rabbi Abba gave him musa, be a little bit more careful with what you're doing. Chazal told you have to soak it in water, but you didn't have to put it in the sun. Incredible. So we'll say it's interesting because either way, Rabbi Abba is giving him musa. Either he's giving him musa that you didn't understand what the halacha was, or mussar that you need to be more intentional with the way you do things. Why are you doing it out in the sun? Right? So either it's mussar about you didn't understand the halacha, or it's mussar you're not living the right way. You need to live with intentionality. You have to have a secret in every single thing that you do, because if there's no intentionality, there's no safe stuff breaks. People break, circumstances break. So I'm going to clean yasser, aim taro olamas. So we'll say clean yasser, which is a certain type of material, does not have a taro. In other words, once it absorbs, let's say yayin yasser, you cannot get the absorptions. You can't get the absorptions out. So the Gemara says, clean yasser. What is clean yasser? I'm going to bar avini mechafura shel tzrif. Sitting off a utensil that's made from alum. Apparently, alum is a highly absorbent material, and therefore, Allah forbids if you create something out of alum, and it absorbs in you, it can never be kosher. Did a parser honest honeycomb compedisa? So we'll say, so listen to this. the members of the household of Parsak Ophila. Now his name is Parsak. That was his name, right? That's the guy's name. His position. He was like the second in command to the king. So what did this guy do? Gentile ruler. He stole Anas Hanikubim competition. So he stole from the Jewish population 6 earthenware jugs, and he filled it with his wine. And ultimately then he gave it back. Okay, so he's a thief, but at the end when he finished, he gave it back. Also, so again, I said, Yehuda, what should we do with this? What do we do now with these jugs? Amar, Damar Shein Machnisa Lekiyabu, Meshachshechan B'mayim, Vehein Mutar. So what's interesting, the Gemara says, he says this is something, ultimately, it's interesting, his Lashon here. His Lashon is, he used it in a way, that was short-term storage, not long-term storage. And because it was short-term storage, therefore what? You could wash it out with water, and it is mutter. Since it was only kept on a very short term, it's not even really absorptions, and therefore halacha l'maisa again, you can just wash it out and it's mutter. And interestingly enough, like the 70 hours. Some want to say it only means just really a washing out, but based on what we've seen before, halacha l'maisa, we seem to be it still means really right. I just want to find out focus how to read this particular law. So Avira says, so these literally again, so literally translated, these red Aramean pitchers. And red pitchers, since they absorb very little, therefore, so all you wash them out, ultimately, and it. That puppy said, also the Bimlixi, given the Loboli to the Mishachshich in the mind of Mutar. So we'll say several examples of this. So the Papi says, Tasa are earthly vessels of Bimlixi. Earthly vessels to the place. Since they have a very option level, therefore Mishachshich in the mind, you could wash them out with water, and ultimately again it is mutar. Kasi, what about cups? The boss in here is interesting. Right, a cup, Rashi says, Kosos Shal Charas, being Machis, Kimel Shosaman. So this is a cup, right? An earthenware cup. Now, obviously, a cup, because you don't store stuff in a cup. Up until now, see, if you notice, we're essentially having like 3 different categories. First was items that are used for long-term usage. Okay. Second category seems to be items that are used for shorter-term usage. The longer-term usage, so the Gemara seems to indicate that you need 72 hours change every 24 hours. For the things that are not used for long-term usage, it could be, we're going to have to see this further, it could be all you need to do is wash it out. What does washing it out mean? Does washing it out mean also immediately 72 hours change whatever 24 hours? We'll see. The third category are things that are clearly only used almost like episodically. A cup. You fill up your cup, you drink it, and then you're done. So again, obviously that's even a lower absorption level. So what do you do with Kasi Rav Asi Aser, Rav Ashi Shani Aser? Right, that's Aser. And Rav Ashi said that it's mutar. Isha Sibuhu Oveko Chavim Hashon. So let's say this very thing. Now the Gemara suggests the following: if an Oveko Chavim used it the first time, right? So it's a brand new cup, it's a cup. Chavim use it for his yayin the first time. Ultimately, again, everyone agrees that it's Aser because those instructions are Aser. Keep you. Where's the machlokas? Yes, the time shaming about what happens if it's used the second time. The Akum uses it the second time. That's the ultimate version of this. If an Akum uses it ultimately again the first time or the second time, everyone agrees that renders the Aser. Keep the viewers yes, the Pan Gimel. If the Akum uses it the third time. The third time, let's say a Jew used it the first 2 times, and the Akum used it the third time. Doesn't exactly the halacha is Amir Shon Sheni Aser. The halacha is Akum used it one of the first 2 times that the kli was new. That renders the cup Aser because of the investment. But if you only used it the third time, and you saw used it the first 2 times, and then the Akum used it the third time, ultimately again it is going to be more. Okay, so stop over for today. There is a tremendous amount of halacha l'maisa, which I know I use so much halacha l'maisa with Sefta, but these halachas of kasher, we are going to do some just basic halacha l'maisa, so we understand just practically what is accepted from the Gemara, what's not accepted from the Gemara. For the most of for today, everyone, just have a wonderful day.
the Cheres Hadriani. So we'll say Hadrianic Cheres, Hadrianic earthenware. So remember again, this was one of the items mentioned in the Mishnah that a Jew, Rashi says over here, Elu Dvarim Shel Osid. Mishnah says, Elu Dvarim Shel Bikocham Asur Yisrael Israel. These are the things from Ovid Gocham that you cannot use, and there's a prohibition of Hana. You cannot use them, you can't get benefits from them. And one of these items was this Cheres Hadriani. Hadriani. That is Hadrianic earthenware. So my Hadrianic. So we'll say, what does this mean, Hadrianic earthenware? This is actually quite interesting. I'm going to read on the Shmuel. Cheres Shel Hadriani was Kesar. This literally refers to the earthenware of the Emperor Hadrian, right? The Caesar Hadrian. So we'll say, so remember again, we know Hadrian from an infamous perspective, because remember again, it was under the Caesar Hadrian that Hadrianic persecution began in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash. And again, most notably, that was the era of the Asara Harudi Mountains. It was the era of the 10 Martyrs, as well as an incredible note regarding religious persecution. So what does this mean, earthenware? I'm going to read the Shmuel. So the Gemara says, Cheres Shel Hadrianis. Kiyasir of the Yama, so Hadrianic earthenware. I'm going to listen to the Karka Besula Haisa of the Adam Meor. So what happens? So under the Hadrian devised this particular method for winemaking, and you'll see why this was important. He would take virgin soil that was never worked before. The idea being that soil filled with incredible vitality. What did he do? The nata, he would go ahead and plant vines. The gulfi chiyu, and he would go ahead and he would go ahead and plant vines. He would go ahead and that wine in brand new earthenware vessels. Gulfi chiyu really means white. In this context, it means brand new earthenware. And what would happen? And ultimately, again, you would go ahead and keep the wine in there for a while. And afterwards, they would remove the wine from the earthenware vessels. And we'll say, what happened? The earthenware vessels had gone ahead and absorbed the flavor of the wine. So there's a number of combinations. Number one, this idea wine itself was very strong in virgin soil, or came from virgin soil. Number two, this was brand new vessel. Brand new vessels, that's what there was. Right? No priors. No prior absorptions in the earthenware. Therefore, by definition, the only thing that's absorbed in the earthenware itself is this wine. So there was a very heavy and intense absorption. So what would happen? After they emptied out the wine from the earthenware, they would break the earthenware vessel into shards. And the Greek soldiers, the Romans, would take these shards with them wherever they went. This is amazing. Wherever they went, they would travel, they would take one of these shards with them. And whenever they wanted wine, what would they do? They would contain it with water, put the shard into the water, and the absorptions from the shard would create for them wine. It was an amazing thing there for Bishop and Levi said wine was so strong that a third use of that shard was the equivalent, ultimately, again, to first tier of howler wine. So we'll say, see here what this means? Meaning the third time of using that shard to reconstitute wine, that wine that came from the third usage was as strong and as good as our first tier wine. Okay, so we'll say, so the idea being what? This is the Hadrianic earthenware. So the Hadrianic earthenware was earthenware that had a very strong wine infusion, and therefore, again, you can't use it, you can't get enough from it, because it in of itself has the status of Yayin Nesef, has the status of the true wine. So the Gemara says the following: by the way, the Gemara will cite this question. Fascinating question. Can I use, let's say, a piece of this Hadrianic earthenware? Can I use to prop up the leg of my bed? What's the shiloh? So the Gemara says, we've gotten through, we've already established that I can't go ahead and drink and get benefit from Yayin Esrei. We've also established that I also can't get benefit one is Hadrianic earthenware. I will say, so you can go ahead and get benefits from it, but in a non-consumption fashion. An example of I have a piece of this Hadrianware. I'm not drinking it. I'm not using it to be I'm not even using it as a receptacle for a liquid. I'm using up the leg of my bed. Is this permitted or not? So also, this is what Chazal Kiyumo Ayidei Davar. I want to use through some other non-consumption means, but a usage means Rashi in just a moment. Ayidei Davar Acher. It's in the shorter lines of Rashi, about 5 lines in. So Yisrael said the Kimoshe Yain Nesach. So Yisrael, on one hand, it was like, I want the existence of the Yain Nesach. Right? Why do I want the existence? Because the Yain Nesach is in the shard. I need shard. However, again, below Bishul, because I want the wine, Ella Bishul Hacheres U'Smicha. I want the earthenware. But we'll say, you see, in essence, I want the earthenware, but what's absorbed in the earthenware? The wine. So in essence, I want the wine. I don't want the wine because I want the wine. I just want the wine because I need the earthenware. So the shayla is this permitted? Is this type of usage permitted or not? So Tashma, Rabbi Lazar, Achad, Asr, Shari. So I'll say it's Machlokas. Rabbi Lazar, one said it was Asr, one said it was Mutter. So he says over here, Hilchasa. So the Rush, the Yagos says takes the sound. But Hilchas command the Asr. Meisvei, so Gemara is the Kasha. Dardurin v'harukuvos. So it's like dardurin are leather jars, rikuvos are bottles. Shalom that belong to an apple. In Shal Yisrael Konospan, if a Jew keeps in either of these types of reserves, either in the leather jars or in the bottles, so what's called Asr B'Shkia Motabana. So you can't drink it. You can't drink, meaning if a Jew keeps his wine in one of these receptacles. So only the wine itself is prohibited from consumption, but Mutar Bahano. You're permitted to go ahead and get benefit from it. Hayed Shimon ben Guda, Bifnei Benosh Rabbi Gamliel. It says Shimon ben Guda gave testimony in front of the son of Rabbi Gamliel. And the testimony was, Al Rabbi Gamliel, about Rabbi Gamliel, Sheshasa Mimenu Ba'ako. That Rabbi Gamliel actually had wine in one of these type of articles, either the dardurin or the rikuvos. He kept his wine in one of these items, and what? And he drank the wine. This happened in alcohol, and he drank the wine. Below Odilo, and I will say they do not agree to Shimon ben Guda's testimony. Now, I will say what this sounds like is that they were disputing that Rabbi Gamliel did this. That's what it sounds like. Although we'll examine that in just a little bit. So fine, that's the first part of the Braisa. So what it seems, okay, noodles color. We'll say noodles are leather flasks. So remember, again, as opposed to dardurin, which are leather jars, is a leather flask. So noodles color. The Shimon Gamliel Mishum and Yoshua ben Kusai also. Excuse me. Say that again. Noodles the Shimon Gamliel Mishum and Yoshua ben Kusai. Also, la'asos meher shkichem achama. So listen to this. It's actually quite interesting. And this is more relevant to our question at hand. So let's say I have a leather flask of an apple. So to keep my wine, and that we've already established, is what about taking that leather flask and making it into a saddle for my donkey? So let's say, so this is our Shiloh. I understand that the item is prohibited for use in a particular way. What about if I want to use it in a different kind of way? What's the status? Here, the leather flask of an optic. I know that I can't keep my wine in there, also because of the Yain Nesach absorptions. But can I go ahead and make it into a saddle for my donkey? So what's this? So that's the Shiloh. So the Gemara says, the Gemara quotes the name of that it is awesome. This is a case where I take an item that is normally prohibited because of Yain Nesach. I can't store my wine in there. But I don't want to use it for my wine. Instead, I want to use it for something else. And we see that what? That is also, so also that we seem to go ahead and answer the question that what? That if I take one of the Hadrianic earthenware shards, I cannot use it to prop up the corner of my, because again, that's still considered to be illegal usage of a prohibited item. So the Gemara says, but using the same logic, I will say, watch this. If you're going to tell me that I can't take the nodos, I can't take the leather flasks of an oven, and I can't make it into a saddle, which tells you that what? Rotze b'kiyumo after is going to be usher. Based on that, I shouldn't be able to purchase kankanim. I shouldn't be able to purchase the jugs of Ovid Kochalim. I must say, now what do people use? Can I purchase like an Ovid Kochalim to use it for? So that we've already established into that is no. What people used to do, which used to do is as follows. I would purchase these kankanim for what purpose, for a planter. A planter, I'm not going to use it to store my wine, but again, I get a good deal. That's not a good deal. I get a good deal on the jug of the oven. I'm not going to use it for any of my liquids. I'll use it as a planter. I'll use it as a fruits bowl. I'll use it for whatever. Just not for wine, not for liquid. We know that this was done. Also, using this logic, listen, right? Listen to the Mishman. Also, using this logic, it should be us the why. Because also, it would appear that we hold if somebody ultimately again wants to use a prohibited object, but not in a prohibited way, the use of it should still be permitted. Also, what's the riot to that? The riot that would seem to be that I can't take the node and put it into the saddle. I can't take the flask. I can't take the leather flask. Ultimately, I'm going to be acclimated in the saddle. To which we must say that's the case. I shouldn't be able to purchase the jugs either. Use them even as a planter. No, those are my shnotan. Those I want to use it. That the Yeshua Kufsai said, I can't take the leather flask into a saddle. Yet it seems to be that I can buy the bottom of it over COVID and use it for something else as long as I'm not storing wine in there. To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. Amarav Zera Shema Yibaka Nido, V'yitlenu V'yitlenu Al Gabe No Do. This is something very interesting. What's the concern? Let's say I buy the node, I buy the leather flask from the owner, and I make it into a saddle. Shalom al Yisrael. Then I will say what happens. I get a hole in my node, in my wine flask. So what did I do? I cut a piece from the saddle, and I'll use ultimately my node. That's the concern. And then again, ultimately, that's going to be significantly problematic. So because even though once I make the nose of the aquam into a saddle, it is still essentially it can be used for node replacement parts. That's why I said those leather flasks sprung a leak here and there. I can patch it from my saddle. That's what's going to be tough. That's why Rabbi Shimon Kofsai said you can't go ahead and purchase the node of the Kavim, even if you get into a saddle. So 1 second. Going back to the evening, he said that by the Hadrianic shards, by the earthenware shards, you not go ahead and use it to prop the leg of the bed. If you want the existence of the prohibited item, even though you're using it in a non-conventional way that is still usher, Maishna Kankan Disharu. Why is it about that kind of allows me to buy the bottles of the Ovei Kochalim? And as long as I'm not using it to store liquids, I'm using it as a planter, then why does he say it's okay? Because it was curious. And here's really where it gets to the crux of the issue. Anukha Hassam Lacing the Zura B'inay Haha Isa L'Isura B'inay. It was literally translated over there. The Isser, not the end. Right? The Isser is not the right word. I'm sorry. Extent. Right? The Isser is not extending. The Isser, right? The Isser is not extending. The Isser itself is not in existence. We use simply, right? Not in existence. Masha'inkin by the Hadrianic earthenware. The Isser is in existence. You will say, what does that mean? What it means is as follows: in a regular utensil of an apple, so there's a prohibited absorption. There's an absorption. So what do you say? What's the halacha? The halacha says, listen, as long as you're using the object in a way where that absorption counts, it's fine. So you want to purchase an old wine bottle from the club, and you're going to use it as a fine, no problem. Why? Because the purchase you're using it in a way, and we're not talking about an isser that is not in existence. We're talking about an isser that is absorbed. Let's say when it comes to organic earthenware, the absorption is so strong. The absorption is so strong that it's considered to be as if it's the end. It's considered to be as if it's not in existence, tangible issue. And therefore, again, the halachos are more strict concerning this. Which also makes sense because remember again, what did they say? We see from the Gemara that how are they using this earthenware shard? They were making multiple batches of wine from this one shard, which tells you ultimately again the strength of the absorption itself. Because under normal circumstances, we assume that if an item has an absorption, very often those absorptions are extracted 1 or 2 times in, and they're using it multiple times over. That means that the absorption itself is accepted. So because of that, when it comes to the Hadrianic shard, we treat it as if what? You are dealing with mamish real yayin nesek, the end. Right? Yayin nesek doesn't exist. Because of that, the halachos are more strict, and therefore again, we're asking that even use that shard for some other purpose, like propping up the leg of your bed, you'll be usher. But that is a unique halacha. Only an shard, but by other utensils absorb yayin nesech, staminam, I should say. Ultimately, as long as you're using it in a non-normative way, it will be permitted. So no hold you. So once again, the Mishnah read. I'm sorry. This is from the Brisa. This is what Shimon ben Yehuda. Shimon Yehuda went ahead and gave the testimony. What was Lashon? Hey, Shimon ben Yehuda l'fnei b'no Rabbi Gamliel. So Shimon ben Yehuda gave testimony to the son of Rabbi Gamliel. That Rabbi Gamliel went ahead and drank from these dardurin or rekuvo, so either these leather jars or from these bottles that belonged to an apple, but that had Jewish wine in it. So Shimon ben Yehuda gave testimony that Shimon ben Gamliel went ahead and drank from these items. Last kasha haba rekuvo shol v'kochavim. Let's say if ultimately again you have wine, Jewish wine, kosher wine comes in the bottles of an apple. No. So you are prohibited to drink it, but you're permitted to get hana. It should have been good, no show rubbing them. Yet Shimon ben Yehuda went ahead and gave testimony in front of the son of Rabbi Gamliel. How Rabbi Gamliel should shut on minute. If Rabbi Gamliel actually drank wine from the hodulo. I will say again and again. They accepted the testimony. So the Gemara says, "Lo hodulo." So we'll say, so which one is it? Shimon Yehuda, or did they not? That's one Shimon Yehuda. So which lo hodulo to come on Hasam? Kos siyaito. No module. What does it mean lo hodulo? Hodulo means there was a whole group of people who heard this testimony of Shimon ben Yehuda. So we'll say lo hodulo means the collective group of Rabbanim who were there did not believe the story. The son of Gamliel did believe the story. He might say the other possibility is Guda L'chud, the Guda L'chud. Most like you notice again, there's 2 different spellings in the 2 Brisos. In the first Brisa, ultimately again, it's Shimon ben Guda with an aleph. In the second Brisa, it's Shimon Guda with an ayin. It could be I will say that's what we didn't believe Shimon ben Guda the aleph. If we did believe Shimon ben Guda the ayin, which I will say it's just a mitzias. That maybe again one individual was more reliable than the other. Okay. Va'oros livuvin. So let's remember again, next item in Mishnah, quite fascinating, is oros livuvin. Let's say oros livuvin means that if you find an animal, ultimately again appears, has a hole by the heart. We'll discuss the nature of the hole. So let's say, so what's the halacha? So Gemara says over here, oros livuvin. So if you go ahead and you find the hole by the heart, you're concerned that the heart was ripped out of the animal while it was still alive, which in and of itself is a form of idolatry. It's a form of idolatry, and therefore, again, the animal will be usher out takloves avodos kochav. So says the Gemara, Tanrabanan, Ezivu or Lavov. So most like, how exactly can you tell if this is an animal used for avodah zarah? What's the nature of the tear? Ezu or Lavov. Kol shekurot negalev. Number one, I will say, the tear or the hole has to be opposite the heart. That's number one. The kadar kamin aruba. And I will say, ultimately, again, it's circular like a window. So it has, meaning, as we'll see, as opposed to a slit, it's circular in nature like a window. Yesh alet dam asar. If there is, we'll say, literally like dried blood. The reason that's also we'll say is because that indicates to us that this was taken out of the animal while the animal was still alive. So you will say, we've seen the criteria. No criteria, one has to be opposite the heart. Number 2, it has to be circular like a window. Number 3, there has some dried blood on it. Other days I will say. In I love korek dam. Let's say if there is no dried blood there, mutter. Then ultimately, again, it's mutter. Let's say, look at Rashi, Tab Rashi, just of correct down. Achar have shake rabo. So we'll say, we assume that if there's no dried blood there, that tear taking place after the animal has already been skinned. Kach below level this color. And I will say, therefore, again, we treat it to be just stamat hair. Fine, when is that so? Lo shanu ela shalom malchu. We'll say that's only true if the hide has not been salted. About malchu also, but if the hide was salted, it's also why. Ema malchu avar also. Because it's possible that what? There was dried blood there, but what? But what? The salting removed the dried blood. Fine, so Omer, Bishman Shah. Kera Shalom Agu Asr Mashach Mutter. So we'll say, so listen to this. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Shimon Meal says, when the tear is circular, it is Asr, but if it's like a straight line, Mashach means a straight line, like a slit, then ultimately again will be Mutter. So says the Gemara as follows. Yossi says, reading the name of Shaf follows, that it's only called the oros, the moving the bunch of us saying, if there is a circular, if there's a circular hole and not a slit. Amali Abaye, so he's actually fascinating. Abaye says, Halacha Mechlal de Pligi. That was in general, whenever the Gemara has to make a statement that the halacha follows X, that usually means that what? It usually means that what? That someone is arguing on this statement, and therefore the Gemara feels need to have the clarity statement that the halacha follows a particular opinion. He says that by Shmuel, the fact that he felt in halacha follows Abai indicates that somebody argues. Who's arguing? So this is a fascinating discussion. Shmuel says, so Shmuel says, what do you care? So what does it mean, what do you care? Look at that. What does it matter who argues? I just told you that the halacha follows Rav Shmuel. I mean, what matters, says Shmuel. Shmuel says, what matters about saying? The bottom line. What matters is who does halacha follow. The halacha follows Rav Shmuel. That the only time it is distributed as if there's a circular hole. What does it matter who argues? To which Abaye responds, Amalei, Gemara Gomer, Zemurta Tehei. I came to learn Gemara. What are we doing, Zemiras over here? So what does that mean? So Abaye was doing something in a very profound way. Abaye says that at the end of look at Rashi, Amalei Gemara Gomer. I came to learn Gemara. Zemurta Tehei, should it become Zemiras? It's me up. Abaye Tamidosh Rav Yosef. The Kamalei. We take Zera Ba'alma in Chokin Halacha Lama. Also as follows. In order to sugya klar, right, to have the sugya down clearly, you have to know the progression of the sugya. And the progression requires knowing the variants, understanding the various opinions, and then getting into who the halacha follows. But ultimately, again, just to skip through the bottom line, so kind of undermines the Misoga part of the process. So we'll say, so Abaye saying this, Shmuel saying, so we'll say, it's almost like a fundamental like machlokis, and ultimately again an approach to learning. Shmuel says the most important thing is the bottom line. What is the halacha? I told you that Abaye says, yes, of course the halacha is important, but also understanding the progression and the opinions is important as well. Okay, so we'll say back to it. The next statement of the Mishnah was that if you see an Akum walking in to his idolatrous house of worship with a piece of meat, and you get him before he walks in, so the meat is not yet considered to be consecrated to Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so for example, you can buy it from him, you can use it, obviously not talking about consumption necessarily, but you can purchase it from him as long as you get him before he goes into his house of Avodah Zarah, because we're not considered to be Avodah Zarah yet. So you must man Hanahu was the Amr Khiba Abba Yochanan Geloti Elazar. We'll say here that the Mishnah not reflect the view of Elazar. That Gosim changes this, the Gus changes it to Rabbi Eliezer. Okay, Dikra Elazar, Ha'amr Stam Machshavas Avodos La Avodos Kochava. What's actually amazing. Elazar holds that will say that the Stam Machshava, when an Akum has in mind that he's going to give something to Avodah Zarah, We'll say that das is already there when? At the time of the Shechita. Take a look at Rashi, just in Stam Machshavas. Rashi says, Ishachta of the La'avodos Kachavim Mishchita. So, V'ne'esra B'shchita Sefita Krivasa. So, let's hold that once an Akum is going to bring an animal to Avodah Zarah, he doesn't wait to dedicate that to the Avodah Zarah until when? So he gets to the house of worship. But when does he dedicate it as Avodah Zarah? Site already when? From the time of Shechita. So therefore, again, if you were catching the Akum walking into his house of Avodah Zarah, even though he hasn't walked in there yet, you have to assume that what? That meat is already usher. That meat already usher. And therefore, again, so Rush is pointing out, our Mishnah does not love the view of Rabbi Elazar, because our Mishnah says, assume that he only is makish his, or he only consecrates his meat temple. But if you catch him when he walks in there, then the Maisa, again, meat is not usher bano. The Elazar says, no, Stam Machshavas Avodas Kochava is. If you see him already going in there, the Rush will tell you, Shechted already is usher outside Avodas Kochava. The usher, if they should be innocent. But on the other hand, if you get him coming out, which will say, what? If I see him coming out with the meat, then already it's asur, because we assume that if he's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, then at the end of the day, it's already been consecrated as Avodah Zarah item. My timer, we'll say, what's the reason for that? Because we'll say, essentially, what this means is, it's impossible that it's not an offering to Avodah Zarah. In other words, if you see an akum walking out of a piece of meat from his house of worship, I will say it's impossible that is not Avodah Zarah. Of course it's Avodah Zarah. I mean, what else is happening with meat that is coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah? I will say, now again, remember, I want to point out, it could be that he's bringing it out for his own consumption. That's fine. The same way, Lahavdu Elef Alfi, we have dollars, we have karbanos that are offered of which we are also permitted to eat. So the fact that he's taking it out, but Lamaisa, once it's out of the house of Avodah Zarah, then again, that is definitively Avodah Zarah. Therefore, the Jew can't get any benefit from money. Well, so who's the business this reflect? Read the Messiah. Read the Messiah. Because read the Messiah. This time, read the Messiah, Omer. Naila Takrovas Avodah Shemitani Ba'ohel. Say, how do we know that Avodah Zarah is Mekame? It's actually amazing. How do we know that Avodah Zarah is essentially becoming like a mace? The same way that if you have a corpse under a roof in an ohel, in a tent, so that corpse goes ahead and spreads tumah to anything else on the roof. How do we know that Avodah Zarah does the same thing? That Avodah Zarah communicates tumah via an ohel. Shneimar vayitzmidu lebalbar. Literally, again, both saying in Bamidbar when they're going ahead and unfortunately fall prey to Balbar, sorry, in Tehillah, but referring ultimately the episode of Balbar. They became close, or they literally attached themselves to Balbar by Yochlu Zivchis, and they ate carcasses of the dead. So we'll say, what do you see in this passage? Comparing Avodah Zarah to a mace. Just like a mace, we'll say, goes there and communicates tumah in an ohel. So to again, Avodah Zarah, we'll say, also communicates tumah via ohel. We'll say, what does this have to do with our conversation? Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. And I will say, we take this comparison one step. Ma meis aserbano, kidlaminam b'sanhedrin, let Tama Shamiriam, Sham Egla Rufa, Godes Avodas Kochavim Asuraban. I will say, we take this comparison one step further. So remember, the Pasuk from establishes a connection between a corpse and Avodah Zarah. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira says, just like a corpse matame to mas ohel, so Avodah Zarah is matame to mas ohel. When we take it one step further, just as I'm just asur ba'ana, you cannot derive any benefit from a corpse. So to say, Avodah Zarah will also be asur ba'ana. Therefore, again, when the Akum walked in his house of worship with the piece of meat, we assume that piece, not we assume, such an assumption, I will say, it's a definitive reality that that this was used for Avodah Zarah, and therefore again this asur ba'ana. Good. Next part. The next part of the Mishnah is a fascinating idea. That if you catch a Gentile going on his pilgrimage, right? He's going on his pilgrimage ultimately again to his Avodah Zarah temple, wherever it is. So what's that was like? On the way to the pilgrimage, the Mishnah said, can't do business with them. What's the logic? The logic is because if he do business, he's going to give thanks to his idol when he gets to when he reaches his destination. So this really is a throwback to the first Mishnah in the Masechta. However, again, once he's coming back from the pilgrimage, you're permitted to go ahead and do business with him. Now watch this. This is really fascinating. Amr Shmuel, Ovid Kochav Ma'olech V'Tarfus, B'Halicha Aser. Supposed to listen to this. If an Ovid Kochav is on his way to his Avodah Zarah pilgrimage, so when he's on his way, you can go ahead and you can do business with him. Right? I'm sorry, you cannot do business with him. Also, why? The Azul Umodi Kameh Avodas Kochav. As Rav said, ultimately, again, since he's on his way to his pilgrimage, when he gets there, he's going to give thanks to his idol. However, the Chazorah, we'll say on his way back, if you catch him on the way back from the pilgrimage, mutter. You can't do business with him. We'll say, why? Listen to this. My Gahava. We'll say, Gahava means pilgrimage is over, right? Religion, okay, done, right? Check, I already gave thanks to Avodah Zarah. Now we're back to regular life. We're not, as also what this really means is as follows. He's not turning back to go to Avodah Zarah, to go ahead and give thanks. But by definition, once the image is done, it's done, and we're not concerned that he's going to now go back and give thanks to his Avodah Zarah. Let's take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, it's in Rashi, it doesn't have its own Damascus, it just says, Amr Shmuel, okay, so he goes on, he says, Yisrael, we'll say, listen to this. What about it? Yisrael holy chutarfos, balicha mutter, dilma hadribei below Oslo. Wow. We'll say, listen to this. What about a Jew who is on his way to a pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah? What about a Jew who's on his way to Avodah Zarah? We'll say, what's the So Shmuel says you can do business with him when he's on his way. We'll say, why? He may turn around. He may turn around. The Jew, as much as he says that he's going on a pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah, maybe he won't carry through. Maybe he'll turn around. This. On the flip side, if you caught him after the pilgrimage, awesome. You cannot do business with him. Why? It was a Kevan top of Lamed Gimel. Kevan da'afik ba mahadar hadar Oslo. Because I want to say, since this has demonstrated an allegiance to Avodah Zarah and has forsaken his dream, so we'll say, such like this is going to have an incredible level of this. And we're concerned that he's actually going to turn around, go back, and give thanks. Such is the power of a Jew. Okay, before the pilgrimage, there's always hope. Meaning, again, even he's on his way back, he's back. He's on his way to Avodah Zarah, pilgrimage on one side. As long as he hasn't gotten there yet, we always hold out the hope that he can turn around. So you can do business with him. Don't automatically assume that he's going on the pilgrimage. But Job said, the strength of Klal Yisrael, we're an unkosher oraf, we're a stiff-necked people, and we have incredible ways. So the problem is that ultimately, and once he's gone ahead and gone over to, at least for the little bit of time that the Jew comes back, everybody just a question of when, we know that he's going to have a step connection to this Avodah Zarah. So once he comes back, we can't do business with him because we're literally concerned that unlike his Akum counterpart, if he gets a good deal, you know what? He will turn back around and go to the Avodah Zarah. Once again, another place that says that what? That if Yisrael is going to the pilgrimage, right? That if he's going or whether he's coming back, you're not permitted to do business with him. So which one is it? The first place he says when he's going, you can do business. On the way back, you can't do business. Second place he says whether on his way there or way back, you can't do business. It's not a contradiction. This second place is about a mummer. So also remember again, a mummer is someone who is banished aduk ba'avodah zarah. He's mishugal right? He's exceptionally corruptly pious, right? The idea is that he's managed embedded in idolatry. So we'll say, so for this kind of person, for a mummer, you can't do business with him on the way there. nor can you do business with him on the way back. Why? Because we're concerned on the way there, on the way back, he's going to give thanks to his Yisrael. A Stam Yisrael is just struggling theologically. On his way there, you can't do business with him. Why? Because that's what? That'll turn around. On the way back, problems will say once he's already done you have to be concerned that you can visit them again. I want to be clear. That doesn't mean we're throwing in the towel on this Jew. You don't throw in the towel on any Jew. Every single Jew is holy, and every single Jew is beautiful, and every single Jew is special. And even those of us who are broken, we fix ourselves at some point in time. Some of us, it takes a long time, but we fix ourselves. What it seems at this moment, when he's demonstrated this fidelity and allegiance to the Avodah Zarah, so he can't do business with him on back, and it's concerned that he may go ahead and say, what? Turn back around and give thanks to the Avodah Zarah. As was example here, I'll share with you a short idea on the parasha. So we know that we have the days of us this week to start the parashiyos concerning the Mishkan. Truma Tetzaveh, and then Vayakel Pekudei deal extensively with the details of the creation of the structure of the Mishkan, the kelim of the Mishkan, the utensils, and then again the Bigdei Kahuna. So the parasha begins with a simple phrase, but yet a phrase which is so dramatic in that it is interpreted in so many different ways. Kashmar says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "Daber al bnei Yisrael v'yikhu li truma." Speak to the Jewish people, and you will take from me a truma. So you'll take from me a truma. You'll go out and you'll take from me. We normally translate it as a gift, right, or a separation. Tell the people to separate from their wealth and ultimately give it to me for the creation and the fabrication of the Mishkan. So there's a magnificent insight by the Katzker. The Katzker says as follows. He says, the Russian Truma, we normally translate ultimately as a gift, right? As a gift, matana, or a separation. The idea is, I'm taking something from you, and I'm giving it to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the truth is, we know that the shoresh of Truma is really the same Russian of laharim, to lift up. Truma is to lift up. So again, on this level, it can mean, my money is with me, I'm lifting it up and so the Katzker says something amazing. Because I must mention this in the Rabbi Nachman's here. You know that the great struggle with these parashas, we're amongst friends, to be honest. No one really looks forward to Truma Tetzaveh Vayakel Pekudei. Let's be honest. No one really looks forward to it. Like even Cheta Egel in PC, so it's like a welcome reprieve. Right? Why? Because we see these parashas, and okay, it's Torah, so if I have to learn it, but these details have nothing to do with it. These details, I remember again, there will never be a Mishkan again. There'll be a Bayis, there'll be a third base of Mikdash, but never again will there be a Mishkan. So let's say, what do I do with all these details? That's what Sfarim explain, that in every single one of these details, there are life lessons for us to learn that apply to temporarily as well. So the Katzker says something amazing. He says, V'yikhu Truma doesn't just mean separate out from money to go to the Mishkan. He says, Truma is Lashon. In life, what's the goal? The goal is to lift ourselves up. The goal is to ourselves. The goal is our leader. The goal is to grow. The goal is to ascend. How do I do that? How do I grow? It's asking a general life question. We want growth. Even those of us who don't know that we want growth, we all want growth. There's no such Shema that doesn't want Aliyah. So ultimately, again, how do we grow? So the Katzker says something amazing. He says it comes not from the word Truma, but it comes from the word Vayichu. He says, Lashon Kicha Bechinas Mekach. He says, Vayichu, so Lashon Mekach means like a purchase transaction. Get ready for this. He says, you can learn about spiritual growth from business. How so? Baal Esek, Eneno Poresh Mi'isto, Eneno Matzliach Basa. Because every single businessman knows that if you want to be successful in business, there's one thing that's clear, which is what? You have to be prepared to fail. Inevitably, some deal is going to go bad. Some deal is up. Something is going to. But what does the businessman know? He knows that after your first failed venture, you can't close up shop. You can't close up shop because if you close up shop after the first failed venture, then what? Then of course again you're not going to make any money. So every businessman knows you have to be, and in the wake of that failure, you have to begin to rebuild your deal. And you have to because we'll say one thing is clear, which is if after you fail, you stop building your business, one thing is clear, which is what? You will be poor. You will be poor. At the end of the day, remember, if I don't work on the business at all, of course the business will not thrive. He says something amazing. I will say what's true in the business world is true in the realm of spirituality as well. If you're not successful, even for a number of times, so I will say the goal is to keep on trying. Just like in business, one bad deal, you don't close up shop. Right? You recognize that failure is par for the course. It also is the same that is true in spiritual growth as well. In spiritual growth, I will say failure is par for the course. And the challenge of life is sometimes we fail and we stay down. Sometimes we fail and we give up. Sometimes we fail and we simply throw in the towel in the realm of forgiveness. I'm never going to amount to anything, says the Kutzker. Just like there are things in the business world that you can learn from spirituality, there are things in this world of spirituality that you can learn from the business world as well. Just like in business, if you learn from your failure, you pick yourself. So in the world of spirituality, you have to learn from your failures. Don't chas v'shalom stay down. Just pick yourself back up. Kutzker says, this is the pshat in the pasuk. Truma. All of us want an aliyah. All of us want a harama. All of us want to go ahead and lift ourselves up. So what's the key? What's the secret? The yichuli truma. If you take an approach of metach umenta, if you take the business approach to spirituality, then the wake of failure, don't close the window, shutter the window, don't shutter the store, but go ahead and figure out what can I learn from this failure, and how can I go from this? The same thing I will say is true in the realm of business. In spirituality, there is no one among us who has the ability to live on a constant high. There is no one among us that will say that has the ability to always be spiritually perfect. There's none of us who have the ability to be constantly and consistently plugged in. There are valleys and there are peaks in the realm of goodness. I will say that something when you get into a valley, you know what happens? You stay there. You stay there. Because we tell ourselves, oh, look how far I've come and ever get myself out. I will say, we would never take that approach in our parnas. Because if you would take that approach in our parnas, you wouldn't be able to sustain our families. In our parnas, we realize that even if I'm in a valley, I gotta fight my way out and rise back up to the peak. It's true my parnasa, it's true my real estate. Even in the midst of failure, and even when I find myself above a very low point, I have to figure out how to raise myself up back again. In the face of failure, I need to learn from it and figure back out, figure back out how to get back to my feet. If I want truma in life, if I want harama, if I want growth, if I want aliyah, I have to accept the mindset of metach to being a successful business. So when we encounter Yerushalayim, same way we rebuild ourselves financially, we should resort to American to find ourselves spiritually as well. The Cheres Hadriani. So we'll say Hadrianic Cheres, Hadrianic Cheres. Remember again, this was one of the items mentioned in the Mishnah that a Jew, Rashi says over here, these are the things that you cannot use, and there's a prohibition of hana. You cannot use them, you can't get benefits from it. And one of these items was this Cheres Hadriani. Hadriani. That is Hadrianic personal wear. So my Hadrianic. So we'll say, what does this mean, Hadrianic personal wear? This is actually quite interesting. I'm going to give you a Shmuel. Cheres Shel Hadrian is Kesa. This literally refers to the earthenware of the Emperor Hadrian. That is Caesar Hadrian. So we'll say, so remember again, you know Hadrian from an infamous perspective, because remember again, it was under the Caesar Hadrian that Hadrianic persecution began in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash. And again, most notably, that was the era of the Asara Harudi Malchus. That was the era of the 10 martyrs, as well as an incredible number of edicts regarding religious persecution. So what does this mean with Giannic earthenware? I'm going to be going to so you want to say, hey, Cheres Shahadianis. Kiyasar of Dinamas. So what does this mean with Giannic earthenware? I'm going to listen to this. Karka Besula Haisam of the Adam Meolam. So under the Adrian divide this particular method of wine making, and you'll see why this was important. He would take virgin soil that was never worked before. So the idea being that that soil was filled with incredible vitality. What did he do? For Nata, he would go ahead and plant vines. For Rami Chamra, the Gulfi, and he would go ahead and he would go ahead and plant vines. He would make from it wine. He would go ahead and put that wine in brand new earthenware vessels. Also, literally means white, but in this context it means brand new earthenware vessels. And what would happen? And ultimately, again, he would go ahead and keep the wine in there for a while. And afterwards, they would remove the wine from the earthenware vessels. And we'll say, what happened? The earthenware had gone ahead and absorbed the flavor of the wine. So there's a number of combinations over here. Number one, this idea that the wine itself was very strong because it was made in virgin soil or came from virgin oil. Number two, this was brand new earthenware vessel. Brand new earthenware vessels, that's what the was like. No priors, right? No prior absorptions in the earthenware. Therefore, by definition, the only thing that's absorbed in the earth itself is this wine. So there was a very heavy and intense absorption. After they emptied out the wine from the earthenware, they would break the earthenware vessel into shards. And the Greek soldiers, the Roman soldiers, take these shards with them wherever they went. Was amazing. Wherever they went, wherever they wanted these shards with them, and whenever they wanted wine, what would they do? Fill the container with water, put it into the water, and the absorption ate for them wine. It was amazing there for Bishop Levi says their wine was so strong that a third use of that shard was the equivalent ultimately again to first tier on our wine. So once I see here what this means, meaning the third time of using that shard to reconstitute wine, that wine that came from the third usage was as strong and as good as our first tier wine. Okay, so once I see the idea being what? This is the Hadrianic earthenware. So the Hadrianic earthenware was earthenware that had a very strong wine infusion, and therefore again you can't use it, you can't get enough from it because it's the status of Yayin Nesa, has the status ultimately of idolatrous wine. So you want to say the following. You want to answer us like this side question. Fascinating question. Can I use, let's say, a piece of this Hadrianic earthenware, can I use it to prop up the leg of my bed? So what's the shiloh over there? So the Gemara says, let's say the Kima ID never offers or awesome. Let's say we've got through, we've already established that I can't go ahead and drink and get benefit from Yahweh. We've also established that I also can't get benefit from this Hadrianic earth. We'll say, so can I go ahead and get benefit from it, but in a non-consumption fashion? So here's an example of I have a piece of this Hadrianic earthenware. I don't want to drink it. I'm not using it to constitute wine. I'm not even using it as a receptacle for a liquid. It's to prop up the leg of my. Is this permitted or not? So also, this is what Chazal termed as Rotze Bikiyumo Alidei Davar Acher. I want to use it through some other means. Consumption. But a usage means is mutter or is this? Look at Rashi in just a moment. I Acher. It's in the short of Rashi, about 5 lines in. So we saw Rotze Bikiyumo Alidei. So on one hand, I was like, I want the existence of the Yayin Esef. Because the Yayin Esef is in shard. I need the shard. However, not because I want the wine, I want the earthenware. But we'll say, you see, essence, I want the earthenware, but what's absorbed in the earthenware? The wine. So in essence, I want the wine. But I don't want the wine because I want the wine. I just want the wine because I need the earthware. So the shayla is this permitted? Is this type of usage permitted or not? So Tashma, the Elazar the Yochanan, Chad Aser, Chad Shari. So I'll say it's Machlokas. Elazar the Yochanan. One said it was Aser, one said it was Mutter. So in the parentheses it says over so the Rush, the Yagos says the Rush takes this out. But also command the Aser Mesve, where is the Kasha? Listen to this. During the Harukuvos. So we'll say that during our leather jars, the kuvos are bottles. Shalom that belong to an apple. Yain shall be so close by if a Jew keeps his wine in the receptacles, either in the leather jars or in the bottles. So you can't drink it, you can't drink, meaning if a Jew keeps his wine in one of these receptacles. So ultimately, the wine itself is prohibited from consumption, but it's mutter bahano. You're permitted to go and get benefit from it. Hayed Shimon Guda, Bifnei Binosh Rabbi Gamliel. So we say Shimon Guda gave testimony in front of the Rabbi Gamliel. And the testimony was, Al Rabbi Gamliel, about Rabbi Gamliel, Sheshasa Mimenu Ba'akom. That Rabbi Gamliel actually had wine in one of these type of receptacles, either the Dardurim or the Rikuvos. He kept his wine in one of these items. And what? And he drank the wine. He was having alcohol, and he drank the wine. The law Hodulo. And I will say, they did not agree to Shimon ben Guda's testimony. Now, also, what this sounds like is that they were disputing that Rabbi Gamliel did this. That's what it sounds like. Although we'll examine that in just a little bit. So fine, that's the first part of the Brisa. So what it seems, okay, nudos shalded color. We'll say nudos are leather flasks. So remember again, as opposed to dardurim, which are leather jars, this is a leather flask. So nudos shalded color. Excuse me. Say it again. Nudos shalded color. Let's listen to this. This is actually quite, and this is more relevant to our question at hand. So we'll say, let's say I have a leather flask of an apple. So to keep my wine, and that we've already established is usher. What about taking that leather flask and making it into a saddle for my? So we'll say, so this is our shayla. Lord said, I understand that the item is prohibited for use in a particular way. What about if I want to use it in a? What's the sense? Here, the leather flask of an apple. I know that I keep my wine in there because of the yain nesach absorptions, but can I go ahead and make it into a for my yank? So what's this? So that's the so the Gemara says so the Gemara quotes Rishon Namer Yoshem Kufsai, who says that it is awesome. So this is our case. This is a case of where I take an item, only credited because of the item. I can't store my wine in there, but I don't want to use it for my wine. I want to use it for something else. And you see that what? That it's also it's slapped up the corner of my bed because that's still considered to be illegal use of a prohibited item. So the Gemara says, this same logic can go oven. Listen, this one. I will say, watch this. That I can't take the nodos, I can't take the leather flasks of an open coke oven, and I can't make it into a saddle, which tells you that what? Let's say is going to be aser. Based on that, I shouldn't be able to purchase kankanim. I shouldn't be able to purchase the jugs of open coke oven. I will say, now what do people use to do? We know, can I purchase the jug of an open coke oven to use it for my wine? So that everybody's answer to that is no. What people used to do, what Jews used to do as follows. I would purchase kankanim for a planter. A planter, I'm not going to use this for my wine, but again, I get a good deal. Okay, that's not a good deal. I get a good deal on the jug of the oil. I'm not going to use it for any of my liquids. I'll use it as a planter. I'll use it as a fruit bowl. I'll use it for whatever. Just not for wine, not liquid. We know that this was done. So using this logic, right? Listen Nisman. Also, using this logic, it should be us or why? Because also, it would appear that we hold road that if somebody only again wants to use a prohibited object, but not in a prohibited way, in a permitted way, use of the object should still be permitted. I will say, what's the right to that? The right that would seem to be that I can't take the node and make it into the saddle. I can't take the leather flask. Ultimately, again, of the akamino. To which the Gemara says, that's the case. Purchase the jugs either, use them as a planter. No, those are my shnachan kanim. Those I that the Yeshua ben Kufsai said, I can't take the leather flask and make it into a saddle, yet it seems to be that I can buy the bottom of an overcoat and use it for something else as long as I'm not storing wine in there. To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. Amarav Zera Shema Gibaka Nido, Lenu V'Yitzvenu Agabe No. We'll say, oh, this is something very interesting. What's the concern? Let's say I buy the node, I buy the leather from the overcoat, and I make it into a saddle. Fine, Shalom on Yisrael. Then what happens? I get a hole in my node, in my wine flask. Listen, what can I do? I can cut a piece from the saddle. You ultimately catch my. That's the concern. And then again, ultimately, that would be significantly problematic. So because even though once I make the node of the akum into a saddle, it is still essentially it can still be used for node replacement parts. That's what I'm concerned about. And Pashtos leather flasks sprung a leak here and there. I can patch it from my saddle. That's what's going to be problematic. That's why Rabbi Shua ben Kufsai said you can't go ahead and purchase the node of the Ovikukhavim, even if you're going to make it into a saddle. Ulamanda Amar wrote Yumo Aidi Dava Acher Aser. So I'll say, but 1 second. Going back to the opinion we said that by the hygienic shards, by the hygienic earthenware shards, you cannot go ahead and use it to prop up the leg of the bed. Because Yumo Aidi Dava Acher, if you want the existence of a prohibited item, even though you're using it in a non-conventional way that is still Aser, Maishna Kankanim Gesharu. Why is it about that kind of allows to buy the bottles of the Ovego Chavim. I need to store liquids. I'm using it as to this. And here's really where it gets to the crux of the issue. Amaracha Hasam Leisi L'Isura Be'inei Hacha Isa L'Isura Be'inei. It was literally translated. Over there, the Isser is not Be'en. Right? The Isser is not, what's the right word? I'm sorry. Extend. Right? The Isser is not extending. The Isser, right? The Isser is not extending. The Isser itself is not in existence. We'll use something, right? Not in existence. Masha'in came by the hygienic earthenware. The Isser is in existence. So we'll say, what does that mean? What it means is as follows. In a regular utensil of an apple, so there's a prohibited absorption. There's an absorption. So what do we say? What's the halacha? The halacha says, listen, as long as you're using the object in a way where that absorption can't come out, it's fine. So you want to purchase an old wine bottle alcohol and you're going to use it as a vase? Fine, no problem. Why? Because the pashtas, you're using it in a dissimilar way, and we're not talking about an isser that is mamish in existence. We're talking about an isser that ultimately is absorbed. Let's say when it comes to hygienic earthenware, the absorption is so strong. That it's considered to be as if it's be'en. It's considered to be as if it's mamish in existence, a tangible isser. And therefore, again, the halachos are more strict concerning this particular. It makes sense because remember, again, what do they say? We see from this Gemara that how are they using this earthenware shard? They were making multiple batches of wine from this one shard, which tells you ultimately, again, the strength of the absorption itself. Because under all circumstances, we assume that if an item has an absorption, very often those absorptions are extracted 1 or 2 times in, and they're using it multiple times. That means that the absorption itself is exceptional. So because of that, when it comes to the Hadrian, we treat it as if what? We're dealing with mamish, real yayin nesech, be'en, right? Yayin nesech that's in existence. Because of that, the halachos are more strict, and therefore, again, we asking that even to use that shard for some other purpose, like propping up the leg of your bed, will be us. But that is a unique halacha. only by the Adriatic shard, but by other utensils which absorb yayin nesach, staminim, I should say. Ultimately, as long as you're using it in a non-normative way, it will be permitted. Below Hodulo. So let's remember again, the Mishnah read. I'm sorry. This is from the Brisa. This is when Rav Shimon ben Guda went ahead and gave the testimony. What was Lashon here? Hey, Shimon ben Guda lefnei beno Rabbi Gamliel. So Shimon ben Guda gave testimony to the son of Rabbi Gamliel. If Rabbi Gamliel went ahead and drank from durin or rekuvo, so these leather jars or from these bowls that belonged to an apple, but that had Jewish wine in it. So Shimon ben Guda gave testimony to Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Gamliel when ahead from these items below Hodulo. Gemara says, last kasha, yain haba rekuvo she'ov dekochav, wine, Jewish wine, kosher wine that comes in bottles of an apple. So you are prohibited to drink it, but you're permitted to get hana. Hey, Shimon ben Guda, maybe no show Rabbi Gamliel. Yet Shimon ben Guda went ahead and gave testimony in front of the son of Rabbi Gamliel. Rabbi Gamliel shashasa mimenu. If Rabbi Gamliel actually drank from these utensils, the hodulo, and I will say again and again, they accepted the testimony. So the Gemara says, 1 second. My lo hodulo. So I'll say, so which one is it? Two contradictory prices. Did they accept the testimony of Shimon and Guda, or did they accept the testimony of Shimon and Guda? To which the Gemara, my lo hodulo to come on some kosiaito about no modulo. We'll say, what does it mean lo hodulo? Hodulo means there's a whole group of people who heard this testimony of Shimon and Guda. So we'll say lo hodulo means the collective group of Rabbanim who were there did not believe. The son of Rabbi Gamliel did believe the story. Even say the other possibility is Guda L'chud, the Guda L'chud. What's like, you notice again, there's two different spellings in the two Brisos. In the first Brisa, ultimately, again, it's Shimon ben Guda with an Aleph. In the second Brisa, it's Shimon Guda with an Ayin. It could be, I will say that's what? You didn't believe Shimon ben Guda, the Aleph, but they did believe Shimon ben Guda, the Ayin. Which I will say, it's just a mitzvah. One individual is more reliable than the other. Okay. Va'oros livu. So let's remember again, next item in Mishnah, quite fast, is oros livu. Let's say oros livu means that if you find an animal here, it has a hole by the heart. We'll discuss the nature of the hole. So let's say, so what's the halacha? So Gemara says over here, oros livu. So if you go ahead and use the hole by the heart, you're concerned that the heart, while it was still alive, which in and of itself is a form of idolatry. It's a form of idolatry. Again, the animal will be so says the Gemara, or love of. So most like, how exactly can you tell if this is the animal used for animal, the zarak, what nature of the tear? Ezu or love. Number one, or the whole has to be opposite the heart. That's number one. Because we'll see, as opposed to a slit, it's circular in nature like a window. Yesh alav koret damasa. If there is, we'll say, literally like dried blood, then that shows us. Usually, the reason that's also we'll say is because if it's dried blood, that indicates to us that this was taken out of the animal while the animal was still alive. So you'll say we've seen the criteria. No criteria. One has to be opposite the heart. Number two, it has to be circular like a window. Number three, there has to be some dry blood on it. Other days are what? In alav koret dam. Let's say if there is no dried blood there, mutter. Then ultimately again it's mutter. So we'll say look at Rashi, Rashi this moment. In alav koret dam, achar have sheitom diravo. So we'll say we assume that if there's no dried blood there, that tear must have taken place after the animal has already been skinned. Kach below that on this color. And we'll say therefore again you attribute it to be just stammer tear. Fine. Amrafuna. When is that so? Lo shanu elo shalom mochu. We'll say that's only true if the hide has not been salted. Aval mochu also. If the hide was salted, it's also why? Ema mochu avar also. Because we'll say it's also that what? There was dried blood there, but what? The salt removed the dried blood. Fine. Shimon Amil Omer, man shakera shelo also. Mashach mutter. So we'll say, listen to this. So the Gemara says, so the Shimon Amil, when the tear is circular, it is also. But if it is like a straight line, much was in the split, then ultimately again will be mutter. So it says as follows. Rabbi Yosef, so Rabbi Yosef says, name of the name of Shmuel, that the halacha follows Shimon Gamliel. Namely again, that it's only called the oros livuvin in front of us saying if there is a circular, and not a slit. Amalei Abaye, so this is actually fascinating. Abaye says, halacha mechlal de'ugi. That was in general, whenever the Gemara has to make a statement that the halacha follows X, that usually means that what? It usually means that what? That someone is arguing on this statement, and therefore the Gemara feels the need to make a clarification that the halacha follows a particular opinion. Because remember, if nobody's arguing, then what? There's only one opinion. So it says the Gemara, Shmuel, he says Abaye, Shmuel, the fact that you felt the need to say that halacha follows Abaye, follows the Gamliel, indicates to me that somebody argues. Who's arguing? What's the saying? Shmuel says, Amalei, my nafkamina l'chamina. Shmuel says, what do you care? So what does it mean, what do you care? Look at that actually. My nafkamina l'chamina, bein chalukin, bein lo chalukin, halacha kimoso. Or does it matter who argues? I just told you that the halacha follows the Gamliel. I mean, what matters? Shmuel says, what matters about saying? The bottom line. What matters is who does the halacha follow. The halacha follows the Gamliel. That the only time that it's prohibited is if there's a circular hole. What does it matter who argues? To which Abaye responds, Amalei, Gemara Gomer, Zemurta Tehei, I came to learn Gemara. What are we doing, Zemira over here? She'll say, so what does that mean? So I'll say, Abaye was something in a very profound way. Abaye says, at the end of, look at Rashi, Amalei, Gemara Gomer, I came to learn Gemara. Zemurta Tehei, it becomes Niris. Tnia, Abaye Tamidosh Rav Yosef, the Kamalei Atamala Halacha Kimoso, who take the Zerah, in Chol Halacha Lamed. Also, what I was saying was as follows: in order to have the sugya clear, in order to have the sugya down clearly, you have to know the progression of the sugya, and the progression requires knowing the various opinions, understanding the various opinions, getting into who halacha follows. But ultimately, again, just to skip through the bottom line. So kind of undermines the silver part of the process. It's almost like, so Abaye is Shmuel saying, it's almost like a fundamental like machlokes and ultimately again an approach to learning. Shmuel says the most important thing is the bottom line. What is the halacha? Abaye says yes, of course the halacha is important, but also understanding the progression and the opinions is important as well. Okay, so we'll say back there. Next statement in the Mishnah was that if you see an akum walking in to his idolatrous house of worship with a piece of meat, and you get him before he walks in, so the meat is not yet considered to be consecrated to Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so for example, you could buy it from him, you could use it, obviously we're not talking about consumption necessarily, but you could purchase it from him as long as you get him before he goes into his house of Avodah Zarah, because before then again it's not considered to be Avodah Zarah yet. So you must who's the Tana? We'll say, we'll say it's clear that the Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar. That goes and changes this. The Shas changes Rabbi Eliezer. Okay, Dik Rabbi Elazar, Ha'amar Stam Machshavas Avodos Kochavim LaAvodos Kochavim. We'll say this is actually amazing. So the Elazar holds, we'll say that the Stam Machshava, when an Akum has in mind that he's going to give something to Avodah Zarah, we'll say that das was already there when? At the time of the Shechita. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. Stam Machshavas, Rashi says, V'chishachta Avta LaAvodos Kochavim B'Shechita. So, the Ne'esra B'Shechita Sefi Takruvasa. So the Elazar holds that once an Akum is going to bring an animal to Avodah Zarah, he doesn't wait to dedicate that to Avodah Zarah until when? Until he gets to the house of worship. But when does he dedicate it as Avodah Zarah? We'll say already when? From the time of the Shechita. Elazar will say, if you were catching the Akum walking into his house of Avodah Zarah, even though he hasn't walked in there yet, you have to assume that what? Meat is already usher. That meat is already usher, and therefore, again, so we'll say, so Rosh Hashanah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Elazar. Because our Mishnah says, if we assume that he only is machis or he only consecrates his meat for Avodah Zarah land, gets into the idolatrous temple. You catch him before he walks in there. So again, sneak is Serban off. The Velazar so Stam Machshavas Avodah is if you see him already going in there, the time he shechted it already, it's Asr al Avodah Kochavim. Vayotzi Asr, if they shook his Yechemisi. But on the other hand, if you get him coming out, which was I see him coming out with the meat, then already it's Asr, because we assume that he's come out of the house of Avodah Zarah, and at the end of the day it's already been consecrated as Avodah Zarah item. My timer, what's for that? Because what's essentially what this means is it's impossible that it's not an offering to Avodah Zarah. If we see an apple walking out with a piece of meat from the outside, it's impossible that that is not Avodah Zarah. Of course it's Avodah Zarah. I mean, what else is happening with meat that is coming out of Avodah Zarah? I will say, now again, remember, I want to point out, bringing it out for his own consumption, that's fine. The same way, we have karbans that are offered to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, of which we are also permitted to eat. So the fact that he's taking it out and he might eat it himself is fine. But Lamaisa, once it's coming out of the house of Avodah Zarah, then what am I saying? Then again, that is definitively Avodah Zarah. You can't get any benefit from it. Money, what's usually does this reflect? That you demand the city. So we do the design the video and the city on name attack of us about this from Shemitah the owner. Say, how do you know that Avodah Zarah is coming for all? What's actually amazing? How do we know that Avodah Zarah is essentially becoming like a mace? You see that if you have a corpse under a roof in an owner, in a tent, so that corpse goes ahead and spreads too much and anything else under the same roof. How do we know that Avodah Zarah does the same thing? And Avodah Zarah communicates Tumah via an Ohel. Shneimar by Yitzmidu Lebal literally again I will say in Bamidbar when they're going ahead and unfortunately fall prey to I'm sorry, this isn't Tehillim, but referring ultimately to the episode of Balpar. By Yitzmidu Lebalpar, they became close, or they literally attached themselves to Balpar by Yochlu Zikhin Nis. And they ate of the carcasses of the dead. So we'll say, what do you see in this passage? He's comparing Avodah Zarah to a mace. Mace ohel, just like a mace will say, goes there and communicates to in an ohel. So to again, I would say also communicates Tuma via ohel. What does this have to do with our conversation? Take a look at that in just a moment. Mace ohel. Umino, and I also take this comparison one step further. Maze Aserbano, Kidagamina Bisanajin, Latama Shamiriam, Sham Shame Edrarufa, Aktakoves Avodos Kokalan Asuraban. Also, we take this comparison one step further. So remember, the Pasuk in Tom establishes a connection between a corpse and Avodah Zarah. So Rabbi Yehuda says, just like a corpse is Mekame Ohel, so Avodah Zarah is Mekame Tumas Ohel. We'll say we take it one step further. Just as a mace is Asr Ba'anah, you cannot derive any benefit from a corpse. So to what we're saying, Avodah Zarah will also be Asr Ba'anah. Therefore, again, when the Akum walks out of his house of worship with the piece of meat, we assume that piece, not we assume, such an assumption, I will say for us it's a definitive reality that halacha l'maisa again that this was used for Avodah Zarah, and therefore again is asr b'hadal. Good. Next part. Ha'olchim l'tarfos asurim laseis v'laseis. As well, say the next part of the Mishnah is a fascinating idea that if you catch a Gentile going on his pilgrimage, right? He's going on his pilgrimage ultimately again to his Avodah Zarah temple, wherever it is. So what's that supposed to say? On the way to the pilgrimage, the Mishnah says you can't do business with them. What's the logic? The logic is because if you give him, he's going to give thanks to his idol when he gets to when he reaches his destination. So this really is a throwback to the first Mishnah in the Masechta. However, again, once he's coming back from the pilgrimage, you're permitted to go ahead and do business with him. Now watch this. This is really fascinating. Amr Shmuel, Ovid Kochav Ma'olet L'Tarfus, B'Halicha Aser. Supposed to listen to this. If an Ovid Kochavim is on his way to his Avodah Zarah pilgrimage, so when he's on his way, you can go ahead and you can do business with him. Right? I'm sorry, you cannot do business with him. Also, why? The Azul Umodi Kamea Bodos Kochavi. As Ross said, ultimately, again, since he's on his way to his pilgrimage, when he gets there, he's going to give thanks to his idol. However, Bechazora, we'll say on his way back, if you catch him on the way back from the pilgrimage, mutter. You can't do business, and we'll say, why? Listen to this. My Dahava Hava. We'll say, Dahava Hava means pilgrimage is over, right? Religion, okay, we did that. Check, right? Done, right? Check, I already gave thanks to Yavalazar. Now we're back to regular life. We're not concerned. Also, what this really means is as follows. He's not turning back to go back to the Yavalazar to go ahead and give thanks again. Therefore, by definition, once the pilgrimage is done, it's done. And we're not concerned that he's going to now go back and give thanks to Yavalazar. Let's see if you take a look at you. Rashi says, Rashi, it doesn't have its own Damascus, it just has a Hey Gimel. Amr Shmuel, Olei Maholich, Tarpas, Balicha, Azulamo, Bichazari Mutter, Magahava. Okay. So he goes on, he says, Yisrael, we'll say, listen to this. What about a Jew? Yisrael, Holich, Tarpas, Balicha Mutter, Dilma Hadi below Ozil. Wow. We'll say, listen to this. What about a Jew who never is on his way to a pilgrimage to Avodah? That Jew is on his way to Avodah Zarah. So I say, what's the halacha? So Shmuel says you can do with him when he's on his way. Why? He may turn around. He may turn around. The Jew, as much as he says that he's going on his pilgrimage to Avodah Zarah, maybe he won't carry through. Maybe he'll turn around. Still mahadabeh. Below Oslo. Bichazara. Watch this. On the flip side, if you caught him after the pilgrimage, Asir. You cannot do business with him. Why? It was like Kevan Tabal Lamed Gimel. Kevan the Apikba Mahada Hadar Asir. As I was say, since this Jew has betrayed and allegiance to Avodah Zarah and has forsaken his religion, so we'll say such a person like this is going to have an incredible status, and we're concerned that what? That he's actually going to turn around, go back, and give to the island. We'll say, such is the power of the Jew. We'll say, at the end of the day, before he makes the pilgrimage, there's always hope. Meaning, again, even though he's on his way back, he's back. He's on a pilgrimage on one side. As long as he hasn't gotten there yet, he always don't automatically assume that he's going to carry on the pilgrimage. We'll say, the strength of Klal Yisrael is that we're an we're stiff-necked people, and we have incredible results. And going over to Avodah Zarah, we know, at least just a question of when, we know that he's going to have a stark connection to this Avodah Zarah. So once he comes back, you can't do business with him, because we're literally concerned that unlike his Akum counterpart, if he gets a good deal, he will what? He will turn back around and go to the Avodah Zarah. I brought time you saw Holik and talk to Spain Balika Chazar. Also, another place that says that what? That if he still is going to the pilgrimage, right? So if he's going or whether he's coming back, also, you're not permitted to do business. So I'm going to ask you, so which one is it? The first place it says when he's going, he can do business. On the way back, he can't do business. Second place it says whether on his way there or way back, he can't do business. It's not a contradiction. I'm going to ask you, the time he be so mummer, divide also. We'll say this second rise was about a mummer. So most remember again, a mummer is someone who is mamish aduk ba'avodah zarah. He's mishugal right? Meaning he's exceptionally corrupt and pious, right? The idea is that he's mamish embedded in idolatry. So we'll say, so for this kind of person, for a mummer, inachinami, you can't do business with him on the way there, nor can you do business with him on the way back. Why? Because we're concerned on the way there or on the way back, he's getting Zara. A Stam Yisrael, we'll say, is just struggling physically. On his way there, you can't do business with him. Why? Because there's always the possibility that what? That'll turn around. On the way back, the problem is that we'll say, once he's already done the Avodah Zarah, we have to be concerned that if you do business with him and he gets a good deal, he will go back again. And we'll say, I want to be clear. That doesn't mean we're throwing in the towel on this Jew. You don't throw in the towel on every single Jew is and every single Jew is beautiful, and every single Jew is special. And even those of us we fix ourselves at some point in time. For some of us, it takes a long time, but we fix ourselves. What it seems at this moment, when he's demonstrated his fidelity and allegiance to the Avodah Zarah, so you can't do business with him on the way back, and he may go ahead and will say, what, turn back around and give thanks to Zav Oluzan. As we'll stop over here, I'll share with you a short idea on the parasha. So also we know that we makes us this week to start the parashiyos concerning the Mishkan. Truma Tetzaveh, and then Vayakel Pekudei deal extensively with the details of the creation of the structure of the Mishkan, the Kelim of the Mishkan, the utensils, and then again the Big Day Kuna. So the parasha begins with a simple phrase, but yet a phrase which is so dramatic in that it is interpreted in so many different ways. Kosh Baruch Hu says to Moshe Rabbeinu, Daber al b'nei Yisrael v'yikhu li truma. Speak to the Jewish people, and you will take from me a truma. You'll go ahead and you'll take from me, really translated as a gift, right, or a separation, telling people to separate from your wealth, and ultimately give it to me for the creation and the fabrication of the Mishkan. So there's a magnificent insight by the Kutzker. The Kutzker says as follows. He says the lashon of truma we normally translate ultimately as a gift, right? As a gift, matan, or a separation. The idea is I'm taking something from me and I'm giving it to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the truth is, we know that the shoresh of truma is really the same notion of to lift up. Truma is lift up. So again, on a base level, it can mean my money is with me. I'm lifting Baruch Hu. So because it's amazing, because I must say, I mentioned this in the Rabbi Nachman here, that the great struggle with these parashiyos, I mean, we're amongst friends, so let's be honest. No one really looks forward to Truma Tetzaveh Vayakel Pekudei. Let's be honest, no one really looks forward to it. Like even Cheta Egel in Kisisas, like on reprieve, right? So, it's like, why? Because truth is, we see these parts, and okay, it's Torah, if I have to learn it, but it does have nothing to do with me. Because when you remember again, there will never be a Mishkan again. There'll be a Bayis, there'll be a third base, but never again will there be a Mishkan. So let's say, what do I do with all these details? That's what I explain. That in every single one of these details you have to learn that apply contemporarily as well. So the Kutzker says something amazing. Because the Yichuli Truma doesn't generate out for me money to build the Mishkan. He says Truma is Harama. In life, the goal is to lift ourselves up. The goal is to grow. The goal is to ascend. How do I do this? How do I grow? In a general life question. We all want growth. Even those of us who don't yet know that we want growth. We all want growth. There's no such thing as a Jew who doesn't want to grow. There's no such thing as an Neshama that doesn't want Aliyah. So ultimately, again, how do we grow? So the Kutzker says something amazing. He says it comes not from the word Truma, but it comes from the word Vayikhu. He says, Lashon Kicha Bechinas Mekach. He says, Vayikhu Kicha, Lashon Mekach means what? A purchase or a business. Get ready for this. He said, you can learn about spiritual growth from business. How so? Baal Esek, Eneno Poresh Midisto, and Pam Eneno Mashiach Basaka. Because every single businessman knows that if you want to be successful in business, there's one thing, which is what? You have to be prepared to fail. A deal is going to go bad. Some deal is going to go south. Something is going to fail. But what does the businessman know? He also knows that after your first failed venture, you can't close up shop. Because if you close up shop after the first failed venture, then what? Then of course, again, you're not going to make any money. So every businessman knows you have to be prepared to fail, and in the wake of that failure, you have to begin to rebuild yourself. Because one thing is clear, which is if after you fail, you stop building your business, one thing is business at all, of course the business will not thrive. He says, I was in the business world, it's true of spirituality as well. If you're not successful, even for a number of times, the goal is to keep on trying. Just like in business, one bad deal, you don't close shop. right? You recognize that failure is part of the course. Also, you're just saying that it's true in spiritual growth as well. Spiritual growth, I will say, failure is part of the course. And the challenge of life is sometimes we fail and we stay down. Sometimes we fail and we give up. Sometimes we fail and we simply throw in the towel in the realm of ruchnius. I'm never going to amount to anything. Says the Kutzker. Just like there are things in the business world that you can learn from spirituality, there are things in this world of spirituality that you can learn from the business world as well. Just like in business, if you fail, you have to learn from your failure, pick yourself back up. So in the world of spirituality, you have to learn from your failures. Don't stay down. Just pick yourself back up. Afsaka Satora Master Vanishin Kimo. Kutzker says, shot in the passage. Truma. All of us want an aliyah. All of us a harama. All of us want to go ahead and lift ourselves up. So what's the key? What's the secret? The yikhu. If you take an approach of metachumemta, if you take the business approach to spirituality, then the wake of failure, don't club shop, don't shutter the window, don't shutter the store, but go ahead and figure out what can I learn from this failure? And how can I go from this failure? The thing I will say is true in realm of ruchnius. Spirituality, there is no one among us who has the ability to live on a constant high. There is no one among us who has the ability to always go ahead and be spiritually perfect. There's none of us who have the ability to be constantly and consistently plugged in. There are valleys, and there are peaks in the realm of ruchnius. I will say that sometimes when you get into this, you stay there, because ourselves, look how far I've fallen. There's no way I can get myself out. I will say, you would never take that approach in Parnasa, because if you were trying Parnasa, you wouldn't be able to sustain us. In our Parnasa, you realize if I'm in a valley, I gotta find my way out and rise back up to the peak. It's true in my Parnasa. It's true my ruchnius is what I will say. Even in the failure, and even when I find myself at a very low yikuli truma, I have to figure out to raise myself up back again. In the face failure, I need to learn from the failure and figure back out how to get back to my peak. If I want in life, if I want hama, if I want growth, if I want aliyah, I have to accept the mindset of metachumemta. Apparently, to be a successful Jew, you have to learn the art of being a successful businessman. And so when we failure, I will say, same way we hold ourselves financially, we also attempt to find a car to build ourselves spiritually as well. We're going to pick up at the second bottom line of Lamed on the base. Where it says, under Basi, under Yochanan, the son of Yehuda and Sarah, Basi says, under Yochanan, that they heard from Yehuda and Sarah, they also Yen and Sarah. There are three categories of wine that are relevant to the halacha. So the first is Yain Nesef, is Asur B'Hanah, that can't have any benefit from that wine. We're just speaking about wine that was actually used in the service of Avodah Zarah. In the Tameh, Tumah Tamura B'Tuzayim. And it is it causes Tumah in the thing of Tumah Tamura, which is the stick Tumah, and the shear is a Tuzayim. So what does that mean, Tumah Tamura? It actually says, Masa V'Ohel P'nei. So first of all, obviously, if you touch it, that is a form of transmitting Tumah, but there's also the concept of Masa. Masa is if you carry something, even if you don't touch it directly, but through your actions you transport it. That's another way of becoming tamei, which is and ohel is if you have something that's tamei beneath the same roof that you are. This is basically it's not limited only to a mace. A mace is aviyah b'tzoma, but even a regular avatoma works that way as well. So you see that yayin nesach not only is it also bana, it also causes toma, and it's toma that causes the kesayis. Because ordinarily, tuma of a liquid, liquid would do with the revius, but it's because it's tuma dealing with it where it's summer with the desire. Yes, there would be matas margus according to the rabbanon form of matas. If someone drinks, according to Rambam at least, if someone drinks yain nesef even the little bit, but the Raisa will be its size, top of 1 olive. So the first category is yain nesef, which is actually used for Rabban. Then you have stam yainam. Stam would be something wine that is or so stam yainam asur bahana and the time is mashkin b'revias. So the halacha is that it is just like yain nesef, that it's asur bahana. It is weaker in the sense so first of all, it's weaker in the sense that the isra hana in this case would be midrabanan. The entire thing is a gezerah because if you drink stam yainam, if you drink the wine of a guy, you might come to drink the yain nesef. So the whole thing is drabanan, but it's also weaker in the sense that we said before the yain nesef is in a here we're going to describe there's maskin, which is basically talking about it has a status like a vlad akuma. And in fact, in order to become tame, it would need to be the size of a rias, which is the ordinary measure of wine. Now, the way Rashi learns, others disagree, but the way Rashi learns, that what it's trying to tell you is not that it itself is tame, that it itself caused something to be tame, it's that if it is touched by, let's say, a sheriff, Rashi said, so then it becomes tame like any other liquid. And the question that the Rishonim deal with is, what's the fitness then? If you're just telling me that it's liquid that becomes tame like any other liquid, so then why didn't you tell us me at all? Of course, it shouldn't be any worse than any other liquid. Tosa says in Rashi that the reason it tells you that is because you might think because we're dealing with Stam that is related to yain nesef that it is more somewhere in the sense that it's precise. Others say that it comes to take it out for the sheet of Rabbi Shimon, who talks about that in order to be in order to be usher ba'ana, it has to be something that you can eat that you're able to feed to others. And since you're not able to give stam yanim to others and it's usher ba'ana, you might think that it has a different halacha in Tuma, and that's why it tells you. But in any event, so we now have two categories. Our first category is yain nesef, wine that was actually used for the Zara, which is usher ba'ana, and a strict Tuma. You have stam yanim, which is wine of a guy that's not known to be used or wine of a Jew that's been touched by a guy, which is also usher ba'ana drabanan, but has ordinary status of liquid as relates to Tuma. And the third category, a masked yeno eto ovitakobim. So the third category is if someone deposits his wine, so there's a Jew who has his wine, and he puts his wine by an overcooked and he puts it by a guy, usher the Tistiyah, and Musher Bahana. So the halacha of Prince is that wine, once you deposit it with a guy, becomes usher to drink, but it is mutter to have hana from it. So you're not allowed to drink it, but you can use it in other ways to have hana. Now the Gemara asks, so those are the three categories of the Gemara now asks, the Hatnan, we learned that in the Mai, Hamafkis Pereso, Peroso, Peto, Olisopabim, Arehain, Peroso, Olisopabim, with Judas, Umaita. The Mishnah says as follows: if you have a Jew who took his Peros, so let's assume, because we're talking about Shemitah, let's assume that these were Peros of the year. So the guy is, the Jew obviously is allowed to have the 6th year, always the problem. And he has taken the necessary sunnah from it. So he had regular carrots that he could eat, and he deposited it with the guy. So he's saying that when he gets back the payroll, no longer can assume that those carrots he deposited with the guy. In fact, you have to be concerned that perhaps the guy swapped it out with his own carrots, and therefore, if this is already now we're into the Shemitah year, and he gets these carrots from the guy, he has to be concerned and treat it as different carrots from the guy, and he has to treat it as if it is Makuyev and Mises. Now, as the Rishonim point out, this obviously goes according to the view that a guy that his produce is subject to Mises. But in any event, according to that view, it's saying, so what do we see from that mission? We see from the mission that there's a concern when you deposit something with the guy that you have to flush it out. So therefore, what case we say that is not the bahana when you deposit your wine with the guy. Why not be concerned that he swapped his own wine, which would be either a shamyenim or yain? Why do we say that it's only us during drinking, but you're allowed to have enough of it? We should say, let's be concerned that the guy swapped out his wine for your wine, or his, and therefore it should be us or even bahana. My answer is, we go into Yichadlo turns up. What are we talking about? You're right. If you just give the guy your wine and give it back to you, you're going to have to assume that he swapped it out for his wine and it would be Asabana. In what case that it's not Asabana is, for example, when he designated a separate area for it, he designated a spot for it, and therefore it's considered more washed. He's not likely to swap it out. For a variety of reasons that the explain. You might have said, see, Haki, if you're telling me that once he sets aside a corner, it is, we know that he doesn't swap it out and he doesn't mess with your wine. But then the Gemara says, see, Haki, this is the Anami tree. So what? Fine. So that explains why it's not us about enough, and we're not concerned that he swapped it out with his own wine. But if you're saying we don't have that concern, then let the guy drink it. Because you say we know that the guy just left it there in the corner, and therefore you should be able to drink it too. So we say, where do we have this idea? The Harazon, Parvad. Rabbi Yochanan went to the town of Parvad, and Omar Klum Yesh Mishnah Bar Kapara. Is there a Mishnah Bar Kapara? So Rashi points out Bar Kapara at this point had already died. Bar Kapara was one of the Talmidim of Rabbi Yehuda Nasi. And so he lived in Parvat. The author went to Parvat and he said, I haven't heard anything. Anyone have a Mishnah? They want to tell me a Brisa. They want to tell me from Bar Kapara. So Tamalayer come from Parvat. So, someone answered the call of come from who lived in Parvat, and he taught him, he learned from Bar Kapara at the time. What he learned, he said, Amapki Yeno Eitz that if someone deposits his wine by an Obikavim, that you're allowed to drink it. Okay, so that was the halacha of Tanchum told him. Rabbi Yochanan responded, he said there he said, Makom Sham Yiyu. So he said that in a place where the wood has fallen, where the tree has fallen, there it should be, which he understands to be a reference to somewhere that Talmud Chacham was situated, that he lived. So where Talmud Chacham fell, meaning that he lived or he died there, there he is. So Shami is telling me that literally Sadik after he dies is still there. That can't be. Rather, what does it mean that he'll be there? It means that the fruits of the tree that has since died, but the fruits had fallen off. So if you go to the place where the tree was, you can find the fruit. So what was his point? His point was that he went to the town of Bar Kapara, to Parvat, and by going there, he found fruits that had fallen from Bar Kapara that he had taught people there. And as it says, so you see, if you want to, he says, I'm kind of sorry if you give us a comment that if someone wants to learn something from her son, you should a year to show him maybe many. We should go to the people of the city who used to learn by him. And that way you'll teach it to others, or you'll teach it to others. So the idea is, he was saying, it's a good idea to go to someone's hometown to learn his Torah. In any event, what do you see? You see that you have a mission that says if you deposit wine by an Obikavim, you can drink, right? And it must be, the Gemara is assuming, in order to say why a Mishnah, which said that someone who's not giving payers that were worried that the guy switched it, then it must be talking about where in a case where he designated a corner. Otherwise you have a problem with the teaching of Bar Kapara. So what do you see? You see that where he designated a corner, according to this, you're allowed to drink it. So the Gemara is saying, once you're establishing it, then we're talking about where he turns of it, that the guy put it in a corner, and therefore we're no longer concerned that the guy swapped it out. Once you're talking about putting it in a corner, you see from the Brisa of Bar Kapara that it should not only be, that it should actually be mutter b'shasir. You should be allowed to drink it. And yet we paskin or Rabbi Yehuda's hair paskin, that you cannot drink it, but you can banana from it. So why is, if we're talking about you need to look at David, you should be able to drink it all together. Reb Zera, lo kasha, lo kasha. Reb Elazar, harabanan. That one view, the view that says that you're allowed to drink the wine when it's put in the corner by a guy, that's the opinion of Rabbi Elazar. And our limud of Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira is going according to the Rabbanan. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira says you're not allowed to drink it, but you're allowed to have enough from it, is going according to the view of the Rabbanan. The Sanya, because we learned in a Brisa, Echad halakeh. The Echad hasoker bias, but the Shalom is so if someone went and they either bought rights to an area within the cluster of a guy of an overcoming, or he rented space there and he rented a house, and he filled up the house with wine. And the key for the seal is the Yad Yisrael, meaning that not only was it placed there, but it actually either was locked up or had some other kind of seal on it. Rabbi Elazar matter, that's coming most of Rabbi Elazar. Now that is considered sufficient protection. The guy went to mess with your wine, and therefore you can drink it with Achila, and the Chachamim say no, you can't drink it because we learned that the guy swapped out the wine for his own wine or otherwise touched the wine and turned it into something we're not allowed to drink. Okay, so now we have an explanation that squares the limit of Bar Kapara, which says you can drink it. That's according to Rabbi Elazar. And we have Rabbi Elazar who says it's not enough, but you can't drink it. I'm sorry, it's not also enough, but that was going according to the text. I'm going to maybe I'm a sister, I'm a rab, I'm a sister, I'm a zihiri, I'm a sister, I'm a apple, I'm a zihiri. Good way to pick up 4 lines. Halacha for Rabbi Elazar. The halacha follows as long as something was put to the side under the stewardship of either by seal or by key. We're going to say that you're allowed to drink single fulsome. Because there's either sealed or was locked, and we see that you can have wine. So the Rishonim deal with the question of, we learned that we said that if you're vinegar or yain with a single seal, everyone wants to know. The Pasha is saying even wine works that way. And our interpretation is that vinegar or yain with liquor, it's only those, not regular wine. Pasha says that the issue is, the difference is here, he's masking his wine there. So what is it when masking means you deposit it? So the nature of a deposit is you deposit it, you're the one that picks it up, right? So therefore, you're going to recognize your own single sign. Either you're going to recognize the seal, or you're going to see that the room is still locked. So therefore, it's enough to have one. But if we're talking about the other cases, we're talking about where the wine is being sent with the guy. So it's being sent with the guy, the person who deposits it with the guy, and the guy who gets it at the other hand, are different people. So therefore, he doesn't recognize the seal as well, and that's why you would need person to self-posted. Both. Many of the Rishonim have a different years in the Gemara, which is we learned that either it was in the hands, either it was sealed or it was locked. So we understand one or the other, and therefore it's only one seal. Many Rishonim have a year said that it's both sealed and was locked. So then they understand that the case we're dealing with there is the case of a double seal. But in halacha is Rabbi Elazar. Okay, I'm Rabbi Elazar. Told the Steiner the person effort, that everything is enough to have a single seal, except for wine. That so we're dealing now again with this question that a wine is not enough to have a single seal. You have to have a double seal. Which is, for example, what we have nowadays. You have a fork, you have a wrapper around it. That's a double seal. That even one, it's enough to have a single seal. So clearly they're saying two different views, but the Gemara says the word kliki. Rabbi Elazar, Hatrabanan. They're not arguing. Why? Because one is saying like Rabbi Elazar, one is saying like Rabbanan. The Tosfos explains that one person, or that they're not, when he says they're not arguing, they're obviously arguing, because one says one seal is enough, and the other says you need two seals. But they're saying they're not arguing about who you are, than one person saying he held like this, and the other person saying he held like that. They're saying it's two separate things. They're talking about two different people, and that's what it means that they don't argue. The other opinion of Tosfos explaining what it means that they don't argue is saying both of them hold like Rabbi Elazar personally. So we just said before, how often is Rabbi Elazar? And therefore it's enough to have one seal. So they're not, they themselves are not arguing, they're just presenting a view that would say it requires two seals. Okay, again, we see a distinction in my focus of what we have on. Each of the army, there are those that learn differently, that I'm Rabbi Elazar. There's the one that says, I'm home is time of the person, two seals is enough for everything, puts in a yayin, except for wine, to aim is time of the person, so close. The wine, even a double seal is not sufficient. And basically, if you want to be able to drink wine, it has to have been under the shira of a Jew. That's the first. Because the Yochanan says, I'm doing yayin is time of the person, so close. The second view is saying that even wine is capable of being protected even without the constant fear of a Jew, as long as it has a double seal in it. So the first view said one seal. The first verse in this Machlokas said they were arguing about whether one seal or two seals are required for wine. According to the second view, they're arguing about whether two seals is good enough. It says yes, and the other says no, it's not good enough. But in any event, it's Kavayu Rabbanan. And both of them are going like the Rabbanan, because they're obviously not going to Rabbi Elazar. Because according to the second view, because Rabbi Elazar held that it was enough to have one shmira. As he said, you can either seal it or you can lock it. So one shmira is enough. So obviously, when they're arguing, when they're saying one is definitely not enough, and they're arguing about two or none, meaning no option of a thing, so that has to be going like Rabbanan. Mar Savar, one whole chiefly Rabbanan later Rabbi Elazar of a Mechos. But when did the Rabbanan argue on Rabbi Elazar is only talking about when there was a single seal? So then they argue, is that good enough or not? But they're saying that in the first view of the Rabbanan are saying, we disagree with Rabbi Elazar that one seal is enough, but we agree that two seals is enough. Mar Savar, the other one holds that when the Rabbanan argued on Rabbi Elazar, they were asked even closer. The second version of the Machlokas is solely in Rabbanan. The repetition of the Machlokas between Rabbi Elazar and the Chachamim, which has himself is more passion like. Okay, so now double seal business. Question is, what is a double seal? Where it says, "Eifi dami kosim kosim," what does it mean to have a seal within a seal? Amarava agana the tuma the kapita. Rika the Tasima have a kosim kosim. It says it all. Agana, which many Rishonim understand to just mean the cover of a barrel. Rashi learns that it's you basically have a barrel and you put a large plate on top of it. That's how Rashi learns. Agana, and in some cases, the tuma the kapita on the mouth of the cover. Srika, you plaster it up, or you fill it up with some kind of clay or something like that. The kasima, and you sign it, meaning you stamp it, you put some kind of stamp, or you carve your initials into it, or something that's going to show whether it's been disrupted. That's considered so close, and that's a double seal. Meaning low, not. Meaning if you don't have these double seals, then it's not considered custom resource. Okay. Now another case, Pula in Hadek Havikono Kosa. So he says as follows. Okay, so the first case we were learning was a barrel. The barrel had no cover. You put a big plate on it, so that was cover number one. Seal number two, we plastered it up. Now we're giving you another option. You can have a barrel. In this case, we're understanding that the barrel has a cover. and of some sort, and he ties it, attaches it very tightly. So we're talking about that he got the work protected over the top of the barrel, and therefore it constitutes the second seal. I mean, that's a posum, that's a seal within a seal. Lo mahadek, but if you're, in other words, if you simply put the basket on top, but it wasn't hard to put it on, meaning you just quickly pull it off, so then that's not really a seal. That's nothing. Well, how they posum, that would not be considered a seal within a seal, a double seal, and you would need some other form of seal in order for us to consider that a double seal. The Gemara now says, no, the Shkaya, so he says, let's say you have a node. So a node is like a canteen or something you drink out of that's made out of leather. So it's like a pouch, and you drink from it and then you tie up the top. And you put that, presumably talking about a traveler, you take that canteen, the diskaya. What's a diskaya? So Rashi and Stuckham, we've had this many times, says that the word diskaya comes from du sakya, that it's two sacks. What's it talking about? It's something like a saddle bag. You used to put on it would be two connected bags on either side that would go over the animal. But in any event, what's the point? That you took this canteen which ties itself up in some kind of sack or container that's on the side of the donkey. That's considered posum so posum when kasimas piv lamata have a posum so posum. Piv lamata lo have a posum so posum. He says as follows, that there's a caveat to this though. And in order for the canteen, the tied up canteen, in the tied up bag to be posum so posum, it has to be where you have the bag, and then it has a knot at the top, and you take the canteen and you stick it face down in the bag. So then, therefore, as Rashi points out, it's a big pain in the neck to pull it out. So you have to untie this, pull it out, untie it, drink it, retie it, stick it in head first, and then tie up the top. So in that case, it's considered posum so posum. But if all you had was the bag on the side of the camel, which had a top of a string, and you put in the canteen not face down, but rather bottom in first, and therefore the knots are right next to each other. You have a knot that's closing the stock, and you have a knot that's closing the canteen. So that's not considered posum so posum because they're right next to each other, and you just freeze up both of them, and now we have to be concerned that a guy might have untied it and taken it out. Okay? And now we'll give another option. The Shkaya Pune Regab, the Shkaya of a Chassim have a posum so posum. This is another option. And Rashi, it's interesting, Rashi, but even in Rashi's time, this is how they used to keep oil. So the idea roughly is that you let's say you have a bag or something, and you tie it up, and then you push the knot that you just made into itself, and then you take it and tie it again, right? So the finish, the box, and the time talking about the box says the finish here is that it's enough to have a knot. So just to be clear, we're talking about a knot that then gets pushed into the center of the back, and then you tie it again. So the box says the finish is that a knot works without having to be sealed. But the way they learn, the Taz learns, and it says that Sire B'Chasem, that it says that like you tie it up and you seal it, means that you're sealing it with some kind of extraordinary knot. You're not just doing a regular knot. And a knot is sufficient, but it has to be like a knot that's in the tuna that's a little bit different. So that's considered a different version of posum so posum where you have a double seal. Tanarabana. Second to bottom, second to last in line. Tanarabana. Or Yishona HaYahomen. Originally, they used to say, Yain shall in kushi, after nifnei bira srito. So, okay, we're going to now list three pairs of cities, which are basically kushi cities. We've dealt with kushi many times. And so kushi have a different effect. Yes, that'll break it down. So we're talking about three cities of Kusim, that each of these cities was next to a city of people who are over Kochabi. So Tanar Rabbanim Barishana, originally they used to say Yain Shal Ein Kushi, the wine and Ein Kushi Asher, you can make Bira Srika, that you're not allowed to drink the wine in the Kushi city of Ein Kushi because it was next to the city of Bira Srika where there were Obed Kochabi. So Birkas Asher was next to Parshoy. And similarly, the Kushi city of Yerkesel, the wine was also because it was next to the city of Parshai, which is the city of they sell Zagdor, and the people in Zagdor, the Kushim in Zagdor, you couldn't drink their wine also in Parshai, because they were next to the city of Parshai. So, so the concern here is that we're not worried about customers. We're not worried about them marrying out because if you drink Kusi wine, because Kusi, and we're not worried that it's Azara, because Kusim, that the form of their wasn't the form of their worship, even according to what we learned that they used to serve the Yona that was on high treason, but they didn't do it in this way. Is the theory here is that the wine in the city of Akusi is also because it's close to an idolatrous city, and the is that they allowed Goyim to touch the wine. So that was initially they said cities. Chazru Lomar, subsequently they came back and said, he says, no, it's not an absolute rule. You can't have wine in those cities, but rather, if the barrels are open, then you cannot have the wine. If the barrels are closed, you can. So what was the reason? The reason will be because the Jew, we're going to see the in a second, is because a Kushi knows that if he allows, he wants to do business with Jews. If the Jews suspect them of allowing Goyim to touch the wine, then they're not going to buy wine from them. So therefore, they were very careful with wine that they were going to sell. The wine that they were going to consume on their own, they weren't careful. So therefore, if it was an open barrel, you don't sell an open barrel. That's what you drink. So then you have to be worried you would not drink the wine there. But if it's closed, you say that's for commerce are careful. So myself, myself. So we said in the beginning they thought all the wine in these three cities are usher. And then they said only the open wine. So he says, originally they thought so initially they thought that a Kushi is just not careful about keeping wine away from other companies. So since we're next to Obedazar town, so we're convinced that the Obed Company are touching the wine, so therefore you can't take anything from them. Well, afterwards they decided, kilo cupping, when are they not marked, they're not careful that a guy shouldn't touch their wine? I'm sorry, Apsupas marked cupping, but on a barrel, they're careful. Why? As I said, because they wanted money, they want to be able to sell it, so therefore I'm sorry, so that therefore they're marked. And are you telling me though that closed barrels of a Kusi are mutter to be purchased or drunk for a minute? I'll ask you on common base. That if someone sends a barrel of wine in the hand of a Kusi, so we're now talking again about a Kusi that has wine, Vishal Seer, Vishal Murias, not over to Chavim, or if you're dealing with Seer or Murias. What are Seer and Murias? Seer is, Rashi says, is Seer Shal Duggan Shmeim, I'm sorry. Here is, Rashi says, hold on a second, the day of the Jiva shall Duggan to come to us in the market. He says that basically they would press, would dry out fish, and this is the day of like the sweat or the Jiva or the secretions, the drippings that come out. Basically they squeeze out the fish juice, which would become sharp like vinegar, and they used to use it to dip things in it. Murias, Rashi says, is ma'azim kirbei duggan, that they used to take the insides of fish, enough fish tumne, which were very fatty, they had a lot of fat, and they would take it. So now what are we worried about with Seer or Murias? So Rashi says earlier, so he says, we're concerned that maybe they're going to switch it with Duggan Tmeim, that a guy is going to swap it out with his own fear. Or in the case of Marias, they're worried that they're going to replace the Marias, which are the fish which are very expensive, and instead they're going to put wine inside. Okay, but by a Kusi, we don't suspect the Kusi as swapping things out. The only thing we suspect the Kusi of is that he's not careful with letting a guy touch it. So what are we saying? We're saying if it's wine, you can trust the Kusi. You're right. And if it's a guy, you can't trust. And for sure, you can't trust a guy by wine. But if it's by a Shir Marias, we suspect Pussy did not a not a guy. In Makar Kosomo, the Sasma who's recognizing his stamp, his signature, and his seal, then it's Malav, and if not, it's Asa. So what do you see? You see that the first case said that as long as it's a closed barrel, you can trust the pussy, even in the town that's next to El B'Kavim. And here we're saying that if you barrel of wine with a pussy, it only works if you're able to recognize your own symbol or sign. So it seems that we don't pussy, and we're worried that makes you less than El B'Kavim. So when do we say that that you trust the pussy, that he doesn't let a guy touch the wine, is in the city? Because in the city, there's people there and they're going to watch, and it's going to ruin his reputation as somebody to buy wine from if he lets a guy touch it. But Kambadera, if he's on the way, while they're traveling, there's no one there. He's not careful. He might let the guy touch it. So we suspect on the road, but not in the city. So Master Yirmiyah, he kind of hear a little bit also. He's saying, where did this stuff, how did this wine get to the city in the first place? It was transported from somewhere. And if it was under the stewardship of a pussy, you probably let a guy touch it. So why could that be the distinction? So he says, no, we're talking about during the time of year, during the harvest time. That since everyone is around, it's a very busy time during the time when they would produce the wine, so therefore the pussy is going to be afraid. Omar, he says, that if they're going to see me, let the guy touch it, I'm going to lose money because I won't be able to sell it. But during the season that people aren't as around, so similar concept, but not assuming the distinction between city and road, but rather between the time of year as to whether the brand. Okay, Itma Asr Sheikh that the Surah now says, why do Asr the beer of an overcome? And Tosha says, now Asr Sheikh, Isr Sheikh Allah Masim Love the middle of the Brisa. Says, we're asking why you answer the beer of a guy, and Tosha says, I don't even know where you get that from. It's not in the Mishnah, it's not in the Brisa. It must be that this was something that Amoraim will Masaki. We're going to see in a minute, hopefully, if we have time to where this comes up again. Okay, so why are you not allowed to hear about the because we're concerned that if you go drink beer with a guy, you're going to end up, Rashi says, you're going to go hang out in his house, and you're going to like his daughter. He's going to be there, and therefore, you're going to end up marrying his daughter. So not when I'm Mishum Giloy. That what are we worried about? We talked about this before, that you're worried that they're not careful to seal things up, and a snake could come and drink from it. So the Gemara says, "Agilui demai." What are you concerned about that they left open? So he says, if you're worried that they left open, Mizaisa, Rashi says, this is when it's still in the barrels or the containers that they used to make the beer, not where they stored it, but where they make it. So if it's there, we also leave it uncovered. So why are we timing on the guy? So maybe you're talking about when it's already stored in barrels. So when I said that, we also keep open barrels of beer. So why are we timing on the guy that we're worried that he left it open and the snake puts things in? We also leave it open. Why do we leave it open? We learned this already because snakes don't like beer, so they're not going to go into the beer. Okay, so the Gemara says, so no, we're talking about a place where what did they do? That they would beer obviously you have water as an ingredient, so they used to leave the water to settle, so that the water that they use in the beer first, right? And that was true that a snake doesn't go into beer. But a snake will go into water that you leave open, and in the production of beer, they will leave the water open. I said history, but if you're right that that's concerned that they allow to take into the water before they made it into beer, then you should be able to have something that is old. Because so he says that something that's old, that's already become aged, is mutter, you could drink it because if there would have been any snake venom in there, it would have prevented it from aging. Hifmitz, mutter. Similarly, if something ferments, then it's mutter because in manikula hafmitz. So because if there's snake venom in there, it would prevent it from fermenting. So the question the Gemara says, if what we're worried about is the water that got snake venom in it before it was put into the beer, we shouldn't worry, because once the beer is produced, and that once, so we should distinguish and say that when you have this concern is only something that is new, but something that is aged already, we shouldn't worry about it, because it's already by aging, it showed us that there was no snake venom in the water. No, you're right. That in theory, our only concern is something new, not something old, because something old already, something that aged could not have had snake venom in it. But yet, we're going to make it zero because we don't want to sit there and make the distinction. Before you can't use the gut, and you can't use the beer of any gut. Okay, the papa mekikinle above the kanusa b'shasi. Okay, so the papa was careful not to drink beer by a guy. So what would he do? He would go out to the doorway of the store, of the tavern, and with a person, and he would drink over there. So Rabbi Koi, they used to bring it to his house and he would drink it there. Obviously, what they're both concerned about is cosmos, is why don't you drink beer by a guy? Because he's going to come to marry his daughter or hang out with him. But obviously he's not concerned about snake venom, because then what does it help inside was to drink it back at his house. Okay. I want to say something on this. Let's get to the bottom of the minute. We'll say we'll talk a little bit about this more. Okay. So he says, so what's the difference? One of them, a couple used to go drink it outside the tavern or outside the store, and Rabbi Chai used to drink it at home. So, they were worried about customers. Rabbi Chai had a stricter standard for himself, and he went all the way home before he drank the beer. Okay. The small bar bismillah play Lemorgavan. That the small bar bismillah went to Morgavan, to a town, and this is a town of Jews, but they were close to them. They didn't trust these Jews. So he says as follows. He says, Yisrael Chassidin Hayirah. He says on not drinking wine of the Kocham. So isolate Kamra, they brought him wine, but he wouldn't drink it. Why? Because they weren't careful. They would serve Stagnatum. Isolate Shepherd, they brought him drink it. So this one, so he said, fine, I understand why he wouldn't take wine, because he's concerned that maybe I'm Yenim. So he says, Shifra Mishumai. But beer, what's the concern? Why do you consider beer? Distinguish. You're going to end up drinking beer, you're going to end up drinking wine. And since they weren't careful with wine and we didn't want to drink by them. Amar Rav says, Hi Shifra, the Arma'ar, sorry. So he says, Armenian beer is permissible. The Theobri one is being made. Because my son Thea shouldn't drink from it. So the Gemara says, what kind of standard is this? He's sorry, sorry. If it's good, if it's water, so everyone should be good for, even your son. If there's something wrong with it, how do you have a different standard than the rest of the world? Hello, Rav, some of you should be good, but also, I'm sorry. He says that Rav was worried about snake venom, but why was he not? Why everyone else could drink it? Because the merura, the bitterness, the shusa of the hops the kolile would turn out the venom of the snake. So he says, so he wasn't worth beer. It turned into beer, he got rid of the snake venom they have to worry about. But if someone they were already sick, it would make them more sick. And therefore, so he's just saying, my son here, so he's saying beer generally will dilute snake venom enough that it doesn't hurt anyone who's healthy. But if someone is sick, then it could hurt them. So therefore, his son here was sick. So it had nothing to do with halakha. It had to do with halakha, but it had to do with his particular circumstances as being sick. Number small, that all shratzim have poison in them. So he says a snake venom kills. The venom of a shratzim doesn't kill. So Shmuel said to Shmuel Bar Arya, which is Rashi says elsewhere is the lashon of a ben Torah, the son of the Torah, Paul, the Emel from Milsa Mali to the Haviyam Rababu. So this is fear by Rab, the son of Rab. So he came and said, let me tell you something when your father said that was nice. Haviyam Rabu, so said the father, are more Kani, Yossi, you need I did not discuss them unless you have fire. He said it so. These Arameans tonight, and this Rashi says is Nefukim, like knuckle. You take a sack and you blow it up. So it's like whatever, fat. He said that they would drink uncovered things, even though it would have venom in it. Below Mesa, they didn't die. Why? Because I did not discuss them mushroom. That somehow that by eating shkatzim or mushroom, it protected them. And therefore they didn't die. A couple of five. Okay, Amar Yosef. Yosef says, "Hi, follow the shifter the arma. Also, the Ma'avi Bay to doyer the yayin nesa." He says that if you have beer vinegar of the Arameans, you can't have it because they mix into it durdai the yain right here shmarim, like the sediment of wine of yain nasa. Rashi may also sorry. Rashi says, when do you say that the vinegar beer of an Aramean is usher, it is only when you give it to you regularly. But if he takes it out from the storage room, so then you don't have to be worried that it had wine in there. Why? Because wine sediment ruins the vinegar beer. If you replace it and then serve it shortly thereafter, it's not a big deal. But if you add the wine sediment and then you put it into storage, it's going to ruin the vinegar. So therefore, when he pulls it out of the ulcer, this is from the storage. This is how that it was. 1 minute. A choice of a few things to say, but okay, just let's you know what? Let's very quickly we'll do one toast because this is actually has a lot to do with why we're here today and why I ate coffee. We'll see if we have time, but just very quickly. So Rashi says, and anyone needs to read, wants to read their entry. This is the toast of Harvaya Mishaslas, Rav Akha Amid HaKofi Serta. So he said that Rav Akha and Rav Papa, one he did it in the street, and one went to his house. Neither of them were willing to drink beer in the house of all the Then came, and if that's so, you have to be careful not to drink beer by God. That they were Amoraim Basraim, that they were late Amoraim passing life, they wouldn't drink. The meal, and it's action, the base of the Chavim. And if someone's standing by a guy, Yahuliya, is it possible to look at the Shmaya for beer, look at my Shechem and other Chavim? That is the motivation for yourself. They could send someone to bring beer, and they, bring your own beer. So if you come to the guy with your own beer, that you should be able to drink. That even if the guy ends up giving you some, you could drink it with some ava, because otherwise he's going to resent that you're not letting him do it. What? So it's a very interesting style about ava, as to whether it applies even in an established place like a bar. You end up in a bar, but okay. Some cosmos, so he's saying you have to be very careful not to drink beer. But he's saying this is by a place that's New York, that there's going to be cosmos that you can't drink beer, but if you just happen to be somewhere by a guy, you could drink beer. So he says, and it doesn't matter whether we're talking about date beer or wheat beer. Here's the interesting part. The question is, why is beer not an Isra official alcohol? Because it's the most silver diet, like silver diet, which I think made from wheat, which are feel like okay. So basically, there's two reasons. We're going to see this shortly. Two reasons why something would not be a problem of Ola Shulchan Aruch. If it's something that's eaten raw, now that is not the case with beer. So don't eat raw, but it also has to be. It's only a Pashalachim when it's Ola Shulchan Aruch. And he's saying that beer is not Ola Shulchan Aruch. Okay, so both the beer for he's saying as follows, that when you add water to beer, water dilutes it. You're saying that it loses its status as pure as demonstrated by the fact that you make the shahako on beer instead of making a Madonna. But others don't like this opinion of Tosis at all, because they say the reason you make a shahako is not because it loses its status as a Madonna, it's because it lost its form. You can't see it there anymore. In any event, we don't have time, but this gets into the very interesting question. This issue of the water